right? Because they have to be normal.
Sine theta has to be 180 degrees.
The sum of the angles, the sum of the angle of incidence to the medium's interface, right?
Yeah.
And the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, and?
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, that's not the case. If you apply Fermat's principle, I just posted a PDF that runs through the mathematics. I don't expect you to go through it now.
Live stream text?
Is yes, right? I even posted the PDF, right? So it says sine theta conserved along the light path. And it goes on. Snell's law states that the quantity sine theta is not changed in the refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. We acquire whether this is true in a general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. That is a gradient index medium, right? So you have to apply Fermat's principle, right? The principle of least time. So you understand that. Final result of these exercises is that, contrary to initial expectations, the answer to the question in the title is negative. So there's problems with using Snell's law and a freaking on like some gradient index medium, because you would end up having weird ducting, weird reflections, right? So if you modeled, right, so a medium with n number of, indexes of refraction mediums, how many freaking layers are you going to use, right? So what you could end up happening is the light being trapped within one of these layers and never exiting, especially if the light ever ends up going horizontal. So if it ever ends up going horizontal, it's never going to transition some barrier, right? Some interface. So if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's website, he admits this, that results in a singularity if you use Snell's law, right? If you use Snell's law and the Earth is flat, right, and you have a medium at that level, 6 feet, right, and you even have a gradient, right? You can even have a temperature gradient. That light, if it's horizontal, will never transition into any other refractive index medium, because it's horizontal over a flat plane. So if you model out mathematically, yeah, it'll just go on forever, right? The only reason you all say there's bending light, right, is because you have a curving gradient. I'm not gish galloping. Just because you can't comprehend what's being said, because this is above your pay grade, ain't my problem. That's your problem.
Well, I'm reading through this, and I'm not seeing the part where they conclude. So what page is it where they conclude?
The conclusion? Scroll down.
Yeah.
The conclusion's literally in the abstract. You don't even have to read the conclusion. You can scroll down to it.
So in the introduction.
So you see, you've never read actually any scientific material, so this is just like fucking Chinese to you.
Well, the conclusion is usually...
Oh, I've been reading this shit for 20 years.
It's in the abstract.
The conclusion is in the abstract. The answer to the question in the title is negative. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? That means, says, Snell's law states that the quantity and sine theta is unchanged in the refraction of light. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? The answer to the title is negative. The answer is in the abstract. They don't use Snell's law to model in physics, gradient index medium. Abstract, I posted it literally in the chat.
It also provides...
Look.
The final results exercise that, contrary to an initial expectation...
Let me ask you this. Does Walter Bisgund's simulator use Snell's law?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It uses Fermat's principle.
Okay, if he uses Fermat's principle, who cares?
Okay, so does Mick West.
What's the difference? What's the applicable difference between the two?
Is that there's no boundary.
In Fermat's principle? Yeah,
there's no boundary. You integrate over the light path, basically.
No. Yeah.
If you use the calculus of variations of integrate over the light path. Whereas one is just simply algebraic or trigonometric, if you want.
And?
That they're not mathematically equivalent, dude.
They are mathematically equivalent. The outcomes are still generally the same.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
They're still...
Where you have a well-defined medium. No, they're not.
Yes.
Snell's law is a special case, right? Snell's law is a special case where you have two well-defined mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Based on Snell's law and Fermat's principle, would they be roughly equivalent?
In one case, where you have two homogeneous, a medium where you have two mediums with different refractive index that are homogeneous, isotropic, and have a well-defined boundary. That special case, that's what it models, which is great for designing lenses, right? You can use the thin lens equation, no problem, easy peasy. Then you still get to the engineering.
That's principle, which states the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found, giving the path taken by the light. And there are situations of light violating Fermat's principle by not taking the least time path, as in reflection or a spherical mirror. In a classic analogy, the area of lower refractive index is replaced by a beach, the area of higher refractive index by the sea. And the fastest way for a rescuer on the beach to get to the drowning person in the sea is to run along the path that follows Snell's law.
Yeah, because you have a well-defined boundary. Sand in the water. You go one speed over the sand and another speed over the water. So you want to find the path which is the most efficient to reach the person. Well, the principle of least time. Which one takes you the least time? Should you run through the sand more? Should you freaking swim more? Which one should you do?
Great, so they both use the principle of least time.
Fermat's principle, or Snell's law, is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Right? Okay, great. So why doesn't Snell's law work?
I told you, because it's a gradient. So now you have the sand, right? So the sand is continuously varying. In the water, your speed through the water is also continuously varying. Actually, there is no sand in no water because there's no well-defined boundary. It's just all sand. And your velocity through any given point in the sand, like at point, there's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, but there's a continuum. It's a continuous change. It's a continuous change, right? It's not a discrete change, like at a boundary, which is Snell's law.
Why is that a problem? So think about it like this time. You have X speed on sand, X and Y speed on water, and then you replace that water, and you have the speed across just sand being equivalent to the average speed between X and Y. And all it is just
I don't know how to explain this to you. If you don't understand basic mathematics, I just don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, I just explained to you what Snell and Fermat's law, the difference in the principles. One says you go from X to Y, and the other one says there is a gradual change between X and Y. But if they both end up with very, very similar end results based on, the different optical
do they end up with similar results
of the mediums? Yeah.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that, dude? Like, seriously.
The paper you cited. They only found very, very small deviations using different calculations. In your paper that you cited.
Well,
every FLIRF paper disagrees with them.
What did you say?
Every FLIRF citation disagrees with
Dude,
them.
okay, you just said that there's a difference. Previously you said they were the same. Okay, it doesn't disagree with me, it disagrees with you. That's a crazy projection. Now it's close enough. Before you were saying it was the same.
I'm waiting for evidence that it isn't. Can you tell me why Snell's law wouldn't work across a lake?
Because it's not a well-defined boundary, and it's a single medium, so they have to.
You can take all the different mediums, and it's not a single medium because the optical density changes depending on the temperature and the amount of air, the amount of water in the air, and the density of the air and the pressure in the air. So you can.
So tell me, in reality, how would you model this out? How would you model this out? This gradient, right? This air gradient. How would you model this out?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge in maths for that, but I understand the concept.
Yeah. So you would have to use an infinite amount of
to B density or X density to Y density.
How many layers
Fermat's
do you need?
law is that there is a gradual change between A density and B density. That's all it is.
How many layers until you approximate Fermat's law?
I don't know. I don't care. But that doesn't matter.
I know you don't care.
And this is amazing. This is amazing. You're doing a reification.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me again. How predictable.
You're doing a reification fallacy.
No one is reifying it.
You know
I'm asking you. You say refraction exists. I'm looking for the evidence that it exists. I'm looking for the model that makes
mathematical
so that we can.
Is it something that exists in reality?
Yeah, refraction as a general phenomenon exists. Refraction bending light around the curve of the Earth. Does that exist? That's what we want to determine. Does that exist? What is the evidence for it?
What is the boundary in Snell's law? Does that reference something actual? Like an actual boundary, or does it reference a mathematical?
Yes, it's an actual fucking boundary. Yes. No, it's where one medium becomes another medium. The atoms on one side is...
I've ever heard. It doesn't.
Oh, so water... No, please don't. Please, I'm asking you, please. Please, I want to finish this. He's going to try and get off it. I'm not letting him get off of it.
Why would you think calculates the optical density of A and the optical density of B, and then it arbitrarily pops in a boundary between them.
Where do you think they would pop in that boundary?
What?
At the end of A, at the spatial end of A, and at the spatial beginning of B? Do you think that's where the boundary is? So if you have two substances, one's water and one's glass, the water's not the glass, and the glass is not the water, and where they meet is what we call the boundary.
They can both be water with two different optical densities.
So water can be water, and glass can be water and glass at the same time?
No. Indio, listen to me, okay? You can have air, just air, but if the optical density of air is different at 2 points, in Snell's law, you'll take those 2 points of measured optical density, so the different temperature and pressure, and you will put a boundary in the middle of that calculation, and that boundary calculates the deviation, the refraction.
That's why I asked you how many layers,
going from A to B. Whereas in Fermat, it will be a gradual change. It won't be a defined boundary they put into the calculation. It will be between A and B, there is this amount of change, not it changes at a defined boundary, okay? It's all abstract, it's all mathematical, and it's called a reification fallacy when you say that there's an actual boundary in spatial reality.
No, what I said was there is a continuous change in Fermat's principle, and you just made my argument. Thanks you very much. Snell's law has a boundary. Snell's law has a boundary.
I've ever...
Dude, Snell's law, oh my God, the fucking spiral. Snell's law has a boundary. You said that you can make an arbitrary boundary. Where do we make that boundary? How many boundaries? That's why I asked you how many layers. You didn't even understand what that was talking about. Like, how would you model this? How many layers do you have to do? If I take six feet of freaking air, right? How many layers of Snell's law of different refraction index to model this gradient do I use? Do I use 10,000? Do I use 1,000,000? Do I use 1,000,000,000,000? Do I use an infinite amount? Right? When we use an infinite amount, well, oh my God, that's fucking calculus. And we use a continuum. And look, the continuum's more accurate than the so-called simulation of boundaries. I don't know why you don't understand this. Oh, because you don't know anything about mathematics. But your whole idea of refraction is based upon mathematical models, which don't work in reality, which make no predictions in reality. That's why I'm going to ask you again. I know someone muted you. Give me the model of refraction that makes accurate predictions that we can test, so that we know which one to use, so that when we make our post hoc claim, we can be using a model which has some predictive power. You even said we need predictive power to tell us what's likely true. Give us the model with predictive power.
Both.
Give me the exact model with predictive power.
Both.
Okay, so those are models. How are they tested?
I can find some journal articles if you'd like me to.
Yeah, I'm sure I've read them all.
Awesome. But are you willing to admit that the boundary is just what they put in? Like it's the maths that they add in to say that there is a defined...
They don't use Snell's law for a gradient, you clown.
A defined point between the refractive index of A and the refractive index of B, right? So all they've done is they've said there has to be a boundary here instead of it being a gradual change.
Okay.
No. You're saying that is bullshit.
No, when they model it, listen, when they model it in reality, right? Like if they model it between glass and water, they'll use Snell's law. But if they have a gradient, they're not going to use Snell's law. So when I say the Snell's law is an actual boundary, that's what they're modeling. They're modeling an actual boundary. They're not going to use it in a situation you're talking about. They're not going to use it for a gradient index medium. They're just not going to use it. So it's
like, why not use it? If it's easier, because Snell's law is
because it's inaccurate.
Principle, isn't it?
Because it's inaccurate.
To what percentage? To what percentage?
It probably depends on the application.
Oh, okay. So we can use Snell's law if we want, say, a couple of percentage points of accuracy. And then Fermat's if we want, say, a couple more points of accuracy. It's the same with Newton's and Einstein's, isn't it?
Well, it depends on the distance, right? So it depends on how long the light is within the medium, right? So that's the defining factor. How long the light is inside the gradient versus, or how many layers you model. So there's all different, depends on your model, right? So that you could probably make a situational Snell's law model and use Fermat's principle and get them fairly correct, probably for good enough for practical purposes and make it quote unquote work, right? But it's not what's used in the common practice. They just use Fermat's principle because it's more accurate. That's just what they do.
So they both would work. One's just more accurate.
But the fact of the matter is, you can use Snell's law. You can use whatever the fuck you want.
You thought that this boundary was a physical boundary, you fucking goose.
No, listen, in the use that they model it, it is. Yeah, in the use that they model it, it is. Whether you actually use Snell's law to model something,
it's real. When they model it, it's an actual boundary.
No, listen, they don't model gradients using Snell's law. Only dumbass fucking anti-flat earthers use it for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Only you fuck clowns use it for that. Nobody uses this. If you go read all the literature, no one uses Snell's law for this shit. Nobody. Not a fucking person. Only Dunning-Kruger anti-flat earthers use this shit.
Does it still work? Does it still work?
No!
Why? What's the percentage difference? How many decimal points are different?
I just told you. I already answered that question. Depends on the application.
You don't know Reification fallacy, and you don't know, and you're trying to lecture me about the maths. At least
no. Listen, I told you the situation. It depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on what you're modeling. The error depends on what you're modeling. If you're modeling how long light's in fucking 1 millimeter of a gradient, dude. Yeah, they're going to be almost identical. But if you're modeling how far, like if it's going through fucking 1 trillion miles of air, that's something else. You're going to it depends. It depends on the application.
I think we're done with this now.
No, you're going to give me the predictive model. Dude. You're just going to give it to me because we want to know when we do our post hoc, ad hoc bullshit at the end, right? So we can't falsify the globe. I want to know what model we have to apply.
You're obviously too
I want to know what model, dude. I want the evidence. No, I want the evidence for your foregone conclusion. I just want the evidence. That's all I'm asking for. What's the evidence, dude? What's the evidence? What's the evidence any of these models work? What's the evidence that that light is bending around the curve? What model predicts that? And then that model has been validated by observation.
Great. I'm looking up
really simple.
Theoretical and experimental study of refractive indices of water, acids, and nitrile and salt systems.
Yeah, so I'm talking about terrestrial refraction.
They calculated the refraction.
I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. This thing that's supposed to be like bending around the curve, making everything look flat.
If you apply it to the surface of the Earth. No, these are physical constants, buddy. Do you know what a physical constant is?
Dude. Okay.
Dude.
That's a cool story. Physical constant. Yada, yada, yada. Cool story, bro. I'm asking for the model that makes predictions that we can apply in real life.
I propose a simple theoretical formula for describing the refractive indices in binary liquid mixtures containing salt ions. Our theory is based on the Clausius-Massotti equation. It gives the refraction index of the mixture in terms of the refractive indices of the pure liquid and the polarizability of the ionic species by properly accounting for the volume change upon mixing. The theoretical predictions are tested by extensive experimental measurements of the refractive indices of water, acetonitrile salt systems for several liquid compositions, different salt species, and a range of salt concentrations. Excellent agreement is obtained in all cases, especially in low salt concentrations with no.
Are you almost done, like doing nothing?
Expression of the refractive index for low salt concentration is also given, which can be a theoretical basis for determination of salt concentration using refractive index measurements. So it seems like they've come up with a very, very simple equation for refraction based on this one specific liquid, and it's been correct. They tested it, and it was correct.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to apply that to the air. What model is used for the air?
Just a second.
It doesn't matter. There's not a big deviation.
It doesn't matter.
What I love is they're using a tank and a solution and allowing it to set so it becomes homogeneous and isotropic.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they? Because what I just read out.
Because when you stir the solution, I've seen many demonstrations of this.
Okay.
When you stir the solution, you see no deviation.
Look, I'm just looking for the justification for claiming that there's terrestrial refraction fucking up all our measurements with a laser. I want the justification for that. And you can't seem to come up with one. Other than because I said so.
Experimental determination of the refractive index of Snell's law. This experiment uses a narrow beam of light passing from air into glass and then into air. The experiment is practically easier using a hemi-cylindrical prism of glass with a beam entering the curve.
But these are inapplicable to what we're talking about.
Why?
You're just Googling random shit on refraction, dude. Terrestrial refraction. Google that, brother.
There's literally
you think I don't know you didn't look for this?
An experiment showing refraction works, but you don't like it because you don't seem to understand that Snell's law, being a model, means that there has to exist things in real life.
You can claim it works in different applications that have nothing to do with. We want to see it works in this application.
In what application? Through air?
The application of a laser or a ray of light through air, dude.
Great. Refraction over water experiment. Have you never typed these things in?
Look, dude.
No, you haven't, have you?
What are you talking about?
It's much easier to just sit here and go around in circles about things that you don't understand rather than just go,
yeah, talking about me again. The old standby.
Hey, so, anyway.
No, we're going to finish this point. I don't care how long it fucking takes, dude. I don't. So, we're going to finish this. I want the predictive model for refraction so we know that there's a justification for saying that it exists. We need a justification. We can't just say, hey, willy-nilly, we're just going to throw in this phenomenon that we say exists. We need a justification for saying it exists, right? And one justification would be a model that's been tested and makes predictions. But that model doesn't exist, and you know it doesn't exist. That's why you're bringing up all this ancillary bullshit. And you know what? By bringing up ancillary bullshit and
predicting atmospheric refraction with weather modeling and machine learning.
Yeah, okay. I've read that.
Would you like to read this?
I've already read it.
Have you?
Yes, I have. I read it about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. What do they do in it?
I think they're looking at the side of a mountain, if I remember right. It's in Arizona. It's like in the desert.
White Sands, New Mexico?
Yeah, I got a pretty good memory. Seeing I only freaking skimmed it freaking goddamn 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe. Yeah, but even if listen, so check this out. I'm pretty sure the AI successfully made predictions, but AIs are black boxes, so we don't know how they actually make predictions.
So you've read something that confirms that
no, it doesn't confirm anything. They just
weather model data results were computed for 10-minute intervals and ray tracing procedure was applied. The data is interpolated in time to align with the time-lapse image frames. Shows results of the experiment as a function of time of day, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Measurements are only available for daytime. General downward drift through daytime hours is an effect we commonly observe in clear weather, and this corresponds to a reduction in the average refractive index gradient of the atmosphere along our line of sight.
Yeah, claiming something and showing the actual mathematics to support it are two different things.
Well, they've got the mathematics in this.
Not for that specifically. That specific claim you just made, they do not have.
I'm looking at it right now.
So what model do they use?
They have a machine learning model.
Well, you said it just matches the gradient of listen, you just said it matches the gradient of the refractive index. What is it matching? What is the machine learning matching? What model is that?
So the machine learning takes the image and then the ray tracing, whatever it is, and adds that into the known distances, and then takes all of the weather data and then calculates a refractive index based off that.
Okay, so what model is it comparing it against?
I mean, I can just link the paper. It's got all the maths for it here.
What model does it compare it against? So what you have is you have a model in a machine learning, looks at the images, right? And then the machine learning goes, if this model existed, how would this image match that model? And now I'm going to make predictions. When I take an image, how does this image fit this model?
It doesn't matter. It works.
What's the model, dude?
Refraction exists, and it's between Fermat's, Snell's, and this model, they would have similar outcomes, right?
No.
And the deviation doesn't matter because the deviation can be changed by any of the variables changing. So the refractive index should actually just be like a range, okay? So if you have like the black swan image and then you apply refraction to that, you don't just add a set refractive index. You can make that a range of refractive indexes based off the measurements you have and the variables that could change. That's how science and data works. And then from that, you can see whether that image can fit the predictions based off refraction, which would be the range of refraction.
What predictions? That's what I'm asking you. How do we make the predictions? What model do we use to make the predictions?
It doesn't matter. For math, this machine learning,
I'm going to use chicken bones.
Be fairly similar, right?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay, so what's
depends on what model you use. They'd actually. They've tested models, in the literature, they've tested these models against each other, Well, then so you actually don't know anything about this topic. I'm asking you this for a very specific...
literature, champ?
Because they're so... Dude, do you want me to link hundreds of PDFs that say, dude, we don't know?
I want you to link one.
Hold on.
Here, look, I'll add this in showing that machine learning can predict refraction.
So what? Machine learning is black boxes. We don't even know how it's doing the prediction. If you knew anything about machine learning, no.
That's genetic.
The machine learning is at modeling anything. You don't understand how machine learning works. So let's not talk about it. Until you know how machine learning works, then there's nothing to talk about.
It's a genetic fallacy.
No,
isn't machine learning where the machine takes in multiple sources of data and then it comes up with an algorithm based off that data that would predict any two sets of data outcomes further on?
Okay.
Let's look. Machine learning, subfield of artificial intelligence that deals with systems that are able to acquire their own knowledge by extracting patterns. There we go. Extracting patterns to get new data. Great. So, have you found that study yet?
Yeah, I'll just read you a whole bunch. How about that?
No, just link one.
Where should I pick?
Have you linked one? Have you dropped one in voice chat yet?
Yeah, I'm going to link like 10.
Well, I just want one, so link your best one. I'm going to just look at the top one anyway. Top one better be your best one.
So what? Just so I get the right thing, and I give you the right thing. What exactly do you want?
Show the difference that an observation using Snell's law refractive index versus Fermat's law refractive index.
I already did that.
Deviation.
I'm not doing it again. They don't use Snell's law, and they don't use Snell's law in any type of surveying, anything to do with.
If they use Fermat's law,
refraction, they don't use it.
Why'd you ask which one's best?
No, oh my God, dude!
So why would you ask?
This is what you don't understand. There's models for terrestrial refraction. They involve temperature, humidity, CO2, yada yada yada.
I explained all this to you, you fucking idiot.
Listen, no, dude.
Yes,
There's
I did.
multiple
Remember 10
models.
minutes ago, I went through all the things that can impact refraction.
That's right. That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome.
Explain it to you already.
Yes,
So this thing exists. So every single image you guys have of a flat Earth can be explained using refraction. We know to exist.
Okay,
Experiment. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yeah, cool. No, it's not true. Okay.
Great. Give me one image that shows that the Earth is flat that can't be explained using refraction.
Using assumption, you mean?
No, listen.
Refraction. Okay. I just went through machine learning.
You just have assumption. You have no evidence that there is refraction happening on those days.
Machine learning was able to calculate a refractive index.
They're not calculating anything.
Yes, it did.
No, they're not.
You're just assuming things. You have no values, so you're just assuming things. There's no values in the laser test.
The data goes in, it calculates, it comes up with an equation.
It doesn't calculate, it does. It doesn't come up with a fucking equation. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you get data and you run data
dude, machine learning is basically a lookup table, dude. That's basically what it is. It's a lookup table.
It
you have no idea what you're talking about. Dude, I got a degree in computer science. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
X equals C, depending on some variable.
It's not. They use gradient descent, dude. In this machine learning model, they use something called gradient descent. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Stay like you don't know what you're talking about with refraction. You really don't know what you're talking about with machine learning.
Even if I don't know what I'm talking about,
I'm not going to explain it to you.
I can understand.
Look, I want to go back to these variables.
Someone who's been doing this for years.
I want to go back to these variables, right? So these variables that you say exist, it's cause refraction. Right? You think they exist because there's models that exist that use these variables to make predictions about refraction. Well, none of these models actually makes accurate predictions.
They do.
No, okay, where is that?
The Fermat's law. You just explained yourself that surveyors use it. Surveyors get accurate data over land masses, don't they?
I'm not talking about. So listen. Okay, so to apply Fermat's principle, you have to know the refractive index at any given point. How do you calculate that?
No, you can average it. Humidity. Snell's law assumes that there's some set boundary, but Fermat's law can say that given like the known variables, you can average it out over a distance.
Well, they don't do averaging, but whatever. That's
what Fermat's law is. It may not be an average, but what it is it's going from A to B using a function rather than going from A to B.
That's right. And so there's different variables that they use in these different models to model terrestrial refraction.
So
none are accurate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None are accurate.
As a function, it would be centimeter 1 is 9 from 1, centimeter 8 is bloody 2, centimeter 2 is 8 from 1, centimeter 3 is 7 from 1. That's how the function would work.
Yeah. Great. Fantastic. How do they figure out what the refractive index is at any given
maths. I don't know much advanced maths, and I was able to explain to you how that would be.
You don't have to explain it to me. You're just you're trying to convince yourself of something, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying, or you're deliberately being obtuse. There's a model. There's a model that uses these variables. So you're starting to talk over me again. There's a model that uses these variables, and none of those models make accurate predictions. These variables that you say exist, which cause refraction, to validate whether these models cause refraction, you need a model that makes predictions which are tested and known to be accurate. You don't have that. You're putting the cart before the horse. Where's the fucking horse? Where's the model of refraction that makes predictions so that we know these are the variables that matter? These are the variables that cause uncertainty in our observation. These are the variables that we need to account for so that we can come up with a refractive index or a change in the refractive index from which we can make predictions with. That doesn't exist. And do you know what? It's been tested. So there was an experiment, this laser experiment across the Hawaiian Islands, and they took 3 lasers. And they went from one Hawaiian island to the other, and they did this experiment. They were measuring turbulence in the air. They picked up all 3 of these laser frequencies through their telescope. Then what did they do? So there was other research students there. So for his master's degree, he tried to model it, and when he applied the model of refraction, right? gradient, standard US temperature. When you modeled it across the same distance using the same laser frequencies, he found out the experiment should not have worked at all. Because the divergence, because refractive index is wave dependent, right? You have, what the hell do they call it? Can't remember the name of it. Dispersion of light. That's where the wavelengths separate.
Why are you still talking? Have you linked the PDF about it?
Oh, I will if you want.
Yeah, of course I want.
I've asked for the PDF spiral into oblivion, but whatever. So, so what happens is the spread of the wavelengths of the laser are greater than the width of the telescope. So when you model it, right, when you model it in this refractive index air, the spread, so you have 3 frequencies of lasers all starting at the same point. They spread out because not all of them refract the same. They refract differently. It's wavelength dependent. So they're spread out by some spatial distance. That spatial distance is greater than the width of the telescope. But somehow they picked up all 3 beams in the telescope at the same time. The only way that can happen is if there's no refraction.
How do I find this? How do I find this?
Hold on, I'm gonna post.
How do I
you want the underlying experiment? Yeah, hold on. So I'll find the underlying experiment. So this was there's experiments based upon, it's done by the Air Force. So the person that wrote this master's thesis, he tried to model what the results were. And when he modeled the standard, terrestrial refraction, using the same shit Bisgan uses, using the same shit Mick West uses, found out that, like it says, I'll read it to you. For the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters.
Okay.
With respect to the point, the telescope's 3.4 meters wide.
And?
That means they should not have, if the refraction model was correct, they could not have picked up all 3 lasers simultaneously in the telescope. But they did.
What did they say about it?
I mean, what did they say about it?
What was their conclusion? What was their conclusion?
Well, see, they did the test first, and then after the fact, they applied the model, and then realized our test should not have worked. If they would have applied the model before the test, they probably would have never did it. They would have probably designed a different test.
Okay, so they came up with there is some variable or phenomena that we cannot explain. Is that what they came up with?
What they were testing was, okay, so was it test
was their answer? The presented experimental results on intensity scintillation characteristics reveal complexity of the observed phenomena that cannot be fully explained based on the existing atmospheric turbulent models.
Yeah, so there's turbulence models, there's refractive index models, and he tried to use a mixed turbulence refraction model. None of those models worked, but the turbulence model, called a non-Kolmosov model or some shit. Can't remember the name of it because there's actually 2 of them. There's the non one and there's just a regular one. Anyway, so the turbulence model fit more closely than the so-called terrestrial refraction model. The terrestrial refraction model says that the experiment should not even have been completed. Because you can look at the simulation. He simulates it the same way Walter Bisgan simulates it, using the same methodology. So the fact that, and I have more stuff, right? So I have more. They've done terrestrial laser measurements using 2-frequency LiDAR. I can post that.
And?
What they measured was the deviation.
What's that going to prove? What's that going to show? What's that going to show?
It shows that when they so-called measured the refractive index, right, they measured the angle of arrival of a beam of light of 2 different frequencies of light. And then they measure the angle, like how much deflection they are measuring, right?
Yes, but the argument.
And they're measuring they're measuring a max 4 mgon deflection, which is equivalent to 0.009 degrees. So if you extrapolate out to 25 miles, that's 8 feet.
And?
That's an 8 feet deflection at the max.
And?
The laser like ISO laser test would have to be a 420-foot deflection, a 440-foot deflection.
And
you don't understand that the observation at Lake ISO is 2 orders of magnitude off the prediction, right? Even if you say you use 7.6R, it's 2 orders of magnitude off that prediction.
what was their conclusion?
Bruh.
Dude, for FD core? Yeah, that does not fit the WGS84 model.
Oh, you're talking about FE core again. They didn't add in any refraction, you fucking idiot.
Bruh.
And I'm trying to justify adding it in. So don't you get it? We're trying to justify adding it in. We're not just saying, yeah, it exists.
The surveys use refraction.
Let's say we use 7.6R.
Surveys use refraction.
Surveys use refraction. How much refraction
do they
use?
accurately measure the surface of the Earth in distances?
For practical purposes, yes.
Great. Do they use optical measurements?
Yes.
Great. So why didn't FE core do the fucking same?
We can do the same. We can use 7.6R.
Then do it.
We can use. So if you look, so I'll give you an example. We in the United States, different states build roads. If you look at the surveying manuals for the transportation departments in different states, they all use different refractive index ratios. They use different values for terrestrial fraction. So, for instance, in Massachusetts, they use 0.17. In Washington State, they use 0.13. In Europe, they use 0.13. So different places use different values. Listen, the point is, the largest value anyone uses is 7.6R, which is 0.166, right? So you take this 0.16 that they use in surveying, right? It only takes 5 meters off. You have to, and the value is 137 meters off. The measured value is 137 meters off, dude. So, okay, we'll give you refraction. We'll give you terrestrial refraction model. We'll go 7.6R. Yeah, now you have to make up another 132 meters.
I didn't say this FE.
Now we can go, okay, there's even double extra special refraction. We'll multiply it times 10.
Drop in the FE laser measurement link again. I'll look at it again using the highest and lowest refractive indexes.
What does that even mean? First of all, you just quoted surveying. They use a 7.6R value.
Stupid rambling way. If we were to add in the standard refractive indexes into the FE core measurement, it still would. Yeah,
the ones you just appealed to, surveying. Those are the ones you just appealed to. You said surveying, they use refraction. That's what they use. They use 7.6R.
Big fella, if you add those into the FE core data, it still won't explain the data. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying, if you add that value listen, I'm explaining it to you. If you add that value into the data, it only moves the laser down 5 meters.
Okay, great.
You have to move it down 137 meters.
The FE core thing again. I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna do the maths. I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fine with me. I want you to keep in mind that they didn't just. This isn't a one-off. They did it 3 weeks apart. So make sure that you read the dates.
Don't care if they didn't add refraction. I don't give a fuck.
You don't even know why they should be adding it, other than somebody told you they should add it.
No, I know why they have to add it. They have to add it because as light moves through a medium, if there's any change to that medium, then the angle of incidence changes.
And that means what?
And that means that the light can make things look further up or further down.
Okay. Yeah, you're claiming that. But you're claiming that. But what's the evidence? Dude, that's what you don't understand. You don't understand there's a difference between claims and evidence.
Open the fridge, mate. Have you ever opened the fucking fridge and looked at it? You cold air when it hits the warm air and things get all goofy behind it.
Well, that would be evidence.
There's experiments, but there's one where some dude pours cold water over, or I think it's liquid natural gas, over a propane tank, and you can see some I don't know, colours that you couldn't see before, some bands of colour.
Thank you for proving. You just proved flat Earth. Thank you very much.
Affecting what you see.
Yeah, that's great, dude. Do you know what that proves? Because you have to use this butane. Listen to me. Because that proves that you're applying refraction. Listen, you don't get it, dude. Butane has a refraction. Okay, can I finish? Can I finish? Okay, so the refractive index is butane, by the way. And the refractive index of butane is 1.33. Right?
I don't care.
So check it out. The fact that you have to use, the fact that you have to use an extreme, non-physical, unequivalent demonstration to simulate what you say is happening all the time demonstrates that it's not happening all the time. The fact you have to use butane to show it to happen demonstrates that it's not happening all the time.
It happens with cold air. How
cold? Yeah, with cold air, but that has a temperature gradient of something like 70 degrees per centimeter. Is that physical? Do we experience that in the real world? Do you ever have your feet get frostbite while your knees were burning off? I didn't think so. The fact you have to use extreme examples of demonstrations, non-physical to what we experience in everyday life, proves that it's not happening.
Oh my God, that's because the demonstrations are done in people's houses, you fucking moron. You fucking idiot. If you're going to demonstrate something in your house, a very small area, then you have to use extreme refractive conditions because you can't have the massive change over a long area. It's numbers, you dumb cunt. It's numbers.
Oh,
what numbers?
The language on you. You blow your father with that mouth?
Oh my God. So you have, say, I want to test something in a very small area. Okay, and I want to test some variable that usually happens over a very long area. I have to make that variable much bigger in the small area to make sure that I can observe that variable in action. Because over the very, very, very long area, that variable can have very insignificant changes, but because it's such a long area, those insignificant changes can cause a massive change over that long area. I'm explaining this to you like a child because so far you've shown that you may be a child.
This is actually pretty humorous. So what you're saying is,
look, here's a video.
We have to scale down the experiment to demonstrate that the phenomenon, which should be happening all the time in the air, is actually possible. And to do this, we need extreme conditions. But the underlying phenomenon, you can't actually demonstrate is happening.
Extreme conditions, just people show that it's possible using extreme conditions because they're doing it in their little house.
But they're not equivalent.
Of course they're equivalent. It's just scale, mate.
Okay.
If I want to make a square, I can make a square 1 centimetre by 1 centimetre or 1 mile by 1 mile, but those fucking squares will still be square.
Okay. It's not equivalent, and the scale's not equivalent, okay, because the refractive index of air, I'm going to explain to you why. I'm trying to explain to you why the emotional child. Irony of you calling me a child with your spasming, dude. That's hilarious. Anyway, so the refractive index of butane is nowhere near equivalent to air. Air's refractive index changes. Yeah, you don't give a. I thought it was math, dude. I thought it was numbers, but now you don't give a fuck.
Past butane onto air, but you're stuck on butane.
No, I'm going to cover them both.
You consider anything that goes against your biases.
So I'm going to cover them both. See, don't presuppose what I'm going to say, dude.
Well, I'm going to cover them both. Don't talk about butane because I don't give a fuck.
No, you don't give a fuck. Okay, so let's talk about the air. The temperature, the extreme temperature gradient, right, that you're demonstrating. So I've seen the dry ice demonstration. The refractive index of CO2 is not the same as air. And then I've seen I think they use a cold plate or something like that, or ice. I think it was Mick West used ice. Was it Weiss? What did he use to make everything cold? Was it turbulent air?
No, he didn't use Barry Weiss.
What was used to make the temperature gradient?
I don't know, because I'm not obsessed with people that do these experiments like you retards are.
So you cited an experiment that you don't even know what happened. Great. Let's go
one
with
that
that.
I've watched. I cited an experiment that I've watched, but I don't remember the people that did it because I don't give a fuck. Look, I found.
So what if they use dry ice?
Would you like to see that? Let's look at the Mick West
What if
one.
they use dry ice to
I did. I found the one you wanted. You wanted me to talk about Mick West, didn't you? Because you have pre-prepared.
No, I don't care about Mick West. He already got smashed in here. You can fucking listen to the video on the YouTube channel.
Yay, there's Mick West. I finally found the thing you were talking about that I wasn't.
I don't care about Mick West. I'm asking you, if you don't know the details of the experiment, you don't know if they use CO2, if they use some equivalent. You claim they're equivalent, they're just different scale, but you don't actually even know that. I'm asking you, if they use CO2, how did they change the air? I'm trying to figure out the iron. See, you make claims that there's no evidence for. That's the hilarious part. You just keep
What claim?
You claimed that these demonstrations are equivalent and they're just a change in scale. So I'm asking you details about them and you don't know the details. So you're just talking out your ass.
What detail do you want? The guy put up an iron
to cool the air. What did they use to
laser changed it?
What did they use to cool the air? What substance? How did they create this temperature gradient?
Nothing. They warmed up the air using an iron.
They warmed up the air using an iron? What?
Are you just going to repeat back with a dumbfounded?
I don't understand what you're. I don't understand what you mean by they warmed up the air using an iron, like an iron for ironing clothes. Iron, like
you what? Don't seem to understand anything. I linked the video.
Because you suck at explaining yourself.
You know, an iron, like you iron your clothes. Yeah, it heats up the air. Look, here's one of nice wavy air patterns in front of a heater. Why would that happen?
Turbulence. It's called sensible heat flux.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's called sensible heat flux. Yeah. So, like when air gets hot, it goes up, right? Right? It tries to equilibrate and it moves around. It's like why you don't survey in the wind. So there's something called the Fresnel effect, where a medium that's in motion will deflect light in the direction of the motion.
Oh, okay. So there is refraction, deflection.
That's not refraction. It's a completely different thing.
So did they look at what the wind speed was over the water in the FE core experiment?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. I mean, it's on like they took pictures of the meteorological.
Anyway, I'm out of here. My earbuds are about to die, and you seem to be thicker than a brick, my son.
Yeah,
hypothesis in science, buddy.
Does that qualify as a wig, bro? I'm sorry to everyone that I cut off. I do not want to let him out of that. Otherwise, we're going to be looping on that shit forever. I'm sick of this guy. I'm sick of looping with this guy.
That counts as a wig with the earbud still attached.
Ew. How about the ear still attached? How much glue did you use on that wig? Listen, this is, to me, these refraction claims, like, I'm so sick of it just being like a foregone conclusion. You didn't include refraction. You didn't account for refraction. Why should we? Give us a reason why we should. Oh, because everybody else is doing it. That's not an argument. Surveyors do it. Yeah, so what? And? They're measuring 50 meters at a time. The uncertainty is like 2 millimeters. Do you think that like if they don't use refraction, it's like, oh my God, now the fucking road's all fucked up. It's a 1,000-mile road and now it's messed up because we didn't account for refraction. I mean, come on, man.
Dude.
Get serious.
Did they account for refraction when they used the microscope on that fishing line?
Dude, that's somebody that's like, have you ever done asphalt AI?
Not really, no.
I
Cement,
have,
though.
when I was a kid. So I've done asphalt. I wish Mike was here. Like, you're precise, but you're not that precise. It's fucking asphalt, dude. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
fucking not measuring to like, oh my God, we didn't account for refraction of the road, man. Oh my God, like, now the road doesn't work. I mean, get real.
I've done sidewalks and stuff and foundations, but yeah, same principle.
So they only use the geodetic surveying so-called techniques for practical purposes in road work. They don't use them. And it depends. It depends on whether it's an interstate highway versus, state road versus a city road, right? Depends on whether they're going to use a state plane system versus like the geodetic system. And the geodetic system is going to has to be long. And like any error of not using refraction is going to be so negligible, it isn't going to matter. They never like built roads and were like, fuck, we built this whole road and didn't account for refraction. No wonder why it's messed up. No one has ever done that. That's never happened.
Yeah, you were trying to tell me. I thought that the point that I wanted to jump in that was annoying was that he was trying to say boundary wasn't like the part he was missing was that to Snell's law it's two mediums.
Yeah, well, I went over that. And, like,
that's the boundary.
he denied that.
And I posted. It's like because I would have pointed them to the screenshots of Snell's law. I'm like, what's that?
Look, I really didn't want to go into these rabbit holes with him. I just wanted to point out that there was, like, I was laser focused on one thing. Point out that he has no justification for including refraction in any calculation of anything, ever. That there's no actual justification for it. There's no, like, oh, we have a model, and this model requires refraction to make it unfalsifiable, but other than that, there's no reason to have it.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's the rationale.
Oh, you got him so hard, AI, dude. You got him to admit we're making our model unfalsifiable. Like, that's pretty much what he admitted. That is just perfect.
It's like that day when me and Kiwi were going through, and I was teaching him how to use the Bislins, and you know the refraction slider. I thought it went up to 60 million radius, but it actually goes up to 60 billion radius.
Oh shit!
He's like, "Oh, dude, what's these extra 3 zeros here?" And I'm like, "Hold on a second." I resized my screen, you know, because sometimes it cuts it off if you have like 20%, 70%, whatever.
Yeah.
And then I saw the rest of the numbers, the rest of the zeros. I'm like, "Damn!" I'm like, damn.
Oh my God, Earth's the size of the solar system. Actually,
well, one of our
galaxy, right?
Yeah, so one of our friends asked a question, which is, how does he explain the Catenary shot? Well, lo and behold, this is what me and Kiwi were looking at. So we went and we did the slider, right? And we did this calculation for how much we would need to get to the Catenary shot. Now, check this out. The number of that value was only like 0.003 different than the category that you can click that just pre-calculates what's called extreme refraction. So let that sink in. And Walter Bislin's calculator, when we did it, and by the way, it's recorded, so if it was changed, there's proof still there. He literally labeled extreme refraction the exact amount of refraction needed to defeat the Catenary shot, proving the point that it's just an unfalsifiable ex post hoc excuse.
Yeah, that's the same thing he did with the Black Swan. That's why I brought it up, right? So he created this piece of software, and then he manipulates the variables until the piece of software looks similar to the image, and it doesn't matter what the values say. The values can be non-physical. It doesn't matter. So in the Black Swan, unlike all the other simulations, he tilts the camera up a tenth of a degree. I don't know why. If you put it at regular degrees, it doesn't match. So he takes the camera. So he's got all, he's got the tabs of different like observations.
You mean level?
Yeah. So he tilts it up 1 degree from level, or
right? Yeah, from level. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that for any other observation in his little, his little tabs of like, Sound Leach Bridge, like Pontchartrain, like he's got all these little tabs, right? So like This is the only one where he does this, the Black Swan. He tilts it up. And then when you look at the ray trace, the rays flip that over. That should make an inverted image. But when you have ray tracing path, right, and then the rays cross over, like the top rays become the bottom rays, and then the bottom rays become the top rays, that's an inverted image. But when you look at it, it doesn't invert the image. I don't know if he did this intentionally, or it's an error in the software, or a combination of both. It's not a bug, it's a feature. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if there's a point of inversion, your lens would have to be there in order for it to be an upright image.
At least he has a little graph where it shows where it has the variables, and then it shows like this crazy like. It has a graph of like the variables for like the temperature, altitude, that, right? So that is just insanely all over the place. So if he had to fiddle around with the variables until he got something close enough, right, to what the black swan looks like, but didn't think past like, oh shit, these rays are inverted. He doesn't care about that. As long as the software comes out the way the image is, that's all he cares about. That is some bullshit, dude. Like you couldn't get away with that in like 9th grade.
It works. It works.
It fools people like this guy. You know what I'm saying?
So it does work.
Yeah, it does work.
Dude, once you're told that there's like he said, a greater than 50% probability, right? When you apply Snell's law or whatever, that the horizontal rays will remain horizontal, right? That would be an impetus for you to maneuver the thing like at an up angle, right? Because if you just have the rays going straight and they're not passing any variability, they're just going to stay straight, and there's going to be very minor variability. But in their worldview, they have infinite variability of path probability. So they can just pick and choose any paths they want. And then draw lines like as if they're heat-seeking missiles shooting you straight in the eyeball. And again, that just makes their claims unfalsifiable in principle.
So I'm going to take a screenshot of this shit.
But by the way, all his claims also backfire on all optical observations that the globe makes, because the scrutiny that he demanded of the flat Earth side was not applied to any of the globe Earth observations.
Yeah, like, did you measure in the middle? Remember that? We got to measure in the middle. He don't. But the middle is where you're going to actually have to measure it, right? You're not going to measure it at the edges.
Yeah, all the models, all the refraction models are based on measurements that were taken at some point, not current measurements of the current conditions or anything like that. And then it's like you can stretch those boundaries, so it's just used to fill in the gaps to make things match.
Yeah. Well, the Itchel test, they did measure in the middle by hitting the panned targets. And they demonstrated the variableness of whatever alleged refraction would have been there. Well, it really just all about the bias that we already know the Earth is a globe. This observation doesn't fit geometric wise. Therefore, the light must have curved. Oh, well, what model did you apply to know how the light curved? Well, simple. We just plotted out the geometric points and then applied a circle, and then we said this light had to follow this trajectory to get to you, therefore it did. It's the most ex post hoc bologna sandwich of rationale.
Doesn't the infrared observations just throw the refraction argument out the window anyway?
Yeah.
Not having a globe radius to refract does that pretty well too.
Yeah, it's just they make the claim that all the light is bending around the globe, so it appears flat, and so we can see 10 times further than the geometry in the black swan, and they just bend everything to make it match. But if that were true, then we would be able to just use infrared and be able to see that the horizon is always closer in infrared. Do we see that in real life? I don't think so. All long-distance photographs in infrared that I've seen taken close or with short duration between a visible light picture show the infrared actually seeing further. So I don't I don't see how they can get away from that.
Dude.
Well, that was.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta show you all something. How far is the Black Swan? How far is 10 kilometers? Or 10 miles in kilometers? That's
16.
Okay, 16. Yeah, I should have known that. 1.6. Should have been able to do that in my head. I'm sad. That's just sad.
Well, that's just the next greatest whole number after the demarcation point of the rig. It could be much further than that.
Yeah, how interesting would it have been to see that Black Swan taken, one with infrared and one with visible light? Like, how far would we have seen the beach of the island that's back there? I don't know. It's hard to see because it's the light is so diffused near the horizon.
Look how insane this is. This is Bislin's ray trace. These are the path of the rays. Look how just insane this is. This is what it takes, right? These extreme situations as evidence for the globe, right? That there has to be an extreme, and that's the only way that they can even approach what they're claiming is happening all the time. That's the thing, is they're claiming that this is the general condition, right? That we see too far, and we have to apply this refractive index, this standard refraction all the time. And occasionally it's a little bit worse. But how come it's never a little bit better? Oh, that's when ships go over the horizon. Well, how come refraction doesn't make it look even closer still? How come the refraction doesn't make it look like an extra curvy ball?
Exactly. Or make the horizon appear like at 30% in the top of your viewpoint.
Yeah, why doesn't it make the horizon appear like a mile away when it should be 1.2 miles away, or 500 feet away, or right in front of your face?
How come they can't even show a picture that even matches their claimed standard?
Yep.
Good question.
Dude, why does this picture you post have a big yellow block for obvious contrast, like it's flashing at me and it says custom refraction?
That's I don't know why you're there bragging about that.
I know.
So, the way I figured out that this was tilted, right? These rays are tilted up. Was I'm like, man, look at all those rays that are all really close together up top. I mean, that's kind of weird. I'm thinking, and I'm like, he must have did something. So I start clicking through the tabs, and these rays are tilted up, right? So they tilted the camera up, so the rays that are entering, so what you're taking is, so what they're doing is, right, they're taking the image, right, and they're taking one pixel in the image, and they're moving it across the grid, right, and moving it up and down based upon, the angle of change of the refractive index, and then they're projecting it onto the image that is going to be presented on your screen, the one that quote-unquote matches the observation, right? So there's just moving this pixel up or down relative to that. But apparently that must be clamped because they're not moving it into their correct actual location. But in order to do this, they had to tilt the projection plane, this is being projected on. He had to tilt it back to get the geometry, the shifting to match the so-called Black Swan, and it still isn't even a match. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's A for effort, but not quite.
It's also if you look at like your image at like 2 minutes after the hour, like if you follow those rays, why like on the globe, you'd be seeing the ground like up in the air, really high up in the air.
Yeah, it's all messed up. Like this is I just use this as an example of like post hoc, right? It's just completely post hoc. We're going to sit here and fiddle with the dials until we get it to match, right? And we're going to make, refractive indexes that are absurd and not seen in nature. Like dogs are gods was citing, right? We're going to do tests that aren't seen in nature to prove that these phenomena exist in nature. No, dude, that's not how it works. If you have to do an absurd test, then that phenomenon does not exist in nature because you're going outside the natural order to demonstrate that it can happen at all.
Yes, a roided, jacked up, serum-induced, Neanderthal can lift, 2,000 pounds. Therefore, I can lift 2,000 pounds. Therefore.
Yeah, everyone can lift 2,000 pounds. 2,000 pounds is happening all the time. People are just like picking up 2,000 pounds. No, and here's I didn't want to point it out because I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole. Kept saying you're using a genetic fallacy. Literally, he was doing the exact same thing he was complaining about. Remember when he started talking about epistemology? Right? And he what he said was a genetic fallacy was because I don't know how somebody did something, that means it's not true, and that he used it for epistemology. So some people had to come up with the epistemology, right? So they said that this epistemology is correct, and that we don't know about it, therefore it's not true, right? He did the exact same thing, the exact analogous thing, 5 seconds after he complained about you doing it. Or he complained about Miggy doing it, quite honestly. Yeah, it was Miggy. So, I mean, it is what it is. I just want to illustrate that, like, that was my only laser focus. I want to illustrate there's no rational basis for applying refraction just because. Right? We can say other phenomena exist, and we're not just going to willy-nilly just apply them to, like, observations. You could think about it like this, right? So we have diffraction, right? So we can model the path of light as if going through a shitload of holes, right? There's an infinite amount of holes, and we can use this diffraction model. There's an infinite amount of holes between point A and point B. And then we can just say, well, the light's just all over the place because, it's actually, that's not even a real image. That's just like a hologram of an image because you have all these little, you can model the air as like a hole because the light's going between the freaking atoms, right?
All
so that's
the little
just
balls, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, so it's all scattering and diffracting, and so when you actually see it, it's just a hologram of the image because of wave interference. It all just comes together and coalesces in your eye, and and we have a model for this, so we're going to apply this all the time on why the Earth, ships over the horizon is bullshit because we have this diffraction model. Okay, so we have a model. It doesn't make predictions, but we're just going to apply it post hoc to every single observation. Nobody would accept that, and they should not accept it because it's bullshit. And this is what these guys want us to accept. This nonsense.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that every space between a particulate is an aperture and therefore compounds diffraction? So you have an infinite diffractive path model, which essentially would become the same thing as their infinite refractive path model.
Yeah.
So you could just pick any path you want, and as long as you can trace that path from the source to the observer, then you can validate your claim.
Yeah, I mean, we could all play the same game, right? We can say refraction makes the Earth look, the Earth look like a globe, right? Like, I mean, we could say anything. That's the whole point of unfalsifiability, is that the underlying claim can prove both propositions. Well, not prove it, right? Or you can be used as evidence for both propositions, right? We can claim
either one.
Yeah. So we can claim refraction makes the Earth is actually flat, and when it doesn't look flat, that's refraction. And and they can claim the Earth's a globe, and when it doesn't look like a globe, that's refraction. It makes it unfalsifiable. Well, how about there is no refraction, and that we're just misapplying it? Like the optical phenomenon that we're seeing is not refraction. It's turbulence, or internal reflection, or any number of things. The point is, because the refractive model can't make accurate predictions, that's actually wrong, and it has to be, because they've been trying to figure it out for 150 years, and they still aren't any farther, right? And to the point, man, I wish he was on here. I should have asked them, if they have a predictive model, why are they using AI? What's the purpose of that? They have a predictive model. That's redundant. Why even use AI to do anything, right? We have a predictive model. We can just take a picture, and we know what the refractive index is. You understand what I'm saying, right?
If I was going to feed my AI, right, what I would do is I'd take a bunch of pictures that have supersedery information according to globe geometry, feed them with that presupposition that the bottoms of things are cut off because of globe geometry, and then you have the squashing effects, right? And then I would tell the AI, create me a model that traces the path of light that assumes globe geometry from these images, and then it would give me all this, spaghetti string nonsense, right? So now they just have an even better Earth curve calculator. So you say, oh, look at this image of a mountain 500 miles away. Oh, yeah, well, look at this spaghetti string.
Well, see, this is, I didn't think of it at the time. I should have did this. So you could have took this AI, right, and fed it a model of gravity, right? So good old G, not big G, right? So that when the mountain is displaced down, that means there's a greater acceleration, and you could put in the equations for it, you put the mass of the mountain and the acceleration of gravity at that particular spot, and you would just say, okay, what's the acceleration of gravity if the mountain's in this location? What's the acceleration of gravity if it's displaced this much, right? And then you could feed the AI a bunch of data, and the AI would say, yes, it matches. When the mountain's here, the acceleration's this. The mountain's here, the acceleration's that, right? And you could just come up with, because you're making correlations between one model in the AI, in the image, right? So you have a model, right, the equations of gravity, and then you have the images, and the AI is making a correlation between a particular image and a particular value in the model, right? But it has to start with some reference location. And as long as it has that initial spatial reference, right, then it can measure the displacement of the pixels relative to that. And so you have a reference, okay, the image is here, the acceleration of gravity is this. Now, we're going to show you all these images. How does the acceleration of gravity change based upon the images? And you apply the vertical displacement is because acceleration increases. And the AI just figures out what's the correlation between those two. That's what I was trying to tell them. You don't understand what machine learning is doing. It's just making correlations between two pieces of data. We have to start at some reference, right? You have to start at some reference location so it knows how to make the correlation. And you could have literally stuck in any mathematical model of any phenomenon and told it program the AI so it said, oh, if any causal mechanism for the displacement of the pixels, right, up or down in the image.
Yep.
You literally could just said anything.
I choose women's feelings about the color blue presently.
You could actually do that, which is kind of scary.
So the more women who are happy with blue, the more refraction is present.
You could have correlated to the menstrual cycle, how many times freaking someone watches clown porn on Pornhub, you could have done anything. The people don't understand, an AI, they're caught up in the hype, this thing's thinking. It's not thinking. It's not doing anything. It's just making a correlation and giving a probability on how two particular data points are correlated within their data set, right? Within the data set that it was fed. Because when you start increasing the size of the data set, values change, right? Or if you decrease the size of the data set. So it reaches like different quote unquote conclusions. It's not reaching a conclusion. It's just, it's just a giant fucking lookup.
Right. So long story short, how this all works is you have a distance between point A and point B. You have the assumption of straight line rays, right?
Yeah.
You can't see the bottom of something, so you shift the rays down. You then assume a curved Earth horizon is blocking it. Then after that, when you see any observation in the real world that supersedes that, you then say, oh, well, maybe these straight line rays aren't straight, they're curved. And then you just draw curved lines. And you notice how all of this just occurred on a piece of paper and not actually out in the real world.
Yeah, amazing, man. It's amazing what you can make up in fiction. I mean, there's no difference between writing down a bunch of refraction equations and saying that's terrestrial refraction and that's evidence of it than me, like, writing a book of fiction about wizards and elves. There's no difference. It has no relation in the real world.
What always got me is this idea of curvilinear graduations, right? And how they would apply these apparent straight line redirections of the light, because it seems like they would just be driven off rather quickly if you assume any kind of curved boundary. So you almost have to go into this infinite boundary. Do you remember that refraction model where it was vertical gradations from the target point to the observation point? And that's how you could get it to the light to go with, I think with Snell's law, maybe?
Yeah, well, yeah, what they use, like, yeah, it's like, I'll pick graphic. I mean, there's the best really way to just show it in images. Wherever the hell it is. Yeah, so I got, Refraction. So we got this. So this image, right? So each one of these, this is how you would model Snell's law, right? You'd have a bunch of layers like this. If you look in live stream voice text, you have a bunch of layers. So it's like the how many layers you want to use. Basically, you're like, how cheap is my computer? That's what you're asking, right? How long do I want the simulation to run? How cheap is my computer? And as you start adding layers, right, like, it deflects more because it has like this set value. It's not like a smooth curve, and like it'll approximate a curve, but that curve isn't going to look like the curve of the Fermat's principle. And like, I don't know what he didn't understand. Like, it's a divergent value, right? So say you compare them at like 110 kilometers distance, the divergence is going to be small. But if you have a longer and longer and longer optical path, the divergence becomes larger and larger and larger, obviously. It's not like a ratio. It's not like they stay like in this ratio. It's only 10% different forever. No, it's like the difference like increases over time. The divergence becomes greater.
Right, but
because the error accumulates, right? So the error, like if you were going like, okay, this ray would hit at 10 feet versus 15 feet. Well, as you move down, right, because that angle is continuously changing, right, and they're not continuously changing the same, that difference compounds over time. Right, so now one ray is like shooting up at a 45-degree angle, and the other one's only going up at a 10-degree angle after some distance. Well, now when it starts like curving some more, it's going fucking straight up, and the other one's going up at 45 degrees. That's a huge difference. That difference went from 30 degrees to freaking 45 degrees. Right, so like I don't like he just didn't. I don't know if he don't understand or what the issue is. I don't think he wanted to understand quite honestly. Probably how I should have characterized it. He didn't want to know.
Yeah, well, he did call you a cunt, so...
Yeah, well, he could be right about that.
Right, but those are still horizontal gradations, not curvilinear gradations.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So what they're saying, like, with calculus, like, if you take an infinitesimally small straight line, it'll approximate a curve and yada, yada, yada.
What?
For the earbuds.
You're hot. Way mixer, you're hot, dude. Your mic's hot.
Also note that, like, there's a specific angle here. They would require all these specific angles and boundaries to get things around the ball.
See, in Snell's law, you have to calculate where the light intersects, the angle that it intersects the boundary, and then it bends towards the normal. So you need to know 90 degrees from that. That's what the normal is. The normal is in mathematics is called, it's 90 degrees from a boundary, right? So that's the intersection point. So that normal in a gradient keeps shifting, right? So you have to keep calculating that over and over and over again, and then, like, to get to the angle of incidence at the boundary, and right, like, one location isn't going to be the same as some other location, which is why they just use Fermat's principle, because it's just simpler. It's simpler, more accurate. It's just like, why would you use? They just don't use it. So, like, saying it's this whole shit about, like, whether the boundary is physically real, not in the application you're using it for.
Well, look at my picture there, man. Look at that picture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
If you got curvilinear gradients, bro, your little 180 degree summation is going to take all that light and just drive it into the ground.
Yeah, man. It just ends up a mess. That's why they don't use, like I said, that sound redundant. Why they don't use it. Like, they don't even think about using it. They know it doesn't work. They know it, like,
right, but
for a long time.
And does nobody remember that vertical gradient thing where it says this is the way it would have to be, and it shows, like, it's black and white, and then it's got vertical columns, but they're splayed out in radials, and then it shows the path of the light going through? Yes,
oh,
right
that,
there.
yes, yeah, Trace, you're the man.
Yeah, like, that's what you need to chart it out nicely and spicely. Otherwise, you get my picture.
This is wrong. Culver say this is wrong because the gradient is radial, right? It goes up from the center.
Right, but if you have a radial, like, curvilinear gradient parallel to the alleged curved surface of the Earth, then in my opinion, you get the nonsense that I drew.
Yeah, but your nonsense supports the globe, so it's obviously correct. Actually, it doesn't support the globe. I don't know what that supports. That supports insanity, I guess.
Concave Earth, welcome.
Oh, fuck, dude. banning you right now, man.
This was an elaborate troll to get you all set to the concave side.
Gandalf has entered the chat.
Wait, what's Concave Earth?
Exactly.
It's a mental illness, man.
It's a joke.
Concave Earth is very simple. So go to your house or go to a store and look at a globe, and you're seeing a ball with everything on the outside of the ball. Now just imagine all of that is exactly the same, but on the inside.
Yeah, all the math works too. Yeah, the math works perfectly. You just add a negative sign to all the values.
I was imagining like a bowl.
It is a ball, but you're inside the ball on the inner surface.
A bowl, like we.
A bowl? Oh no! Oh, I mean, it's two bowls upside down, touching each other, and you're inside each bowl.
Well, there is a model of like that. It's what is it called? It's what the Brazilians did.
Oh,
what's the difference between hollow Earth and concave Earth?
Hollow Earth is Earth's the globe, but it's hollow on the inside, right? So there's like lizard people or whatever's in there. And then like concave Earth is where you're like, I don't know, held to the inner surface of a hollow sphere.
Yeah, it's basically concave Earth is you're on the inside of the sphere right now. Hollow Earth is like there's like a concave Earth on the inside of the sphere. Although there's also hollow Earth conceptions under like many different other conceptions. It's just
there's a bunch of hollow Earth ideas. Like they're pretty varied. Some think it's just subterranean, right? So that there's subterranean stuff. Some think there's there's a whole land, like a different, complete ecosystem. You know, so like
the concave also has different conceptions. Some of them are just like our ball wrapped on the inside, so we're just the same sphere, but just we're on the inside of that sphere. Others are just like it's a flat spot on a gigantic sphere, and there's a ton of them.
Yeah. So concave Earth versus globe Earth is globe Earth thinks your feet, someone is antipode to you, your feet are pointing at them. And in hollow or concave Earth, if you're antipode to somebody, your head is pointing at them. Your heads are pointing at each other. They're at the top of the inner sphere and you're at the bottom. And what's in the center, the thing called the stars, right? The night sky, is also a giant sphere that is too big. That it's so big that you can't see that it's a sphere, right? So it goes all the way to the horizon. And that, like, when you travel, right? So if I, quote unquote, fly, do they even have a word for it? I can't say fly around because you're not going around anything. So what happens when you go, quote unquote, around the world in a concave Earth, what do you call it? Is there a word for that? Like, is there like a mathematical term? Okay, so so you can't you go around a ball, but if you're inside the ball and you go like you're on the inner surface and you like trace a path on the inside, that can't be going around.
Yeah, it's called centrifugal navigation.
Going within.
Just like skimming the crust.
We call it in round. We call it in round. You go in round or
in round.
Okay,
I don't know, man. I'm grasping at straws here, man.
So the Brazilians called theirs convex Earth.
Yes, that was it, convex Earth. Yeah.
I'll show you the picture. Since you're since you're gonna love it.
So also about the concave Earth, they're led by someone. Did he pass away, Lord Stephen Christ?
Well, if he did, he certainly didn't rise again.
Well, I mean, he's like a paranoid schizophrenic perennial jail inhabitant that kind of like it's like cell Earth, concave Earth. So what they think is that the sky is a big giant ball that you can't see the edges of, but like when you walk around the Earth, you are basically walking around this ball thing. But the sky is projected from the Great Pyramids in Egypt. It's called the Black Sun, right? So the sky is the Black Sun, and the sun and the stars and everything are within it. So when you look at the stars, you're not looking out, you're looking in. Everything is backwards. Like I said, all the math is the same, just add a negative sign to all the values.
Yeah, but there's a big problem with negative curvature.
What's that?
I'll show you. 1 second.
Oh my God, that image is so cringe, man.
Dude.
That really is, man. That image is mad.
Dude, it's mashed potato Earth with blue gravy and a little parsley.
I know, man. There's some chives in there. Is that chives or parsley?
So a sphere with negative curvature. What is it going to look like? You guys ready? Hold on. I got to get the photo. Download. Now, this is actually very relevant to what we were talking about earlier, which is the catenary curve problem. Because a sphere with negative curvature forms a catenary curve. If you take the two ends and flip them around, so you inverse the negative, and then you end up with a catenary. Here it is.
That whole debate was a train wreck, man. 100%. That's where I live, man. Ouch.
That, my friends, is a sphere with a constant negative curvature.
In 2 dimensions? How many dimensions is that?
3.
You sure there isn't a 4th dimension I can't see?
I don't know, maybe.
That's a black hole.
Yeah, that catenary curve thing, that was a train wreck, man. That was an absolute train wreck. Like okay, they pulled the string taut. Well, there's a catenary curve. Well, it was negligible. How do you know? Did they measure the string? No. Like, what?
How long was the string?
He said it was very slight, so there was curvature of the string.
Right, so he couldn't answer how long the string was, which means you don't know how much of a sample size it was of the overall structure, and he couldn't tell you how they affixed the string in free space, meaning, did they just put 2 sticks in the ground and attach the string to 2 sticks? How did they make sure those sticks were level to each other? Because the whole point was, he claimed, is that they were referencing the curve of the Earth based on calculations that they were applying to the string, and then they were using a string as a reference. That literally makes no sense, unless you can tell me all the parameters of how the string is oriented compared to the size of the overall structure and at the 2 points, the 2 ends.
Well, let me talk about how much of a useless exercise that whole thing is, what they did. Now, let's say they did everything they said. They're going to make 2 tanks. They're going to make a tank where they think there's curvature and a tank where they don't think there's curvature. And then they're going to stick a toy model boat in there and simulate the boat's action through water on the ocean. Right? And then they're going to build a boat. And then they're going to stick the boat in the water. Right? They made one with the tank designed one way and one with the tank designed the other way. Do you think there's going to be a fuck bit of difference between those boats in the ocean that you can tell? Oh my God, this one's going 13.0001 knots faster. Or you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It would be so infinitesimal because when you actually model fluid dynamics, the functions are nonlinear, so they normalize them. So there's errors that are greater. There's uncertainties within the mathematics that are greater than fucking their tolerance of their measurements by probably 100 orders of magnitude or thousands.
Yeah.
So the Navier-Stokes equation, which is about fluid dynamics, is a Millennium Prize problem. And if you can figure it out, if you can prove it, then you can have $1 million. It's considered the hardest one out of all of them, other than the Riemann. I mean, the Riemann one is thought maybe provable. The Navier-Stokes equation, because of the nonlinearities, is probably not provable, whether it's valid or not. But they use it to model shit within a range, right? They just basically clamp the infinities, right? Normalize the infinities, and that's it. But what I'm saying is that they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that like engineering adjustment, because for practical purposes, he kept saying it worked. It worked to do what? Yeah, they made a tank, right? And they stuck a fake boat in it. Yeah, it worked. They didn't have to account for curvature to make a tank full of water and stick a boat in it. It makes no difference, right? Because what were they designing? A yacht or something, right? A racing yacht? Okay.
Well,
I don't understand what even the purpose of this was, because it seems like just doing it to do it. We got to publish a paper. Let's do this bullshit.
assuming a curved water level and lining stuff up to it worked. Would it not have worked if they hadn't assumed the curve that they never measured or verified? What's his point?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, they used
like when they built the boat, when the boat like sank because they didn't curve the fucking tank 0.06 of a millimeter. Like,
yeah, that step is key. Yeah, you first have to imagine that there's 0.6 millimeter of a bulge, and then everything will work.
Yeah, and then everything will work, or your ship sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
No, but you got a good point, which is, I believe he read they used a bubble level.
Yeah, it said they used a master level, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, it's probably the brand of level that they used. Which, by the way, you can only level with the precision of your ability to hold it level, and your ability to judge the bubble between the lines.
Okay.
So they're just using local water techniques or liquid leveling techniques, and then they're just trying to make it parallel to the water surface. That's pretty much all they're doing.
Yeah, well,
what else could they do?
They think that parallel. They think that they're trying to quote unquote level it to the water surface, but in their model, level is curved. So they have to curve the rail so that the rail is one height above the water, and that it has to be, for some reason, 0.6 millimeters different in the center than at the edges, right? So it has to have a 0.6 millimeter curve over this distance, whatever the distance was.
Right.
I can actually, and that somehow if they didn't do this, it would work.
If you intentionally put a curve that's higher than the base with the water, it'd be arced in the center.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Just trying to figure out why they would even do this. Like, what was the purpose? I really don't get it.
Like, if you have a 170-foot long piece of metal and you just go to the middle and jack the middle up, dude.
The tank is, so just to tell you, AI, the tank is 138 meters long and 3.5 meters deep, which corresponds to 3,000 cubic meters of fresh water. Despite appearances, the bottom of the tank is flat. And the maximum carriage speed was fixed at 12 meters per second, which is high for a facility of this size, but gives the ability to run a wide range of experiments. The dimensions were selected based upon the experience of university staff, past recommendations, and the site's physical limitations.
Yo, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about some corny ass dude that came in here earlier saying.
Yeah.
So there's a tow tank, like it's a tank to model boats. It's like I was just describing its dimensions. And they claimed that they measured that they had to account for curvature to make this tank because there was 0.6 millimeters of curvature higher in the center than at the edges on some rail. And the rail had to be exactly the same height above the water. So they took a string and then they pulled the string tight, and then they measured and adjusted this railing to make sure that it was curved exactly with the water. It's a bunch of horse shit. Anyway, we had someone come in, we were just like laughing at it basically at this point.
Yeah. Well, it is
that, it is a joke because his argument was it works. Right, so their design of their tank to test boats, it worked. Like, what if you didn't account for 0.6 millimeters of curvature and 153 meter rail? What would the result have been? Like, you wouldn't be able to design boats anymore, and like your boat would sink to the bottom of the ocean now because you didn't account for curvature in your little tow tank. Like, you're being dumb. Just shut up. You're embarrassing.
You know what's weird is the last guy who came in and argued that, which, by the way, we have recorded, and you guys could go watch that if you want. It was much more technical, but his argument, I believe, was that the sled or whatever that pulls the boat wouldn't be able to ride correctly on the rails if they weren't perfectly, in tune with the curve of the Earth, to the degree of like what, a 0.6 millimeter or 0.06 millimeter or some nonsense. Less than a credit card thickness, supposedly.
I'm reading like what was the justification for doing this? Like I can't find anything. Like
I just can't believe that people still in 2023 people still think we live on a spinning ball. It's just crazy to me.
Dude, it's worse than that, man. The last week, man, we had 3 people coming in. I think it's a ball because of the authorities. After what just happened with that Mexican beer germ, why you're trusting the authorities is beyond me.
And they call us, conspiracy theorists and nut jobs. And no, they're the nut jobs for, they're just brainwashed. Like zombies. Like the Night of the Living Dead.
Safety, man. They think there's safety in numbers, right?
Yeah.
So you ever seen the penguins in Australia? They like all huddle together, and like birds do the same thing when they flock. They all flock together because if they flock together, there's a probability you won't be the bird that gets eaten. It'll be some other bird. Because I've seen it, right? And, like where I live, there's pigeons that fly around in flocks. But when there's a hawk around, they go mad, but they stay in the flock. And you're the bird in the flock. You're hoping I'm not the pigeon that gets like snatched by the hawk. Some other bird that's right next to me. So that's kind of like a defense mechanism that they have, right? Stay in the herd, right? And they do it with antelope, elks, bulls, you name it. Go ahead, Joyce. Sorry.
It's all good.
Say, I've been listening on YouTube all morning. I couldn't get in here, but I tell you what, it'd be more productive to shit in your hands and clap than listen to dogs all day.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. I mean, thank you.
Yeah, I like listening to India though. Man. But the thing is, they're the conspiracy theorists. They're the ones saying like, you shouldn't believe your eyes. Like you see the sun moving, it's not moving. It's trying to fool you. It's actually you that's moving. Like the Earth looks flat. It's just the light is all trying to fool you. The world is all just out there, out to get you. It's actually a globe.
I really don't understand this tow tank argument because all that rail is doing is towing a model boat. What is that boat going to, not float on top of the water? Is it, what's going to be the
I don't under... Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out by reading the document is why did they do this? Why did they go to all this effort? Because one way or another, it doesn't make any difference in what they're doing.
Dude, right now, brother, right now, check this out, friend. I specifically told him because I said they parallel this with the water. Did I not say that multiple times? He said the tank is empty when they do this. I told him they have a leveling trough that runs along the sidewall, and they use that to level against the rail. Okay? He said, oh no, I said, I know that we did that in the other one that we did, right? He said, well, I don't know about this one. Now keep in mind, this is something he posted as proof. So let's read from it right here. The tanks are fitted with a small trough in the concrete. This trough was filled with water. 2 steel pins were precisely machined. A datum bracket was installed at one end of the tank to adjust the length of the pins, so their pointy end just broke the surface tension of the water. Another bracket was then moved along the tank to the desired alignment location. Each pin was checked and readjusted.
Was the curve, did I get it wrong, but was it like 0.6 of a millimeter?
No, let me pay attention. Pay attention, you ready? I'll read it for you. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth, horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagataw for an east to west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.06 millimeters. That's an assertion based on the model. It's not a measurement that they did Or
oh, it gets better, AI. Read farther. Dude, this is hilarious. Listen to this, though. Sorry. The towing tank only has a walkway on its south side, so the north rail alignment had to be performed from a floating pontoon, which was complicated. Dude, I can't believe this.
I don't know. Anybody who works with steel would probably be able to tell you that, 0.06 of a millimeter was
over 153 meters, right?
Over
That's the span, right?
Meters. That's like their tolerances are higher than that.
Dude, that is a higher tolerance than CERN, probably.
Dude, look at this photograph of the pin system at the brackets. Look what they're doing there, bro. If you're looking, it's the brackets with the red thing and the 2-pin system. So the 2 brackets are at the joints of the thing, right? And so when those pins touch the water, they break the surface tension of the water. That means that the distance from that bracket down is correct. So they are just paralleling it to the water. Exactly like I said. What else could they do? How else could they have 100 and plus meter continuous level unless it was a trough of water? They also said in here that they couldn't use lasers to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to read that citation too. I'm going to find that. They cited something about them making a different tank in Australia. I want to know why they think they can't use lasers to do it. And now there could be reasons, right? Legitimate reasons, like inside. Sometimes you have differential heating inside of a building and stuff that will throw it off. Yeah. If you're trying to do a long span, I mean, you guys could do it incrementally, like you do in regular construction, right? Right? I don't know. I have to read it. My God, dude. This is what passed us for a Glober citation. I swear to God, that dude was just Googling furiously. The most frustrating part is that he didn't understand when I was like predictive model, I'm talking about not Snell's law, not Fermat's principle, an actual model for terrestrial refraction as a phenomena, right? Not like the general role of refraction, right? That model, generalized refraction model versus a model applied to a specific phenomena. Like that shit was going over his head, man.
They just try to talk big so that they sound important and they know what they're talking about. And then, as Miggy would say, they get their wig snatched. They like to repeat. But not
that must have been frustrating to listen to, like from your point of view, right? Like when you're in it, it's a different thing. Like, dude.
I just want to get in there and tell him what a fool he is. That's all. I've had some experiences with this guy before, as well as heard a fair few debates that he's had, and I just can't stand him, to be honest.
Yeah, his debate techniques are like transparent, dude. Whenever he gets cornered, he starts talking about you or talking about flat earthers or start calling you dumb, right? So he just does this all the time. Or he postures and pretends like you don't know something and he did, or you're freaking but it's a pretend, it's a freaking ruse, right? It's a diversion, right? To take eyes off the topic. Look over here. No, look over here. Look over here. Just don't, how long did I talk to him? I never got an admission that there's no predictive model. I had to go through every goddamn iteration, right? Of just I call it like...
Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth?
Playbeats.com
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
ODD TV, Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply, and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly, this ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison, while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me, but nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
They wanna try and say that I'm ridiculous, I do not consent. They wanna stick me in my arm with it, I do not consent. They wanna run me for a long distance, I do not consent. You wanna take me from my God presence, I do not consent. Hip-hop's hijacked, syllables are hostages. It's why I rap, filling you with oxygen. Here's the climax, reeling you to not commit. Ground down lilacs, put them in the lozenges. Can't get time back, that might be prophetic. Remove the eye patch, see the dread like a Rasta's head. There's no prize catch, American dreams are rotten vents. You've been mind snatched, do you even comprehend? Can I get a high five back? Here, just put your palm against. Will you take this flight path, or only do what mama says? Might be a light match, reconnaissance did not commence. Time we strike back, come on, let's get off the bench. I can't go along with it, I do not consent. This world, I'm lost in it, I do not consent. I don't know what's wrong with it, I do not consent. I just got one question, where's the common sense? They wanna try and say that I'm ridiculous, I do not consent. They wanna stick me in my arm with it, I do not consent. They wanna run me for a long distance, I do not consent. You wanna take me from my God presence, I do not consent.
I know they listen through my iPhone, but I did not consent. You heard everything I said, yeah, that's just what I meant. They manipulate the minds with all the lies that they invent. It's the end of the world as we know what in the event. They wanna educate my DNA and alter its defense. Lower in the vibe, they wanna stagger my ascent. I was sent to spread love and light. I'll repent, cause I've been dim and ain't shine bright enough. Need to lighten up, the world is dark, please enlighten us. We need the Midas touch, and it don't matter which way I look, it's like another one bite the dust. I know who to trust, they usually lie to me. Don't know who I believe, but I can see they're planning a robbery, yeah, undoubtedly. Hey,
I can't go along with it, I do not consent. This world, I'm lost in it, I do not consent. I don't know what's wrong with it, I do not consent. I just got one question, Where's the common sense? They wanna try and say that I'm ridiculous. I do not consent. They wanna stick me in my arm with it. I do not consent. They wanna run me for a long distance. I do not consent. You wanna take me from my God presence. I do not consent.
Yeah, shout out to the Globers. Yeah, I know it hurts. If you put the what the hurt's been doing this is dirt. Brainwashed the birth to think that it curbs. Now we in first. Drank level water and now we know thirst. Check his ego and now it's in the dirt. He got his feelings hurt, but the ceiling's yours. If he open doors, Globers mentally poured them globe floors. They don't curve. Gravity, yeah, that's what we swerve. It doesn't work. Back to the drawing board. Ask Jesus for a brother proof. Smashing globes, that's what we do. Space, oops, it went poof. Newton and Einstein, yeah, them too. We the science dudes, we got giant proof. You defiant, can't tell the truth, that's why we laugh at you. You got attitude, no curve from no altitude. Tell me what you smoking on, pass it, dude. You couldn't pass grade 2, Yeah, it's the flat earth, don't get it backwards. Roll up the map verse, looking for the answers in the wrong place. While the long face ran the race, now you in last pace. Spun the globe at a too slow pace. Throwing shade up in my face. ACB on the track, now the earth is flat. Hit the live stream and now we flat smack. Got snacks in the back, bud in the sack. No rebuttals to that, and we don't slack. There's no going back. Grab it out of hat, them globals left mad. Salty and sad, they need a trash bag. Better get glad, you better get back. Shout out to Glad, better know it's flat. It's tough to laugh when you get flat smacked. You supposed to be a baller, but she doesn't pick up when you call her. Better call a lift or start the walking, cause there's no more time for talking. Yeah, I trust what I see and touch. If you can dig that, then you can lean with us. You better get back, you're not a genius. You need a genie twice. Looking like a teeny mice or a stream of ice on a fake X rocket. Just stop it. Earth is the only option. Now flat earth is popping. You cannot stop it. Check your watches. Glober's watching. He played possum, gets with it, Austin. Watched him, mopped him. This is awesome. Got business options. Hog this to stop him. Bunch of lost causes. Press play, then pause it. Glober's lost it like open faucets. Now he's stalling. No more balling. I just farted. The gas ain't falling. Talk to Arwen, then Oakley Artem. That's cold hearted, but it's where I started. Played the game on hard mode, that's just where my heart goes. There's no R though, I see the stars, bro. We go hard, yo, yeah, flat earth cargo.
Time we find out what's real. Take the red pill and face our enslavement. But don't nobody wanna say shit. Without y'all, man, I can't do a thing and I hate it. Yo, there's gotta be a way we can change this and expose those who remain nameless. Illuminati agents, assailants with knowledge handed down from the days of the ancients. Got us living like vagrants, under surveillance while we're working for these minimum wages. Then go back to our cages, where we're late making payments on a regular basis. And just watch entertainment, where they could just rub the shit all in our faces. I'm so sick I can't take this, so I'm looking for ways to escape from the matrix. It seems death is the only option, but that that doesn't mean I'm pulling out my shotgun. My body's locked up, but my mind is sovereign. I feel a little better being free of the doctrine. But the truth is a gift and a curse, something that I'm always dealing with and it hurts. Can't sleep at night and it gets on my nerves. Sometimes I wish I could live in reverse. Go back to being a kid again, eating cinnamon toast crunch, not knowing much about the world we're living in. Everything was so promising, hopes and dreams were just blossoming. Conspiracy watch wasn't on the curriculum. Instead of sitting and wishing that some of these things could be different, and always paying attention, vigilant citizen. I know you believe you're autonomous, but that's simply preposterous. I'm telling you that freedom just isn't genuine.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
And everybody gets mad at me, but looking for the truth is so sad to see. But that's just the way that it has to be. ODDTV blasphemy. I guess your brain doesn't have the capacity to understand that freedom is a fallacy. You rather stay in the herd mentality and keep going in your false reality. Humanity is going in the wrong direction. Insanity we have down to perfection. No consciousness and a lost perception. Are we ever even gonna start reflecting? Probably not, but that's okay. We can keep living life like a masquerade. Keep living like slaves till we pass away. And our kids are the ones that'll have to pay. We'll keep on going right down the drain till we're hollow drones. We walk around like some zombies and can't get off our phones. It's got me feeling like I'm the only one all alone, and wishing there was a new place that I can call my home. But since there isn't, I'm still right here and I'm dealing with it. Getting high just to get by, cause I'm not feeling this shit. Those in charge of what's going on never will admit it. It's time we rise up and reveal the wicked.
Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men, with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discourse.
Coming for ya. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. It comes with a turf. I love it when a sophist comes in to surf. These ballers really got nerves. Since 2015 they've really got served. At the Black Swan's birth they really got burned. They're all taught no action, claiming refraction and all these relative words. Now they believe that level is curved. So when we're done with them, we don't run with them. We just water them and then slaughter them. Even a sextant's down in all of them. So don't fall for them. The globe is nothing but an ornament. 24/7, we're all within Discord. Enter the tournament. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. You know how we do. How'd you get air next to a vacuum? Can you find a picture of a satellite? Have you seen a planet that's not a cartoon? There's no need to assume that parallel rays are heating the moon when corpuscular rays are seen with a zoom like sun, earth, gravity. None of it's true. So let me hit a new vector. You're a tool like Kepler, orbit disrespected, globe projecting, appeal to a fallacy, guided just in over your head. The lies globally spread, but the globe's overly dead. And now you think you can tell me the shape of the earth by measuring over your head? Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. If the earth is round, spinning on an axis when I leave ground, it should move my location around. Coriolis should be taken account. If you account for the lack of amount of motion detected when you take flight, no experiment you can cite. The atmos is airtight. Now let me talk about declination. If the Earth's got several accelerations, how come the stars for generations create the same trails, no animations? This is helio devastation, where you deal with facts, no estimations. Step to the topic, no reservations, and soon you will see these confirmations. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hang nothing. I wasn't really fixed, not what I felt. It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flat Earth, flat Earth. Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different type of same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hang nothing. I wasn't really fixed, not what I felt. It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flat earth, flat earth. Flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flat earth, flat earth.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Rovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping. The Gleason thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo.
Oh, hell no.
No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up.
Prove it.
Or we just throw it away and call it a day.
It's a wrap.
They tweaking and peeking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there.
Look at that.
Globers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Cause the Earth is not a sphere.
Got him.
If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason, you ain't proved shit, you a bad debater. Serving up another red herring, someone get a
moderator.
Second law of thermodynamic violation, refrigerator.
Wait, what? Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping. The Gleason thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping. The Gleason thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tards are actual science deniers.
For the glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape, but you thinking buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof. You should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last days. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cognism if you place. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cognism if you place. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Another track is still flat.
truth seekers. Welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and on around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well spoken and very well written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing. We got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, like mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory. Yeah. I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on it or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care. As George Carlin said, they're all fairly not connected, so not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true, and so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people in the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity, and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers, and, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along, but it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence, like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof, and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA. You've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you. You've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact, the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images. Sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window. So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And it's, when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, you know, that it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, you know, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You know, you name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, heavy, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Yeah, gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you know, you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive, why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So this like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination and ready to come down. at 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. What I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economics side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there seemed to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And like you have to be like this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And the same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory, and that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever, I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a million comments down below. And, I have this one, there's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself, they say. And, it's usually some little loser. And I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything. And he's like watching you because, he's never done anything. So he's got to watch everything you're doing. And they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk. You're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really into science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water. But in fact, it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're like the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane. Which seems insane to me, and maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this, I've been looking it up, and I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And,
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop, red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away.
Everyone's made it, all 12 of them, the whole group of 20, whatever it is, but the 12 wounded soldiers have made it. Couldn't have made it without everyone's help, especially back home. The founders, Ed and Simon as well. But everyone is so happy. Everyone's touched the ball. We've all had photos. We've all had hugs, a few tears here and there. But all in all, mission success, basically.
If you're wondering about that ball that he was talking about, it's the ceremonial South Pole at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's like a metal sphere on a red and white pole, and it's partly surrounded by the flags of the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's lovely for a photo, but the problem with it is it's not the real South Pole. It's about 300 meters away.
So at the real South Pole, what is that?
Well, there's nothing. That's the thing. You can't see. To do it properly, to cover all your bases, you have to do both. You have to do the picture with the ball, and then you have to go and kind of hang around at the exact
why don't they move
longitude
the ball to
and
where
latitude.
the actual thing is?
Well, that's a very sensible question. It's not
work
one I
on.
can answer,
Okay.
but it's a very good point.
And so they tell us with this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift, so the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we'd need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So if you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boyland. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane, and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers, examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government started, and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So there's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat earth. So for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous. And they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side, and we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry, they've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time? And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Like you said on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And you know, there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So yeah, you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit, is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actor-nauts, or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, you know, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, you know, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority, and so you have to go to them, you have to watch their documentaries, you have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you gotta prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, you know, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, you know. So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they say that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. So, but what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who, again, was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop in like this little tinfoil thing and then float into outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? And if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky's still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the Earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there is probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat Earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat Earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great, and I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on the similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But fascinating stuff. I'm really glad to have had you on. I think we're probably going to end up having you on again if you're open to it because already we're up to an hour here, and we want to make this quite a good video as well, so we're going to put in some graphics and stuff. So this could be quite a bit of work for a lot of people involved here to kind of show you what Eric's talking about. So let's keep this one to about an hour now. And like I said, if you like this, if you're interested, you want more, please comment anywhere you see this on Facebook or on YouTube and just say, yeah, I want to hear more about this. And if not, no big deal. It was just information. We're just trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And there's a lot more unreal out there than we appear to know. So we're just digging into all that kind of stuff. And now we're the terrorists. So welcome to 1984. And so, if you like this information, share, like, subscribe to this channel, download this may get taken off YouTube, and that should be a sort of a little bit of hint. YouTube owned by Google, I believe, with the slogan "Don't be evil." I think it's should be don't expose evil is really what it is. And so yeah, like, download this, put it on something that can't be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse, which they could totally do at any time. All this kind of stuff. They want to hang on to their control of this reality grid, and the more that we can just get information out there, the better. So please like, subscribe, share, and download this video and keep it and re-upload it. I don't care. Re-upload it anywhere on any video channel because they will probably be starting to ban a lot of these pretty soon if people start talking about it. And so that's it for Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet. Peace, love, and anarchy.
Race 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's Snell position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, and supposition and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination, with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition. Regardless of the optics and previous conviction, that's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition. On a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition. A recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition. A non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Beautiful day here in Florida. SpaceX is moments away from making history. 9, 8, 7, you can hear the crowd's excitement. 3, 2, 1, blast off. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA allows us get to it around 1962ish. They tried to get through it the very first time. Mushroom clouds filled the sky. The Soviet Union and US got denied the other side of the firmament. They couldn't access it. About that time they invented NASA ships that couldn't pierce through the sky. Operation Fishbowl, go on and imagine it. And I ain't acting stupid when I say that space is fake. That this ain't no adding to it. See, the Masons made the Matrix maze and used religion to take away your faith. Hey, I guess I was just saved by grace, woke and not just a daily eighth to the face. And for a second, I ain't know if I should do this song, but then I thought, ain't no one could prove me wrong, cause it's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA lies. They want you to believe that it's your eyes. The moon is 200,000 miles away. Nice try, they ask. Why would they lie? Say 50 million plus a day seems kinda high. Besides, we are the apple of his eye. Take away the dome and we're not. Are you surprised?
And if so, why? Think about it, man. Really a big bang? Then evolution? How could we be stardust? That's as nuts as Isaac Newton. All the research that I've been doing, you could even do if you're blind and stupid. Get a book on tape or YouTube and view it. It all makes sense. They don't want you to see the truth or to believe the truth, cause they believe you don't even need the truth. It's all made up. The elite, they're all in a club, and it's all gonna get worse. They signed it in blood, but in Yah's name, hold faith and trust. So I'm just chilling, trying to tell y'all what's up. Repent. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA lies. NASA is a devil in disguise. I repeat, no shuttle has ever pierced through the sky. You decide. Look at any launch, how they fly sideways, never straight up. Yeah, that would work if the globe wasn't made up. NASA every day gets paid chunks of money for what? Some kids don't even get to eat lunch, disgusting. Some people don't even get to eat nothing. And we're trusting cause buildings ain't crumbling as we hurl through space doing 60,000 and something. Nothing you say will change my mind. We've been lied to. If you don't want to believe me, that's fine too. But please understand I've listed reasons why I choose to call you blind if you refuse to just open your eyes, you fools. And I ain't trying to leave on bad terms, but it's clear you're still brainwashed if you think the earth turns. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth is flat.
Here to splash some flat water in your face with my boy, the one and only PC. We're here to tell you, do your own experiment. Stop believing everything we tell you. And the red pill is real. Free your mind, Neo. It's back that the earth is flat.
Yeah. You're not gonna like this one. Nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though. You're gonna learn a lot. Check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen belt? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lot they tell that we believe them for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with our hard earned money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears. Like when it's waxing or waning, doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I could go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw, title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FP commando. With knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's smell position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination, with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition. Regardless of the optics and previous conviction, that's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition. On a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition. A recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition. A non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
9 nautical miles in altitude, 5 nautical miles downrange, velocity now reading 3,340 feet per second. "35 seconds.
You're descending in order to get that arresting cable snagged onto your arrestor hook.
So for him to sit there and just say a plane has to have its nose up and wouldn't clarify, like, and then he's laughing at me, oh, you're just denying that. But what are you even saying? What have you even said?
If you're landing a light plane like a Cessna 2, like you can impress the flight instructor by taking your plane to the point of stalling right as the wheels touch. And so you're probably going to be nosed up a little bit as you descend. You know, you could land on a postage stamp if you're good. You got the right wind and everything else going on.
Yeah, they got some, what do they call them, stall aircraft or whatever.
Say something?
Semantical BS.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in globe theory, outer space has no gravity, right?
Gravitational waves, yes, it does have. You'd have to go out into very, very deep space to get away from any masses for there not to be gravitational distortion of the fabric.
What's deep space?
Dude, I'm just trying to point something out. You have to get very far away from a mass not to have gravity.
Okay, and so why Oh wait, I just figured it out myself. Okay, never mind. I'm done.
All right, cool. Another
Happy to help.
satisfied customer.
Yeah, please call again.
By the way, hello, Jedi.
Hey. How you doing, mate? You alright?
Yeah, I've been well. I'm trying to take some time off, just a little bit, just to shave off some hours.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I'm experiencing a mini heat wave at the moment, so my country's on fire. It's crazy. If it's stupidly cold and fucking hot, it's mental.
It is ridiculous how
Yeah,
hot it
East
is,
Coast
man.
of the U.S. just crawled out into something similar.
Really?
I normally mow my grass like crazy in the summer, but I haven't had to mow since May.
Oh wow, Gordon Bennett. Yeah, parts of our country are hotter than most Mediterranean countries today. So we're getting up to somewhere close to 100 Fahrenheit, 35 degrees Celsius.
Goodness.
So yeah, stupidly hot,
Yeah.
especially for this country.
Well, if it was Speculation Sunday, we could talk about weather mods.
Is that? I guess so. We shouldn't go into it.
No, not really. The timing is great though for the crisis that's unfolding with unrest. Like, why not stoke it further? You know what I mean? Let's crank up the heat.
Dude, I feel like everybody everywhere is irritable because of it.
Yeah. We try to keep this this channel, in fact, our entire server 24/7 back home. We try to keep it empirical, on point. So if you have claims, you need to back it up. And we're not talking about speculation either. Like, you don't back up a claim with a bunch of speculative claims. You back it up with verifiable evidence.
You mean you can't just say, why does it matter? Does it matter where I got this information from? That's not acceptable.
Awesome. Yeah, you don't do what Cali did. Yeah, all pilots know this.
All of them know it. Which ones?
Yeah.
Oh, all of them.
All of them.
Right, and so
I missed the
asking
fallacy
for
one.
anybody to back up their claims is fair play. You know, flat Earth versus flat Earther, Glober versus Glober, and flat Earther versus Glober. Everybody should hold everybody accountable.
Yeah, Bacon came in here and taught me something, dude. Like, I mean, I genuinely did. I've never heard of anybody. Not that I'm that familiar with the sextant. I'm learning with everybody else, whatever, but not really. But
Yeah, he's proficient with math. I give him credit for that.
You know, the artificial horizon thing, I wasn't aware of that, but I wanted to see it. You know what I mean? I wanted to see that this is acceptable, whatever. Of course, we didn't get into much past that, but you know, is this an acceptable use of the tool? I don't know.
Yeah, it is, because he's establishing a horizontal. That's all he's doing.
Horizontal and presumed geodesic space.
Yeah, horizontal
weird
that isn't the Earth.
Yeah, which is weird because then they'll claim that even small little, you know, your water in your cup at the surface is curving at some, but then they can use liquid to project a flat plane to get measurements from a reflection that shouldn't really happen accurately on a curved surface. Seems very strange.
Well, yeah, I mean, surface tension's not an exclusive claim to gravity, so they kind of shoot themselves in the foot. Right, because depending on the size of the container relative to what's in it, you can create a meniscus that's convex or concave. If you want to get into exotic stuff, quantum superfluids creep up the sides of the container.
Quote Richard Feynman, nobody understands quantum mechanics.
Yeah, see double slit experiment. One of the things we've been fighting against is all these folks coming in thinking that we somehow have some alternate universe of physics, as if we're proposing to replace all of physics with some flat Earth physics or something crazy like that, and that's not the case at all. And I think contributing to that problem is this feast of nonsense that's going around. You know, there's a whole side of this community that's big onto conspiracy conjecture and trying to assert things as proof without any actual verifiable evidence. You know, everything from ice walls to etheric energy. That's not what we're about in here. Globers hear all that nonsense, that piece of nonsense, and they come in, they're like, hey, you guys have a map yet? Show me what's beyond the ice wall. And by the way, what's your evidence for the dome? Haha, ether doesn't exist. And meanwhile, we're like, what? Who are you talking to? Hello?
What? What?
I put him on mute.
He was doing the back. Cool, thank you.
I think that was Martian.
Yeah, if he wants to unmute, he can request nicely in chat after interacting with everybody for a while. You're going to come in and just, make noises and stuff. No thanks.
In the side chat, just type you're going to be a good little boy and we'll unmute you. If not, you can stay on mute. Oh, he's going to be a good little boy. How about that? That's awesome. Sweet. There you go.
Fuck
You're
you,
unmuted.
nigga.
Oh, unlucky. Now just got banned from the server. Unlucky.
Yeah. See that little YouTube symbol in the chat? We're recording live. You just got yourself banned.
Oh dear.
So it's about 20 minutes past the hour.
I apologize, I misquoted him. It says here, quote, Richard Feynman, 1967, nobody understands quantum theory. Niels Bohr, 1927, anyone who is not shocked by quantum theory does not understand it. That's strange. Why can't we just behave? What happened to if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all? The scientific topic. Sorry, Jedico.
No, you're fine, man. I was just going to say that died out years and years ago. For some reason, I don't know why. If you haven't got anything nice to say, don't speak at all. It just seems to have died out. Now everybody thinks that they should speak all the time because they've got feelings. There you go.
It's amazing when you look back at like some of the old ways of thinking, quote unquote. And then the stuff
Yeah,
will
I think
change.
the
It's
older
like,
generation
oh,
had more of a concept of property rights.
oh, for sure.
Yeah, kids think that you can just move to any country in the world for any reason, you know, or that you can go into any server and start yakking about your feelings for on any topic for any reason, and you're entitled to this and that.
One of the cons of technology.
Sorry if I'm cutting everybody off. I've been dealing with some spotty connection issues.
You're fine, mate. Happens to the best of us.
Now, yeah, I was in the middle of one of my poems and you cut me off there, bro.
Taboo Conspiracy has a new video out. What is that? A 515-mile long microwave link from the UK to looks like the Basque region in Spain.
Serious. I might have to check that out. Did you say microwave signal?
Yeah, and it's an artifact from World War II where they were building microwave links along the east coast of the UK in this gigantic arc.
Yeah.
And then some feeding down into France and others into northern Spain.
Wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there are parts where these are 200 miles long.
It's got to be further than 200 miles if it's from the south coast of England to the north coast of Spain. That's about 500
Oh yeah, that's
miles.
the 500-mile one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's what you mentioned. Okay, cool, gotcha. Oh, that's a problem for a curved surface.
Oh, isn't it? And there's no known actual proposed mechanism for any bounce, for any skip effect that is known to exist and can be validated for the frequencies involved. We're talking like 800, 900 megahertz. So it's like upper end of VHF, UHF.
Yeah. They couldn't even get away with saying ionospheric bounce with that one, really, could they?
I have old antenna handbooks where they talk about the horizon for VHF, which includes microwave, and in order to account for Earth curvature, you use 4/3R instead of 7/6R, because microwaves see a little bit further than our vision.
But the curve would still be in the same place.
It should be, and it's not there. I mean, this is showing, if anything, there's a frequency correlation.
Yeah. Depending on the frequency that you use, you will have a different horizon.
Yeah.
And obviously the power input that you use and blah, blah, blah. And obviously the height of the implement, but that's fine. But the majority of different radio frequencies have a different radio horizon.
These microwave links debunk 4/3R.
Just debunk R.
20/3R.
Wow.
Yeah, like that's. I remember trying to work it out, and I don't know if I was exactly right on that, but that a transmission to Australia from the UK
Yeah.
It's like 10,000 miles.
Yeah, give or take. Yeah.
Right. The famous Marconi one would have had to be like 20/6 or 20/3R or something ridiculous.
Yeah, something stupid like that. Yeah.
That's freaking flat.
Has to be a ball the same size as like Saturn or Jupiter or something like that, just to make the curved surface flat enough. If that makes sense.
Yeah. They actually have a theory about this, like multiple theories. One of them I heard is that as the wave travels over the ground, it induces the ground, and the ground basically in this manner holds the wave to it as it curls around.
What?
It's like, okay, and it's also changing the angle of the wave too.
Yeah.
You know, from top to bottom. Nice, neat, polarization. At a different rate, because top to bottom, it would require different rotation rates.
Yeah.
It's all just uniform and perfect.
I'll have to look at that Spooky Conspiracy video. I like some of his stuff, man. He brings up some interesting shit.
Yeah, I think he's done a good job. There's some questionable items here and there. I've said my piece about them, but
Which ones are questionable? Now I'm curious.
seeing the Alps from Wales.
Oh, is that where that came from? That wasn't taboo though, wasn't it? Just reporting on somebody else that had done that.
Yeah, he had produced a more professional version of what someone else had done.
Right. Okay.
You can call it professional, but meanwhile we've got like an atmospheric model, the Rayleigh atmosphere, which in an ideal condition in a flat world would give you visibility about 298 kilometers. So how is it that you're seeing 700? Well, yeah, though the model's wrong. But even then, if you look in this picture, in this image, it's really hard to tell if those are snow-capped mountain peaks or if it's clouds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think the bar for excellence needs to be high, and the standard here is not met in that image.
Yeah, no. But when I heard this claim, first of all, I was very doubtful about it, and I still don't believe it. From Wales to the Alps in southeastern France or eastern France, wherever southeastern France. Yeah, that's all the way across the entirety of England, and obviously the bit of Wales, across the English Channel, and all the way across France. Fuck off.
Yeah, in the visible light spectrum too.
Yeah, no.
Like, so that there competes with Jay Tolan's high altitude infrared photogrammetry, where he goes up 35,000 feet and uses camera equipment costing thousands of dollars.
Yeah, see, I believe Jay Tolan's stuff much more than I do this random claim that you can see the Alps from Wales.
Yeah. 100%.
Even if Jay Tolan is wrong by, 880 miles, because the visible, 700. 780 miles, because the geometric horizon for a 35,000 foot observation height is about 220 miles away. So yeah, 780. Yeah. So I can give him 200, 300, 400 miles to be incorrect. It still demolishes the ball.
Yeah, that's where my head's at too. He's got a really good case for the 1,200 mile observation. And even if he only sees half of that, it still debunks the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They don't like this one, the ballers, do they? Because, Jesse Path of Light will go up a mountain and look at another mountain because, the refraction's different up there. Less refraction, right? So when we go at high altitudes where there's less refraction, and as Jay Tolan does, uses an infrared P900 with a filter on it and all of this type of stuff, you know, to cut out all of the refraction. No wonder they're moaning about it, saying that this isn't true and that's not a lake, that's a cloud. Because less refraction in the atmosphere whilst using an infrared camera, then we most definitely should see a truer depiction of the curved surface of the Earth, if indeed it was curved. The horizon should be much closer to 220 miles for 35,000 feet in the air. If there's less refraction and we're cutting out refraction with infrared cameras and whatnot. But unfortunately, where there's less refraction, where we use infrared cameras, we still see exceptionally far. Like you just said, like 1,200 miles now. I want to see that one. But yeah, they don't like this one, do they? They always pull scorn on Jay Tolan.
Yeah, they always run from infrared.
Yes, they do. Chronic, how long have you been in this channel, dude? I've seen you around recently. Are you new? Have you been around for a while? Are you buying?
Yes.
Sorry,
bud.
You're new.
The author.
Oh, you're all right. So you're new to the channel, right?
To this one, yes-ish. I've been in this discussion for a long time, kind of like whatever. I'm familiar with like the 24/7 Discord channel itself. I think I don't know. So for whatever reason, when I first entered it, and I was kind of one of the main guys I was listening to was Nathan Oakley, and like I kind of like I don't know. I was digging their vibe, I guess, over there, and then I kind of fell out over there. Got frustrated, and and I'm kind of I don't know. I took a step back. I'm kind of trying to I don't know, find my balance, I guess, something like that. I used to call myself the Hammer. If you remember that guy, I'm pretty sure I've seen you before.
I remember
Jedi. But yeah, I'm kind of.
Don't take it. I don't remember you, but please don't take that personally, man, at all. I've spoken to so many people in the last 8 years.
Yeah. I think most people like to forget me because, you know, sometimes, you know, I can get a little emotional, or I could, you know what I mean? I don't know if I've gotten it all out of my system or lack of progression. One of the things is that, you know, when you're a hammer, the saying is when you're a hammer, everything's a nail, right? Well, you can't deal with everything like it's a nail. I tried it. And that, like I said, I've always known that whole killing with kindness thing. As much as they want to get under your skin, they want you. And again, from the beginning, that is what made me realize that this whole thing, like, is just some crazy, you know, psyop, whatever. Not the flat, but like control of it. You know what I mean? Because they do not engage in the argument. They just want to attack you personally, discredit you, so that therefore anything that you have to say, nobody's going to listen to. They just go back to their safe little science book. You know what I mean? And that's frustrating.
Yeah, man, I hear that.
To me.
You said progression earlier. What did you mean by that?
I said progression as far as I was frustrated with the progression, something like that.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it's.
So how long? Tell me a little bit. How long have you been a flat earther then, dude? How long's that been?
I can, dude. There is. Here you go. You want to? I will point you guys to the to the video, bro. I am on, before I ever entered Discord, I am on Soundly's YouTube when they were doing Google Hangouts and stuff before all this Discord stuff, talking to Soundly. I didn't even know about his stupid little flat earth bingo, whatever the crap. They had games already set up and all this stuff. I was just going in there to have a conversation about flat earth, just gotten into it or whatever. Actually, I mean, it took me a few months before I actually started like talking to people online about it, right? Because all there was like the ODD stuff and all the videos that were coming out and all that. And yeah, I could show. Let me find it. There's a video that features me. I have it on my computer, I think, but I'll find it straight from his channel, where I go in and I talk to him about his ridiculous curving bridge or whatever. You know what I mean? And I found out, like, on that call, I remember him like, he took it from a hotel window, like a 2 or 3 story hotel window. Didn't even know he was zoomed in with a huge telescope or whatever thing. But it's like, you did what? And you think, like, just right there. And these people, I don't know, man. I just don't. Who are these people? I get the idea that it's a lot of people with not a lot of quote unquote real world experience. I don't mean to be rude, but it seems like a lot of people on the flat earth side, they're more blue collar. Like, I've been there. I know, you know what I mean? I've seen it. I do this, whatever. These globe whatevers, no offense, but they seem like a bunch of nerds that just have their heads in books all day. I mean, that's fine and all. But does that really tell you what reality is? I don't think so.
I think more so having their heads in screens all day is a better thing to say. Like,
Yeah,
who reads books these days? Hardly anyone reads books these days.
I'm an old man.
That's a good point. They're more theoretical than practical. Or, yeah. I'd rather believe a book than their own eyes.
I wish I had a good book to read. I just don't know of any book that I want to read.
Have you heard of the Bible, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I'm just kidding.
One of my favourite people's back, just because I love the name. Oh, Knockin' Fut's left. Knockin' Fut's come back. Oh well, he'll come back later. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I just noticed he jumped in the channel. He's always good for a laugh.
Glober, flat earther?
I think he's a glober, dude.
Just curious as to what kind of laugh we were going to get.
A belly laugh.
Every time I go on holiday, my wife gets pregnant. Every time I go on holiday, my wife gets pregnant. So this year, I'm going to take her with me.
Brilliant.
Have you guys heard this one yet? I probably shouldn't say it. I probably shouldn't say it on here. Never mind.
Yeah, there's a British comedian called Jethro. That's one of his. He's brilliant.
Somebody that's jumped in a channel, and I do apologise, my friend, if I really screw your name up, but it's Higher Saxa. Higher Saxa's joined us with a nice American flag, and I believe that's a Ukrainian flag after it as well. So welcome to the channel, Higher Saxa. Please let me know if I'm saying your name wrong. But this is obviously a Flat Earth channel. If you've got any questions pertaining to the subject of the Earth and what the hell it is, or why in 2024 people are saying that it's not what you've been told it is, please unmute yourself and then ask your questions and tell me how to pronounce your name properly. If not, hi Saxy, you can stay on mute and listen to the conversation. But we're just shooting the breeze at the moment, mate, so it might not be that interesting. Chronic is still deciding whether he's going to tell us his joke or not.
It has to do with a bit of a controversial subject that goes on. I'm trying to figure out how to edit it. Let me figure out how to edit. Say it nicely. Hold on.
Okay.
What do you call a man who leaves a lasting impression? Mark.
Oh God, yes. Very good.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, maybe you guys will follow. You know, you guys familiar with the Transformers? Yeah. Why does the Transformer eat plants?
What does the Transformer eat? What?
Why did the Transformer only eat plants?
Go on.
I think this is dangerous.
Oh, okay.
Something about Transformer.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
That's why I said I didn't want to say it. Honestly, that's why I said I didn't want to say it, because I didn't want to put any threatening thing out there for the punchline is, because he was a herbivore.
Brilliant.
Herbivore, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I like it. I like it.
I get it, but that's why censorship sucks. I should have a better, like a clean joke to say afterwards. And I have none. I got another joke. Horse walks into a bar and fell into some mud. That's a dirty joke. All right,
so
now I'm just
terrible.
getting crazy. I'm sorry.
Okay, one more.
Yeah, it is.
One more. Been married for 35 years, and every time I go out, I say to the wife, do not look in the safe. Do not look in the safe. Right? After 35 years, I went out one night. I said to her, don't look in the safe. I came back. She says, well, I looked in the safe. There was £35,000 and 3 eggs. Yeah. So what's the eggs about? Well, honey, every time I cheated on you, I put an egg in the safe. And she said, well, that's not so bad. Like 3 times in 35 years. That's pretty good. Yeah, I went, yeah, but every time I made a dozen, I sold them, and that's where the £35,000 comes from.
He was a busy man.
Yeah, so my lesbian friend got me a Rolex the other day for my birthday. She must have been confused when I told her I wanted to watch. Is that too racy? Come on, that was a good one, right?
Boom, boom.
Sorry, guys.
I got chocolate in a minute.
There's another. One about the priest. You guys ever heard of a reverse exorcism before?
No.
No, but can you teach me how to do it? Because I think there's like a bunch of people that need some of those.
Yeah, that's when the demon takes the priest out of the child. God bless you, Matt.
I think that happened to me. I just didn't know it.
Oh, that's a good one, sir.
How can I cast it away? Cast it out. Just say go away. Do you ask politely or like demanding it? You please go away. You better do it now.
Well, here's a dad joke. How many books does it take to change a light bulb?
You
Just
need
one.
you need
fuck's sake,
4
Jimsy.
people. Oh my bad. I was gonna give the answer. Go ahead.
Give the answer after your slant on the joke will be nice. Yeah.
You asked a question.
Okay, I'm gonna do a rhetorical joke. Okay, give me your slant afterwards. Yes, thank you, please. How many books does it take to change a light bulb? Just one. It's called The Dummy's Guide to Changing a Light Bulb. Right,
You
go,
actually
Jimsy.
need to change a light bulb. You know how many globers you need to change a light bulb? You need 4. 3. You need 1 to hold the light bulb and 3 to spin him so the light bulb comes off.
Yeah. I think I heard that one before.
That might work.
Everything works on a spinning globe.
Why do meth heads like Halloween? Only
What?
2 more sleeps till Christmas.
I got that one.
Okay, I'm gonna laugh just so you guys think I got it. Ha!
Okay, my head hurts trying to. I didn't get that one. Does time pass quicker when you're on meth or something, or?
You don't sleep
don't
for
sleep.
like.
You
You don't sleep for a month.
All right, thanks.
That's why I say don't mess around.
That was okay, Daz. I mean, I would expect better from an Aussie, like, but it was an okay joke. Not great.
No, not my greatest, but not my greatest I can't share here, obviously.
Yeah, I've got one in mind that I don't think I can share either. Well, there's that old one, you know. How many women does it take to change a light bulb? That's not the question. What's she doing out of the kitchen?
You mean out of the
Made a
bed?
joke.
Yeah, bedroom, kitchen.
If she's not in the bedroom, she better be changing that light in the kitchen.
Fulfilling her function.
My girlfriend thinks I'm going through a midlife crisis. I said, "You're half my age. What would you know?"
Boom, tush. So this 6'5" guy at work tried to talk down to me.
Where's the globe at?
That was it.
Midget asked me for a loan. I said, sorry, I'm a little short today.
Oh, don't start the midget jokes.
That's a true story. I actually said that for Midget. And he went ape shit. He was kicking me and stuff. And I was like, what? I just didn't even realize I said it.
If a midget auditions for a part in a play, and they're not sure whether they want to, they want him or not, does that mean he's made the shortlist?
I did see a BBC show about a midget dwarf who's an actor, and it was kind of like a fly on the walls sort of thing. Yeah, that was a really funny show.
I've got a theory that midgets don't exist.
According to the sensitive police, you're right. There are no midgets. There's just little people.
Height challenged? Something.
Vertically challenged.
It's not that they are little people, it's that you are a giant.
And they always look up to you, so there's that.
Yeah, my little person friend is great. I lean on him all the time.
If you produce a production of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and you really, you haven't got enough money to pay the actors, could you pay them a short change? Small change, sorry. Could you pay the dwarfs a small change?
Yes, I suppose so. Yep.
I made that shit up.
I was just thinking how it's sort of a funny thought to think that in the Lord of the Rings story, like dwarfs are their own race. Like they're not short people. Like they're their own race. It's kind of funny to think about.
Yeah, I really hated those movies. Sorry, they really didn't like those movies. Lord of the Rings are so stupid.
Excuse me?
I was just like, put some shoes on, for God's sake.
You have a small mind, sir.
Though.
Yeah, I know. No, just not for me, all that medieval sort of stuff. But for God's sake, wear some shoes, man. You're climbing up a volcano.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, what's the one thing you don't say to a dwarf in a heated argument? Fucking grow up. Now they have tough feet, bro. They got hairs on them, and I think it's Teflon on the bottom of them.
Never got you guys that Soundly clip, did I? I couldn't find his. Did he delete his YouTube channel? Type in sound. Let me see. That's what I didn't do. The filter. Soundly.
From way back in the day. Google Hangouts 2016. Or
there you go, boy. Them Google Hangouts. Here it is. No, it's still here. Let's see if I can find it. No problem. Like the only one that I've watched on this channel. It has the little red bar on it. Or I could type this. I don't know. Right here. Oh, and it's got my name on it. So. Oh, there it is. Bam, bam, and bam. That's it. Circa, what year is that? It's 2019, which I was kind of surprised about. 2018? 2017. December 27, 2017. And like I said, it definitely took me some time. You know, I basically had been gotten, that's pretty much about the point that I gotten through like my sleepless nights of like constantly like looking at this stuff after like, you know, seeing it and, you know, really trying to wrap my head around it. I pretty much understood it immediately. You know what I mean? I knew it, but it was like, you know, just like everybody, you have that reaction of like, dude, people really think the Earth is flat? You know what I mean? Like, that's really a thing? And with all the craziness that goes around, it's like, maybe I could look into this and like, it'll, you know, kind of, you know, put me straight again. You know what I mean? Not everything can be a conspiracy, right? Bam!
No, everything can be. Everything can be a conspiracy.
When you find out they're lying to you about the thing that you're supposedly living on, your home, where you were born, what you thought you knew about everything around you, yeah, it can be.
Yes, and everything else is game. For a gamer. Living's a fucking conspiracy. I'm just kidding.
Well, that, I mean, there are people who consider it. That's considered like a mainstream, like, okay thing, conspiracy, right? That's like aliens nowadays. It's like, oh yeah, you know, simulation theory, right? We're not even really living. This isn't even reality, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, people get more triggered over simulation theory than they ever did flat Earth. Is what what I've experienced. Or
really,
yeah, well,
they get more upset about it.
Yeah,
I call it incoherent theory because it's incoherent. Like, what is simulation theory? Can you like tell me what that is?
I think it's birthed from too many people watching The Matrix, but essentially it's like the idea that we're in a video game or something. Yes. Like we're not, this isn't real. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I have no idea either.
Yeah, but they're not, the problem with it is like from the very beginning, like the name of it, they're not even using the word simulation properly. Like in order for something to be a simulation, of something else, you have to establish that something else. So in order for this to be a simulation of something else, we have to establish that world outside of this place that this is a simulation of, for that word to make sense in that sentence, which we haven't done, which means they're not using that word properly. They need to figure out a different word to use.
The theory,
incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, the simulation theory goes like this. All right, so there is nothing, right, and then there is an all-powerful, omnipresent creator who always exists and cannot cease to exist, and then he manifests the world in his image. Okay, and then he from his power, from his never-ending power, then creates these like little sparks of life and puts them into a physical body. Okay, and then the humans, is what we say, these little things in the physical body, they run around, making moral decisions and trying to figure out what their purpose and meaning for life is, and then where they get this purpose, meaning, and morality from. So what is it that upholds morality and purpose and meaning? So now they're running around trying to find out, right? And then they say, well, it can't be physical matter because physical matter is not conscious and we are conscious. So there must be a being outside of us that gave structure and order to this, simulated world that is everything is derived from. And then people got really confused. And then this guy named Jesus came and was like, listen, get back on track. You guys are eating each other. Like, you're not supposed to eat each other. You're not just pure matter and, that just eats itself. You have, a moral compass and there's meaning and purpose to life. So, I mean, that's pretty much and then there's like a prophecy.
What you just described there, what you just described there, there's another word for that. It's not simulation. The word for that is life. That's life you just described.
Yeah,
or you want to include the God part, creation of life. You can call it creation of life theory.
Yeah, but the theory is that we are just mimicking that. We are like, what would you say? We are not permanent, right? We have a beginning, like we began to exist, and then we'll stop existing, right? So there's another place. So we can cease to exist, but there's another place.
I understand that. I understand that part, but that still doesn't involve the word simulation with the definition of the word simulation. Like that's still, it's just life you're describing. Like simulation would be like, I'll give you an example, perfect example, Grand Theft Auto, the video game, like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas or Grand Theft Auto 5 or whatever. Like Los Angeles is a real place. You can physically walk around the streets of Los Angeles, and then you can walk off the streets into a building and play a video game where you're walking around the streets of Los Angeles. So the video game is a simulation of real life. So that's the way that the word simulation is properly used. But what you're describing, it's just life. There's no simulation involved, technically.
Yeah, but well, would you say that right? And then you would have to, then you'd have to determine either this is it, right? Like this is the beginning, right? Like us, life is the beginning, or it derived from something else. Now, if this is the beginning, then how did it make itself, right? If it had to exist, to make it, how did it make itself? Because it would have to already exist, but it exists now. So it must be something prior to it that is simulated. I mean, that's life.
Well, there would have had to have been something prior to it, but not something simulated. Just something prior to it. Something.
Yeah, I'm saying if like the thing that I'm saying simulation, you're saying that's just life.
Well, no. If you're talking about what would have created this place, I think by definition, with the way words are described, I think the proper term would be being, because a being doesn't, by definition, need to exist. A being can just be.
So there must be some ultimate. I mean, unless we. Like being is pretty much like the foundation, like being, essence, spirit. I mean, it doesn't get like much more. Doesn't get much more like lower on the pole like to build from. That's pretty foundational. Sure. Yeah. So yeah, there's this theory out there that in a simulation, which I don't know. It doesn't seem wrong. I don't think we created this reality. So I mean, we're just working in the reality that is somebody else's rules. It seems pretty obvious. I can't think.
I think a better term would be natural world. Like, we live in the natural world. Period. That's it. Like, it's not like this world is a simulation of something else. It's just, this is the natural world. Something may have created it, probably did. We don't know what, but whatever. But, you know.
Yeah, to us it's natural. That's what we've been told and brought up in. But maybe it's not actual natural or real life or life, inverted comma, as we know it. Maybe life is something completely different. You know?
Yeah.
But an example again of the way to use the word simulation, we could artificially create an Xbox video game system and a television screen, and we can play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and that would be a simulation of walking around Los Angeles.
That's not what the little hookers who are getting beat up would say. They said, "This is I'm getting beat up." You're going to say this is a simulation. It's real to them. Yeah, but in the context of from a third perspective outside. Yeah, we say it's a simulation, but not to that little hooker. She's got kids to feed. You know?
Are you talking about the hooker in real life or in the video game? What are you talking about?
In the video game.
But it's not a video game, is it? Life is not a video game. Neither can it. It doesn't seem to be an approximation of a video game, or it's not a video game.
I mean, I'm just in the parallel. I mean, I'm agreeing with, I guess, Charles a little bit. Yeah, the parallels are there. If you're in the game, you can't tell. You can't. What would you say? You'd say my life's not real. I don't know how you would detect this.
It could be a.
You're in this thing called life. How would you? I mean.
Oh, you can be pretty sure that the video game isn't real.
It would be a computerized simulation.
Yeah, but that's just, I mean, so then what? So if there's this creator, this being, is he going to say to us that we're not real because he's taking the third, perspective, looking at us?
When I say not real, I mean like three-dimensionally, physically, what's simulated in the game. Like the Xbox system's real, the electricity powering the Xbox is real. Like that part's real. The video game is real. The simulated world of the video game isn't real.
See. When you die, you're dead. You're gone. Nobody remembers you. You're prodigy.
That's not. How do you know that? But have you ever died before? How do you know nobody's going to remember you?
Well, no. Listen, I know people remember people for certain ways, or whatever. Listen,
it's a self-refuting claim right there. You can't say that people died and you remember them while making the claim that you don't remember people after they died. You just
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when you're gone, right?
I mean, if that's the definition, all right.
Right. So when you're gone, where are you?
Gone. Well, according to that, gone.
You don't. So you don't exist anymore.
Oh, no, hold on. I think you may be getting ahead of yourself when you say that. The reality is, you don't know where you will be. I mean, your mind, your soul, and all that. Your body will be dead.
There's a really smart guy on here somewhere. He's not in the room at the moment, but he would then go on, like the things that we're using right now is these qualitative states of qualities, right? And then we're using the quantities of a video game, the ones, zeros, and how many ones, how many zeros, right? And then we'll say, well, I can qualify, I can feel a certain way about this and that and the third. I can experience it. There's no number for experience. That's a quality. Yeah. So, like, which one's more real, the quality or the quantity?
Always quality over quantity.
Point. Sorry, buddy.
You're all right.
You can give me a bunch of dollars, right? And you can count them all up. But, it could mean something to me. It could mean nothing to me. The quality is what will really matter and give, if I can put it to a good purpose, a good use, The number doesn't do anything. The feel of it, the smell of money, yeah. Greed. All of these
Yeah, I'm
things
thinking
are
of
important.
I could actually hear you smelling money there.
money, money.
You made a little the smell of money. Okay,
Hey,
can you smell
I got a question for you, PMAC. Do you know if over there in any of the European countries or in Ireland, do they put bisphenol A in the ink of your cash like we do here in the United States? BPA.
Okay,
Black
I
ink.
have no
Do you know what
idea.
that is? Do you know what BPA is?
No, I have no idea, Brody.
Like, certainly you must have seen, like, you know, these water bottles that say BPA free on the side, right? You've seen that, right?
Well, I've seen them advertising it now recently. Buy a BPA bottle or something. I have no idea what it is.
It's a kind of plastic that is used in like ink and other things, and it you know, it's been like, you know, thought to have something to do with cancer and interfering with male hormonal systems, but not female hormonal systems. But anyway,
Okay.
It's like a little controversial. But I'm just wondering if they put that in the ink of the currencies of other countries, but they do it here. Like to this day, to the best of my knowledge, they still put BPA ink in all the cash that we rub
you
our
mean-
hands against.
There are like lots of things that have cancer in it. Like your water supply is really shit in the US, isn't it? Like, there's all kinds of stuff in it that they're not allowed to do here. The same with
It
the food.
depends on the city that you're in. Like, so here in Portland, Oregon, the water is relatively clean. There's no fluoride in the water. But in all the other cities, yeah, they put sodium fluoride in the water.
Right, and that's banned in Europe and UK. You wonder why? But chloridated chicken? What the fuck, bro?
Seems like you're going down like a Alex Charles Jones III route. You saying the money makes you gay?
No, it doesn't. It messes. BPA messes with male hormonal systems. Like, this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is an established fact.
Yeah, so that's what plastics do. Yeah, apparently.
And as far as it, I don't know if it makes you gay or whatever, but it messes with your hormonal system. Like, that's for sure. Like, that's not a conspiracy theory, buddy.
I thought, you know what? I thought they were trying to turn the world gay, and now that I've seen the world in the last, let's say, 10 years, I think they're just trying to turn the world fucking insane.
But think about it though. Like, you got these billionaires at the top and trillionaires at the top that don't ever touch cash themselves. Probably rarely have to even sign a check, if even that. And they don't ever have to touch the money. But these same people are in control about what our, you know, products are made out of and such. They get to pull the strings. That whoever is in control of the Federal Reserve, they get to decide whether or not there's BPA in our money or not, and how much money is printed or not. Like, think about the things that are in control of the Federal Reserve. They control how much money is printed. They control what the money is made out of. And it's just as Federal Express. It's not part of the federal government. It's not controlled by Congress or the executive branch.
I don't think
or the judicial branch.
I don't think anybody's ever going to figure out what this world's about. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think it's far too big and far too. You can't beat it. It just is what it is. You can postulate and theorize about what's happening here and why we're here and what the fuck the world is, but we're never going to find out. It's. I always used to say, if people find out who God really is, I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but he's probably far more alien than we could ever fucking imagine.
Nah, I think he's just like us.
Or that. Could be that too. I have no idea.
It's interesting though that he left. Damn it, no takes. As soon as he started talking about his theory about simulation theory, I was like, "This sounds like you're replacing Christianity." And then he brought Jesus into it. Very
I just think we're wasting our time and energy arguing about these types of things, and so to bring it back to the flat Earth, etc. You're probably best sticking with what you know, see, prove, etc., etc. Like a direct realist, I think that's probably the best way to go before you blow your own mind. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, yes, sir.
You know what I'm talking about.
I hear you there.
You never go full retard.
I almost went full retard.
I
had to remind myself. You argue with fools long enough.
What? Once you go black, you never get back. What you mean, you people? Yeah, it's there deep inside, bro. You keep yourself chill. You'll be fine. Just doesn't seem
still
real to
have
me.
this-
You go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, we kind of started at the same time.
We did, didn't we?
Good timing there.
Fucking brilliant.
I've got this weird feeling though, like the united we stand, divided we fall thing. You know what I mean? Because just forever. You know what I mean? I've heard people say, and no offense, you know, because I get it, but you know, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it, whatever. But it's like, but aren't we taught like about all this quote unquote injustice that was going on in history, and like people stood up, protested it, and things changed, and like why? When did we become this bunch of defeatists? Like, oh, it just is what it is. Look on the positive side, whatever. Like, I don't get it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I've heard that said before too. It's what was it? Somebody mentioned the other day. They were saying about exactly what you're saying, and yeah, no, that's a good point. In order for evil to flourish, good men do nothing, and all that kind of crap. Crack.
That's where it's like that's where it's somewhat impressive of all this, right? Because they have somewhat or always been what it seems like 2 or 3 steps ahead of the game, right? In a way.
Oh yeah.
I think it's much more simple than that. I think it's that people are uninformed, uninvolved, and they're comfortable with it, both in regards to the Earth, the surface of the Earth, and knowledge of it, and also politics as well.
I
like
apologize.
they're uninformed, they're uninvolved, and they're comfortable with it. And that needs a change if you want anything significant to change, like the United States to withdraw from the Antarctic Treaty or something like that. Or to have a different part in it so we can independently explore, whichever one.
I'll compare it to like they're blaming all the inflation right now on the fact that they've now just the last thing that they did, right, was to increase wages, right? Everything else, they've been doing, right, has nothing to do with them, and all this inflation. It's only because they're now starting to pay fast food workers in like New York $20 an hour that this has all happened. I cry bullshit on that. And that it's like yes, people need to be accountable for themselves, but at the same time, how do you take account of like being a person who trusts people, right? Who you think people are telling you the truth, and then you go and you find out they've been lying to you. And you've taken all this information at face value, right? Because you thought they were giving you, they were being honest with you. And you find out it's all crap. I mean, how do you hold somebody accountable that's been taken advantage of and lied to? I don't get it.
I think one of the great tragedies of mankind is the fact that most people don't live past 100 years. Most people grow very old and frail long before they get to 100 years old. Like, think about it. If people lived to be like 200 or 300 years old, would there be so many stupid people? Like, I mean, there would be, but there'd be a lot more smart people. Like there'd be people alive today that were grown, like adults, well into their 50s and 60s when the 1969 alleged moon landing happened. And if they were alive today and still not so quite frail and whatever, they'd be like, hey, it's been it's been like 50 years. Like, how come I can't buy a plane ticket to the moon? Like, what? How come I can't buy a spaceship ticket to the moon? It's been 50 years. Like, what's going on? But, they die off and they're replaced by other people, and those people aren't so bright because most people aren't so bright. And they just keep it going on. Oh, yeah, they raise their children. Oh, yeah, we went to the moon, 1969. Yeah. You're going to go one day. You're going to go one day. Teach your children that. I'm going to die now, and you keep that belief going. Generation after generation after generation. Let's see how far it goes.
I think if you sit around and think about things logically for any amount of time, you'll eventually come to the correct conclusion if you're smart enough. I'm as dumb as fucking a bag of rocks, but it looks to me like if you've seen the way that the world is going in the last 10 years, it seems like an assault on creation. It seems like they're haters of mankind, life, living humans, and everything else. They're doing everything in their power to destroy and just eradicate what this is, which is probably a creation by something that we have no idea about.
Well, one way or
One of the
another, they're
biggest
hiding
frustrations I
the
think they
details of
have is that
reality.
they can't destroy it, right? Like, as hard as they try, they cannot, like, make a dent in it, right? You talk about the grass dying and not growing, right? My grass has been doing the same thing. Turns brown, it looks like it's dead. But then, bam, as soon as it rains once, that turns green, starts growing again. I mean, look at what happened during the whatever lockdown years and whatever, and they were trying to say it take years and billions of years for the Earth to heal from all the quote unquote damage that's been done, and they were talking about all the awesome, effects it was having because of people stopped whatever.
Yeah, this place regenerates everything. It regenerates all the time.
What they've done, they've manipulated the mind of people. That's all they've done. They've known how to do it with the right side, left side brain, and known how to control the brain. It's advanced people have known. It's just knowledge. But it's in the wrong hands at the moment. And they know how the brain works. They know how the brain works, left side, right side, and balance, feminine, masculine side. And they know how to work it, and they know how to just put things in place to change things.
Manipulate.
Yeah, you can be controlled. You can control anything.
I'm probably being controlled right now.
A weak left brain and a weak right brain. Because I think what you're saying is relevant and true, but it only applies to the, lesser intelligent people. Lesser, say, 80%. I think that the most intelligent 20% of the people in the world, I don't think this really applies to them. I think there's at least a minority of people that what you're talking about doesn't apply to them at all. I'm pretty sure I'm one of them. Like it's just the dumber people that you can pull the strings here and there, and you can get millions of people.
I agree with you.
Go different directions.
But they've, even the word he's an intelligent person. What does that mean? So they've given you a term of how to.
Let me put it a different way. Instead of intelligent, it's just a tendency to not be fooled as easily as others. How's that?
So, well, but I was just saying, and you probably just struck up on it anyway. Intelligent. How intelligent are you? I mean, that's like it's a measuring stick, isn't it? And is it a good measuring stick? What does intelligence mean? What is intelligence?
I think there's different ways to measure.
There is no such thing as intelligence, only ignorance.
How do you measure intelligence?
Oh, I think there'd be
in
more.
America, we measure it by your wallet. Your checkbook is how intelligent you are in
let's say
America.
we could be measuring it within the corrupted system that we're in.
Yeah.
So he's more intelligent than me, but you're in the corrupted system of measuring it.
That's a good question.
Oh, I agree. I'm not saying it's correct by any means. I'm not
No,
defending
I'm not.
that, but I'm just
I'm
telling.
not trying to say anybody's right or wrong, guys. I'm just talking.
Okay.
I'm just
I got
talking,
you.
man. I'm not trying to say anyone's wrong or anything.
Are you trying to be intelligent?
I think what I'm trying to say is I wish people in general stupid. Like I wish that every single day so much.
Well, I just tell you.
I don't even like pray to like God or anything. I just pray in my mind. Like I just wish it. I just wish people were less stupid, because the world would be a better place.
I think the best thing we can do is like, how can you make yourself feel as positive and happy and as peaceful as possible? And if you could do that to yourself, I think that would emanate out to other people. So I think it comes within. So once you work on yourself and think, I'm a waste of my time talking about this and that, and I'm a wasting energy where it doesn't need to go. Where should I be focusing my energy on to help myself and especially the close people around you, which is your family, your close family. I don't know, it might be 7, 8 people around you who's really close, and then you can go further afield. But
you're not talking about the flat Earth.
No,
we're talking about how stupid people are for believing like NASA's bullshit. Like this morning, I was listening to the radio, and these guys were like, "Oh, as it turns out, these astronauts were supposed to be up in the International Space Station for only 8 days, and out of this mishap, they're gonna be there until February." And it's because of the Boeing, blah, 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 their thing isn't working. Now they need to go to Elon Musk and ask Elon Musk to be Superman and save them. And it's like, these grown men, grown fucking men older than me, still believe this childish bullshit,
exactly.
this fairy tale bullshit.
Same as you, grown fucking men watching Star Trek and Star Wars, yeah. So that's where it's all originated from. But what I'm trying to say is, like, if we could just all maybe work out within ourselves what's the most positive, peaceful thing we can do for ourselves. And once you've achieved that, that will naturally flow out then to people around you. So it comes from within. So once you've got yourself mastered, yeah, as a peaceful human being, not concentrating on things that don't matter, but just, well, you know, the irrelevant things like NASA and all that, like you just said. But so what's the important things? Yeah. And then just really scale it down. So you don't need a lot of chitter chatter in your mind. There's not so many questions you need to ask. It's quite simple. And once you get that peacefulness, it will naturally escalate out to people around you.
Yeah, that's true. The most peaceful thing I can do is
it's very difficult. It's very difficult to do unless you
not to argue with people on Discord.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I do it. I'm saying this, but I fall into the trap. I've been banned off this fucking channel. I get into arguments.
Rightly so.
Yeah, and I get angry, and I say the wrong things, and I swear. And now I'm here saying, work within, be peaceful, and all that. So I know this. I know what I should be doing.
Chronic knows what you're talking about.
I know what I should be doing, but I'm not doing it sometimes. It's like when the gym situation and health and diet. You know that a good intermittent fasting 3 or 4 times a week. Yeah, watch your calories. Go to the gym, do a bit of cardio, lift a few weights, get out on your bike, do a bit of walking in nature. Yeah, you know what to do, but you don't do it. I don't do it. I do it sometimes, then I fall off the wagon, and then I like to go out for a fucking drink, and I drink too much beer, or I go for curries or fucking Chinese takeaways, and my diet goes out the window. And I'm thinking, why am I doing it? So I know I shouldn't be doing it, but I'm fucking doing it.
I know exactly. You know exactly what you need to do, but you just don't.
Yeah, but even even the voice in my head, because there is a voice in my head, like all of you've got, the voice in your head said, "Why are you doing this? This isn't the right thing to be doing." And you go, "Well, fuck off, you." So there's like two of you in your mind saying, "No, I know what I'm doing. This is what I'm going to do, and I know it's the wrong decision, but fuck you." It's a battle between. It's a hard battle, and it's a battle within yourself. But what I was going to say, if you can win the battle with yourself, once you've won the battle within yourself, I think that would shine out to everybody. And I'm trying to get back on. I was on a. I go back about 8 years. I was doing really well with it. Meditation, yoga, diet, fitness. My spiritual self was quite high, yeah. And now I'm not. I've fell off the wagon, and I'm down there a little bit. And I know I need to get back up again. I'm fighting myself. I'm fighting myself with it all the time.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I've seen that the other day.
I have to stick to a strict diet just to remain physically functional. But like, let me ask you this: do you have? Are you drawn to sweets very much, like sugary things, or is it more savory food?
No, my problem is I've been into fitness quite over the years, like where I've done, like, do running, mountain biking, go hiking, climbing mountains, but I have a sort of an addiction type personality. So sometimes, and I've done drugs over the years. I've been into having a few beers and all that, and I like socialising. But then sometimes I fall into that trap and think, I'm enjoying this. And then it's okay for a while, and then I start to feel a bit like, why are you doing this again? It's like a cycle. It's like you're in a fucking vicious cycle all the time with myself. Like, I get myself great.
Keep in mind, like, there's different dietarily. Like, there's different strategies for trying to cut the crap out of your diet. And there's different categories of crap. So, like, there's sugar, there's carbs. And then there's the, what do you call them? Lectins or lectin-like substances, basically poisons, naturally occurring poisons that are in certain grains and, well, there are even lectins in oranges. But, there's a lot more lectins in certain plants than other plants. So, like, take, for instance, wheat. Like, you might find yourself with a lot more energy if the gluten is no longer in your diet, because it won't be clogging up, lining the lower intestines of your body and inhibiting your absorption of micronutrients. And so like, if you're gonna drink beer, my suggestion is at least put, like, if beer is really your alcohol choice, like, you don't want to drink hard alcohol, you don't want to drink, dry wine or anything like that. If you really, really are like, if I'm gonna drink, I gotta drink beer. Try to find some beer that's not made with wheat, barley, rye, or oats. Try to find one that has none of those 4 grains in it. Something that's made out of millet, maybe made in Belgium. The Belgians know how to make beer that tastes good. I don't know why it is. The Belgians know how to make beer that tastes good, and almost no one else in the world does, but that's just how it is. Try to find something that's like gluten-free from Belgium. And then, like, as far as coffee goes, if you're drinking coffee in the morning, don't put sugar in the coffee. That's just bullshit. It doesn't even taste as good as other things anyway. Try to get, like, some monk fruit extract from julianbakery.com with no erythritol extra crap added to it. Just put a little dash of that in there. That's a good tasting way to sweeten your coffee. Or stevia, if you can handle that flavor. A lot of people don't like that flavor. Or just find some other alternative sweetener that's not aspartame or some bullshit sucralose like that, There's ways around it.
Yeah, so the only true enemy you have in this life is yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's yourself. But I think if everybody can beat the self, the inner self of these, because that evil's within yourself.
That's what this simulation is all about, just mastering yourself.
I found a life coach, and his philosophy was that you eat right, you go to the gym, you do all these right things 6 days a week, and one day of the week, you eat pizza, donuts, and you drink beer and smoke pot, and you go out with your mates. So that is his philosophy, and
nice.
he's incredibly successful.
I
is
like
very
him.
successful. Put it that way.
I like him.
You
I
can
like
make it.
him
You can
very
make it
much.
2 days out of the week. You're drinking and eating donuts. If you just make it so the donuts don't have sugar added or gluten.
No,
You can make
you
it
have
2 days.
donuts. You have real donuts with lots of sugar. And you have coffee with lots of sugar, and you have pot and drink beer and go out with your friends, and that's what you do. You don't have to give up all of that good stuff, the stuff that you like, to be healthy. But you need a lot of self-discipline. It takes a lot of self-discipline for someone who likes
but
smoking
you're missing a
every day.
point. You're missing this one aspect of my suggestion, though, which is that if you can find beer and donuts that don't have gluten added or sugar added that taste as good as those previous beer and donuts, then you could, without sacrificing your health, eat and drink those for 2 days, not 1 day out of the week. So that'd be an advantage to your mental health. You'd be indulging yourself more while sacrificing your body the same amount.
Hey, what do you think about this, though, mate? Can I just say something, though? What do you think about this? Because I've always, I don't drink a lot of coffee. I usually have a coffee in the morning, and I might have another one during the day. But I don't have sugar in my coffee. I used to. I always put honey in it. I put a bit of honey in my black coffee. That's what I drink in the morning, right? My first drink's water with lemon, and then I have a coffee with honey. Now, I've always thought that was the right thing to do. Now, this is where, now, for some reason, now I've got no proof about this, but something in my brain is saying to me, that was true. Now, I was just flicking through my Instagram, yeah, and some guy popped up and said, I mean, I wasn't even looking for this. This guy said, don't have honey. People think, and I have always thought honey's fucking great. My cook's honey, New Zealand honey, and it's got healing properties, and honey's the thing to do. This African guy come on saying, don't have honey. It's not good. People think it's good for you. It's not good for you because it's the bees sick. It's the mucus, and you shouldn't be having that because it doesn't do you any good. So I thought, well, is that true or is that not true? So now we're into a paradox. Now we're like listening to things on today, but that I for some reason latched onto that and thought this guy has got a point. Now I've not heard his evidence. I've not researched it yet. I only heard it yesterday. So I don't know if that's true or not true. I thought honey was good for you. It's got healing properties. Now this guy's saying do not eat honey. People think it's good for you. It's not. So wait, who the fucking hell do you listen to?
Well, glucose in general isn't good for you, so yeah.
I swear it's been probably 500 times I've heard people say this to me throughout my life. My friends, just whoever, they'll be like, "Oh, hey Charles, you want to try some of this?" I'm like, "Nah, it's got sugar and I can't really eat it, and my body doesn't handle sugar very well." And they'll be like, "Oh, but it's all natural sugar," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." It's like, so you still can't have it? It's like, yeah, natural sugar is sugar. Sugar is sugar is sugar is sugar. Like if it's corn syrup or cane sugar or honey, it's still sugar.
So do you drink alcohol?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, funny how alcohol is a macronutrient within itself. 7 calories per gram.
But then you get to that talking about the honey there, won't we? And don't do this and don't do that. So you'd always, especially this day and age, you just pop. So like my point is, right? I've just been naturally eating honey because I've thought that was the right thing to do. Having honey instead of sugar. Now some guy just pops up on Instagram, some African guy who seems to know what he's on about and saying, no, you shouldn't be doing this. So I naturally thought he was correct. Something inside me said, well, this guy's got a fucking point and I've been doing the wrong thing, but now I've not researched it. But this is what we're doing, isn't it? This is something will either connect with you when you listen to it on the social media, or it won't connect with you. So for something inside you will tell you, I'm going to go with that, or I'm going to go with that. So what decides that? It's like globe Earth and flat Earth, isn't it?
Well, with how people react to you saying sensible things to them, yeah, I'd say it kind of is. Like, at least in regards to my family, it is. Like when my family members get sick, and I suggest to them that they cut something out of their diet to improve their health, they just like turn to me like, "You're crazy. You're out of your mind. You're just silly and nuts, and you don't know what you're talking about." You know, and they're like same response if I tell them the Earth is flat, you know, and there's no vacuum in space. Oh, you're crazy. You know what you're talking about.
Well, this day and age, unless you're not, working as many all the fucking hours God sends you, and paying your bills and looking after your family and like your mind's thinking about all sorts of shit, so you can't really focus on the real things. It's just like, well, yeah, you're just being told what to do, so you are. That's what I'm saying. Early, we said about half an hour ago, we're being controlled, and we don't. Well, we do know it, but it's fucking difficult to get. So, what do we really need? What's the basics? What we need? We need water, but even we can say, well, the fucking water's contaminated, fluoride. You know, what fucking water do we drink? You know, and then I've heard people saying you don't need to drink water because we're not designed to actually drink water as a human, because every animal that drinks water uses the tongue, and the tongue's curved up, and they lick out the bowls or the sea. Now, we can use our hands to curve it up and drink it, but the human people are saying we should get our water out the fruit. You know, apples have got water, oranges have got water, melons have got water. We should be just eating water, not drinking water.
But
So
if you did
is that true? Or
you wouldn't be able to fast.
Well, I'm just saying, is that true or false? I don't fucking know.
It's absolutely
I mean, I could
bullshit false.
Yeah.
That's
Well, I know
bullshit.
I'm not. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying. I heard this the other week. Some guy saying, "Well, dogs have the you see how dogs lick water up, and lions, yeah, and all the animals, how do they drink water? Because they're naturally adapted to drink water in that way. We're not adapted to drink water like all animals."
I gotta ask, this guy who said this, does he have children?
I don't know. What I'm trying to say, mate, I'm not promoting anything. I don't agree with him or disagree with him. And I think the general point we're sort of getting to is we hear that many different things, like what makes you believe something and what makes you think it's false. So some people latch onto something thinking, oh, that fits well with me, right? Without any evidence. Yeah. When they hear something, they think, that sounds good. I can understand that. And I nearly did it with that example. But then I'm thinking, well, I could understand what he was saying about I've got a dog. I've seen how my dog drinks water, curls his tongue up. That's how they use water. We don't go down to lakes licking water with our tongue. You know, how do we drink water?
I think
Should we
if
be
you see
getting
that
water?
guy again, you should point out to him that monkeys use their hands too. Like it's not all animals that put their tongue right to the water.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't
for the
see
monkey business. Sorry, Hermit.
comparing us to dogs. I don't understand that one.
I think with the monkey, it might come with an advantage because keeping their head up and away from the water maybe makes it easier to keep an eye out for predators. I can tell you why I'd suggest that, none of you ever eat gluten again, and certainly at the very least, for the love of God, never feed it to any small children. Which is that all throughout my childhood, I grew up thinking that it was normal for people to feel a lot of pain when sitting on the toilet when they went to the bathroom, number two. And then later on in life, I realized, oh no, that's just because my parents were just feeding me tons and tons of wheat every day, tons of gluten. And for some people, gluten makes it very difficult to defecate.
Yeah,
What's up? How's everybody doing?
Yeah.
Well, it's so quiet here.
We were talking about health.
Mm.
Health is wealth.
Charles, I'm just curious. You're probably born in the 90s or 2000s?
You're asking me?
No, Charles.
But whilst we're talking to Charlie, dude, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera off, it limits the room to 25 people in the guest room. So, although you're a very handsome fella, can you turn your camera off, dude?
Sure, no problem.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, you don't
Oh,
have to
yeah,
answer
the
that.
early 90s.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Charles. Were you about to answer?
Yeah, I was born in 92.
I find it very strange, this whole gluten thing, and one of the things that I guess kind of came to the conclusion was there was something that was mentioning about something like was introduced into like some medical procedures that could possibly have caused that. I don't know if you're familiar with any of that. Like another thing, it's very interesting. Like, I mean, I don't know if you guys ever thought about this, but do you like a doctor? Somebody in the medical field, they can like harm you and then fix you and not tell you about it. And I mean, when I say fix you, I mean fix you in their, point of view. They may not actually fix you, but they'll tell you. Kind of like you go to the car shop and they tell you they fix something, but then you have the same problem, and they're like, "Well, it's a different problem now, but it's the same symptoms." I don't know, but the gluten thing, my cousin also had a gluten allergy, so it was something I was definitely interested in, and I looked at it. I just remember looking at some of that, but we don't have to talk about that.
It's kind of a funny thing because from a nutritional and medical perspective, you could logically say that everyone has a gluten intolerance. It's just that everyone's gluten intolerance is different. Some are more noticeable than others, but there's no one in the world that's actually gluten tolerant. It's kind of a silly thing to assume. It's like saying someone's deadly nightshade tolerant. It's like, well, there's a bunch of plants out there that are in that category, like tomatoes, and like the nightshade that's in tomatoes may affect one person but not another. But if you eat deadly nightshade, the plant itself, it'll kill almost everyone.
Missed maybe the caveat at the beginning. Did you say there was a way, like, you can eat nightshade? I apologize. It's like, for example,
the term nightshade, deadly nightshade, refers to two things. One, a specific plant called deadly nightshade. If you eat it, you die. But there's also the nightshade family, which is it's a bunch of plants that are related to each other. Many of them are edible and used all the time, like paprika and tomatoes. These are both fall under the nightshade family, which means that they contain small amounts of the same thing that's in the deadly nightshade plant that can kill you. Very small amounts. Small enough that it won't kill most people. Some people may have, possibly very, very few people, like some kind of allergic reaction to it, some kind of, it might make them more sick than others. But nonetheless, it's like, technically, there's poison in a tomato. There's poison in paprika. But it's just a small enough amount that it doesn't make people keel over and die all the time. But it's not like the deadly nightshade isn't there. And it's kind of an interesting, similar concept with this gluten. It's like people might eat a slice of bread or a pizza here and there and be like, oh, well, it hasn't killed me yet. Like, yeah, but it's still there, and you're still wrecking the inside of your body. Like, it's kind of a delayed effect. But it's not like, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of poisons in a lot of foods that a lot of people overlook.
So, bread, shortening our lifespan since 1402.
You think eating bread will kill you?
You know that, like, 200 years ago, people were not making bread the way that they make it today. Like, today, the most common way to make bread is to take dry grain and to mix it with water and yeast and whatever, and to bake it in the oven. This is a practice that's only been commonplace for about 150 years or less or so. Like, before 150 years ago, the way that people made bread, it had a shelf life of 1 week or less. They had to eat it in a week or less, otherwise they had to throw it away. And the way that they would make it is they would sprout all the seeds and then bake it into bread and then eat it. But sprouted bread doesn't have a shelf life that you can't let it sit on the shelf for like weeks and months and then sell it a month or two later. You can't do that. It biodegrades very quickly. But it's just much healthier though that way, sprouted bread.
Yeah, in the last few hundred years, they seem to have turned everything into a means to fucking shorten your lifespan or make you unhealthy.
It's not deliberate. It's to make money. You see, it's much easier to sell a loaf of bread if it has a longer shelf life, and if you make it out of grains that are not sprouted, it has 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the shelf life. So it's about making money, and people are just not very smart when they are consumers. Consumers aren't very smart.
Right, but if it is about making money, then it is deliberate.
Wait, what?
If they know that it's kind of harmful, it's not really good for you, there used to be a better way, but if we make it this way, we'll make more money. Well, let's deliberately shorten your lifespan in order to make more money, which is what humans do to each other all the time, because they're bastards.
Well, to be fair, as long as they're just putting tobacco in a cigarette, I got no problem with anyone making cigarettes and selling cigarettes. Those might cut back your health.
Okay.
I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, I think it should be legal to sell poison. I just wish people were smart enough to not buy poison.
Well, I mean, you would agree that people can sell it, but they shouldn't be falsely claiming that it's good for you, right? Like they did with smoking and telling you that, oh, doctors recommend that you smoke because it helps you breathe easier. And then, they didn't. You say consumers are stupid. They're lied to constantly with sales pitch tactics. And, I think it's kind of, it's a little insulting.
I don't know where I would draw the line there, though.
Because you're saying that people who have like a general faith and trust in humanity, they don't want to screw you over. They're stupid. I don't think that's the definition of intelligence.
I didn't say it was intelligent. In regard to the bread thing, I was just saying that they want to make money. It's just a better way to make money, selling bread that's not so healthy, as opposed to bread that is healthy.
Right, and and they don't disclose any of that. They don't tell you, hey, we're now more
adding this and adding that,
whatever, processing and all that, just to whatever for our benefit. They'll tell you they're adding it for your benefit. Oh, we're putting fluoride in the water because it's good for your teeth, right?
Iron in your cornflakes.
You know what I mean?
Because heavy metals in your body is good for you.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
I was shocked
you
when
look
I
at
found out those iron shavings are actually partially. I used to believe, or I used to assume that the iron shavings that they added to like breakfast cereal and bread and stuff, I used to think that they were actually not absorbable at all. Turns out it is, but it's just not very absorbable. It's only like 20% absorbable or something, but most of it just passes through your body. But yes, they do take iron shavings, metal iron shavings, and
Crazy.
put them into your breakfast cereal and your bread. That's what reduced iron is, and it's not very absorbable. It's utilized by your body a little bit. Most of it just passes through your body. It's not absorbable like the iron you would find inside a fresh leaf of spinach, take for instance.
Did you hear the latest recall too? There about just a week ago, they had to recall a whole bunch of products because of iron and metals and shit in their bodies. That was a big thing there.
it comes every single thing in life, requires like a sacrifice, in one aspect or another. So you could literally name anything in the world, and then I could name some sort of subjectively good aspect of it. So I mean, if somebody's going through their life and doesn't realize there's a give and take relationship to all things, and then somebody told them this thing is the exception that's wholly and entirely good in every single way, then they're a fool. Yeah. Every choice has a consequence.
Okay.
So to say if this is good for your teeth, but bad for everything else. This is good for your eyes, but you'll have one foot when we're done.
I think it's a great example
good
of
for your
that.
eyes.
So when it comes to the freedom of speech or the freedom to take drugs, like with the freedom of speech, you have the right to express yourself. That's good. But then the downside is that you run the risk of having your feelings hurt by somebody else. Or
you mean
in regards to drugs, if we could make all drugs legal, and that would be great because that's more freedom, and our streets would be safer because there'd be less gang violence because they wouldn't be fighting over turf to sell drugs. But then the downside would be, for at least a short period of time, a handful of people would be, being like, hey, I think I'll try heroin, and shoot it up and kill themselves or something like that.
Well, at least the Democrats in America and the UK government agree on one thing. In order to save free speech, we have to fucking stop it.
Yeah, in order for everyone to agree, we need to end the freedom of speech.
In order for free speech to work, we have to stop free speech. Okay? You dumb motherfucker. I mean, it's ridiculous. If you look at the world today, you wake up tomorrow morning and look at something else, it'll be some other headline, you'll be like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on in this world? Like, have people lost their minds? Yeah, because they have too much iron in their fucking cornflakes.
So a couple of years ago, people in the other server were telling me that I was maybe getting a little ahead of myself and maybe being a little crazy when I was just throwing the idea out there that sometime in the future they may make it illegal to say the words "the Earth is flat." They're like, oh, no one's ever going to do that. No one's ever going to do that. I mean, look what's happening around us. Look at all the stupid things people are believing and doing. Look at all the stupid things that politicians are doing and saying. I wouldn't put it past the idiots that we are surrounded by today. I wouldn't put it past them to do such a thing. Yeah, it's well within the realm of possibility. We're surrounded by stupid people.
Well, when a guy gets fucking 2 weeks prison for reposting something on Facebook, and another guy gets fucking 2 years for saying something on Facebook, and a illegal immigrant gets probation for raping a 13-year-old girl, there's something fucking wrong. It's not hard to work out.
I think you're blowing out things out of proportion a little bit.
Right, okay, I'll calm down. Thank you for calming me down there. Quetzalcoatl. Is that Quetzalcoatl, or was that somebody else who sounded like Quetzalcoatl? Yeah, but you're right. I went from one topic to another. I topic jumped there. That was stupid of me. I apologize.
I heard that was a conspiracy anyway.
You broke up?
I guess we'll never know because somebody just came in and stopped free speech just like that.
Don't
Yeah,
have it in Canada anymore.
it'd be better to live in a world where you could trust people. But I won't ever be able to know fully if people are just dumb or liars. I mean, it's a fine line.
I mean, most of us can count on one hand the people we trust, so why would you trust fucking everybody else?
Yeah, but I could distrust because they're dumb as well. So I mean, so it's like I wouldn't trust John because he's a fucking idiot or something. Never knows what he's talking about. I don't think he's a liar. I just don't trust him. And there's no John. John's make believe. Just saying.
Really?
You don't trust
There's no
John's
John.
discernment.
Sorry.
He's saying he doesn't trust John's discernment.
Yeah,
Make believe, John.
There's probably like 4 or 5 Johns in there right now. Like, why is John saying all this shit about me? Because I could be John for all you know. But all I'm pointing out is it's a fine line between the two things. If they're just idiots or they're liars, or if they're just trying to the power
Idiot
of positive
liars?
thinking. Yeah, maybe the power of positive thinking. I don't know. They're like, listen, if we all get behind this idea, it'll all work out. Who knows?
Okay. There's a guy called Terry Goodkind. He made a series of novels, A Sword and a Something or Other. I read them, all 3 of them, and they're pretty good. But his, well, I suppose the thing about the thing was that there was always a wizard's first rule. And before we got there, it came at the end of the first book. Can you guess what wizard's first rule is? Going by what we've just been talking about.
Trust no one.
Yeah, people are stupid.
Oh,
Yeah, close enough.
well, that was pretty dumb of me.
But he seems a bit of a, well, I'll just leave it up to you. Somebody was asking there earlier on about a good book. Well, Terry Goodkind would be a good book to read. It's nice. It's fantasy and blah blah blah. There's a lot of nice philosophical things in it and musings about life and stuff. But he does seem a little bit devilish. But comes across as a good guy. But no, it's good reading. If you like Lord of the Rings, read Terry Goodkind. That's my advice. Thank you, please.
I wonder how many people would fall into the category of, if they're not saying it's true on the television, then it can't be true. Like, I wonder how many people fall into that category. Like, oh, you're telling me the Earth is flat? Oh, no, you must be wrong. They're not saying that on the television, so you must be wrong. The Earth must not be flat because the people on television are not saying the Earth is flat. I wonder how many people fall into that category.
Most, 79%.
Well, these days, there's also the crowd that, well, an internet meme said it, so it must be true. They're not really much different.
I don't know. I find internet memes funny, not educational.
No, there's still a lot of people who think that everything on the internet is wrong, is false.
And everything is a conspiracy. What if, though? What if? Think about it. What if everything is a conspiracy? What if the Earth is flat? What if Michelle Obama has a dick? What if, you know what I mean? What if Epstein didn't kill himself?
Well,
What
see,
if-
that's a good example. The conspiracy of Michelle Obama having a dick. I mean, can you verify that?
Yeah, we've seen
I've
the
heard
body.
that for years.
She got a big dick.
Like, I've heard that one for years.
She's got one.
And people
So,
actually
yeah, it's not a
believe it.
mystery.
She got a jaw.
Yeah, because you can see it.
You can?
Yeah, that bulge isn't a fucking tsunami. It's a fucking bulge. Like,
See, that's what I'm saying. People see an image on a meme, and they actually start to believe it.
I'm just kidding, bro.
It's kind of why I got tired of the internet in general.
No. They see a crack in the lie. That's what they're saying.
It's a good point, though. It's hard to know what to trust these days because of photoshopping and AI and everything. You just don't know anymore. This is what AI is doing to the internet. It's destroying everything because you see things, you're like, fuck, I don't know if that's real or not. You're like, you just don't fucking know. Like,
Well, the internet is the new TV.
well, it used to be the oracle of fucking truth and everything. But yeah, I need to know something. Yeah, the internet will tell you. Now, you can't trust the fucking internet. You can't trust fucking anything these days, right?
That's right.
You can trust yourself.
Of course.
How would Michelle Obama have a dick? She has children. She has kids.
Yeah,
Well,
they were
do
adopted.
you know that they are hers?
I just think that's a dumb conspiracy, though.
Yeah, they got them from Tahiti, bro.
Speculation. It's not. You can't prove it. It's just speculation.
Well, you definitely can, but like, does anybody here have the balls to go do what needs to be done to prove it?
Michelle does.
Well, I think plenty of people would have the balls, but do you have the means to without being in prison?
Well, listen, yeah, absolutely. Under this pretense, all it should take is like a little, I don't know, you dress yourself up, you're kind of limp-wristed, put yourself in the right social places, for the right,
But Michael Obama already has a gay husband. You think he's just going to step aside and let you stick?
I wasn't even
saying where you want?
Listen, what you got to do is do this. This goes around Barry, right? So Barry, if he extends his trust to you, then you get brought into the inner circle and see where it leads. I mean, just kind of just feel it out, see where it goes. Enjoy yourself while you're at it.
Wow. Extend what to you and feel what out? Fucking hell, bro. That's a bit
Yeah, but
gay.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think it makes a mockery of actual conspiracies where there's verifiable proof. I mean, I don't like that kind of stuff where it's speculation and it's slander just because you don't like a political figure. I mean, that's what it comes down to, pretty much.
It doesn't make any difference, I think, is the more important thing to point out.
Right, but it's slander. It's, mocking someone because they have a photo that's
They don't care,
unbecoming,
bro.
I guess.
They don't give a shit. They don't care. You can stand there all day. They don't care.
Well, it's not just a photo that's unbecoming, like didn't get themselves right. There's a video of something jumping around. It could be a walkie-talkie. I don't fucking know, man. Big walkie-talkie. Anybody see that Olympic high jumper who he won the pole vault? Yeah, that was a
Use his pole to hit the pole.
yeah. Yep.
I heard on the radio a funny story about that guy. He signed a contract for like a sponsorship deal, but the contract stated that every time he breaks his own record, he gets like something like, I don't know, 300 grand or something, like some insanely large amount of money or something. And so basically his strategy for like the last few years has been he'll just raise the bar like 1 or 2 inches, break that record, and then like 6 months later or a year later, break the record, raise it again 1 or 2 inches, just a tiny bit more. He just raises the bar a little bit more because he knows he can like jump a whole foot or half foot higher than he already is. So he's just kind of like gaming the system of the contract he signed to break his record over and over again so he can make a bunch of money.
A smart man.
Yep. I mean, that's that would be that'd be something that somebody could do. But
smart man.
It sounded like it was kind of borderline innuendo that it just like how much bigger could that thing get? You know, like if it grew this much, you say an inch a year, it's unhealthy at that point.
I think he probably has about 6 inches, maybe 8.
Yeah, he was the most popular loser at the Olympics.
Should we mention the boxers? Is it even worth it?
Yeah. I mean, I can make the only comment I would make is that girl, she fucking bitched out, man. Like she got scared, as she should be. But man, that wasn't. I don't think she got physically hurt. I think she got, mentally scared.
No, I don't know. No, it was the punch, man. She knew that wasn't a punch from a female. Come on now.
Could she have? I mean, listen. She's an Olympian, training every day. She made it to the Olympics, right? She's not like, oh, I made it to the gym. I'm the best at the gym in my county. She's in the Olympics. You're telling me she couldn't take 2 hits
from a man?
Yeah, 2 hits. An Olympian can't take 2 hits.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know many women can take 2 hits from a man, though.
Technically, it was a hermaphrodite. Like, there's like a rumor going around that individual was a transvestite. Turns out they're not. It's one of those people that was born with both male and female genitalia. But I guess more so on the male side, because when they tested that individual's chromosomes, they came back as XY chromosomes. So
yeah, and they banned him. They banned him from boxing. They banned him from boxing, but they let him into the Olympics because the boxing federation is banned from the Olympics for some reason. Probably fucking something underhanded, but they were banned from it, so they didn't have a say in the matter. So the Olympics took over and they fucked it up royally.
Wasn't the other finalist having the same problem?
Sorry?
Wasn't the other finalist having the same problem as a?
Yeah, there was 2. Yeah.
I mean, so fair enough then. It was a fair fight.
Cool.
So did all of you watch the breakdancing?
That was hilarious, man.
Wait a minute, what?
That was some like humiliation ritual or some shit because.
Is it breakdancing in the Olympics now?
Yeah.
Shut up.
I was on the edge of my seat. That was some intense stuff.
Prove it.
I think it makes sense. I mean, if they're gonna have figure skating, might as well have breakdancing. They're both about equally dangerous.
I heard it was a joke. I mean, I didn't see it, but somebody said it was just like a bunch of people laying down in baggy pants and kind of just like sliding around on the floor or something.
This cannot be true. You guys are fucking having a laugh. Hang on, I fucking Google this bitch.
The breakdancing, right? I didn't. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't watch it. This is just what I've heard. Maybe the guy who just commented is saying, "Has anybody else seen it?" He could comment.
Well, I didn't know about it until I was listening to the radio and they talked about it. It's kind of a big. Everybody's making fun of it.
No
Yeah,
way!
yeah,
It's fucking true. It's true.
Which part?
Hang on. Ragu's disastrous breakdown performance sparks wide conspiracy theories from fans who claim to know why Australia was really at the Olympics. Oh, it's fuck off.
I think it's so funny how I don't believe in the vacuum of space and I know the Earth is flat, but yet somehow, some way, I'm so excited to see that Alien Romulus movie.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, that's gonna be lit.
Hey, me too. Me,
What is
me
it again?
too.
16th?
I just love face huggers, man.
Well, listen, man. I mean, don't. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It was supposed to be a fantasy, like a fun fantasy, like imagine other worlds, like and then somebody pretended it was real. It's not your fault. They're fucking retarded. You're looking at.
You have to imagine other words. You can see them. They're real.
Do you know what? Do you know what though? I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I'm not. I'm gonna look at it. I mean, Romulus. It sounds great. Face huggers. Perfect. I don't know, man. I hope it'll be good. Suspend your disbelief for the love of aliens. All you need for an alien movie to be good is Sigourney Weaver. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we need a lot more Ridley Scott alien movies and a lot more Mad Max movies. Like all these stupid Marvel movies that come out just suck ass and they're for children pretty much.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah, they've ruined superhero movies.
Oh, somebody said the other day there is it's really good. He says the one good thing about the one silver lining about how Hollywood is ruining movies is that we don't have to look at their fucking witchy brew bullshit anymore. And I said to him, hey, I've never heard a more better silver lining in my life. I mean, Hollywood was good. They're ruining it, and good. So now we don't have to fucking listen to it anymore. You know what I mean? Let's see. Like Napoleon. I don't know if it was fuck, who was that? Cameron? That was the biggest pile of shit I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I think Ridley Scott's just a little bit overrated. I mean,
Okay. That's River.
I mean, the sequel to Aliens, the Alien sequel was. I mean, that just crapped all over the first one, didn't it?
Okay, hang on. Alien was good. Aliens was better. Aliens, and then what was it then?
Well, there were three like alternative sequels, right?
But they're destroying it. They really are. Anyway.
It just yesterday, or I found it the day before that, but I watched it yesterday. This one really old, crazy Ridley Scott film. It was 1985 called Fantasy, was it? No, wait. No, it's called Legend. It's called Legend. Was the name of it? Just the word Legend. And
With
it
Tom
had
Cruise?
Tom Cruise when he was like a teenager, like 20 years old or something.
Yeah, I'm
And
a
that one
fan of
chick
that
from
movie.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off, you know, the really pretty one. And I just thought it was worth watching it all the way through because you know the artistry they put in the scenery and also like their costumes, like it was crazy. Especially the guy dressed as a devil at the end of the movie. Like, man, that was one hell of a crazy devil costume.
Yeah, the production was good, but the movie was shit. Tom Cruise, eh? How about that flag handover, eh? What do you think? Apparently, he jumped from somewhere and grabbed the flag, and he was taking it back to Hollywood to fucking ruin everything. I hope Romulus is good. I hope. I pray.
I thought all the Daniel Craig movies as James Bond really sucked. There wasn't really much there.
Yep.
They
I
were
agree.
terrible. Actually, I think Mission Impossible films are actually more like how James Bond should be than James Bond is.
Ah. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. If you just have Tom Cruise as James Bond, then it's kind of like how it should be. Lots of gadgets and stunts and...
God damn it.
I don't
Tom
know.
Cruise should have been playing James Bond for the last fucking 20 years. Would have been great. He does all his own stunts, you know.
They did like the car chase through the vegetable market, you know, and it's like smashing into vegetables, and it's like, oh god, you know, it's really...
Oh, dude, I am so sick of car chases.
All those people, yet all he hits is the vegetables.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
There is one car chase. What do you call him? The guy that plays Thor. It wasn't. They did a part 2. Fuck my brain. It was the only car chase that was been worthwhile in the last fucking 20 years. I am so... See, as soon as I see cars chasing each other, I switch off, bro. I fast forward. I'm so sick of it. How many car chases have you watched in the last 20 years? 100? 120? Fucking, they're boring as shit. But the guy... fuck, what was it? He had to save a girl. She was kidnapped or something. The guy that played Thor... It was actually a very, very good car chase. I was about to fast forward, and they did this and they did that, and the graphics and everything. It was kind of like, well, hang on a minute. It was a really good car chase, the best one I've seen in fucking 20 years. Like,
Yeah, I always thought Blade Runner needed a car chase. I think it's what's missing from it. It needs a car chase. How do you have a movie about a cop who's chasing down rogue robots without a car chase?
Extraction. Extraction's the one, bro. Listen to me now. Okay, you listen. Robots without a car chase.
Extraction, yeah. No, I've heard of that.
Yeah, the first Extraction, it's an okay movie. It's all right. And so is the second one. It's okay. You're not wasting your time exactly. But the car chasing Extraction was pretty good, to be honest with you. And from coming from me, that's saying something.
So you set a very high standard when it comes to car chases in movies.
Yeah, just anything that doesn't look like a car chase, or like a generic car chase, like a car chase. Oh my god! Like I think the Bourne Ultimatum or one of the Bourne movies did a really good car chase too. And he was in a little, what was it, a fucking mini or something? That wasn't too bad. But car chases are boring, man. They're just so fucking boring.
Oh, you should see actual car chases. The ones that happen in LA. Those are world class.
The ones that end in fucking
Incredible.
full destruction, like 20 people dead and all cars gone.
No, occasionally the guy gets away. And this is with like a chopper following and road spikes and everything. The guy just disappears.
Fucking kudos to him.
But they always have some car that blends in really well with everything else. So it's hard to pick out.
Did you hear about the girl that was caught in her Tesla the other day for 3 hours because I had an update? They said, don't open the door. Don't open the door because you might disrupt the update. So she sat in her car for 3 fucking hours.
Oh, those Teslas are pieces of shit.
I was just amazed and kind of glad when I finally saw someone on YouTube reviewing like different electric vehicles, and he finally pointed out something I was waiting for someone else to finally point out other than myself, which is that in all those Tesla cars, since all the information like the speedometer is on the tablet, it means that you have to turn your head to the side to read the speedometer as opposed to reading the speedometer right in front of you like in every other car in the world. And it was like, oh my god, finally someone else came to that realization. Somebody else, not just me, not just fucking me.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is the precursor to the Antichrist. Fuck him, bro.
There's no handle above the window in the Tesla. So I would get motion sickness. So every time I get in the car, I just grab the handle above the window.
Yeah, it's called
the Tesla doesn't have it. Yeah, but the Tesla doesn't have it.
Yeah, it looks like a dumpster with wheels. A Cybertruck.
Yeah, the raccoons are scratching at it.
It's like a Johnny Cab.
To be fair, dumpsters typically have wheels. They're just not powered wheels.
Yeah. I think it's a death
In
trap.
other words, it looks like an electric powered dumpster.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember when Elon said that he was very offended that he was excluded from the World Federation of fucking electric car type things? Like everybody was invited but him.
Oh.
You ever see that? Oh, we're like we're like 90% of the world's electric cars, but we weren't invited. Yeah, because your car's fucking shit, bro. It has no fucking Jesus handles.
I like my electric car, but it's because my electric car doesn't have the drawbacks of the other electric cars. When the batteries run out, I don't get stuck on the side of the road.
Tell me you're joking, Charles.
No. When my car runs out of batteries, I don't get stuck on the side of the road. I keep going. Want to guess what kind of car I drive?
The ever-ready bunny type car?
Oh, it's a plug-in hybrid. So when the batteries run out, it switches to the gas tank, and I can continue going for 355 miles on the gas tank.
Yeah, hybrids are the best car in my opinion.
Plug-in hybrids. Regular hybrids are for mongoloids. They make most hybrids so that you can't plug them in and charge the batteries, which means that the car costs a lot more money to make, or at least a decent amount more money to make, but you can't plug it in with $150 worth more of equipment that it would cost to make it so you could plug it in. So yeah, plug-in hybrids are great, but the non-plug-in hybrids are for people that are economically retarded.
Why did you buy a hybrid?
Again, a plug-in hybrid, not a hybrid. I'm not a fool. I'm not a Prius owner. But I bought it because I didn't want to spend money on gas, because gasoline's expensive and it's easier just to go 53 miles on the charge and then 300 miles plus on the tank.
So, if the electricity circuit goes down everywhere,
well, the new RAV4s have like 1,000 kilometers, and then you get a 75 kilometer electric that you can plug in. So I know a coworker of mine. She only drives like 30 kilometers each way, so that's 60 kilometers. So she only uses the electric, and if she needs to go like into town, then she'll use some of her gas, right? But she's in 1 month, she hasn't even filled up her gas tank.
Oh, that's cool with those newer ones. They put an extended range on this. Most of the plug-in hybrids that are the same size as that one, like they only go like 30. And one of them, I even saw this one guy had. He said it only went 17 miles on the charge. I was like, 17 miles. Like, what's the point in even bothering with your freaking extension cord at home at that point?
You know what I'm saying? Wow, 30 miles. Wow.
No, the smallest one was 17 before it switched to the gas thing.
Yeah, but we'll give them 30.
That's like hardly anything. Like, you can walk 17 miles.
You could run it if you're fit. I don't understand it, man. How much money did you pay in electricity for fucking in the last 2 months?
I haven't watched my electric bill change at all in the 4 years I've had it.
Yeah, no, but the girl, the one that we're talking about, the other one. Oh, she hardly uses for this and she hardly uses for that, but you know, she doesn't spend money on gas for fucking 2 months. But yeah, how much money has she spent on electricity? Well, pretty much the same as gas, but maybe a little bit more.
I've had my car for more than 4 years now, I think, or about 4 years, and like I've spent less than $500, I think, altogether in gasoline for it.
Well, now how much do you travel per year?
Typically, at least 2 road trips, long road trips per year, so that's included in with that.
This miles, bro, or kilometers?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
But still, it's a very small amount.
What do you tell your insurance company?
They don't ask me that.
They don't?
Well, I think the insurance company, at least the ones I work with or have worked with, they ask you for like what the odometer is, but they don't. Oh no, I guess never mind. They do ask me that. Now that I think about it, they do. I don't remember what I told them though. I don't remember. I think it was a small amount though, because I don't drive my car a very large amount, except for when I'm like leaving town.
Well, as long as you're happy.
Is your car a smart car?
No, it's a 2017 Chevrolet Volt.
Oh. So that's yeah, I heard about the Volt. It's just been a while.
Whatever you do, don't ever buy a Chinese-made electric car. It turns out those things are very dangerous from a statistical point of view. They catch fire a lot more often than electric cars made by other companies in other countries.
Very explosive.
Yep.
There's graveyards full of them, bro.
I found it interesting talking with Chat GPT about the Black Swan photo, because it already knows everything about it. So apparently, y'all have been busy educating it.
Huh. I like that switch up. That's a good switch up. So you talk to AI? Like
Just
actually,
recently.
yeah, like actually talk. Hello. Hello, computer. Just recently, right? Okay, so how's it going, Harvey?
Yeah, apparently ChatGPT knows all the arguments. It's pretty funny. Globers and flat earthers have been busy chatting with it.
So what did it tell you that kind of impressed you? What were you most impressed about ChatGPT? GOP, whatever the fuck it's called.
Well, I don't know. It just has a lot of information.
So it's like Google, but with voice.
Yeah, but it always seems to have holes of information when it comes to the most important parts of information, most important kinds of information. It seems to have holes.
What happened when you asked it, hey Google, is the Earth flat? What did it say? Did it laugh?
Like, what holes are you talking about?
Did it call you a retard?
It said celestial navigation proves the globe.
Well, like when I tried to ask it about 24/7 flat Earth Discord, it just could only tell me. It sounds like I asked it, have you ever heard of this Discord server? And it's like, no, I haven't. But it sounds like it would be a Discord server that would have to do with people talking about the Earth being flat potentially.
Wow,
But
that's
I've never
fucking
heard of
deep.
it. But the thing is, like, this damn thing, it has access to YouTube. It has access to information about it. It's just not. It's just like what I'm saying is like if it was really like there's two things. There's one of two things that's going on right now. One, it's not advanced enough to know what flat Earth Discord is. Or two, it is advanced enough to know what flat Earth Discord is, but it's programmed to not know what flat Earth Discord is. One of those two things is true. Either way, it's either unimpressive or it's being programmed to not be useful.
I'll go with the program part.
Don't attribute to
You
malice.
got to keep playing with it. You got to know how to ask the questions. I think that's what it comes down to.
ChatGPT reminds me of that scene in the Steve Jobs movie when they're trying to get that talking computer. They're like showing off a talking computer to a crowd, but they can't get it to work, so they just use a human as a voice and just trick people into thinking that the computer's talking. It's a bit of an illusion. I think people have this idea that it is like a sentient thing. It's just like an advanced search engine like Google that kind of compiles everything and tries to spit out an answer from it. That's my understanding of it.
What movie was that? Do you remember?
Which movie? I know I just mentioned a movie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, some movie about Steve Jobs and the computer, and they use it just a talking person.
Yeah, I think it's literally called Jobs, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, I just typed in Jobs. Jobs movie.
I think the losing the name, artificial intelligence.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, it's just called Jobs, the movie. Sorry, go ahead.
No, okay, I'll have a look. I like movies.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was interesting for sure.
Yeah, 2013 American biographical drama. Okay, Life of Steve Jobs. I haven't seen that one. All right, that was interesting.
Got any new people in? Any globies? What we got? Who's Time Dash? What's up, Time Dash?
You chomping at the bit to fucking debate Globy's cyclone.
Not really.
Bring him on, bro.
You know, wouldn't mind hearing them present some globe evidence. Rich Evans, you are spazzing out in chat again.
Ooh.
Let me just correct that. I think there's two movies about Steve Jobs. There's one called Steve Jobs with Michael Fassbender. I think it's actually that one. The one that's called Jobs the movie is with Ashton Kutcher, and I didn't remember him being in there, so I apologize. I think it's the one with Michael Fassbender. Yeah, he's
Fassbender's a good actor, man.
Oh, shit.
Aliens.
Grandpa's back. Hold on, guys. The movie chat. Nah, come on.
Okay.
That I was just correcting what I had said.
Getting
Grandpa
called
has
out.
rejoined us. You've rejoined us, Grandpa. Have you found any globe evidence?
No, I think I'm converted. The NASA videos are fake, I've determined.
Is that the only evidence? There's nothing else other than the videos?
No, I'm saying they're fake. I'm saying I'm a flat earther now. I've determined they're fake.
Well, that doesn't
So
get you
you're
the flat Earth.
So
Why
you're
not?
saying
Because there's a lot of people who think the Earth is a globe who also think government is faking it.
Oh, actually, you know,
you're not even halfway.
another thing is the stars are definitely moving and the Earth is standing still because I could see the stars moving. So,
all right, fair enough. So you're basically saying that the only evidence that you thought existed for the globe were these videos from NASA. Now you realize they're fake. You realize there's no evidence for the globe. Is that right?
yeah.
All right. Good
Pretty
for
cool,
you.
huh? Pretty cool,
That's
huh?
not bad. That's not bad. So why do you think they're lying to you?
I don't know. CIA cover up or something.
Why do you think they're telling all the kids they live on a big spinning ball?
Maybe
Like sneaking videos
for control reasons.
Why are you hitting with that question?
Yeah.
Like,
You think the government are trying to control people?
That's what it seems like, don't you think?
That sounds like a wild conspiracy theory to me.
I don't think so. If they're going to lie about the globe, what other reason is there? It's for power and control. Am I right, boys?
No, the government loves you. They'd never do that.
The government doesn't love us. We're just a number to the government.
No, they're going to take you to Mars when we destroy the planet with Elon.
True.
Right? So you can be safe in your little Mars dome.
That's true. What do you want me to tell? We're in wild agreement.
Grandpa.
Yo.
You think we actually believe what you're saying?
No.
Okay. Okay then.
Come on, Grandpa, cut the shit. Let's discuss it. Come on. You can't
What do you want? What do you want to discuss? What do you want to discuss?
All right.
Why the Earth is a globe? Well, let me ask you. Yeah.
What's the claimed radius value of the globe? You know.
The claimed radius value? I have no idea.
See, that means you're still a glober.
Yeah. I
So why are you still a
thought we
glober?
figured that out. I thought you guys saw right through me. You
Yeah, we
believe
did.
me?
We already know. But
Oh,
now I'm just
no.
letting you know we know. So
But I
why do
already
you
said
believe?
I know you know.
That's all right then. So why do you believe?
Why do I believe? Because every piece of scientific evidence points to the fact that the Earth is the globe. Maybe.
All right. Could you name one?
What about the Foucault pendulum?
What about it?
Does that point that the Earth is not stationary?
Why are you asking me? I thought you said you had all the scientific proof.
Well, to me, it shows that the Earth is moving.
How does it do that?
It's rotating.
The pendulum's rotating.
No, not the pendulum. The pendulum's showing the Earth rotating.
Oh, so the pendulum's just hanging still.
The pendulum's hanging still?
Like it's not rotating. Is that what you're saying?
The pendulum. Actually, no. I mean, the angle is changing, which shows that the Earth is rotating. The Earth is moving below
So
the
you're saying
pendulum.
that so the pendulum is swinging, you're saying?
Sure.
All right. So the pendulum's swinging.
Yeah.
Now what?
And the Earth is moving below it
What makes you say that?
because you could see it.
See what? The pendulum swing.
You could see the Earth move below the pendulum. Yes.
What does that look like?
It looks like something is in a position that it wasn't in prior.
Yeah, the pendulum. Because it's swinging.
Not the pendulum. The Earth below it.
The pendulum isn't swinging.
Why do you
see
say
the Earth
that?
below the pendulum move? You got a video of the Earth moving below the pendulum?
Yeah, sure.
Could you post it?
Sure.
Wait.
Pretty cool, huh?
Anyone else in the chat ever seen that? The Earth moving?
You guys have never
below the
seen this?
pendulum? Well, I've seen the pendulum move. I haven't seen the Earth move.
Okay, cool. Well, now you will.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I think he's going to find that if he stands there with a compass, that north or south or east or west isn't going to change.
Okay, yeah, I looked at your video. That's just showing the pendulum moving.
How'd you look at the video? It's 6 minutes long. You saw the whole thing in 5 seconds?
Yeah, I'm just skipping through it. The pendulum's moving.
But why'd you say you saw the
Right.
video if you didn't see the video?
I can see it.
It's a 6-minute long video. You didn't see it.
Yeah, the pendulum's moving, not the ground.
But you didn't see the video.
He watched it before, for fuck's sake.
No, he didn't.
Move on.
Yeah,
It's a
you can
6-minute video.
click on the video and you can see in a few seconds where the pendulum is moving, not the ground. Or have you got a
Oh, okay.
timestamp where the ground starts moving?
Yeah.
What's the timestamp?
Fine for you right now.
And this globe proof gets worse and worse.
6:35. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, the ground's still not moving. The pendulum's moving. What are you talking about?
Why do you say the ground's not moving?
Because you only see the pendulum moving.
You only see the pen. No, I saw the ground move. How did that spigot move in front of the pendulum?
I don't know if there's any helping you. Okay.
Why is
so
that? I'm looking at it move right now.
moving.
I gave you a timestamp of when it moves too. What's your refutation there?
So if you swung a pendulum in your room right now, would you see your bedroom floor moving?
Is that what the Foucault pendulum is demonstrating? If
No,
I
this is
swing
what
it in my
you're claiming.
bedroom, my bedroom floor would move?
You're claiming a pendulum in a room swinging shows the ground moving.
Mm-hmm. It demonstrates
you're
that
claiming.
the ground moves. Yes, that's right.
But you don't observe the ground moving.
No, I do. I just gave you a timestamp where you could observe it. So
No, that's just the pendulum.
it's just the pendulum. What happens at 6:35?
What direction's the ground moving?
What happens at 6:35? Let's see if you even saw it.
The pendulum swings.
Okay, so you didn't see it. Interesting. So you're just going to pretend that you saw things and
Wow.
Was
Is
he a ghost or
anyone else
something?
watching this video? Yeah. What's going on with this guy?
Okay. I mean, if you're just going to pretend that you watched a video and talk to me, what's the point of talking?
You're telling us that if you swing a pendulum in a room, the floor moves. You're British.
I mean, if you do anything, the floor is going to move regardless. The floor is
Oh, is
constantly
it?
moving. Yeah,
Floor
it
is
is.
constantly moving. Who measured
Absolutely.
So,
Well, I just showed you
the pendulum
the
for?
Foucault pendulum demonstrates that.
that? How does it do that?
how?
I just give you a timestamp where you could see it. So if you're
Can
just
you
going to
explain
keep saying
how?
moving?
Explain
How's that
how.
showing anything?
if you didn't watch the video and you're still talking to me, please mute.
You explain how.
Did you see the video?
Indicates the ground is moving.
Did you see the video?
You. No, you explain it.
Did you see the video?
Wait, instead of repeating ourselves, I got a question to ask him. So you're saying that the pendulum is doing X due to the rotation of the Earth, correct? Am I following you correctly here?
No, that's actually not correct. The pendulum is not doing anything. The ground below the pendulum is moving, which causes the pendulum to hit objects. You said which causes the pendulum to do X.
Yeah, so you're saying the pendulum is doing X, and it's doing X because the ground is moving. That's what you're saying, right?
No, it's not doing X because the ground is moving. It's doing X, and the fact that it's doing X can show us that the ground is moving.
No, Grandpa.
It's not moving because the ground is moving.
Bro. How is the pendulum attached to the ceiling?
With a apparatus.
How vague of you. Is it on a swivel? Or is it rigidly set so it can only swing back and forth?
I don't know. You tell me.
I know you don't know.
I'm asking.
So you go figure it out. I've seen these things in real life.
Yeah.
All right.
They're attached at the top with a swivel.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So you think so the Earth is moving underneath the pendulum?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So then the Earth would be moving underneath helicopters and planes and balloons and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then flight times east to west would be massively different, right? Because the Earth's moving in one direction, whether you're going into it or away from it.
Flight times east to west would be different because the Earth is moving. Is that what you're saying?
The flight times, if the Earth is moving underneath the planes, like you're saying, then they would be having to go against or go with that movement, no?
They would have to go against the movement of the Earth moving?
Hey, the spin, when they're going east to west, they'd have to go with it or against it, right?
The planes flying in the air would have to go against the Earth spinning. Is that what you're saying?
Is that confusing? Yeah, because you said the Earth is moving underneath planes and balloons and pendulums, right?
Yeah, just repeat it one more time, dude. You might get it.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. No, I mean, it doesn't make sense in my head, but he's saying it, so I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
Well, no, you said it. You said it moves. The Earth moves underneath the pendulum, and it moves underneath planes and helicopters and balloons. You said that was the case. No.
So I said yes. The Earth is rotating below planes that are flying. What does that have to do with anything that you just said?
Right. So if they fly in one direction, they're going against a spin, and if they fly in another direction, they're going with a spin. So their flight times, either direction, are going to be different. Right.
I mean, they're different mainly because of like jet streams. Like when the Earth rotates, the atmosphere also rotates with it. So it's not like it's just the ground that's spinning.
Wait, so are you saying now that they go with the rotation?
Yeah. I mean, like conservation of momentum would say yes.
Okay, so they're not. So the ground isn't spinning underneath them; they're attached to it, basically.
The ground isn't spinning underneath them; they're attached. No, but I mean, I guess they're affected. I wouldn't say they're attached.
So is it spinning in a way that's making it deviate away from them, or they velcroed invisibly to the atmosphere and the ground?
I wouldn't say either. Velcroed to the ground.
So yeah, then there would be a difference then in the flight times if the spin is affecting their flight time.
Why is that?
Because you're saying they're in a separate frame from the rotating ground.
Yeah, like the pendulum.
Like the pendulum you just said.
Uh-oh.
You confused?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Yeah, I'm multitasking right now, so I'm not fully following what you're saying. But why don't you dumb it down for me a little bit? So you're saying the flight time should be affected because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth's rotation? Is that what you're saying?
No, you can't have it both ways, Gramps.
What? Both ways? What? I mean, to me, these are two completely separate topics. I'm confused why we're like relating.
No. You said. I said. Does so the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum? You said yes. So the Earth is rotating underneath the planes and the helicopters, and they would all experience that rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
Affecting. Yeah. So.
Okay. So what are you talking about
it.
flight times? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by the flight times.
So if let's make it simpler then. If I get a helicopter and I hover in the air above the ground, is the ground going to start rotating underneath me?
No, it's not going to start rotating underneath you. It's already rotating underneath you.
So does it rotate away from me?
What do you mean by that? Does it rotate away from you?
Now he plays dumb.
Depends where you're facing. No, I'm supposed to know where the helicopter is facing in this imaginary scenario to figure out if it's away or towards him.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So is it going to go away or towards me? Is it?
It does, because you just said it's rotating away from me. That does matter.
Okay, so is it away or towards? Will it go away or towards?
Will it go away or towards? Yeah, I mean, probably subtly. Yeah, sure. Like.
So if I hover over time, for like 10 hours. So if I hover for like 10 hours and then I land, I'm going to be in a totally different place.
That's a good question. I don't know. Because I mean, the atmosphere around the Earth is also rotating, which will affect where the helicopter is hovering. But I don't know what the effect of that atmospheric rotation has on the helicopter.
Well, if you're saying the pendulum is affected by it, why wouldn't the helicopter be?
If the pendulum isn't affected by it or is affected by it, what'd you say?
What is wrong with you, Gramps?
Dude, I'm multitasking right now. This is the third most important thing I'm doing right now.
Yeah, you're conveniently multitasking because your whole show and tell presentation has fallen apart. So you found something else to do.
You guys called on me to talk to me. I was fucking listening in. The second I joined, you go, "Oh, Grandpa's here." I'm like,
well, that's all right. We've unless we've got another Glober in the room who's more interested. But yeah, I mean, you're saying if it rotates underneath the pendulum, then it would need to be rotating underneath the planes, underneath the helicopters. So
it is rotating underneath the planes and the helicopter.
So then I'd land somewhere else.
We could just hover in a helicopter and wait for a new town to show up, and then land.
If you listen to me, I told you the atmosphere is also rotating around the Earth, and I don't know what effect that atmospheric rotation has on the hovering helicopter.
So how do you know what effect it has on the pendulum?
Because you could see that the pendulum's angle is not moving. The stuff below it is moving.
What?
Have you seen the Foucault pendulum? Have you seen it?
Dude, you are off. You're off the reservation, bro. That's the opposite of what's demonstrated.
Okay.
Have you seen one?
I showed the video that you guys.
Okay, yeah, you've seen a video that you didn't know anything about how it was attached to the ceiling. Ooh.
Well, you asked like what kind of apparatus?
You're dreaming if you think the pendulum swings back and forth the same way all day.
Okay, yeah, because to be fair, Grant, it doesn't sound like you really know much about the pendulum or Earth rotation. So maybe let's try another globe evidence that makes you? What else makes you believe that the Earth is a ball other than this pendulum?
You could see it from space as a ball.
You can see it from space as a ball. How do you know that?
Mm-hmm. With photographs and video.
Oh, so pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And are those pictures real?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you said you can see it from space, not in an image.
Well, how do you know those images are real?
Because I trust everything the government does.
All right, well, trust is not evidence. So, all right, you got anything else?
That's not evidence?
No, that's not evidence. That's your belief.
Why's that not evidence?
Images of Bigfoot as well.
It's evidence of your gullibility.
Is it evidence in a court of law if I have a picture
It's
of a
evidence
murderer?
of your gullibility, sir.
It's photographic evidence. Is photographic evidence acceptable in a court of law?
That's not acceptable in the court, though. Base pictures are not.
Oh, I gotcha. Makes sense.
Right. So, other than images you can't verify and a pendulum that you don't understand, is there anything else that makes you believe the Earth's a ball?
No, I guess that's pretty much it.
All right. Okay. Pretty weak, huh?
Pretty cool.
Just
huh?
general cluelessness. Well done, Gramps.
Thank you. Thank you.
I feel like we've made a lot of progress today.
The combination of his avatar and his name and what he's saying is kind of reminding me of our current president. You see, my fellow Americans, the Earth is spinning because the pendulum moves.
Well, you know they're in trouble when their first go-to is Foucault's pendulum. You know they're in trouble.
America can be described in one word. I got 2 words for you. Made in America.
Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
don't say the Earth is flat. That's malarkey.
The Earth is not flat, it is a globe.
Oh, what? Since when?
What do you mean since when? Since the beginning of time, we have known that the Earth is round.
Who told you that?
Many scientists.
Which one?
What do you mean which one, man? There are so many scientists that say that the Earth is round. It is known at this
Name
point.
name the one who convinced you that the Earth is round. Which one?
Albert Einstein believed that the Earth is round.
Albert Einstein. Okay, how did Albert Einstein convince you that the world was a ball?
Well, man, it was not just him, it was everybody. Everybody
Well,
knows
I
the
asked
Earth.
which one. I asked which scientist convinced you that the
I
Earth
don't
is
know,
a
man.
giant
There are so
spinning
many
ball.
that convinced me
But that
that
was
the
what you
Earth is...
said. You know that the Earth is a ball because all the scientists said it, and I said which scientist convinced you, and now you say you don't know.
What do you mean? Okay, who convinced you that the Earth is flat, man?
The Earth.
What do you mean the Earth convinced you the Earth is round?
Well, have
I
you
mean the
ever
Earth is
been?
flat, sorry.
Have you ever been to a beach?
Have I ever been to the beach? Yes, I have been to the beach.
So you know when you look at the horizon, you've seen the horizon over the ocean.
Yes.
Is that a flat line or a curved line?
It can be determined as both. It can be either or, depending on how you look at it.
Huh?
It's a
Not
flat
at the
line.
same time.
That'd be a contradiction, my friend. So the horizon is horizontal, yeah? Flat line?
Right.
Right. And when you go outside, you never experience the ground to be moving unless you're in an earthquake or something, right?
But how does that determine that the Earth is flat for you, man?
No, that's just me telling. That's the Earth telling you.
It's because you could see it
There's
flat.
no curvature. and you detect no motion, right? So that's what the Earth is telling you directly. You understand?
Just like when you're driving in a car and the trees are
Hey,
moving past you.
Grams, go back to your multitasking. It's okay. Think about the pendulums. Go back
Okay,
to sleep.
okay, you're right. I'm gonna think about the
Yeah.
pen.
So, what is it? Arlo? Is that your name?
Yes, this is me.
So you experience Earth to be flat and motionless directly every day. Yeah.
Yes.
But they tell you it's actually a big spinning ball. Yeah.
Yes.
What evidence did they give you that it was a big spinning ball when it just looked flat and motionless?
The evidence that it is a spinning ball is because that is what we have all been taught since we were little boys and women.
Okay. So if someone tells you something, does that mean it's true?
No, but when you have multiple sources, that is the thing. There's not
All right. If
multiple mass
multiple
sources.
people,
Listen to me,
okay,
there's not multiple mass sources that are saying that the earth is flat, man.
okay. If multiple people tell you something, does that mean it's true?
No, but look at the amount of people that believe the
Okay.
earth is
So
round
how
to
would
the
you know if
amount of
it's
people.
true or not? How would you determine if
Because
it's true
it's
or not?
millions, it's billions, it is billions,
Right.
and
So
it
you're
is.
saying if lots of people do tell you something, that means it's true.
I guess that means Islam is
No,
true. Am I
that is
right,
not
guys?
what I am saying. The
Yeah, that's
fact
what
of
you
the
just said.
matter is, out
Millions
of
and
this,
millions.
listen to what I have to say. I did not interrupt you. The majority of people, I am saying, in that majority of people, there are renowned scientists who are experts, and I know what you're going to do.
Yes,
You're going
but
to
you
say
couldn't
name
name
them.
one of them, right? Yeah, you couldn't name one of them, so that doesn't really hold. And have you
But
ever
there are
heard
so many, I
of?
cannot name one of
Do you
them.
know? Do you know what an appeal to majority fallacy is?
What did you say?
Do you know what a logical fallacy is?
No.
Okay. Do you know what logic is?
Yes.
Well, a logical fallacy is the opposite of that. Okay. And what you just said is called an appeal to consensus or an appeal to majority. And it means you're effectively saying X is true because the majority of people believe it. But that's a
Well, that is
fallacy because it doesn't matter how many people believe something, that doesn't make it true necessarily. It might be true, but it's not true just because a majority of people believe it. You understand?
okay. Well, let's slim
Yeah,
it
hold
down
on.
to the.
Hold on. Just think of how many people McDonald's have served. Billions. It must be the height of cuisine. Billions and billions served.
Not really
Let's
analogous,
not talk
but
about billions of
That's
people.
perfect. That
Let's
is
talk
analogous.
about let's talk about the billions. Let's talk about the billions, or not the billions. Sorry, the
Well, hold
majority
on.
of
No.
scientists.
What? No. What you need to right. If we're going to say that, then you need to think back to my question, which was, what evidence were you given that, contrary to what you observe of a flat and motionless Earth, you're actually on a big spinning ball? What evidence specifically? And don't just say scientists, because we asked you which one,
Okay.
and you don't know.
How would space exist? How would it exist in space then if the Earth was flat, the rotation around the sun and everything?
This guy sucks.
How do you know
Let's
you
just
are
let's
in
just tell
space?
him. Yeah, there is no vacuum of space.
Because when I look up in the night, I see the stars, I see the sun, and I see the
Yeah, you
moon.
see the night. You see the night sky. Yeah, at night. I doubt you see the sun, but if it's night,
Yes, like
you
you can
usually
see the
don't.
sun. Can you
Yeah,
explain
you
a
can see
solar
the sun in
eclipse
the
then, man?
daytime, sure. But listen, you're shown these images of like a galaxy, and then it'll have a little arrow, and it says "You are here." Have you seen those images before?
I do not know what you're really talking about, but if you could send a picture, maybe.
Well, think. Do you know what a galaxy is? Has been
Yes, I know
claimed.
what it is.
You've seen images of a galaxy.
Yes, like, are you talking about diagram?
Well, like an image, a
Yes, I have seen
cartoon,
images
or
of.
what they would call it. Okay.
Yes, I have.
How do you know you live in amongst that?
Do I know I live? What do you mean? I live in the. Oh, because. Okay, wait. I want to say, if I did not know that, then how would you explain as a flat earther the stars, the moon, the sun, etc.?
Well, let's start with, do you know that? Or do you just believe it?
I believe that. I do not personally know it, but I believe it.
Okay, what makes you believe it?
Because look at events like a solar eclipse, or I have an uncle who is a scientist and he has a telescope, and when I look into the telescope I can see the different planets. So to me that is what makes the most sense.
Right, but you looking up into the sky and seeing stars doesn't tell you that you are in a galaxy as they've shown you images of, not photographs. Images.
But I can make the same argument that flat earthers, when they look at the earth for their evidence to being a flat earth, that does not necessarily mean it is a flat earth.
No, that's not analogous, because we are talking about the surface which we live on, which is observably flat and motionless, whereas you're looking at stars and abstractly imagining a third perspective away from Earth, which you can never observe, and seeing this galaxy from outside. That's imagination.
Then what about the pictures from NASA? Why would
Yes, exactly. What about the pictures from NASA? So can you verify any of those pictures are real?
Yes, they are proven to be real.
Okay, how do you verify that they're real?
Because I just believe they're real.
Okay,
you verify that they're real.
Believing that they're real isn't verifying that they're real, yeah?
Okay, then I could make the same argument for you thinking it is fake.
No, because it's not on me to prove them or disprove them. It would be on you to prove that they're real, which you can.
Okay, but why would the United States government send so much money to NASA? If the space
so much
did not
is relative.
exist, then where would
Why would
go?
someone take money? Why would they take money? Where would the money go? What? I don't know. Into the hands of politicians? You tell me.
Well, it wouldn't. It's not going into the hands of politicians, but
drugs and ladies of the night.
It's more the cult leaders, I think, than politicians.
As politicians are, elected officials. It's going to non-elected bureaucrats. It's not going to elected officials. That's for sure.
How can you verify that it is going to those people, man? You cannot verify that.
Okay. So we've got images, but we can't verify that they're real. Yeah?
Yes. No,
So that's
wait.
not
I don't know what
That's
you're
just
referring
belief.
to. Are you referring to the NASA pictures?
Yeah, the NASA images, yes.
Okay.
Because they say they're going to a place that you can't go to and taking these images. So you could never go and check.
Yes,
You can't go to
there
space.
are.
You can't go where they claim to go or do what they claim to
Well,
do.
if I trained to be an astronaut, I could go to space.
No, you couldn't. But let's put that
What do you mean I
aside for now.
couldn't?
Well, because space, as they've told you, doesn't exist.
It does exist because. Okay, then what do you believe the stars are and what the dark sky and the night sky and everything is? Do you have a diagram of the
How
flat
would
Earth
you?
are
How would
thinking of?
you? How would you verify what a star is?
Look at the star and it matches up with what with
Okay,
what
I
the
look at the
scientists
star.
say.
I see a little twinkling light in the sky. Then what? What do I do?
You are talking about the shooting star, man?
No, the point is, you don't know what the stars are.
No, I cannot personally verify it. But I
Yes,
want to go back to your
exactly.
argument
So
about
it's belief.
the space because I do not know what space is because I've never been there. But I could make the same. I'm assuming you haven't been to like let's just say North Korea because you have not been to North Korea, then that's basically saying North Korea does not exist because you've never been there.
Bro, if you want to deny North Korea, you be my guest. I don't want Kim Jong on my case, but if you're up for that, go ahead. But we're talking about the Earth here.
It's not analogous.
We're talking about I know, obviously.
I mean, you're talking about
it actually
nothing.
is.
At the end of the day,
Yeah.
nothing.
No, because the flat earther argument is, why do you believe the majority of people? Why do you did you test it yourself?
Oh, don't be triggered, Gramps. Go back to your multitasking. Remember, you're
No,
still
I'm
looking
listening
for
now.
evidence
I
for Earth
have to
above.
wait for something to download.
Yeah. You need to go back to listening mode. You'll be all right.
Seeing as Cyclone has said the multitasking thing 4 times, I'm going to assume, Grandpa, it was one random thing you said, and he's just kind of stuck on it ever since.
Well, that's what they tend to do.
Right?
No,
specifically Cyclone, though.
No.
Cyclone does it all the
Didn't
time.
answer any of the questions. It's
Can I
okay,
just
guys.
ask the person, the flat earther, does your family
all
know
right.
you are flat earthers?
Yes, they're fully aware.
Yeah, completely.
Right.
Out of the
And
flat
Do they
closet.
make fun of you guys?
As well?
Yes,
what?
they are.
Why does
They
that matter? Can I just ask why that matters? Why does it matter?
depressed that I left.
getting
their religion,
offended on the
you know what I
internet.
mean?
Yo,
It
When I
doesn't
told
matter.
them,
I'm curious.
Yo, can I ask? You can keep
when I told
ignoring
them,
me
I just
if
want to
you
answer
want.
this because it's going to be
Keep
funny. I
Yeah,
promise.
yeah.
I apologize.
Why is that
When
relevant? Why is it relevant? Why is it relevant?
Oh, you're right. Okay,
I'm just
yeah, you're right.
curious because listen, I think you
You're
guys are
curious
wrong,
because
but I would
listen, no,
not
no.
judge a
Why is
person
it
of glory.
relevant? Specific question.
I'm just
Why
curious.
is it
Just a
relevant?
question.
Why are you not
Listen,
letting
I'm gonna
anyone
make a
answer,
question.
Crypto?
Well, because
Holy
they
shit,
weren't
guys.
answering
The
until I
electric will
bullied them
speak.
into answering, and now they're obfuscating. I would like them to answer.
Okay.
So, do any of you want to answer?
I don't even know what you're talking about because every time you spoke, it was over somebody else.
Yeah, because they weren't yielding while they were obfuscating. So, why is it relevant?
Why is what relevant?
Whether our
I
families
never said
know.
it was relevant. I was
Oh.
just curious. It was just an
Oh, we're still
unrelated
talking
question.
to this guy? Jesus.
Yeah, so I mean, none of this like talking down to me works. I hope you realise that. I will still get an answer to my question. So, does anyone know why that's relevant? Because it seems like
interesting
But it does,
conversation
man, because
topic.
I never said it was relevant.
Okay, so then we can move on. This one.
Yeah, let's keep it with Arlo.
What I've been
'cause,
trying to do, man. I was
you're
just
listening,
curious.
so-
Wait, so do you guys not believe?
Hold on,
What
Brad.
molecules make
We're
up
going with,
a water molecule?
Arlo right now.
All right,
Can you hear
good.
me?
Molecular.
Arlo, you still there?
Yes, I am still here.
All right. So yes, the space that you've been shown on TV and in images doesn't exist. That's why you've only
How
seen
do
it
you know
on
that?
a
How do you know
screen.
they do not exist?
I suppose we can get
That's
into gas pressure. Does anyone want to do crypto? Are
just
you here? Do
because
you want to speak to this guy?
just because you have never seen something does not mean it does not exist. That is an arrogant opinion.
Yeah. Hold on. Crypto, you here?
Yeah. What's up?
This guy wants to know why we think space doesn't exist. If you want to take over, I'm going to have to drop off on mute for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, can do. I don't really mind if someone else wants to. That's fine as well. Sure.
Oh, he's saying you do it because he can't. He's got to go on mute.
No, that's so I said if someone
You're
else wants
offended
to.
that sounds like you're
that's fine.
offended that Bigfoot people think Bigfoot doesn't exist.
Well, it doesn't necessarily need proving. I mean, like it's a negative claim. So if somebody presents a positive claim to me and then I ask for evidence and they fail to give me that evidence, then I can just simply dismiss it. I don't need to consider it ever again. I don't need to. It's not an issue. I don't need to prove anything beyond that. Like, just ignore it.
So a big argument that you guys are making is, oh, you just believe it because scientists say it. But you do that all the time. I can guarantee that.
No, it's actually not because scientists say
That
it.
is an argument that he was making before.
It's not. It's because
That is literally what his argument was. It was actually. It was. That's what he said.
It's not going to be correct.
Listen to the replay. Listen to the replay.
Yeah, I never said that.
I never said you said that. I never said you said that.
Talking then. So the general accusation is that you believe it because you've been told it by multiple sources. That's TV, that's radio, that's the internet, social
But the
media.
difference is, man, they're reliable
I had to
sources. They're
fight for the mic.
expertise in
I'm
their
not just
area.
going to be relinquishing it because you can't control yourself. Just wait. So the general attitude that we have is that you guys believe that because it's present in all media. Okay, so don't strawman the position.
Okay, so can I make my point now? I mean,
sure. As long
I
as
was
it's
going
based
to
on the
say,
point I made.
do you believe things because people tell you that it's true? Do you personally?
Well, it depends on what the stakes are, doesn't it? So,
what do you mean what the stakes are? Just in general.
Stop talking. I can tell you. So, if someone tells me that the grass in the island is green, right? I don't actually have to physically go to Ireland. I think, well, the grass in England is green, so that seems like a reasonable claim. Whereas if they said to me, and obviously in order to actually fully prove it, I need to go and check it, right? If they said to me, well, the grass is actually pink in Ireland, isn't that strange? I'd be like, that seems like a bullshit claim. That's an extraordinary claim. I want to see evidence, right?
Gotcha.
You don't see the difference?
No, not really. Because I mean, you do believe things because other people are telling. So let me ask you this: what atoms make up a water molecule?
We're not talking about belief, though. Dude.
I'm
We're not
asking
talking
you.
about belief.
It's a fact. It's a fact. What makes up a water molecule? So do you know that
it's not
fact?
necessarily a fact. It's a conceptual atomic model that we agree to.
Oh, okay. So what do we agree to?
Everyone would agree with that. Everyone would. Even scientists would say, if you actually said that to a scientist, like, do you know that hydrogen atoms actually exist, or is it just a useful conceptual idea that we can build models from? They would say the latter and not the former.
I don't think that's true, but that
Do you have
doesn't
any
matter.
evidence to support that claim?
That hydrogen exists?
I'm not having a meta conversation.
Oh, that's the okay, yeah.
I was asking Crypto if he has any
Yeah,
evidence.
no, we're not having a meta conversation about the conversation. We're just going to have the conversation.
But you're just going to say random factoids that aren't true?
No,
and expect us to move on.
My time with the conversation about a conversation.
And now it's wasting
Gramps,
time.
Gramps,
Gotcha,
Gramps
Crypto.
and Jupiter are just too triggered. They're just going to try and obfuscate.
My point is you believe it's
Cyclone,
H2O,
man.
but you haven't tested it to be true. That's my point.
This guy,
It's like I'm going to have to mute both of you.
Not even my claim, my guy.
What are you muting me for?
Because you're obfuscating and wasting everyone's time. That's why.
Yes, let's try with Arlo. Arlo, you still with us?
Yes. I just do not understand because you believe certain things, but you will not believe the space. Like, I do not get what you
This is not about belief, sir.
What do I believe without evidence? Please tell me.
The hydrogen.
No, I just told you it's a conceptual model.
So then, how is space not a model?
It can be
You
a model.
explain that to me, please?
Doesn't mean it's real.
So then I could make the same argument for hydrogen, even though I do believe it's real. I'm just saying.
So you don't understand the difference between a conceptual model and reality.
No, there is. I know what the difference is.
Okay, so then I don't know why you're not understanding my reply to you.
I just don't understand why you don't believe the Earth is round, but you will believe the same thing if there was. What evidence is not there for you?
Is a conceptual model. You understand that, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So that doesn't necessarily mean that what they think about those things is real.
Okay, but then why would we be taught that the Earth is round if there was not plausible evidence to determine that theory?
That's what they think is true. I mean, dude, can people be wrong? Can people think wrong things?
Absolutely.
Well, then I don't know how you're missing this.
But I do not believe the Earth is. It's wrong that the Earth is round.
Your argument was, why do they teach this if it might be wrong? And then you also said in the next sentence, people sometimes believe things that are wrong. Well, if people sometimes believe things that are wrong and are teachers, they will teach those wrong things.
Yes, but there has been many observations throughout history that the Earth is round.
It doesn't. Now this is a completely different point. Do you want to concede defeat on this point so we can move on?
Well, on the whole topic or just the certain point I'm trying to make?
Well, you've scattergunned about 4 different points. The one I want to drill you on is people can think wrong things and then teach those wrong things to other people, right? Do you concede that that's the case?
Yes, but why? I don't understand why
yes
that
or
would
no?
be relevant
There's
now.
no but.
Can I
Yes
finish
or no?
before you interrupt me?
No, it's no but. It's yes
What do
or
you-
no.
No, because there is.
It can't be no.
Let me explain my full answer. The answer
Yes,
would
but
be
now
yes.
it's no but.
It's either yes or
Listen
no.
to what
It's
I have to
true
say because
dichotomy. There is no
I do
third
not
option.
interrupt you. Do not let me finish the point
You're
I'm trying
not
to make.
answering it in any kind of honesty, though.
Yes, I am, because if the Earth was flat, then
Oh, stop for a minute. Just answer Crypto's question with a simple yes or no, and
Okay,
then
what
we
is the
can move
question?
on
Repeat the
to the
question, please.
next part.
Okay.
To the next
Can
point.
people
Okay.
be wrong about something, first of all, but believe it on
Absolutely.
it? Fantastic. Can they teach
Yes.
that wrong thing to other people?
In the general sense, yes. Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes. The answer is yes.
So then when you say, why are people being taught something wrong, you already have the answer to that question because they believe it.
But why, with our advanced technology, would we still be doing that over a concept that has been determined since ancient times?
But that's just your throwing rhetoric into your question.
I suppose, yes, man.
Right, I don't care about your rhetoric. We're discussing logic.
Okay, but I just don't know, like, why you are flat earther, because it's like easy
That's what the evidence
concept. No
suggests.
offense. There is no evidence that suggests the Earth is flat.
Listen, bro, check this out. I wouldn't. How do you go to someone, ask them a question, and then tell them they don't have the answer? Before you decide that you don't agree with him, you have to listen to him when you ask him questions. Listening, or the lack of being able to listen, is exactly why people deceive other people, because it's very easy. That's why they still teach you that it's a globe, because it's very easy, because you won't ask any question.
Yeah, exactly.
Or listen to the answer.
We do ask questions. There's just so
Not
many
in the
people,
general
like
sense, in the you and crypto sense right now. You ask
The number of scientists who are expertise in the area have determined that the Earth
Okay,
is a globe. You're an
okay, I
idiot
know
if
he
you do
hears
not
me,
believe
but
that.
now he's on a tape player now. So he hears me now.
Go
He's on a
ahead,
tape
please. I
player.
will not
know I'm pretty
interrupt
low.
you.
Not in the general sense, right? Like you just said. I'm not asking about all the shit you just responded to. I'm talking about crypto. You asked him a question and then told him he didn't have the answer. So why the fuck should he speak to you? Go on believing what you believe.
Okay, I guess that was the wrong thing to do. I suppose you are right, man.
Thank you. You want to try again?
Yes, and the person who just pinged me, I do not believe that flat earthers are stupid. I do not believe people who are opposed to my opinion are stupid. That was not the point I was trying to make. But anyway, please go ahead, whoever was going to talk.
Yeah, he didn't accuse you of any of that. I think that the issue here is a listening issue. So we're very specific about our language in here, and it's very frustrating when someone kind of answers to a side issue or wants to talk about something different than what we brought up. But what he was addressing is what I addressed with you as well, is that we've got a very specific question here, which you've answered now.
Right.
If people can earnestly hold incorrect beliefs and then teach them to other people, which everyone in their honest right mind knows is true. Okay, you can
Yes,
be
it is
wrong
true.
and teach that to other people. Then when you ask the question, why are they teaching these wrong beliefs? That's because they already believe the thing that we think is wrong. Okay, but you already know in your answer that that's possible. So then questioning it seems like time wasting because you already know that's the answer.
Okay,
Right.
that is the answer. We
And
can move
so
on
now
from
now
that.
you're at a position where you have to question, like, what makes you say it's wrong, instead of just going, well, I think a lot of people believe it, so it must be true. Therefore, why continue the conversation after that? If that's your standard and that's where you stop and draw the line, then why continue the conversation if you're not going to query us further about why we say they're wrong?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, you're right, man. I I don't know. I just think like this is another different topic, but the majority of scientists were expertise in a certain area believe that, so I don't know why we do that claim.
He's roboting really badly
But
for
I
me.
don't know, do we disagree?
Robot.
Yeah, you roboted really badly, bro.
Me? I don't know what you said. I could not hear you.
Your connection was breaking up. We were saying that we couldn't hear you, but I heard enough to say no. We don't all agree on that. So your question would have to be, what do you mean? Because it's as clear as day to me that we all went to school, we all learned this stuff. There's a host. There's pretty much everyone's teaching it. So isn't that true? When someone like me goes, yeah, well, but it's not true though. The next question is, how could you possibly think that? Which actually was your question already. Question being, why are you a flat earther? Did you stop to listen to the answer? Did someone give you the answer? So the bottom line is, regardless of what you believe you were told in school, upon investigation, if you have something from school, I know you don't. All you have is memories like the rest of us. But we're talking about something tangible, something real. We're not talking about what we believe. We're talking about, oh shit, look at these observations, look at these measurements, look at these documents. They all lead to flat Earth. It's as simple as that. Only thing you have to ask is that true? What information have you looked at that I may look at on my own time or right now? But you're not asking any of those questions. You just don't believe that this place exists. So stop asking us questions, because every time you ask a question, what you really mean is, I can't believe that you don't believe all the shit we learned in school. I can't believe that you don't believe all of the stuff that the scientists talk about today. Well, guess what? Scientists debate. Guess what? I'm going to debate a scientist if he says he has scientific evidence for something. That's how it works. We can all do that. They're not priests sitting up on high where you can't question anything and take things for granted. So again, your question is, yeah, well, didn't we all learn that in school? That was your question, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That
No,
was
we
the
didn't learn
question.
a damn thing in school. So now I'm expecting you to tell me what specifically you learned in school that you can Google right now and go, yeah,
Yes,
that's
I
what
have
I
that
learned
pinned
in
up. That
school.
was going to be my next point. Hold
Well,
on.
what is it?
I must reconnect my mic. Hold on. My audio isn't working. I'll be
Sorry about the noise. Let me go and do it.
Mic check.
Yeah, my mic's fine.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, I'm unmuted. There we go. You got bored of that other guy?
We left.
Who left? That
Arlo left, so they had no one to talk to.
no one else.
You two clowns at some point.
Yep, you boys are up, right?
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
hear
the
it.
clown for asking you to provide evidence for a positive
It's
statement.
next on the
Positive
globe.
is,
The
On the globe.
hydrogen's fake.
Keep the conveyor belt churning. So
Yeah,
which one of you wants to go next?
Just don't make me regret unmuting you, dude.
It's like, see now, you guys ready to lower your standard? All you got. It's almost like that's what they did.
Hello, I'm back, guys.
Pretty funny.
Oh, he's
They're like
back, guys.
Mute us again. There we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
all
no
right.
thanks.
Well, it looks like I gotta be muted.
Yeah,
Oh,
no thanks.
sorry.
They're like the fat
They
chicks at
can
the bar.
talk.
They're like
They can
waiting
talk
for all the
before
hot
me.
girls
It's
to get
okay. I do
taken.
not
And they're
mind.
like, yeah, no thanks, no thanks. They're like the fat girls at the bar. They're waiting for all the hot chicks to get taken.
Okay, so the guy asked
Finally,
me, is
Jar
there
Jar.
anything I remember in school that tells me the Earth is round? And I actually found this little song I was taught in the first year of school, so I'm going
little
to
song.
read it to you now.
Okay, read us
So
the
the
little
song
song.
goes, the Earth turns around, the Earth turns around, once a day, every day the Earth turns around. The moon goes around the Earth, the moon goes around the Earth, once a month, every month, the moon goes around the Earth. The Earth goes around the sun, the Earth goes around the sun, once a year, every year, the Earth goes around the sun.
Okay,
That's
Arlo,
awesome.
tell me this. Are you familiar with the term brainwashing?
Just can't.
Yes, I am familiar with that term.
Okay. That's what that just was.
How is that the brainwash? The song is very catchy. The
Because we're
Earth turns
asking you for
around, the
why you
Earth
think
turns
the Earth
around.
is. Yeah, we're asking you why you think the Earth is a spinning ball, and you're telling us you were taught a song as a child.
It's one of the little examples, but we look at
Yeah, of the
scientific
brainwashing, not the evidence.
we look at the evidence later in the grades.
Because a little song isn't evidence, is it?
It is evidence. The Earth goes. I will read it again because it shows that the Earth.
No, dude, don't sing it again. What he's pointing out is just because you're singing the claim doesn't mean that the song is evidence of the claim.
It is the evidence because we are taught it when we are little in school, and we are not living in the deep arcade in North Korea or the China where we are being brainwashed. We are in the free countries that make us live in.
Is there a bit in the song that says who measured the radius of the Earth?
Oh, you will see. I will read it again, and you can justify if there is evidence for
No.
that. So,
You don't need to
the
do it
Earth.
again. Okay, let's just go to this. The radius of the Earth. Do you know what they claim that is?
I do know the rate. Okay, yes, I do, but
Okay, why don't you
can we
look up?
speed up?
Why don't
Yeah,
you
I
look
just
it
want
up
to say,
for
can
me?
we speed up the point because I have to go in 4 minutes. I have to go in 4 minutes, but
Okay,
get
let's
what you
do
have
this
to.
very quickly then. Why don't you look up what the radius of the Earth is supposed to be? Can you do that?
I will search that up right now. What is the radius of the Earth?
And then when you get
It
it, can you
is
sing it to us?
6,371 kilometers.
No, I
Okay,
didn't feel
okay.
the
Who measured that?
I do not know. Okay, let me search that up. Who measured the radius of the Earth? I do not know how to pronounce his name. I will put it in the chat. That is the name of the person who.
Is it Eratosthenes?
Yes.
Okay, what did he do?
It says he measured his measurement of the summer solstice and had the additional knowledge that on that day, the sun was directly overhead at the location, the distance of Alexandria, or the topic of Cancer. This enabled him to compute the Earth's radius.
Okay, do you understand that?
Yes, I do not really. I do not understand everything, but I understand most of it.
Because it doesn't sound like it's a measurement of the radius, which is the
But that is
center
what
of
is
the ball
determined by the
to the edge.
scientific evidence that was posted there.
Well, that wasn't. that radius, though.
I
That's
just
just my
listen. I have to go in 2 minutes, but I want everybody in this call to know that I will forever believe that the Earth is round because
Okay.
you cannot tell me that there is not enough scientific evidence to dispute that the Earth is flat. And if you do believe the Earth is flat, you do not
not a
know
science.
the evidence.
Excuse
I
me.
leave
That's
as
all right.
the
Sorry,
final
it's not.
question I leave,
But
please.
excuse me. It's not a scientific claim. The shape or surface description of
Right, this is
something.
scientific evidence.
Excuse me again. We didn't interrupt you. So I just want to point this out because you've got 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I want you to leave with this. Shape or demonstration of a surface is not a scientific point of inquiry. Science deals with the cause of effects. If you want to figure out the shape or something or to describe a surface, it's observation, measurement, that's geometry, not science, dude.
Okay, but I get what you were saying, man. But I want to leave everyone. I want to leave you with your final question, and the final question you can think about tonight. You can go on a walk and think about this question because it is a very important question. But I'm going to say now, the question I have is if there is not enough evidence to support that the Earth is round, then I let all the flat earthers know the question: what is the shape of the Earth? Thank you, everybody. That is all
We
from
don't
me.
know. We don't know. You might have got
Exactly.
that within
So you guys can think
dude.
about the
Listen,
argument you want to make
listen.
with the walk
Excuse me.
because I just proved all of you wrong
Listen.
because you do not.
No, you haven't understood the premise. You understand that flat, and I tried to point this out earlier with my answer, is a surface description. Flat isn't a claim to shape.
Yep. So, like, before you leave, I'll ask you a question. Okay, it's multiple choice. Name the shapes: A, kumquat; B, purple; C, circle; D, flat. Which one is the shape?
Kumquat, gotta be.
He's still on. He's still on mute. I mean, it is a shame for
Oh,
you,
yeah,
Arlo.
it doesn't need an answer, does it?
Circle. That was the shape. But yeah, it's a shame that Arlo thought he was gonna like enlighten everybody, and he thought flat was a shape. So it's
Yeah.
kind of
So
nice.
Arlo, as your pro bono psychologist therapist, I'm going to offer to you that the only thing you actually said of why you believe this proposition to be true is because you were taught it and you trust the people who taught you. That is your true epistemology,
Because they are reliable
why you
people.
arrived
Because
at the conclusion. Yeah, sure thing, dude. I
You
could
left
care
out
less
that
who
he'll
they are.
never,
I don't
Listen,
care. The point
he'll
is,
never stop
your
believing.
claim to truth is that you just believe what you're taught. So,
no, the
all
thing
I
I'm
heard,
not saying that,
all
but
I
listen
heard
to
you
what I have to
say,
say.
all I heard you say the entire time was bah, 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 like a good little sheep. Okay, so now you can go off to your good little sheep life. If you ever want to come back and ask a serious question and get a serious answer, and actually inquire why flat earthers think or believe or know that the earth is flat, and actually hear what they have to say, instead of just come here to tell us we're wrong, then you're welcome back. And until then, you can just fuck right off.
And when you get there, you can fuck off some more.
Should we go back to the fat chicks then?
I'm not looking too bad now, am I? That's ridiculous. That's exactly what they said.
Right.
Oh, look who they come running back to.
Well, I've unmuted Arlo as well. Again, please don't make me regret that because I can just mute you again.
Hey,
All right,
we were
big boy.
muted.
No, you could
Me and
mute me. It's
Grandpa,
okay.
we were muted in good faith to allow you guys to have your conversation with Arlo.
Everybody, I know we had a good discussion, but I'm going to leave the call. Good, have a good day, everybody.
See you, bud.
Oh, it stings. He said that I'm not a professor. Oh, right in the feels.
Oof, got him. How
Yeah,
will you recover?
I don't know. It's gonna take me a day at least.
He had a nice nursery rhyme to demonstrate the claim of the Earth being a ball that spun. That was awesome. Kind of enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was funny.
Listen, I'm not like I actually do the same thing because a lot of times the Globers and Grandpa might be into this one. They'll say, "Well, how do you explain like clouds and rain and So then I do the itsy bitsy spider to them, right? To explain to them the biogeochemical water cycle. So I kind of can't knock them.
It's nice that you go down to that level and explain to children like you would have to a child. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, look, if you live in an environment where you're already taught a certain proposition, and you believe that everyone believes that proposition, and you find a group of people that don't believe that proposition, and you want to have an engaging conversation, it seems to me that the most important conversation to have would be, why did you come to your conclusion that's contrary to the majority? Not just repeat the majority line that everybody was already taught. It's like you show up here and be like, hey, did you know that schools teach the earth is a globe? Were you aware of such a thing? It's like, no, dude, I've been living under a rock.
Yeah, you made the right call. AI, you made the right call to mute him, honestly, because he was coming in like a dickhead, singing nursery rhymes, making claims, saying he had a time limit. So, yeah, he made the right call.
I like rocks.
Yeah, I mean, it is weird. Like, I don't know if like Grandpa did it, but like the other guy did it. But it is a little strange to come in with a set of beliefs saying, "I'll never change my unjustified beliefs." I don't know why I believe this. Other people believe it, so I don't know why they believe it. But I will never change my mind based upon their mind, based upon somebody else's mind. I'll never change my mind. I don't know if everybody does it, but it is strange. Yeah, it's definitely
No,
weird.
don't worry. That's not why we were muted. Don't worry.
You're wrong, though. Hold on, friend. You're wrong. Let me explain. I told you that his epistemological structure and hierarchy of truth is who teaches him. So if it's the case that the mainstream comes out with the earth is flat and they decide to put that in the syllabus and say that this is the case, he will change his position in one nighttime. The morning, he will be a flat earther because he already said the reason why he believes what he believes is because that's what he's told. So he doesn't have a standard grounding for truth. If a new regime comes in and says the earth is flat, he'll be a flat earther tomorrow. It's that simple.
It's the normal group thinking. Just don't believe the shit the people tell you.
Said, I want one of those sarcastic T-shirts that say, "I support the current thing."
Wow, that's a funny one.
Kind of T-shirt an edgelord buys.
I like the way that Calum has decided to post a picture of a moon with what I assume is a flat Earth shadow on the moon. So that's awesome. Is this what you really think, Calum?
I also think Pac-Man is real.
You think Pac-Man, a computer-generated image and game, is real? Do you mean by real? Can I play Pac-Man? Yeah.
Cyclone running back for more, huh?
Sounds like Cyclone's coming back for round 2. How are we doing here? No one?
Flat and happy.
I doubt that.
Not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Why not? You on an airplane or something?
He's a football getting kicked through the uprights.
Don't you guys love feeling like you're flying at 800 miles per hour on a plane? Isn't that fun?
Isn't it crazy? Like I always have to hold on for dear life.
I know, yeah.
You do when you turn straight linear direction isn't really going to do much, but when you bank, you'll feel it then. Oof.
Yeah, we were talking about the straight linear.
Get on top of that airplane and tell me how comfortable it is.
Wait, why would you feel it on the top of the airplane and not in the airplane? Can you tell me that?
Rich, the Earth spins in straight linear lines, does it?
Wait, can you tell me that though? I want to know what you think.
It's a good question. Let's see if they answer it.
And that you'd come flying off the top of the airplane because.
Why would you feel it on top of the airplane and not in there?
The wind. Dude.
Ah, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Weird, huh? It's almost like relativity kind of matters a little bit, or
So you fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's not.
No.
Your
Oh,
speed
dude.
versus the wind speed.
Relativity.
Relativity's part of the globe
Dude.
model, retard.
That has nothing to do with relativity.
Oh, okay.
What does relativity have to do with whether you're experiencing drag or not? For goodness sakes.
Right. No,
right,
you're
and
right.
if there was no friction, there would be no what?
Gratification.
Drag. Good.
They
When something's moving through space at a very quick time, does it have any friction against anything else?
Drag.
Is friction and drag.
So something. What do you mean by something? What? Anything.
Something is a kind of thing. Unnamed.
That is not nothing.
Yes, fair enough. However, can something that is a ball be moving? Can something that is a cube be moving? Can something that is a ball be standing still? Can something that is a cube be standing still? Yes. However, the fact that they're moving or standing still has no bearing upon which one is a cube or a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he said.
And that's
So, like our previous friend was wont to do. Yeah, it has a point. It's called. This is called 24/7 flat Earth. The Earth is flat because it's not curving, not because it's not moving, but because it's not curving.
Have you
You
disproved the
you realize
horizon
we
yet?
were talking about whether or not it moves, right? And whether or not we'd be able to feel it. I'm just making sure you're tracking where we're at in the conversation. Yeah.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. For example, my supermodel girlfriend isn't home right now because she's very busy.
Oh,
the fact that she's not here proves she exists, right?
No.
What you guys
Exactly
are talking about goes against the silence of what we were
Send
not
pics.
talking about.
Point is, you could come up with whatever elaborate excuse about why you're not able to determine whether a thing is happening, but the excuse doesn't prove that it's happening in lieu of the fact that you can't tell it's happening. For goodness
No,
sake.
but the explanation as to why you wouldn't feel something is indicative of that being the case. Because if it says that we shouldn't feel that movement and we don't feel that movement, it's consistent.
Do you remember when we brought up linear direction, right? Going in a straight
lines
line.
only exist in math, not in nature.
I haven't quite finished. So this is why we tell you, we hope you understand that this is not analogous to a rotational body that's going around in a circle upon an axis. This requires acceleration because it's a curved path when you're rotating on a sphere. It's not analogous to.
Are you saying that if I drive my car? Are you saying that if I swear I thought you finished because.
No. But you obviously want to jump in, dude. So off you go. I'll let you.
Yeah. So you're saying if I'm driving in a car that's driving in a circle, it has to speed up or slow down?
Do you have roundabouts in America? You do, don't
Yes,
you?
I do.
Awesome. So you notice when you're going round a roundabout, don't you?
You notice?
Yeah, as in you're thrown from one side of the car. You lean in a direction, don't you?
No, I'm too muscular to have that effect.
Okay, so I can't have an honest conversation.
Maybe you soy
No
boys
problem.
lean, but not over here in the States.
Yeah. If you eat enough steak, you wouldn't lean.
That's why you lost the war.
Dude, my muscles are invisible. That's why you can't see them. The fact that you can't see them proves I have them. That's basically your logic, dude.
This is what people lovingly refer to as a straw man.
Yeah, that's what it sounds
No, it's what we lovingly refer to as you can't make the logical argument of the presence of something from an excuse of the absence of it.
Your
Why are you
evidence
getting
that we can't
upset?
make a logical argument for it is to make a bad logical argument for us.
Wait. Let me make it a more equivalent argument. Would you feel yourself in a car moving 15 degrees to the left in an hour?
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Would you feel that?
Depends.
Oh, it depends. Go try it.
Yeah.
Let's
You
see.
feel it in your
Okay,
depends?
Okay. Because when you said 15 degrees an hour, that says nothing about the arc that you're
It
traveling.
says nothing.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't. It
That's a
just means
measurement of a circle.
I haven't quite finished. That's just the degree. Now, I can have, for example, the hands on my clock. Now, they can move at a speed. We all say that they move at 15 degrees an hour. But you know, incrementally, as you gain distance up the hand, that circle is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's a further distance, which means that you're traveling at a faster speed at the end of the hand than you are at the middle of the hand, but you're still going 15 degrees an hour.
How big's the hand?
It can be any, it doesn't matter now, does it? As long as it goes 15 degrees an hour.
There's no relativity?
We've got 15 degrees. But as long as you keep increasing the radius with the arm, the straight line, of the circle, the circumference will be bigger. You'd have to travel a now longer distance in a faster speed.
Are you saying the hour hand is moving faster and faster every hour? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, so it's a constant speed.
No. Listen.
Wow.
Incrementally with distance up that hand. So let's say halfway up that hand as compared to the edge of that hand. The edge of that hand is traveling a wider circumference. The middle of that hand, because it has a shorter radius, is creating a smaller circle, so a shorter distance is travelled. You have to go faster to travel the same distance at 15 degrees an hour if you're at the extremities of the hand. It's very simple.
Yet, throughout that entire hour, the speed at which that point on the hand does not change.
Which point, dude?
Any point on it, once it goes around in an hour.
Acceleration is all he's trying to say.
Dude.
Yeah, it's not accelerating.
You don't know the difference between rotational.
Oh my goodness! In order to change direction, hold on. In order to change direction, you must have an acceleration in the new vector. Change in direction. Yo, shut up. Thanks. A change in direction in an arced path necessarily means a constant acceleration. Period. There's no other option.
Constant acceleration.
That's why the minute hand on the clock accelerates
faster and faster.
Yeah. Dude, do you know the difference between vectors? You know, like you have a rotation, right? Then you have a redirection of a point. It's accelerating that vector, dude. That's just the facts. You cannot like it as much as you want.
At 50 kilometers an hour, you turn the wheel 1 degree. Are you saying you will now have to be going 51 or approximately kilometers an hour?
You're turning direction. The inner wheel is going at a slower rate than the outside wheel. You know that, right?
Yes.
So the wheel comes off because it can no longer be connected via a straight line?
Hey, it would come off if you don't have a differential. If you don't have a differential, your wheel will snap off.
If you don't have a differential, your wheel skids.
Yes.
Really? Then why did mine snap? Yeah, that's great. Why did mine snap?
Because you put it on there with an old Busch light can.
Other than that, why is it skidding? Why is the tire skidding?
Because they're rotating at different speeds.
Oh, so they're going different speeds. So in order for the tire to not skid, it must accelerate. You're an idiot.
That's why you have differentials, dude. Did you not know this?
But
no, seriously.
You're equating the speed at which one wheel rotates over an arc to the movement of the Earth along one arc. There's 2 arcs when there's car tires. Sorry, I hadn't finished yet, Jedi.
That's all right. You just keep making a fool of yourself. Please continue.
Hey, let me ask you this question: if you have a free-floating string with a mass attached to the end or a weight attached to the end in a car, and you take a directional vector change, what happens to that mass on the string? It moves in a cumulative direction differential from the direction you're traveling, right? Now, why would that happen? Why does that happen?
Centripetal force,
momentum, inertia.
So we got the conservation of momentum at play, right?
Yeah.
Because the mass on the string is unable to accelerate in the direction that the car is traveling at the same rate.
Fly off the string then?
Oh my God! Dude, not if the string is strong enough. So hold on, friend. Hold on.
What kind of string is it though?
Hold on. All right, listen. Listen, I don't care. Listen, dude.
G-string.
It's a sufficiently strong enough string. Period. End of story. Doesn't need to be parsed out what it's made out of. Now, I said that to say a point, and I'll say the point, uninterrupted, either by acquiescence or force. Now,
We're waiting.
The Earth. Oh fuck, dude. I'm gonna make my point, dude. All right, thanks.
We're waiting. Go
Thanks
ahead.
for your permission. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So the Earth is rotating around a central axis, allegedly, but the axis of rotation is not equivalent to the centripetal force, because the counteracting of the force is alleged to be counteracted by a radial distribution of an inward vector towards the center, and those are not equivalent. They're not pointing in the same direction. In other words, the string holding the mass that's held out at any point on the Earth would have the equivalent of both vectors factored in. And so the plumb line, or the direction of down, would not be towards the center of the Earth. That deflection should be, and would be in principle, measurable. In fact, people have done it, and supposedly the mass of the differential is about equivalent to a small tomato, about a pound. So that means you'd be experiencing a pound of directional fling at all times, unless you're on the axis of the center of rotation, which would be the exact North Pole and the exact South Pole, hypothetically.
I think everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to that.
Really?
And may God
That's
have
what you
mercy
think.
on your soul.
So you think actually explaining the forces at play in your model accurately is stupid? Oh, I understand now. Your model is stupid. I get it.
Your
Now,
rendition
come
of
back.
it is stupid, is all I'm saying. I don't think you
How
understand
is that
it well enough.
Really? So a rotational axis, right, has centrifugal force perpendicular to the rotation of the axis, correct or incorrect?
Perpendicular to the axis? Well, I'm not a physicist. Are you?
Okay, so one of us really knows what they're talking about, and it isn't you.
Right. You can't explain it to us. That's interesting.
Dude, you have a string and you spin it.
Yeah, I get that
right?
part.
It
Is that the
spins.
rotational parallel
Essentially. It spins essentially on a plane, right? Like if you trace it out, it'd be a circle, right? And it's rotating around an axis, right? Which is perpendicular, which means crossways. Like you draw a plus sign. One of the lines is perpendicular to the other. Perpendicular? That long syllable word that you can't understand?
Keep going. You're doing really good.
So that's what I mean by perpendicular to the axis of rotation, okay? So I'm not going to keep going. I'm just going to leave it there that you're an idiot and don't really care to know the truth. And so I'm not going to waste my time on somebody like you.
Right. No worries.
No, yeah, see, I understand that that's what you need to do to satisfy yourself by gaslighting the audience into thinking I can't explain it when I actually already did.
I'm sure
So,
a
the
higher level
audience
flat
is-
earther will come along to be able to explain this in no time.
Oh, of
Hey,
course.
Radwin, you want to give it a shot?
Yeah, call the next level guy.
But this is not okay. This isn't okay when you say something that is just accurate and just no duh, and they go, yeah, wait for a higher level physicist.
Just accurate, no duh.
Oh, they're just trying to gaslight themselves and pretend that they're gaslighting the audience, and then rest in their cognitive dissonance and ignorance.
Yeah. Did your therapist teach you that this week?
Right, you've had the time. See you later, mate.
Yeah, excellent tactic, bro.
I think that's a done.
So, bro, if other people want to entertain you, that's fine. I'm going to give them a chance to vote. But my decree on your dumb ass is that you either provide some piece of evidence that we can actually talk about, or you shut up.
Okay, how about sunsets?
Okay, what about them?
The fact that we see the sun obstructed and can see half the sun at a particular time. The fact that it's remaining the same size as it traverses the sky. All indicative of a globe.
It doesn't remain the same size.
Sorry, did you say obstructed?
Yeah, the Earth's between
yes.
the sun
So just
and you.
Just to be clear, the horizon, being the curvature of the Earth, is obstructing your view of the sun because the sun has gone beyond that physical curvature, causing physical obstruction. That's your claim, right?
The rotation of the Earth puts it such that the
Why
sun
can't you?
is
What I'm
obstructed by.
asking you
I
specifically.
know, and I'm explaining specifically. Why don't you want to hear
No,
the
you're
answer?
not interested in the rotation. I just want to know the claim about what's obstructing the view of the sun, the Earth, right? The curve
Yeah,
of the
the
Earth.
Earth or the water on the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would necessitate a physical geometric horizon at no more than 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, regardless of how far the horizon appears to be, it can still obstruct.
So you're wrong. So you're wrong about that. And as a matter of fact,
No, I'm not wrong about it.
as
Don't
a
try to
matter of
Gregory
fact,
past it.
as a matter of fact, I'm not Gregorying past it. I'm actually gonna pull it up right here, and then drop a citation in the chat. Because if you're gonna say no to me, you're gonna say no to another reputable source as well.
Well, I said,
No,
regardless of the distance at which the horizon, the optical
There's nothing
effect
for you to
is
say.
at,
There's nothing for
it's
you to say
still the Earth
because
obstructing the
there's
sun during a sunset or sunrise.
yeah, there's nothing for you to say because the premise of that notion would be that there's actually Earth curve based on the size of the Earth. The distance to the horizon would be the cause of physical obstruction. So when you say regardless, it's not no, regardless.
Well, it's regardless of that distance, it's still causing it.
Listen. I'm telling you why what you're saying is not going to fly. And it's because you're trying to beg the question by saying something that you see is the curve of the Earth rather than explaining it. So baked into
But
the
I've been
premise
trying to explain it, but you guys are forcing me into saying the horizon's the Earth
I
curve.
wasn't done. I wasn't done.
Okay,
So
well, try not to lambast my position
if
again.
well, your position is sunsets happen because the Earth is curving. So
I said the sunsets occur because the Earth is rotating as it orbits the sun.
So if a horizontal plane was rotating, would that work?
No.
Right. So the thing that's most important right now is the obstruction of the Earth. And based on the size of the Earth, that obstruction happens at a particular point.
Which that point is dynamic, correct?
No.
Why not?
It's physical.
Dude, how could
would it be static?
Listen, how could the physical obstruction be dynamic, for goodness sake?
Because it's an optical effect, right? Where the horizon is the optical
I'm
effect.
going to mute you, though. You're in danger of being muted because we're getting further away from the...
Don't put him in danger. Just mute him. Say your point, and then unmute him to reply.
The bottom
no,
line
don't
is,
alpha.
the
Don't
bottom
alpha,
line
please.
is the bottom line is you're trying to say that the distance to the horizon doesn't matter. But the point is, in order to prove that what you're observing when you see the sun cut in half is the physical Earth curve, then by necessity, you need the claim that the Earth curve is at a specific point. Because if you don't, you can't justify you saying that you're seeing the sun disappear due to the rotation of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth. You can't say that unless you justify it. So the only way to justify it is to validate that the Earth curve is at a specific point.
Yeah, so we have calculations to show how much the Earth curves.
Yeah, that's that's what I gave you. 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
And which does not take into account refraction, because what we're talking about is what we're talking about. I wasn't finished, Jedi. What we're talking about is the optical effect, right? That's the equation that you gave is a calculation based on measurements of how much curve the Earth is actually doing. Whether or not that is the amount of curve that is demonstrated over the horizon is not a necessary factor in terms of calculating that curve.
So
when you bring up,
all right, so you're muted. Now you said, so refraction is a factor. No, it's not. That's a non sequitur. Right here, I'm reading from San Diego State. The distance to the horizon depends on the observer's height, the terrain, and the atmospheric conditions. Now that's what they say. But however, you can. No. That's problematic. Hold on. All right. So people often ask how far you can see or how far is it to the apparent horizon. These questions are somewhat different. You can see high mountains. What are we looking at? Terrestrial refraction, they claim. Blah, blah, blah. Without refraction, the matter is very simple. Here's the diagram from my dip page. It shows the vertical plane through the center of the Earth at C and the observer at O. The radius of the Earth is R and the observer's I is a height H above the point S on the surface. So they give you 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So when they say that there's refraction, they're talking about 7/6R. If you're not talking about the distance to the horizon from 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or that and additionally 7/6R, then you don't have a claim, you don't have a way to justify your refraction claim. So are you going with 7/6R like all of these references suggest?
Sorry. Did you want to just keep preaching? Because it's obvious you don't want to actually have a conversation.
Yeah, he said something to you and then unmuted.
So the question is, are you going with 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or are you going with, in addition to that, 7/6R? Now you may go ahead.
I've been using both.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Jedi.
You're right, man. You got this. I mean, he's making claims that he doesn't understand at the moment.
He claimed it's based off a measurement. I'm still waiting for that.
Peter would love to give it to you, Ego.
No, we want before Peter's measurement of a flat Earth.
You measured the globe.
What is 7/6R? What's that mean?
Am I not allowed to talk about the evidence of sunrises and sunsets and how it's?
We're talking about it specifically.
No, you're pigeonholing.
We're bringing up your refraction model, 7/6R. What's that?
The refraction model.
Which means? What's the R bit in there? What's that mean?
Radius.
Yeah.
Of the Earth. So is the light bending, or is the Earth made bigger?
Well, hold on. If the refraction model is 7/, it's not, dude. It can't be look. If you're inflating it, then you end up with an effective larger radius that you're working with of the Earth. That equation says nothing about light. So how do you apply it to light?
That's my question. Because I told you it was a non.
Can I just get a bit of clarification here?
Because I told you it was a non sequitur when you said refraction. So I said, okay, well, are you going with any of these reputable sources? Because if you're not, how are you going to justify what you're saying?
I'm going to justify it through demonstration.
Because the word refraction. Yes. You saying refraction is still not defined, because we've defined it as 7/6R. And then the question was, what does that have to do with light?
Yeah, because refraction is the bending of light through a medium.
What's that got to do with 7/6R?
That's what the claiming is the refractory index, right?
No, wrong.
That's got nothing.
7/6R. 7/6R is not a refractive index, for goodness sakes.
Okay. I'm not too well versed in terms of the depths.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you.
I'll explain it. But sorry, I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet.
Don't care. Could care less.
Why should I care about you not being done then?
Fuck off.
Well, I mean, apparently common decency isn't so common anymore.
No, because you just keep talking. We're trying to help you understand something. You kept whittering through the response to help you try and understand something. You said you don't understand, I was going to help you understand.
Yeah, as soon as the part where you said you don't understand and then you kept talking about things you don't understand, nobody cares about what you don't understand, dude.
Well, funnily enough, if you would have been listening, you would have heard that I wasn't going on about refraction after that.
Yo, that was your fucking claim, dude.
Hey, there's a question on the table. What does 7/6R have to do with light? You brought it forth.
Like nothing. No, I did not bring that forward. Don't lie.
You agreed to it.
Really?
I agreed to it for the sake of argument, and this argument's just drolled on with no real substance.
You got to make
You called it a refractory index, dude.
Yeah. Okay. What's your point?
You want to
okay, so look.
I was wrong. I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong.
Fair. But we still need to explain it for the people who don't know.
You know what you need to explain is how we get these observations of the sun staying the same size if it's local.
Oh, God,
the sun doesn't stay the same size.
Okay, there's your claim. Do you have any evidence to back that up?
Well, have you got any evidence to back up that it?
What's the
that it doesn't. Fuck.
Well, we actually do, but
wow.
Yes, we will post a video where a guy uses a solar telescope. With inside the telescope itself, it has grid lines that you can use to measure what you're looking at, and he demonstrates that it changes size. However, that's neither here nor there to the point about 7/6R, which I do want to explain. It's very simple.
How much does its size change?
I said we'll get to that later, dude.
Okay, I'll wait for that.
After this other point.
If anyone in the Glober wants to give the refractory conversation a go, I'm not. It's not my
No, I'm just going to explain sunsets.
My claim is that the reason that we get a sunset is because of the rotation of the Earth and its orbit around the sun.
No, that's not it at all, dude.
That's my claim. So stop trying to shoehorn me into a different one.
That's fair, but that's not a sufficient claim because there's at least multiple plausible geometric relationships into where an object can be rotating and then rotating around another object where the vantage point of the person never intersects the horizon relative to the other object. So you're wrong, and Elijah is correct that the whole point you're trying to make is that the horizon or the edge of the curve, whichever way you want to interpret it, is between you and the sun. That's the only part that matters.
I asked you to clarify it as well, and you did.
If the object known as the Earth is not in between the viewpoint of you and the sun, then your claim of the cause of sunsets falls apart.
And are you saying that when you see a sunset, the Earth isn't between you and it?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Oh my goodness is right.
You
You won't even answer that. You won't even answer that.
Okay, let's see. On the table, you have a claim that the Earth is in between you and the sun. That's your claim.
Yep.
So is your claim now. Brilliant.
Well, that the Earth is between me and the sun, yes, is causing the obstruction, yes.
Good. So we agree then.
Yeah, because we observe the sun going below the horizon.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Well, I mean, you got to go to a beach and watch a sunset, my guy. You got to take it in.
Describe what you actually. Yeah, describe what you actually see happening.
Have you never seen a sunset?
Yeah, tell me where you see it, the sun, below the horizon.
We see it go below the horizon.
So you could see through the horizon to know that it's below it? Wow. You must have X-ray vision.
Oh my god. This is so dishonest.
I know,
dude. Robber run behind a brick wall, you have no idea where he went?
That's different, dude.
No, that's different.
Yes.
Look, regardless of the point, it's not about where he went. It's whether you see him there.
Yeah, you don't see him behind the brick wall, do you?
You're making an inference, dude. That's what you're doing.
Superman with X-ray vision, you can see him behind that wall? Dude, I just saw him. You can see his footprints. Yeah, but we can't see him, so...
Look, I'm not saying it's not an unreasonable inference. I'm just saying that's what it is by category, necessarily to be an inference, because you don't have the first-hand information. You're making a logical conclusion. And that type of logic is called an inference.
He's begging the question. Because he's assuming... because you're already assuming that there's Earth curve in the way. And when we say, well, justify that, you're saying, well, look, it's Earth curve in the way.
Well, you're only committing fair
No, the
point, but you're only
justification is that it's
committing.
staying the same size and that we can see it be obstructed. Those are two things that are mutually exclusive to it being a local sun moving around us.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So what you're saying is that if something doesn't change in angular size in the manner in which you think it should, that defeats the model. Is that what you're saying?
Defeats the model? I didn't think you guys had a model.
Oh, just imagine a model in which the angular relationships and the geometric relationships are said to be a certain thing, and then the object in question doesn't change angular size according to those geometric claims in the manner in which you think it should. Would that disprove that model, regardless of what model it is?
It would either disprove that model or the model we're dealing with.
I'm glad you said that. So,
hey, I'm an honest guy. I'm not here to bullshit you.
Hey, in the old book, The Dispute on the Great Two Systems, right, in which Copernicus and I think Ptolemy were the two persons, the guy that wrote the foreword to that book critiqued the models that they presented because the alleged rotations of the celestial bodies would put them at a distance greater than multiples of their size, and means that they should change in angular size dramatically, but they don't. So I guess you just disproved heliocentric cosmology. Good job.
What, do you think it's geocentric? Because that's a globe too.
Yeah, but that's just a red herring because you're not really taking on his point. Like, you took all this time, baked into your premise was this idea that the size of the sun doesn't change, and that's indicative of a globe. And
yes, and its trajectory around the sun.
And he just told you what he told you.
And what exactly was the defeater for that? Do you remember?
He just told you what he told you.
Was there a defeater entailed?
It's almost because he's going to understand this to know that I understood him. You know what? It's like when globe earthers say that there's curvature on the x-axis when actually initially your argument is that it's actually a circle as if a piece of an apple is sliced off and you're looking at the flat part of it all. So it's
I have
like
no
you're
idea what you're
arguing
rambling about.
But you're
You've lost
arguing
me.
something that actually is in opposition to what you believe.
No, I believe that the Earth is orbiting the sun and rotating at the same time.
Yeah, we understand.
This causes the effect of sunsets and sunrises and having light in particular on approximately half the Earth.
Wrong. We already decided that those two relationships aren't sufficient necessarily to put the object known as the Earth in between you and the sun to block it. You need something else.
It's not about logical necessity. It's about evidence being indicative of a case. Are you saying that the sunsets that we observe is indicative of a flat Earth?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, explain. How are the sunsets that we observe indicative of a flat Earth? Let's go. Go ahead,
Fair
Jedi.
enough, but before he explains, I posted the video from Chris Van Maitre where he videos the sun through a solar telescope and demonstrates that it changes size. There you go.
Did you find out how much it changes size?
Maybe
doesn't matter.
You don't think the amount that it changes size doesn't matter?
No, because your claim was that it does not change size.
Oh, I mean, if you're being a disingenuous, uncharitable prick.
Amnesia, Rich?
Yep. So otherwise, here's what you can do, friend. Here's what you can do if you're up to the challenge. Why don't you go and find out how much it should change size, depending on which model you're critiquing, and then come back and let us know those brass tacks instead of just throwing out generalizations. How about that?
Your model is again. What's your model again?
Your stance or your position, Rich. When earlier it was just the qualification of if this thing occurs, then our model must be incorrect.
No, I didn't make that inference.
Now it's something else.
Yeah, fair enough. So let me make this observation, and it's an experiment that everyone can do right now. It requires a friend, so I guess not everyone can do it. So what you do is you take your thumb, you hold it in front of your nose, and then blink your eyes left and right, and you'll notice that your
nose as well.
Hold on. Yes, fair. Yeah, good. Well, I mean, where your nose should be.
I don't know.
Anyway, you blink your eyes, and you'll notice that it jumps back and forth, left and right.
Due to perspective.
Right, and if you move it away from you, have your friend, put their thumb in front of you and then move away, you'll notice that it shrinks as they go away. But once they reach the opposite wall, let's say of a room, and then they move left and right in the room, from your vantage point, the thumb doesn't appear to change angular size much at all.
Not much at all, but it would change in size slightly, right? If they're moving along the wall, right, they're going to be at a further distance, right? Because they're moving linearly perpendicular to my vision.
Correct, but the actual angular change isn't significant enough to have a dramatic effect. So you need to parse out the brass tacks of your claim about the sun doesn't change size proves anything, bro.
Well, I mean, it's indicative of, like, if you look at a race car, like a NASCAR on the track, and you're in the middle of the bleachers, so you can see the full track. When it's right in front of you, it's a lot bigger. And then as it goes around, it gets smaller, and then it comes back, and it gets bigger. The amount of which that object changes size dependent upon the distance is indicative of how big the object is. And how far, or the difference in relation to that the length of the track is. So if you have something that's a lot bigger and very far, as it moves, it'll get smaller, or it'll change size, but only slightly, as opposed to it being local, racing around on top of us. So you'll be able to tell the difference. You agree that we would be able to tell the difference, right?
Now pay attention. If you were in the Goodyear blimp, right? And you were above the track, looking down.
How much can that lift again?
Just hold on a second. If you're in the Goodyear blimp and you're above the track, looking down, the size of the car, angularly, the angular size change of the car as it moves about the track, could be either insignificant or imperceptible, right? So what you need to tell me
the difference,
is the distance. You need to tell me all of these distance relationships that prove your geometric claim that the sun can't be closer than what it's alleged to be. So by all means, go ahead, prove it.
Yeah. So it would be the case that the observation of the amount of size that we observe the sun.
Yeah. What is the quantity? What's the quantity?
Okay. No, I don't have the numbers.
Yeah. Well, then how about you go get the numbers before you start making claims about what you don't know what you're saying? How about that?
Well, do you know the numbers to be in your favor?
Based on the heliocentric model, it's only going to change 0.004%.
And how much should it change under the flat Earth model?
However fucking far it moves. That's not my problem.
You should go and learn about the model before you speak on it, Metatrix. I learned that from my good friend, AI Overlord.
All you can do is say my name, right?
I got 2 stacks.
I'm sorry.
Right, so now that we've all agreed, fair. But now that we've all agreed that the sun does indeed change angular size throughout the day, and homeboy over here can't parse out the particulars of the amount that is necessary to make his case a defeater for flat Earth, it's a moot point. So let's bring up a different
you aren't
point.
able to provide the numbers to
I don't have to.
Well, then I don't have to either, buddy. That's how respect works, ain't it? I don't have to show you shit if you're not willing to show me shit. We both agree on the fundamental theoretical virtues of this entire thing. But you're saying because I don't have...
Dude, let's make one thing clear here. You made it necessary in your claim, you dumbass. I never did on my side to make a claim that I need to support. I just told you you don't have sufficient support for your claim. Those are two different worlds, bro. Okay, we're not on equal footing here.
Never claimed it was necessary. You guys love to shoehorn that in.
Sorry, what's not necessary now?
God, dude. Did he or did he not say...
Jedi, just so you know, the word necessary isn't necessary.
Holy fuck. Okay, so it's not necessary that the sun does or doesn't change angular size for your point. Therefore, it's irrelevant, so throw it out.
It's not necessary that my mother gave birth to me. It could have been an alien, but the most logical explanation is that my mother gave birth to me.
Very good. AI, what happened was we were talking about the sun sets, and then he got to a point where he was like, no, forget about the geometric horizon. What you guys really need to explain is why the sun does not change angular size as it sets, because that is what would have to happen.
Exactly.
And the fact that we can see half of it.
Okay, so since we've all agreed that this angular size change is moot, throw it to the side and just talk about seeing the half of the sun. There you go.
Okay, yeah. Explain how angular occlusion could get us half a sun.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? You can't see it. There you go. Problem solved.
Hey, what's that guy's name who was trying to say I was begging? Hey, Big Daddy Flurf, you're not going to call out begging the question on that one? Jeez. It's like you don't even know the fallacy or you're highly
The top
biased on who you call it out on.
portion is sufficient to be resolved and the bottom portion isn't.
Why?
There you go.
Why? If the is it like an oblong thing and it only appears to be spherical? Is it like stretching itself?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that all images of a sunset result in a semicircle?
What a dumb question.
It's not everything everything you just said about it being long and stretching out actually is what people observe.
It happens. It actually happens in reality.
This is like, well, I'm like, this thing is crazy, bro.
This will be thinking
crazy
like
you guys
when you look out,
aren't
this
honestly
will be thinking when you look out at a horizon. Yeah, this guy thinks when you look at a horizon, you see a straight line and a semicircle orange piece of color. That's what he thinks you see every time.
Angular occlusion sufficient. You can't see it.
That's what angular occlusion would be. What's wrong with you?
See, you're begging the question, right?
No, that's not begging the question.
Yes, as much as you called me out for when I said it was the curve of the Earth and the fact that it's orbiting the sun and spinning is how the sunsets occur, right?
But yet you still haven't proven curvature.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Don't you have
that's not
Foster's to go drink?
That's not self-evident. However, resolution, like, and everything involved with that is evident. Like, I don't have to make any assumptions to say what I'm saying. You're making assumptions.
Yeah, honestly, your entire position is an assumption to say that angular occlusion is sufficient to give you this this observation when there's been no explanation and no demonstration that this is how this works.
You asked them. What is angular occlusion mean?
As something gets further from you, the amount of light that can reach your eye is lessened, apparently, or that light have some kind of fall off range to you guys. I'm trying to give you your angular
hold on,
occlusion.
friend. Hold on, you're screwed. Hold on, you're conflating two terms into one term. So there's one term which is atmospheric occlusion, which is a fact. In fact, you can look it up right now, and it'll tell you that the standard occlusion extinction rate is approximately 300 miles at ground level. So that means that after 300 miles, you can't see anything.
So the sun must be within 300 miles.
Wrong. Holy shit.
We see it. Do you not see the sun?
Dude, Rich, dude. For goodness fucking sake, dude. You cannot possibly be that stupid. So, I'm going to have to mute you because I know you're going to spaz through this explanation. Okay, so I'm going to say this as slow as I can, and I'm actually going to use crayons on my tongue so that when I'm speaking, it's in crayon. Okay? If something is occluded at 300 miles, but the object beyond the occlusion rate is at 5,000 miles, then you still wouldn't be able to see it. Holy crap.
What? You said the last bit quickly.
Hold on.
Check it out. If you can't see with the occlusion rate past 300 miles, then that means an object 305 miles you wouldn't be able to see, but also an object 5,000 miles you wouldn't be able to see. Nor would you be able to see any object. Yes, true. However, that is the rate at baseline horizontal ambient atmosphere, right? So obviously, if you take a higher altitude or you take a diagonal cut, it'll reduce the amount of occlusion accumulative, right?
Can you demonstrate that? So light travels further in a vacuum?
Holy crap, dude. Wow. I need to demonstrate that if you have five...
Why do we
You have to
Five
demonstrate
windows.
that angular occlusion is somehow dependent upon the amount of
Why
atmosphere
do
between
we
an object.
look?
Oh my God, dude, Rich. No, hold on, dude.
Yeah,
I'm about to
demonstrate your
ban you,
claim. Come
dumbass.
on.
No, I'm going to ban you, dumbass.
Okay, you
This
get
is how it's
banned for
going to
asking
go.
good questions. You heard it here
No,
first.
I'm going to give you one chance, dude. Okay, so I'm going to put you on mute so you can maximize your chance. Okay, you either can recall from memory or you can go back to the live stream to phone a friend, being the record. I parsed out for you that you're making an error of conflating two terms. One being atmospheric occlusion, which I described, that has a formula, the extinction, standard Rayleigh extinction, right? You could go look that up. Versus a different term, which we hadn't yet talked about. Now, I was parsing those terms separately. You seem to have missed that, and then you went back and said the same term that you were conflating again, completely showing that you're not sincerely paying attention. So, concede that you made that error, or you're gonski. So you can go take your time and go back and listen, or you can try to recall from memory and die on that hill. So I'm going to unmute you so you can make your decision. Go ahead, bro.
I'm willing to admit I could have accidentally conflated some terms. That's fine. So when we're talking about the Rayleigh criterion, right, we're talking about scattering and absorption of light through the atmosphere.
No, holy shit, bro.
Sorry, I literally looked it up. The first thing I got is an article from the European Geosciences Union, Atmospheric Chemistry and Physics Department. It's scattering and absorbing cross sections of atmospheric gases in the ultralight visible wavelength range, which is 307 to 725 nanometers.
Yeah. I understand. Yep. So the reason why this is conflated is because the terms often have similar names. So, for example, Rayleigh didn't just do one thing; he did multiple things, and he has equations and coefficients that are attributed to his name. So they're not all the same. So it's a common error. There's no slight against you. Once you recognize that you were conflating the terms, now it's possible to move forward. So when we're talking about the atmospheric extinction coefficient, that is the cumulative effect of what you just said over distance. So obviously, in 1 mile, it's going to be a certain amount, but at 10 miles, it's going to be all those amounts cumulative, right?
Okay.
Which results in ultimately, the atmosphere is essentially, to that light from that distant source, the atmosphere essentially becomes opaque. It's like a brick wall, for all intents and purposes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm trying to take this as charitably as possible. In you saying this, it is part of an explanation that would say that the half of the sun that we are able to define via the light is in some way closer, or like going through a portion of the atmosphere that's different than the one that appears to be below?
Well, check it out. So earlier I explained that this coefficient extinction at approximately 300 miles is essentially, if you imagine the atmosphere, essentially usually it goes by a man's height, right? So a 6 foot tall guy looking out straight 300 miles through the standard atmosphere. Yeah, but let's just say, but this is the number that they use all the time, right? Because obviously people don't walk around laying on the ground usually. Some people do. So if you're standing and you look out in a direction, the cumulative amount of atmosphere in between you and an object horizontally out in the distance at approximately 300 miles or so, you wouldn't be able to see it. You'd just see blue. Like all you would see is the color that's been shed, and it would essentially become blue. And so for all intents and purposes, at that range, everything behind it is behind a brick wall.
I'm gonna have to say I need to look more into this kind of resolution and the Rayleigh criterion. There are a number of things in regards to that I need to look into, but I'd like to ask a clarifying question in terms of whether this effect would be able to explain a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
It's not going to happen.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
So the part that you were asking about that you missed that uh, AI is highlighting right now is the observer's height, right? So there's a height factor. Like, for example, if you pushed a brick out a mile, you might not be able to see it with your eyeballs. However, if you built a whole bunch of bricks on top of that, you would see those bricks. Doesn't mean you'll be able to resolve the first row of bricks, though. Just like that. That's the part that you're missing. It's not that something would just completely disappear at a distance. It has to do with height, too.
Yeah, I'd say you wouldn't even be able to
Also,
resolve anything. Sorry, I was just saying.
Right. Also, angular resolution and the Rayleigh coefficient for extinction through the ambient atmosphere are completely two different things. They're
Okay.
apples and oranges.
Understood. Granted. So are any of those things sufficient to explain a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, I mean, why would they have to do anything with the sun whatsoever of where it is? Like, neither of those things have any bearing on the location.
Right? That's reality.
Do you have an observation of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Do I personally have an observation of it? As in,
No,
have I seen it, or do I have a recording of it?
Has it been documented?
Yes. Yes, it has been documented.
That's a lie.
Could you shut up? Could you go ahead and post it in the chat for us, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so while you're doing that, please explain to the audience who may not be up to speed of why this is relevant to the conversation.
Well, because if you're able to see the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica, then it's obviously not getting to a position in which the Rayleigh criterion, as you say, or angular occlusion is no longer an issue and allows for the light to reach all of those spots. Then we have to look at what other areas of the Earth are illuminated along that same time.
Bro. Fair enough, but you made a mistake. So the whole reason we were talking about that is in regards to not being able to see the sun. And now you're claiming about when you can see the sun.
Exactly. Which is still
so if
on
you're
the topic of whether or not you can see the sun.
Hold on a second. Hold on. If the sun is above the horizon at all times for 24 hours, then it's never, quote unquote, going below the horizon. So the contention about what's occurring at the horizon is no longer applicable. Wow, dude, did you like wake up and forgot to eat your Wheaties or something?
I eat weed every day.
Well, there's your problem. You have celiac. I realize why you're so dumb, dude. You have celiac and you keep poisoning yourself with wheat.
I said weed.
The whole point is you're supposed to justify the horizon being Earth curves causing sunsets. Like, and so now you totally remove that phenomena. How the fuck are you going to justify your premise in the first instance?
Because this is absolutely explainable under the globe Earth model. Like, this is what we would expect to see.
This is a red herring. This is a non sequitur, actually, though. Like, and I just explained why.
Yeah, fair.
Both you and Gregory just are eternally just after proving a point.
Well, I mean,
what are you talking about?
Cry about points.
There's no Gregory. Elijah is Gregory, brother.
No, he's just saying they both stay on the same. Obviously, he keeps saying that.
I mean, I'm not saying that in the bad way, but your arguments are nearly similar.
Well, it's not an argument, dog. You're just contradicting yourself. You
asked for that evidence, by the way. It's in the chat.
Okay, great. You set out to prove that the horizon is Earth curve causing sunsets. You moved on to the sun not setting.
At a certain position on Earth, right?
But you got to understand that that's completely disjointed from
No,
the
it's not.
previous thing I
Well, it depends on which approach he's taking. Is he talking about the distance, like the linear distance away from it being different, or is he
no
talking about something else?
no.
Maybe I don't know his thoughts.
You're trying to justify your claim that sunsets are because the Earth is curved. Going to
So I never said that. Please stop making straw man arguments like Gregory.
Okay, so let me ask you this then: do sunsets have anything to do with Earth curve?
Of course they do.
So then, what the fuck are we talking about? Are we talking about that or not? I don't understand.
You realize there's a very big difference in the two things you just said, right?
Just lying.
Well, listen, we're asking you to prove that sunsets are caused by Earth curve. That's what we're asking you. That's what we're asking you.
Okay. I decline to answer your question.
Okay, you could have said that 40 minutes ago, though.
I wish I had.
Yeah, me too. Because that would have been honest.
That I decline to answer your question because I have no willingness to speak with you. You're absolutely correct. That is an honest opinion of mine.
Okay.
Yeah, typical Glover.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to talk.
They'd be mad.
Well, I'll talk to you, Jedi. Do you want to try and explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica or not?
Why?
There is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Oh, are you going to be going there on the experiment there, Rob?
I've been here for 8 years. You'd think there would be a legitimate video by now.
What is the thing I just put in chat? It's not authentic because
you tell me.
Is it the one by Anthony Powell or the other guy?
This is Anthony Powell with the watch.
One of the two.
It's a well done video. I mean, citing a well done video and having it be the
Well
one that's
done.
commonly cited. Yeah, well done.
Yeah. Not real though.
That says you. I'll quote Gregory. It says you with
Okay,
no
what's the information? Hold on. Fair enough. What's the information that you can glean from the video itself to validate that it's the case?
You see a watch, and the camera rotates to follow the sun as it doesn't set along as it goes across the sky. There's a watch there showing the passing of time.
Where is the watch located?
It's in Antarctica.
Because they told you it was.
Oh my god.
The robot in half.
Oh no, see, I just watched the video. I just saw Stanley Kubrick in the background. I just saw him there. Oh my god.
Okay.
It's all fake.
Okay, so it's a fair question, dude. What evidence from the video validates where it is?
The snowy and rocky terrain.
Wow.
So this guy had a watch at the North Pole, and then what happened?
Sharp as a marble, this guy.
Wow.
South Pole.
You sure it was? How do you know it was the South Pole?
Well, I don't know that it was exactly located on the South Pole, but Antarctica is at the South Pole, isn't it?
Yeah, but how can you confirm that this is Antarctica? Seems like a weird question.
No shit, eh? How'd you guys validate that the Black Swan was taken at those two actual? Like it's you guys can't do this hyper skepticism thing and then take no skepticism towards your position. It just highlights the dishonesty.
And it's not dishonest. I'm just asking you about your claim and how you verified it. The Black Swan is slightly different. We've got markers, for example, using maps and shit. And people go to this beach all the time and make repeated observations, both on the flat side and the globe side.
You think if I said that I could point at this camp on a map of Antarctica, that would validate it?
Dude, how would you validate it is my question.
The same method you used, because if that's sufficient for you, then it should be sufficient for me, right?
Lots of people go there. What does this place look like? How do you know?
Lots of people have to go there now?
Dude, I'm asking how you verify that this is the location that is claimed. I'm just asking that simple question.
Yeah, and I'm saying it's a nonsense question because it's hyper skeptic to a position to a degree that you don't even question your own claims on.
Dude, that's non-analogous to what I'm
No,
asking you.
not at all.
It absolutely is. Nuh-uh is not a good response, by the way.
Dude, it
Hey,
wasn't
listen, the oil rigs, check this out, homie. The oil rigs, when you take one image of them, and you take another image of them, and you know that the oil rig in particular is located at a particular physical location that you can validate by taking another image, then comparing the two images and seeing that they are indeed the same oil rig, right? That's a method you could use to validate it, which has been done numerous times because people have taken multiple images of the thing. It's not analogous to just a landscape and just claiming that it's from there. So at least present, okay, here's different images from the past, which are just casual images which show the same landscape, and this is the reason why I can conclude that it's probably the same location. At least something along those lines coming from you, rather than just us hemming and hawing.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that later. I'm cooking.
So when you say that you do that later, you haven't done this already, no?
Oh no, I haven't done the hyper skeptic dance yet.
Okay, so you haven't verified your... Fine, no problem. There's no rope to be tripped over, dude. Just pointing it out.
Jedi trying to move away from it so I don't ask him for his verification.
I already answered that, and AI also...
No, you said you could do this. You didn't say you did it.
What? Black Swan?
Yeah, how have you verified the Black Swan? Personally.
Oh, I've made other observations, dude, not like the Black Swan.
So you are on record as saying the Black Swan is unverified.
No, it's verified by other independent people.
Well, you just believe other people?
They're the ones that are giving me the images, dude. Of this known location with known landmarks that...
But you can't trust the images you get from NASA.
Oh my god, no, that's a slightly different claim. Remember the space bit?
What if the person who gave you the photos worked for the government, but just in the parts?
That's an extraordinary claim. I'm just asking you how you verified this from... It's supposed to be from Antarctica. How do you know?
Yeah, you said we've got to the end of this, Jedi.
No, you think that you have. You just want to
You
run away.
said you haven't verified it. There's no question for you to trip over. We were moving past it, and you're just bringing it up again.
Like this. Can you go on Google Maps and go to... Was it Santa Monica? You can do that, right? So do that in Antarctica. Go to the place where it was taken. Can you do that on Google Maps?
Yeah, let's be clear. Jedi's ability to validate or invalidate the Black Swan observation is irrelevant to your ability to validate or invalidate your claim that this is an accurate video that occurred at a specific location and witnessed a specific thing.
Yeah, it's called the tu quoque fallacy, by the way.
Could you explain?
Pointing out hypocrisy is a tu quoque?
Hey, Rich, how about why is
No, it doesn't matter, right? So if it doesn't matter if we can explain how validate the Black Swan argument, it doesn't automatically make.
I'm not saying that it doesn't embolden mine either.
Your location, you pointing out that we haven't for a different location, is not congruent with your
being
claim.
Right.
Your claim, right?
Yeah, I didn't make the argument that because you don't have this validation, mine is correct. That would be a tu quoque.
Not at all, dude. The very fact that you brought it up, how is it relevant to the conversation?
Because when you have an extremely hyper skeptic position, but you have a bunch of assumptions underlying that position that you don't scrutinize to that hyper skeptic level, is disingenuous and hypocritical.
Does anybody know that?
What we have on the table?
I'm trying to find the video that they brought. This video from Frozen South from Anthony Powell. Remember the guy? I can't find.
So, in other words, what we have on the table is I don't have to bear the burden of validation to somebody once I identify that they're a hyper skeptic. I no longer have a responsibility to prove my point.
Yeah,
That's what
so
you're
the
saying.
fact
I'm not a
that
hyper skeptic.
so
You
even if
are.
we concede, no, even if we concede that we haven't validated the Black Swan, you therefore have also conceded that you haven't validated that video that you shared. Do you understand that?
No.
You pretty much
That's not the case. I granted that I haven't gone through and personally validated this claim. Now, if it's their position that I can't speak on this video until I have validated it to their liking, yet the
Who said
claims
that?
that they
Who said that?
make the claims that they make do
Who said
not
that?
have the same level of validation
Irrelevant.
that they're requiring in order for me to
Mine does.
speak on it.
Mine does.
It's not saying
Mine
either
does.
one is correct or incorrect for any one of
No.
those reasons.
Sorry, I muted you, so I hope you can hear me saying I muted you. Mine does, because I have an observation as well that I did myself at Brooklyn. So it was me doing it. So here's the thing. The difference between your position and our position, first of all, we already found things wrong with the video. We could get into that. I don't know if somebody wants to or not. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is you can't validate it. No one else can validate it. However, anyone who's in Brooklyn can validate it. And I have. And we're just talking about actually making an observation that validates the modus tollens argument that we utilize against the premises of the argument. I'm trying to be as vague as possible right now. But that's the bottom line is no, like anybody can go ahead and use not the observation, but use the methodology for validating your own claim because it's your claim. It's the thing that you believe. You can go out there anywhere at any body of water and go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so the claim isn't specific to these objects. The claim is that observations exist where the horizon is greater than the distance of the object it's supposed to be occluding, right? And that can be replicated, as Elijah said, at various locations. So it's not unique to a specific location. Ergo, if you're claiming an observation that's unique to a specific location that has weight to it to prove or disprove a general proposition that is held by multitudes of people, then it behooves the person presenting that evidence to parse out the details to validate that what he did is actually occurring in that location. Otherwise, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, you know what somebody just needs to do, which would be pretty cool. Get like the whole like trifecta, quadfecta, whatever. Right? Get a sunset, beyond the oil rigs, at whatever 2 foot, 1 foot elevation, showing that the sun touches the water, or appears to touch the water further than 1.225 times the square root, where the intersection is at.
Get
the whole thing.
Dude, they got an observation. They got an observation of a mountain range being silhouetted by the sun.
Yeah, but the sun. The sun. Just get the sun in it. The sun should set. I mean, it should be touching the water at 1.225. I mean, the intersection is that. That's the sun. He's claiming that's the sunset. It should be 3 miles away for a 6 foot person. Because oil rigs are 8 miles, 7 miles, whatever it is. So get the whole thing in there. So then he'll be good to go.
Oh, you mean have the sun circle being occluded by a 1.2 mile horizon?
Yeah, that's what it should be. Yeah, I mean that's the claim of the horizon, the claim of the sunset. So yeah, it should be. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be beyond that. So get it behind the oil rigs.
This is too disjointed. Do we have an individual who would like to discuss one topic in particular?
Yeah, Rich. Why?
Yeah, the topic where you validate your video. That's the topic, Holmes.
Yeah, the thing I said I was going to do after I was done cooking.
Just explain why this is, why you think this means something. How does going to Antarctica, then looking at the sun, actually not doing that? And what you're really doing is measuring the curvature of the Earth.
I didn't say it was a measurement of the curve of the Earth.
What is it then?
It's an observation of the sun.
that has okay. So how are you connecting it to the Earth?
Well, I mean, if it's one sun and it's able to be seen throughout the entire day, right? Everyone's following.
Yeah, you got an observation of the sun.
Then it's yes, and you're able to see it the entire day, 24 hours, meaning that at no point is that sun at a position in which it can't be seen from the South Pole.
So
from Antarctica, rather.
So
how does
South
that give
Pole now too?
Because that observation tied to the observation of time zones in which we have them and the terminus line of day and night indicates spheroid Earth, and with your position on it, that's exactly what you would expect to see. If Antarctica was not the southern pole of our planet, and it was rather a giant disk encapsulating everything, you would not expect to see that, no matter how much of a coffee cup caustic you get.
That's why we don't subscribe to that AE model, dude.
Well,
yeah, this is the
Wait a
best
minute.
part because no flat earther claimed to know that the sky was telling them what the ground is. That's the globe side.
Okay,
What you're
and that's
trying to
why I was
do-
asking if there was an explanation under the flat Earth model, and I hadn't gotten one. Not
You
surprisingly.
haven't got one on the globe either.
So
I
is that
do.
So is that a
I
false
just gave it.
dichotomy? So are you looking for a false dichotomy? It's either or.
It sounds like you just like you've heard logic words. I don't think you know what that means.
You said either or, right? We should or we shouldn't, right? That
You either should or you should not is not a dichotomy, because there are things that are that you neither should or shouldn't do.
On what model?
Under
either
logic.
or. You said model, right? You mentioned the globe model and then you mentioned flat Earth model. So it's either or, right? It's not a yes. Is that
no?
Is and is not.
There are other hypothetical models that we can discuss.
No, but you're posing a hypothetical. You're proposing a dichotomy between two models, right?
Yeah, the flat and the globe. Did you just get here?
So that's that's a false dichotomy.
I didn't say it was only these two. That's just what we're discussing.
Nah, bro, you just got to pay attention to the modus potens.
Thanks, Gregory.
This is how you're using your logic. You said that you shouldn't and we should and we shouldn't see this on this model.
Under
and this model.
under a flat Earth model, you should not, as shown, as indicated, right? It would not get that observation of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
All right, perfect. So that's your claim. What assumptions are necessary to carry that conclusion and put it into a syllogism that carries the conclusion of a necessity?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the case that the Earth is a globe because of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's indicative of it. Can we say that together? It's evidence indicative of the globe. One more time. Everybody. All right, I heard one person.
It's evidence indicative of the globe.
Thank you.
No, wrong. It's congruent with the claim. It's not indicative of the claim.
No, it's not congruent. It's consistent with.
Well, that would be fair too.
You're wrong no matter what.
Okay, now tell us the assumptions necessary and the syllogism that concludes that it is exclusive, that it excludes the Earth being flat. Go ahead.
The fuck is syllogism? That's not a word.
Yeah, it is a word, but
it is a word, dude. So how about you? How about the retards? Just keep listening and stop, joining in. How about that?
All right. So I'll take some time. I'll write it out.
Sigilism.
So what causes the sunset?
Apollo dashing across the sky in his winged boots, carrying it.
Is perspective
because anything that moves has a mover, right?
Is perspective the reason the sun appears to set?
I think that's a pretty fair thing to say, but I feel like you're gonna.
It requires a mover.
I'm asking like anyone: is perspective the reason the sun sets? Yes or no?
Well,
I'll say yeah.
The guy who says yeah in the globe model, that's not the case because you just talked about it all day. You're spinning on a globe,
Yeah.
and that's what
And your place on that globe as it spins would be your
So it's not. So it's not perspective. No, it's not. No, it's not perspective.
No. If Earth was flat, what causes the sun set?
What makes the sun appear to rise from the horizon and go downwards towards the horizon? That's perspective, dude.
You think it's perspective? Why doesn't the sun change angular size
We had
as
that
it approaches solar noon?
We had that conversation about 45 minutes ago. There are videos in the live stream that show the sun changing an angular size.
Yeah, that's the reason that Rich is
Is there
kind
a
of
solar
like
filter in those videos?
yes, there is, and that's the reason that Rich is kind of like listen. I kind of want to drop out for a little bit because that was his big dog. That was like the big thing he had.
No, but Callie, they don't. They're not saying how much of a change it is, right? Like they're saying that it slightly changes in size, as opposed to the amount that they would expect to see it to change if it were local.
Okay, so
does it comport with perspective, right?
Oh, just to be clear, you said the sun doesn't change in angular size, is what you said.
Oh, yeah, if you want to be a disingenuous, uncharitable fucking dick, sure.
Yeah. And then
any charitable person would say that that my position would have been that it doesn't change substantially, right?
I know.
Backpedaling, right? It's not.
No, that's just clarifying his position. If you can't understand it, that's fine. But that's on you, not on him.
Right now.
No, we understand.
No.
Well, that's on Rich, dude. Dude, if Rich says, dude, if Rich says it doesn't change, then we're going to take him at face value that that's what he means.
Yeah, and then I clarified, and you guys were like, you still said it didn't change.
Keep in mind, everybody, Rich is the guy with the
question is if it
The other guy,
obeys the law.
Callie and the Trump guy are going to drop out and freak out if Trump guy already got muted and left.
What are you
Never mind.
talking
Just trying to give you
about?
guys
Stop.
just going to try to give you guys a warning.
Listen, if his argument is not that it doesn't change at all and that it's the amount of change, then he's the one that needs to parse out the amount, which he was challenged to do, and he said he can't do it as of yet, but he may do it in the future.
Yeah, well, we already went over that, motherfucker. This guy. Go ahead.
Yeah,
say
let's
words.
just speak nonsense instead of pertaining to the
Say
topic.
your fucking words, dude.
There is a prediction you can make if you observe the sun at an angular diameter. You have a location on Earth, you move away from it, and it starts to set. Then you can say how big it is. You could say how far it is, and all these things. You don't do that.
How far it is?
Can you tell us how far it is?
No, yeah, you can't. You can tell how how your distance changed. Yeah, I mean you're not going to be able to tell the distance of the object, but yeah, your change distance, your angle to it. Those are the things that you can measure.
If you measure the size of the sun and you think it's setting because of perspective.
Yeah, but I always like to demonstrate that to you, but you didn't let me finish. It's quite simple for why the sun appears to rise and appears to go down towards the horizon. You notice the same thing when you look down a corridor, and the ceiling looks like it's getting closer to the floor as you look down the corridor. The ceiling looks like it's going down. It's like all things above your head as they move away with distance. They go downwards towards the horizon. They haven't actually changed their altitude above the surface, but this is just what we call perspective. I don't understand why you don't get this.
Yeah, Jetta, I mean, you can
I get
call
it
that
just
due
fine.
to like
You're not pertaining to the
Callie,
topic.
I spoke before you, so you got to stop. So I mean, you can call
you're
it
running interference right now. You're a dick.
Yeah, you could call it perspective. You could call it angle change, right? And then the thing that we're saying should occur when with our relative distance between ground position from ground position is we should measure angular change in the size, the apparent size of the sun, and that's what we measure. I mean, right? So I mean, we're calling it perspective as like a catch-all, but what's the reason for perspective? Angle change. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, that's why a bunch of nonsense just happened. If I could just say, does it comport with the laws of perspective? Yeah. Does the angular size change of the sun actually gradually decrease as it approaches the horizon? The answer is no. The angular size change you would observe is when it gets close to the horizon, it just refracts.
Right.
It's
I
not the
thought the
same
answer
thing.
was given. So the video you missed earlier, that the reason Rich kind of backed out for a little bit on that point was the video shared earlier was a solar filter showing the apparent angular size change of the sun over distance.
Didn't happen sporadically. It happened gradually.
Yeah,
So
gradual with a grid. There's an overlay of a grid.
Yeah, but to be fair,
demarcating
I heard the
the
claim.
size.
Where's the stupid video?
yeah, to be fair though, it's
Find it.
not simply a
Let me watch
solar
the
filter
video.
on a standard lens. It's an entire solar telescope designed and intended to shoot the sun.
Sorry about that. He does go over
I
that
don't
in the
know what
beginning of the
video.
video. I don't know.
You're referencing a video. What video? I don't know. Whatever.
It's a while up. I don't know.
Wait a minute. So, are you willing to say? Are you willing to say that if something doesn't seem to experience the angular size change in your field of view that it should, then that disproves the model? Is that what you're willing to say?
Yeah, as it approaches the horizon, it should eventually vanish. So I know
Okay,
the video
perfect. So,
doesn't match the perspective.
if that's your claim, then I would refer you to the old book on the great controversy between the two great world systems. You need to read that book.
No, I don't. What the heck are you talking? That has
Yes.
nothing to do with the sun
Oh,
changing
really? Let me
angular
explain
size
it.
as it
Yeah, let me
approaches the
explain it.
horizon.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you then. If you don't know, and I know, and you want to know, then I'll tell you. How about that? So in that
Just
book,
being rumpus the whole time.
oh my goodness, dude. You gonna be all right? So in that book, they critique the heliocentric model and the alleged claims of orbits and where objects in the cosmos are relative to the Earth. And one of the critiques is that if it was the case that this thing was orbiting and receding in distance from the viewpoint from the Earth in greater multiples than its diameter, then it should show this angular size change, which it does not, meaning that the model is false. So I guess if you want to parse out that the thing must not change angular size, otherwise you have a faulty model, then you're just shooting the heliocentric model in the foot. So good for you.
All right, so Rich is bailed out. He's good. He got saved. Rich is saved. All right, good.
how sad.
We're still looking up at the sky, are we?
Personally, I mean, even for entertainment, we all know that forms of entertainment, they change over time. And I think for me, this is no different. When I realize that a person isn't engaged in a conversation with me to exchange information, but rather just tell me that they believe what they believe, I'm not going to argue them down about it for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, because it's painful and it's painful and it's upsetting.
And friend, it's unfalsifiable. Hold on, let's talk about that for a second.
You guys all did a good job with Rich. You guys cogged this in like 2 or 3 times, maybe. I just want to. You guys did good. Don't put yourself down about it.
Yeah, fair enough. But when somebody comes in and is in the position Elijah said, his position is actually unfalsifiable unless you can prove he's lying. So when someone comes in and says, I believe in the globe, how are you going to disprove them? Think about it. I believe in the globe. Okay, the Earth's flat. I believe in the globe. Okay, the Earth's this. I believe in the globe. Can't falsify their position. It's just their belief.
Pretty good point.
In fact, we had a great example of that with that one kid earlier, where he said on his parting shot, he said, I'd just like everyone to know I will never stop believing in the globe. Never. Under any circumstances, I will always swear my allegiance to the belief that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, was that the same guy that just said that, he believes it because most people believe it?
Because he was taught it. He was taught it. And not only that, but his evidence was the song. It's like, I was taught it, and that's why I believe it, and I can prove it because I was taught this song. So what is he proving to you? Is he proving the Earth is a globe, or is he proving he was taught it's a globe and he believes it? He's proving that. That's what he came here to prove. He came to prove that he was taught the globe and therefore he believes it, and that's what he did. So he left the winner.
It might have been Ron Boston Bear who shared a video of his kids, kindergarten, first or second. I can't remember what grade it was, but they sing that song, that chant, it's like witchcraft chant that the other kid came in to sing to you guys on every child's birthday. They hold hands and they go in a circle. The Earth moves around the sun. The Earth moves around that song.
Yeah, like you're one revolution of the Earth around the sun older today.
Yeah, I was watching these kids chant the song like little witches in a classroom, having fun with it, I guess. I mean, it's kind of, I guess, but yeah, from my point of view, it was very creepy.
So if the song were to change, that guy, there's a good chance he would change. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, the Earth is flat." If the song changed,
It needs a like a better beat, But yeah, that was his question.
Let me ask you this question. I'm a classical Christian. Have I ever went to a church of Satan, entered the church, and chanted, "I'm a classical Christian. I have a song that tells me I am one"? Have I ever done something like that? The answer is no. So why is it that Globers feel the need to come into our forum and tell us their beliefs? Think about it.
They're a cult. They're upset that someone is outside their cult.
Yeah, there's a lot of songs about Santa Claus too, man.
Rudolph.
Pretty crazy, right?
Well,
could it be?
I mean,
Could it be that he's actually afraid? Just let me posit this last psychological thing. Could it be that he's actually afraid that his belief is so specious because it's just what he's told, that if it was the case that he was told it was flat, he would be forced to accept it? And so he's coming in here to ideologically inoculate himself for pain in the future. He's told, and he must change his position. That could be possible, maybe.
I think it's more likely he's just stupid.
I don't want to say it, but you might be right.
Kind of feeling the going into Satan's church and singing some songs. As the deer paddles for the water.
They made a new globe server, and it was like nothing was understood. Like, here's their safe space. They have all the mod perms. They're full control. They invited a few flat earthers over there to come talk to them, and not a single thing did they understand. It was so bad that Gary was talking. I'm not sure if you guys know him, but he's kind of a flat. Doesn't really hang out here, but other servers. Gary had told them, "I can't talk right now. I'm at work. I can answer a few questions just shortly." And they would go into these long form conversations telling him, "Post your evidence. Where's your citation?" He had to say more than 15 times. Like, I literally lost count. I'm at work. I can't do a full long form conversation. If you guys have some questions, I can give you a quick, short answer while I'm working. And they never got it. They still to this day, probably. What was Gary doing yesterday? Was he at work or not at work?
Do you guys actually believe in flat Earth?
They don't know.
Was it Omnivore's?
Yeah.
server?
Is this really a discussion anymore? Like, can we just get rid of this? Like, channel, and, like, change it to a different name? 'Cause,
Hey,
like,
hey, can I ask you a
discussion
question?
still?
Hey, buddy, I'll ask you a question. You believe we went to the moon in 1969, right?
Buddy, go travel the world. Go travel the
well,
world.
come on, answer.
Get on a boat.
You believe we did,
Get
right?
on a boat. Get on a boat. Get on a boat.
Come on,
Get
you
on a
believe we
boat,
went to the moon in
Have you been on a
1969,
boat?
right?
I gotta ask you, have you been on a boat?
Yes.
Yep, been on the boat.
Have you been on a boat, Charles? I'm asking you a
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
Have
I
you
was
been
on a boat just a few days ago. I was on a jet ski.
One of those boats with the electric battery, don't you? Yeah, it sank to the bottom of the ocean. People are looking for it right now, right? That boat.
Okay, you're just trolling, man. I thought you wanted to talk for a second.
Right, yeah, if
No,
that, like, listen,
I'm just
think
being, I'm
about
being
it.
dead ass. This shouldn't
I
be an
know.
argument anymore.
It shouldn't be.
I
That's what I'm saying.
understand.
It shouldn't be. It should be a lot easy. Like if it was that, it should be super easy, right? You should be able to just like be listen. Here's the evidence and shut it down. It should be that easy.
That's why he's bringing up the moon landing because it just fits in with the same brain dead conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I was going to ask him a whole different question, but he didn't answer it. Like, do you believe we went to the moon in 1969? Yes or no? Come on, man. Let's talk.
It's about logical gates because there's plenty on the globe side who consider the NASA to be nothing but a bunch of liars. Because executive branch, more government, more of the same government, and they hate flat earthers. So the reason why to ask that question is that you can know who you're talking to. Are you talking to somebody who knows that NASA fakes it, but also thinks globe? Or are you talking to somebody who knows NASA faked it and they faked a lot more than just that one event?
You know they went to the moon 6 times, right? It wasn't just one.
Okay, so I'll ask you. You believe we went to the moon in 1969, right? Snackle, whatever. You can say
All
it, right?
11. Yeah.
All right. So my question is to you. Very quick, simple question. How many years will you have to live into the future, still alive, not being able to go to the moon yourself until you're questioning whether or not they went in the first place or not?
Wait, I'm confused by your question. What?
How many
long would I have to wait?
How long would you have to wait, still being alive here on Earth, not going into space, not going to the moon, until you start to question whether or not they went to the moon in the first place?
You don't have to. It was easily verifiable then. It's easily verifiable now.
No. Let me rephrase the question. Maybe you'll understand a little better. Like, let's say in the future you're 30, say 40 years older than you are now. All right, you're on the Earth. You cannot buy a plane ticket to the moon. Nobody can buy a plane ticket to the moon. At that point in time, will you still believe we went to the moon in 1969, or will you start to get a little suspicious?
No. I mean, they're going back to the moon, right? Have you heard of the Artemis program?
In 1,500 years, if we don't go back to the moon, if we don't go back to the moon in 1,500 years,
we're going back in the next 10.
No, sure thing, buddy.
Have you heard of the Artemis program? You know they're funding it like an entire system and lander right now, right?
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Can we let
have you seen the Starship launches? Have you seen the SLS launches? Like they're launching things right now to test to go back to the moon right now.
Yeah, but there's nobody going. That's my point.
So
no one actually
Artemis
going.
2 will launch in a couple years, and they're going to have 2 or 4 crew members, and they're going to go around the moon. They're not going to land yet, but that's only 2 or 3 years away.
Yeah, cool story.
Oh, lovely.
They've already built the rocket. They've already built the capsule.
We haven't heard that. Brother Holmes.
I mean,
Should I put that on my calendar? Should I put that on my calendar for the day after, so you can come and give us your evidence then? Or should we appeal to the future for evidence?
It's probably going to get delayed, maybe another year. I'm guessing 3 years until they launch.
I believe they're going to go back in the next 2 or 3 years, but if they don't go back in like 20 years, I might think that something's a little fishy. Why can't you just give me the answer?
However,
friend, we went to the moon in the 60s?
Hold on, sucker. Before you go on. There's a classical fallacy called appeal ex ante, which means appealing to the future. Okay? So, the fact that you're alleging they're going to go to the moon in the future is irrelevant to the fact of whether or not they did so in the past. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do. I'm just saying that like they're funding it right now, like it's a current program that they're funding.
Oh yeah, well, who gives a flying fuck? We're talking about whether they did in the past as they claim to have done.
Well,
So what you're talking about is irrelevant.
He was whoever was asking the question was bringing up a hypothetical of like
Yeah,
in 50 years.
Fair enough.
When would you get suspicious, right?
Fair enough. Guess what? If Artemis allegedly, in principle, goes to the moon in the future, that still has no bearing on whether they went in the past. Okay?
I mean, it would be the same administration, and NASA would be funding another mission back to the moon.
Who gives a fuck, dude? Do you not understand the logical distinction here? Whether someone goes to the moon in the future is irrelevant. Okay, so we're not going to talk about it anymore.
Then let's talk about Apollo. Then, do you know how
you want to talk about the future?
That Apollo did land on the moon? There's lots of ways you can verify.
Yeah, go ahead. Let us know.
He didn't even answer the question though. Like
he wants to go back to how it's irrelevant to Apollo, which is a decent point, right? So let's talk about Apollo. We can verify that they went to the moon very easily.
Cool. Just to actually bring home this point, right? So let's just say that I go to the toilet in an hour. Does that mean that I also went to the toilet an hour ago?
I get your point. No, you're right. So it's not relevant to like the proof of if they went to the moon in the future isn't proof that they went to the moon in the 60s. That's why I'm saying, okay, let's talk about Apollo. Let's bring up the reasons why you can verify that we did go to the moon in the 60s 6 times actually.
Right, so that's a red herring.
Do you want to start talking about those ways that we can know that we went to the moon? First, let's talk about the one that a lot of people like to talk about: the retroreflectors, the physics.
I guess I am. Yeah, I got to you fast enough. So, what you're talking about right now is a red herring. Because the only reason you're talking about it is because someone asked you if, in the future, you realize. So all this, let's just insert all the shit you've just said before I muted you, and all the shit that you said prior. Insert all of that, except they didn't go. So the person asked you at what point, at what year, 30 years, 40 years, will that have to not happen? All of the things that you're saying they're going to do. What if they don't do it? And at what point would you question that they ever win in the first place if they don't go in the future? What year would that be?
I think he's muted.
Oh, am I back? Yo. So, I don't know what you mean by like how long would it take for me to be suspicious? You need good evidence of it being fake, right? For me to have like.
No. Hold on. Hypothetically speaking, is there any length of time that could lapse that they don't go back to the moon that you would begin to become suspicious that they ever went? Yes or no? Either yes or no. And then you can move on from this point. It's not a big yes or no.
So that would be a no for me. No.
Okay, great. Moving on.
All right, let's move on to Apollo and how we can verify that we actually went to the moon in the 1960s. There's multiple ways you can verify this. Universities to this day still use the retro. First, I was going to talk about the retroreflectors that were left on the surface by humans. Bullshit. And the readings that we have, we take laser readings from the distance from the Earth to the moon to try and gauge how far away the moon is. We had fairly decent predictions or readings from lasers just hitting the regolith on the surface, but regolith isn't very reflective. So what they did is they left really shiny objects on the surface of the moon that you can ping with a laser and get very accurate readings for the distance of the Earth to the moon. And that's what they did in the 60s. There's no way we could have that accurate of readings if there wasn't a physical object placed on the surface by those Apollo astronauts.
Why don't you just start with the measurement methodology and accuracy?
Yep. How is the measurement taken? With what instruments? How is the signal sent? No, you didn't, dude. You didn't parse out the particulars. You just said the generalities. This homeboy's
I
asking
can
you
pull
for the
up the old papers that go into the technical details on how this laser works, but like I was saying, universities. This isn't just
that's what you
something
would have to
NASA
do in
does.
order to make that claim. Yes, that's what you would have to
Yeah,
do.
so this isn't just something that NASA does. Like universities have powerful lasers that shine their lasers at these retroreflectors. There's multiple on the surface of the moon.
Yeah, bullshit.
And they go 250,000 miles. That's pretty awesome. That's a good laser to go 250,000 miles. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool because you don't need a very powerful laser because it's so reflective. This retroreflector they left on the moon that you'll get the receiving signal back.
No, hold on, friend. Hold on.
If there wasn't something like a retroreflector.
No, wrong. Stop talking. We're gonna have to correct the room. Okay. The principles of the physics of light, as known or given, which you could contend specifically, are that if light is not impeded, it will continue on indefinitely. So all as you need is light to be sent with no impedance from point A to point B, and it will arrive at point B. So to say that, oh, it went so far is a mischaracterization of how light works. Unless you intend to give a new theory of how light works.
So you don't think these retroreflector experiments are real at all? You think that's all fake?
Dude, are you stupid?
I'm genuinely curious. Do you think that all the retroreflector experiments done since the Apollo program are just fake nonsense?
Dude,
can I get a yes or no?
They're all circular, dude.
They're circular. What does that mean? So
We don't believe in the moon landing, dude. You got that part, right?
Right. Like,
I do. I'm trying to figure out why.
This guy's dense. Because we're not gullible like you are, dipshit.
Well, there's
mystery solved.
Mounds of evidence pointing to the fact that
mounds of evidence, right?
Reflectors to the light, you mean?
We're all on a sound stage, right? All the photos are
friends, shut the fuck up. Everybody shut up. You're either going to talk about the particulars, stop talking, or you're yeeted. You're either going to talk about the particulars of what actually occurred, or you're not going to talk about this topic at all. We're just evolving into a bunch of people just slinging incredulity and names at each other, and that is retarded.
Yeah,
so if he doesn't have the particulars to talk about to validate that this is the case, then it can be summarily dismissed, and we don't
Do you
need
want
to talk
particulars on the retroreflectors or just other things on Apollo? Do you want like a paper on the retroreflectors?
Look, if you can't describe the methodology of what is sent, how it's received back, and how it's determined that it actually took the travel and did the distance and did all of those things, if you can't talk about
You're talking about the retroreflectors. Got it. Yeah, I'll give you a really good paper that talks about the particulars about the retroreflectors, how the lasers work, how the ratings work. I'll send it in the chat. Let me find it. You don't care? You just asked for it.
No, I don't want to read it. I want you to tell me
You
all
said
the
if
details.
I didn't give you the particulars, I'd be yeeted. I'm going to find them for you. I'll post them in the chat in just a second.
No, if you don't want to talk about the particulars.
So the best way to do that would be to find
not just
research
an elephant
papers.
hill. Yeah.
The people who actually work on these things.
So either talk about a different topic or take a minute, refresh yourself with the paper, and then talk about the particulars from the paper. Okay.
I'm just going to send in the chat. That's the easiest way. You should. It's a really good read. I'll send it to you.
Are you even capable of discussing the particulars or not? Because how do we know that you can evaluate this paper? How do we know that you're hey, shush. How do we know that you're capable of evaluating the claims in the paper?
I mean, you could just
because it's turning
research
into
on
a
how
black
these
and
things actually worked, how these things are measured. You know, like this is pretty basic science.
It's turning into a black and white fallacy. You basically saying instead of you explaining it, you want us to read it and just believe it because it's being read or whatever. But you
It's a technical paper. Yeah, it's a very technical paper on how these retroreflector
You don't know enough to evaluate its technical merits, do you?
I could try to explain it in layman's term for you if you like.
Okay, do it. That's what you
So you do understand. Awesome.
Yes, I explained it earlier. It's lasers. They shine at a bright laser shines out of a building at the moon at a pinpoint location on the moon that has a retroreflector. That light bounces off the reflector, comes back to a receiver at the same location, and they're able to measure the time it took for those photons to go to the moon, all the way back into the receiver, And using that time, they can measure the distance from the Earth to the moon. Really isn't that hard.
What kind of
If you
lasers?
want to get into like the really nitty gritty technical details, which is what I thought you were asking me for, because it's pretty simple.
Yeah,
how
I
it works.
want
It's
you
just a
to
laser.
describe it in layman's terms. Tell me about the laser. I want to know the technical details about the laser. What kind of
Okay,
laser
so if
is
you'd
it?
like to get into the technical details, there's all sorts of different lasers that NASA uses. Different lasers.
I
that
know. I'm
universities-
asking you for the specific laser. What is it?
There's multiple lasers that they use to look
Holy
at the
shit, which
reflector.
one?
Do you want the one that NASA uses? Do you want the one that the universities use?
The
Like
one,
I'm saying,
one from the paper.
so the original lasers they used during Apollo. Is that what you want?
Did you read the paper?
The one from the paper you posted.
Okay, let me find that paper. Like I'm saying, the paper I'm looking for is one of the original retroreflector, like technical details documents that goes into like, hey, why did we put a retroreflector on the moon? How do we measure the
story,
distance
bro.
from the Earth to the moon? It's an old NASA document from the 60s. I'm gonna pull it up. Just give me 1 second.
Cool.
Hey, Jim Panda, do you got that paper for me? These guys are asking for it.
Yeah, and can someone please tell me what kind of laser is in the paper?
He hasn't even posted the paper yet. Okay.
What, Gem's in here?
No, he's saying he's going to phone a friend.
Oh man.
Gem did
You
his.
know what's
He does
interesting?
his Sunday night dinner things, or whatever.
Yeah,
So he was doing his video. He was doing his video yesterday, and then it was about the UK riots or something. But anyhow, somebody came over during the protest talking about flat Earth in Austin, which it was kind of interesting to see these names getting dropped over in the UK spread.
So we actually critiqued this idea back when Alpha, Jedi, and a couple other routine guests. We had that show. I can't remember the show, but the persona that he had was Dr. Science. It might have even been called the Dr. Science Show. And we critiqued this laser thing. But keep in mind that the moon and the Earth is moving through space with 11 vectors during the duration of time that this alleged thing travels to the moon and returns back. Now, they send out a signal, which supposedly they mark the photons by, the energy signature or whatever, or the frequency, and then they receive something back, right? Now, how do they know that what they received back is what they sent? Well, how they do that is they mediate it against the expected distance. So when you have the expected distance and time ratio met, you start to search for these quote-unquote singular photons that match the frequency of what you sent. Now, we all know that the alleged universe, according to them, is full of ambient noise, right? Photons that may or may not match the signature that you sent. So there's no way to be sure whether or not this photon was actually what you sent. And the only way they validate it is by cross-referencing back to their assumption of the distance and the time it should have taken.
So it's a laser.
So in other
right?
words,
Like,
it's a big...
lot of photons. It's a laser beam. It's not just like, this photon might have come from somewhere else. No, like it's a laser. You shine it, and you either get a reading back or you don't. Like there's no
Dude, when the
random
send and the
photon.
receive, hey, bro, you don't receive a laser back, for goodness sakes.
You do actually.
No, you don't.
You get part. Well, you're right. Okay, I'll give you that. You don't get the
Okay,
full power of the
beam
laser you sent
divergence
out.
was there? How much beam divergence was there between at least the moon and back to Earth?
There's a decent amount. There is a lot of beam divergence for sure. They couldn't make the lasers that perfect, right? Where like it's a perfect beam all the way up and all the way down.
Yeah, awesome. So, what's the angle of deflection relative? What's the angle of lead time that they need to use for the displacement of the 11 vectors? How many photons are received
That's a
back?
good question. You should
Hey, here's
definitely.
another one. Here's another one, bro. Is the retroreflector collimated?
That's a fun.
You think that you shoot a laser and then the moon like paddles back a laser and it's just like two lasers telling you what's up? Get real.
That's not what
Star
I said.
Wars.
This is pretty simple stuff here, guys.
Yeah.
Did you find me which
It's
type of
exactly
laser
how I
it was yet?
described it.
Yeah, it's in
There's
the chat
random
for you if you'd
photons
like.
returning, and you know how we know this, dude? Because you said it returns to the same location. Now, how can something that take... Yeah, cool story. Check this out, dude. How can something that is displaced in free space by 11 vectors in a duration of time receive a signal directly back where it came from?
Great question. It's by the design of the retroreflector. Look up how the angles are on the retroreflector themselves. It's built in a way to where you can shine a laser at it from any angle and it'll come right back to you. It's actually really cool. So you clearly just don't know how the retroreflectors were built or how they were designed, because that's how they work.
Hey, directionality is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about spatial displacement, dude.
That's not what you asked.
Okay, keep in mind. Yeah, it is what I asked.
You said, "Oh, well, how can they pointed at one spot and it comes right back?" Well, that's literally the way the retroreflector was designed.
No, dude, listen. If you're in a car traveling, and another car is traveling faster, right? And you throw a ball at it and you hit it, how's it going to come back to you?
What?
Yeah,
we're talking about a laser, not a ball. What are you talking about?
This is the part you totally missed. Do you think that light goes faster when it's launched from a moving vehicle?
No, the speed of light is the speed of light. I don't know what the hell you're asking me.
Okay, so then in the time it takes for the return trip, the Earth has been displaced in free space from its initial spatial location with 11 vectors.
So we're moving around with our whole solar system's moving, but the distance between the Earth and the Moon, which also changes over time, right? This is a measurement that's done over a course of maybe 5-10 minutes.
You still don't get it, dude. Hey, homie.
They get a reading. So this isn't like, it takes a long time for the reading to come back. The Moon's not that far away.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, that's a cool story. So what's the spatial displacement in the amount of time?
For what? If you're getting into the technical details on the displacement of the laser on when NASA measured the Apollo retroreflectors.
Dude, when you shoot a laser out into free space and the Earth is moving from the initial firing location, the Earth is now in a different location. What's so hard about
relative
this,
to the object you're measuring? I don't know what your question
is.
Yes,
holy shit! Relative to the light that you left behind, for goodness sakes.
We're measuring an object's distance using light. You get that, right? This is a measurement of your position to another position using light.
Do we aim for the reflectors where they are at the current time, or where they're going to be in the future? Which one? Because they're moving.
The moon wobbles a little bit, so they have to. You're right. The moon wobbles a little bit, so they have to make sure they're pinpointing the right exact coordinate on the surface of the moon.
No, not about the wobble. Dude, you still don't get that the Earth and the moon are leaving the light behind in time. For goodness sakes. I don't know what's so hard about this.
Maybe we'll leave the retroreflectors behind. Could we maybe talk about some other just simple verification that Apollo happened? There's all sorts of this stuff. The retroreflectors is just one of my
shadows in the photos.
There's someone just posted.
This is your claim that you brought up, and it seemed like you don't understand it.
No, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on how the retroreflectors work, but I definitely don't know all the
You don't understand the specifics of it.
Yeah, you don't seem to have a grasp that the moon and the Earth are in a new location and they left the light behind. You don't seem to understand that, dude.
If I could try and have a charitable interpretation of that
on a
for you.
really big scale.
0.004 degrees worth of change.
But you know how light takes light years to get to us, right? from those distances. Yeah, is that kind of like leaving the light behind?
You got redemption rich on the case.
Yeah, dude. Do you know what a light year is?
Yeah, it's a measurement of distance.
Right. So why did you say it as if it was a unit of time?
It takes a year for light to travel a light year is a correct statement.
Right, but that wasn't what you said.
That's what I meant to say.
Right. So if you aim at something that you see, you will miss it. Period.
No, man. Keep aiming for the toilet.
Well, no, that's correct. Because for the light to reach you, it takes half the time for it to go both distances, right? Obviously.
You could hear the bullshit.
I didn't want to.
through his
I
teeth.
didn't mean to derail you, Snackle. There, you were doing well.
4 degrees worth of deflection. That 1.3 seconds it takes for light to go from the Earth to the Moon is 0.00. Well, it's probably 0.005 degrees worth of deflection of that laser. Doing the maths.
All 11 vectors.
So on the way back, it's
done with the retro reflect.
It's 0.0.
Yeah, what vector did you use to get that conclusion?
Simply the rotation of the Earth at 15 degrees.
Oh, hold on, dude. Hold on. He's trying to answer. You're not coming in too clear, so try to enunciate. Go ahead.
The 15 degrees per hour rotation, that was it.
Oh, okay, so one vector. Great, dude. Yeah, come back to me when you got all 11 accounted for.
Yeah, but with all 11, right?
Well, the other vectors won't help you because the Moon doesn't spin counter to the Earth.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. It's like everyone joining is stupid, dude. Okay, so let's, for the love of God,
you're never going to have a way to dispute what I just said.
Yeah, you're dumb as shit, dude. So Dazza, maybe Dazza has
just insults. Ad hominems aren't arguments, buddy.
Yeah. So what you do with the 11 vectors is you've got a period of time, right? So you do have to compensate for the fact the Moon is in motion if you want to get the best signal-to-noise ratio. So you add those 11 vectors together for the period of time that you are considering, and you end up with one vector and one time, which shows the distance or the change in position of the Moon over that period of time. Right? So 11 vectors is immaterial because they can all be replaced by one vector, which is the effective change.
Okay, what's that?
What is it? I don't know what the value
what is it? Well, I would like to know, so can you find it for me?
Not this morning, but I'll have a look.
Cool. So the new decree in this room is no one from the globe side is allowed to make the argument that the retroreflectors prove anything until they have this value of displacement of the Earth in free space relative to the Moon for the time it allegedly takes for the signal return. If you don't have that, you're full of shit. So let it be written, so let it be done.
It's extra funny because, like, you could just.
It seems like
do
they're
some
saying the 10
find that out for
vectors
yourself.
is irrelevant. That's what it
I
seems like.
don't care, dude. It's your claim. Capiche?
Right.
Okay, so you can't
get
just make
really
claims
upset
in
when things
story
are
form.
very obvious. And
Hey,
you just
yo,
scream and cry for the
dude.
technical details. You go, oh my
Hey,
god, I
dude.
don't get how it works. I need to know exactly how it works, but I'm gonna make you look for that. And
Yeah,
I'm
you're making a
it's
claim. Yes,
fake.
you should know exactly how it works. You're the one making the claim.
Yep, dude. Check this out, dude.
Hasn't figured out how to evaluate.
Just so stories where the story is the proof itself, that should just be taken on faith that it's accurate, is not how it works around here. For goodness sakes. Okay, you, by saying I don't understand how it works, and blah, 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 you're the one who doesn't understand how it works. You're just believing the just so story that it works without any knowledge of the parsing details. You're just assuming it works. Why should I assume the same assumption you're assuming? What's wrong with wanting to know the details? What's wrong with wanting you to prove the specifics and to carry the sequence to a conclusion with all the premises proven? What's wrong with that? So, for example, you might want to know how they know that they're receiving a photon packet that was sent from the laser and they're not just receiving noise. You need to know that because it could be the case that you receive a similar signature at about the amount of time it takes. You validate that and you say to yourself, okay, the Moon is supposed to be this distance, which means it's supposed to return about this time based on the speed of light. I have a noise signal that's similar or close enough. Therefore, I'm to assume that that's the return signal. Well, how do you know it's the return signal? Those type of details you might need to know in order to say this is definitely the case and proving something, right? And keep in mind, guys, this is your evidence, right? that you're claiming proves your position. So if it's the case that just so stories are acceptable, then my just so story is this: that there is no retroreflector, and that they actually concocted a way of analyzing the noise signal back to where it's a tautological loop or a circular reasoning loop, where it's just defined that any signal received at this amount of time is going to be assumed to be the laser and assumed to be validating that we put a retroreflector. Right? So without the parsing details, my story is just as valid as yours. Next.
Yo, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go for a sec.
Oh my
See,
God!
you
He didn't
unmuted me.
do a single part of what you said.
Well, hopefully you were getting the details. Yeah, well, hopefully he was getting the details and he has them to provide, and then we'll know for certain whether this is accurate or not.
What was your question? It's just like
Holy
laser
shit.
range finding on a really big scale, right? Like you get that. It's just
No.
it's pretty simple. You know how a laser rangefinder works? You ever used one?
Yep.
You know how your
Do
claim
you
works?
trust those measurements?
No, we're asking about your claim, dipshit. We're trying to run the dog around in circles.
Yeah, bro, I use them all the time.
Do you trust the measurements of a laser rangefinder? Right, like it's pretty simple math.
Hey,
It's just
bro,
like photons
bro,
bouncing off
bro.
something coming back.
Yeah, the difference is when I use my laser rangefinder, it gives me an accurate range to the enemy vehicle, automatically adjusts my turret and my weapon system to account for ballistic drop for the round selected in my chamber, and I can then fire and hit it. When I hit it, it validates the measurement. Okay?
Good. Yeah.
No such secondary validation exists for your alleged moon rangefinder, unless you do have a secondary validation. What is it? Go ahead, tell me.
The fact that we flew people there. How about that?
Ah, there we go.
Right? Isn't that crazy?
Right as well.
We were able to figure out when exactly the astronauts needed to light their engine to burn to get home after going to the moon, due to the knowing the distance of the
Without
Earth.
ever going, you knew
the
that?
moon.
That's crazy, man.
So before
I've
they
never
had the
seen someone-
retroreflectors, their measurements were not as accurate because they did not have something so reflective. They were actually pulsing their lasers at the regolith itself, the dust on the surface of the moon, which has some quartz in it. So it's a little bit
This is
reflective.
proof that you can't teach people how to think.
Right. Going somewhere doesn't prove the distance, dumb fuck. I can walk to my grandma's house. It doesn't mean I know exactly how many feet it is.
Well, if you counted your steps, you would have a general
No,
idea.
it still
Correct?
wouldn't be accurate. Your steps would be different than mine, dummy.
Well, you'd have a general idea, is what I'm saying.
No,
That's what they
you
did for
wouldn't.
Apollo 11. They actually
You
had
wouldn't.
a general idea. Of
No,
the
you
distance.
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't, dipshit.
Yeah, I mean,
the fact of the matter is that you're trying to prove that we actually went to the moon. So you can't use the actual premise to say that what I'm proving I went
what
to
is
the moon.
going on in the background? Someone having a party?
Yeah, we having an all party.
Nice.
Dogs are gods in chat says he has detail.
So I'd also posted in the chat, that was just a Wikipedia page, but it's a bunch of the third-party evidence for the moon landing. So things that didn't come from NASA, like when other countries have photographed the Apollo landing sites from orbit around the moon.
Yeah, that's a credential.
So you know, not only do you not think the moon landing is real, you don't think any satellites or orbiting spacecraft are real at all?
Which ones you got?
Oh, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of them.
Hundreds, thousands. I love these
This
fragrant
guy
numbers.
doesn't use GPS.
Of a satellite that you have?
You still
got
use
hundreds
maps?
and thousands of satellites.
That's a satellite on the moon?
Right, it's a good point. How does the GPS work on your phone? Do you have any idea?
No. Don't stop asking dumbass questions, Goofy. Where's your satellite at? Where do you park it?
I don't have a satellite. What the hell are you
You don't
asking
have
me?
a satellite, so you
No.
believe another satellite. You know, another religion of yours, right? So you
How
just
would
jump
GPS work without things
from
orbiting
religion
the
to
Earth?
religion,
Let me
right? I
ask
got
you
a
that.
picture. There's a picture of Jesus on the wall. There's a picture of Santa Claus next to him, and the Easter Bunny, and Rambo. Which one's real? They're all just fucking images, stupid. So I got an image of the moon next to him, right? Does
So you're
that prove
saying
anything?
because Santa's not real, the satellites aren't either? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying, how can you prove a satellite does what you're fucking imagining, other than flying up in the air like a fucking hot air balloon or anything different than we know that just
Well, if they're
regularly
big enough,
flies
you can
over the
actually
ground?
see them with your naked eye. I don't know if you've ever seen a
See,
satellite fly over. It's
so
pretty
looking
cool.
at birds fly does what? That proves you're on a globe? No, dumbass. How do you prove a satellite goes down below your feet and around a ball? Stupid.
So you think they're in space but around a
I don't
flat Earth?
have
Is
to
that
think.
your
We're going to get
assertion?
away
So you
from the
think satellites
religion.
are real, but they're just
No, we're going to
orbiting
get
a
away from
flat
your
plane?
religion. That's not what I said.
I'm
I said, how do
asking
you
you
prove?
what do you believe? Do you think satellites are
Listen,
real at all, or
We
like
don't have no
spacecraft?
we don't have no beliefs. That's your
we don't
belief.
have a problem with birds flying and hot air balloons working over your head, going horizontally. You retard. You have the fucking problem with that, stupid. You need them to go around, down below your feet, up and back again to your head, stupid ass. How do you
Yeah, they're
prove
in
that?
orbit.
That's what you're saying.
So
That's
one
your
thing you could
fucking
do
belief.
is you could, let's say, watch the ISS fly over your head, and then you could wait to see how long it takes
Now
for it
I
to come back. Right?
so you
It
can
won't
film
pass
it from
directly back over
35,000
you
feet.
again because of the
So you
inclination of
can
the
film
ISS.
it from. So you can film it from 35,000 feet for us.
You can film it from the surface. I don't know if you have you ever seen the
No,
ISS fly over?
retard. 35,000 feet. Can you film it from there to prove it's not at that 35,000 feet level that we are saying that it could be?
I'm
It could be
sure
at 20
people in
feet.
airplanes have
How
taken
do you
video of
prove
the
it's not
ISS
20
flying
foot
over.
that
I
you're
haven't
looking
seen
at?
one, but
We don't care what you see, dumbass. How do you prove where it's at, stupid? How do you go to
well, okay. Here's
35,000 feet?
here's one way you can prove that. So
No, you
I don't know
get
if
in
you
an
know as well.
airplane.
On the ISS, they
You
have
get in
ham
an
radios.
airplane and
They have
film it above your head, you fucking retard. That would prove it's not at 35,000 feet, that it's somewhere above that, retard. Do you understand?
Can we
That's your
stop with
assignment,
like the ad
retard.
hominem just calling me a retard
Listen,
thing? That's kind of
religion.
No,
dry.
that's not ad hominem. He's just being disrespectful. There's a difference. He's not saying your argument's invalid because you're a retard. He's just calling you a retard after asking you a question.
Right. Yeah, it seems kind of unnecessary.
Well, I mean, we're just looking for something necessary like proof that it's not at 35,000 feet itself. Can you prove that, little guy?
So I was going
Little
to give you an
nobody.
example of how you can prove that.
No.
One
Can you
way would
go
be
at 35,000 feet and film the motherfucker? Why are you so slow? Slow guy who doesn't want to real have
you
evidence.
keep interrupting me. I'm trying to
You
give
don't
you an
want to. You
example.
don't want to tell the audience any truth. We know all about your type. At
I would if you
35,000
let me
feet, how
talk.
do you prove it's above your fucking head, stooge?
Are you gonna let me make my point? Or are you gonna interrupt me again? Oh, you got muted. Nice. So one way you can verify that it is actually higher than what do you say, 35,000 feet? They have ham radios on the ISS. I'm not a ham guy myself, but the people who are into ham radios are like super nerdy about it, and they make contact with the ISS on a regular basis. The astronauts will go to the radio. They'll do contacts with people on the surface. And you ask any one of those radio guys, they'll all tell you it's really hard to get contact with the ISS because you have to have a really good antenna. You have to be pointing it in the right direction at the right time, and it has to be right as it's flying directly over your head. If this thing was at 35,000 feet, I mean, unless they're purposely making their radios really crappy, which I'm sure is what you would argue, there's no reason to believe that it's at 35,000 feet. It's much higher. Plus, if you've ever seen it fly over, it looks nothing like an airplane. It goes way faster. It looks like a star moving fast through the sky. I mean, there's also live streams from cameras on the ISS. So
But you're not going to get in an airplane and look up with your special cameras and zoom lenses, not your fucking eyeball, and look at it for us. What a lying fucker.
I'm sure someone has to have taken a photo from an airplane of the
But not
ISS
you.
over, right? Let me see if I
But
can
not
find one.
you.
It's probably good. No, I've never. That'll be something to remind me. If I'm ever on an airplane, I'll try to look at the app and see if there's an ISS pass going over, because that would be
Well, go
sick.
do that. There's a couple
I
of
guess it's
airplane
also kind of
flights
hard to
around
look
you that are
up
really
through an
cheap.
airplane window.
I imagine there's some $30 to $100 airplane seats you could get for a liar, and then get you some fucking zoom lenses for a liar like you, and just look up, since you can see it with your eyes from the ground, right? You definitely can see it like a liar from the airplane that's already at 35,000 feet, bringing you about
There's
7
one.
miles closer.
Someone took a
Now
photo of
you're
the
7
ISS
miles
pass from an
closer
airplane.
to it. Now you're 7 miles closer to it. Now you should be able to definitely see it with your eyeballs, or zoom in with some film and film your trip. We want to see you getting on the airplane, film it up, and watching it go over. They tell you exactly where it's going to be, right? GPS.
Yeah, there's an app you can use to see when the ISS will pass over
We'll
your
wait
head.
for your video. We'll wait for your video from the fucking that's live of you boarding a fucking plane and looking up from the plane and
So let me just
watching it.
ask you this then. So if you were, let's say I did take a video of the ISS from a plane
I'll take a
at
peek at it.
35,000 feet, would you
I'd take a peek
concede
at
and
your
say,
video.
"Oh my God,
I'd take a
the
look at your
ISS is
video.
actually real"? Is
No,
that the
that would
proof you
just say
need?
it's above 35,000 feet. Now,
Do you
how
think
would
it's
you prove
at
it's above?
35,000 feet? Why do you
Can you
keep
shut
saying
the fuck up,
35,000
idiot?
feet?
Can I answer my own question?
Yes, please do.
Now, at 35,000 feet, if you look up and see it above you, now we're looking for 250 miles, dummy. Not 5 miles, not 7, and not 12. So now you'd have to get to 70,000 feet or 120,000 feet and prove it's above you still. And if you couldn't do that, then you're wasting our fucking time, and you're just blowing hot air up our ass.
I guess I'm just confused where this 35,000 feet thing is coming. Like, do you
Yeah,
think
it's
it's
called
at
proof it
35,000 feet?
is above an airplane, and it's not an airplane.
Oh, you're just using like generic cruising altitude. All right, got it.
Yeah, just common fucking sense, a scale of reference. Once you get to 35,000 feet, look above you to make sure the thing that you think is higher than that is above that. If you can do so, then I would agree it's above 35,000 feet. I would have to. Do you understand? I wouldn't say it's 200 miles or 150 miles up or 250 miles up like they claim still. I'd still need more of a reference.
Right?
Now I'd have to go from 70,000 feet and see if it's above that. And then
Okay, sure.
120,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Have you
how
ever
do
seen any of the Crew Dragon launches to the ISS? Any of
Don't
those live
care.
stream?
Could care
Don't
less.
care.
I'm waiting
So
for
that
your
is a
video
video
of
of
the
them
ISS
doing exactly that,
from
right?
an
They're flying a
airplane.
rocket all the way up to
Full
the
story.
ISS height.
Okay, save that comic book for your kids. We want to see you film it from a fucking airplane. If you can't, and when you can't, what are you going to come back and say, liar? You're going to say Democ was fucking right. Correct? Since we're given the what ifs.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Are you going to come back and
need
say
one
Democ
video
is correct?
to
I
disprove
could
you,
not film it from an airplane.
yeah,
Yes or
it
no
seems
is
like
all we need.
really weak evidence. Like,
We need
even
a yes
so,
or
to
no.
prove that the ISS is there.
We
That I need a
can't
video
see.
from a random Discord user from an airplane.
Yeah, a guy who
at
said he can see.
35,000 feet.
I
The thing's
believe
a
you
lot
could see it
higher
with
than
your eyeballs.
35,000 feet. I don't
I
know.
believed you could see it with your eyeballs. Why wouldn't I believe you can film it? I never said you were lying that you could see it on the ground with your eyeballs. I said, now let's see it from 35,000 feet. You're the one calling yourself a liar all the time.
I sent you one photo.
I want to
Is that
see
just
your
not real?
footage.
I didn't
Can I
take the
see your
photo.
footage or not? Liar.
I don't have footage, no. But I sent you someone else who does.
What the fuck?
So you just disregard all evidence unless it comes from me.
Yeah, that you didn't
That's
go
kind of
get.
weird.
Yeah, dummy. Yeah, fucking right.
Just
That's how
ignore
it
all
works,
available
stupid.
evidence. That's
You're
a weird
lucky
way
I'm
to go
not the
about it.
king. You're lucky I'm not the king because your ass would be brought to me right now.
What's
telling
that
you that much, motherfucker. You'd have to get up in an airplane and go prove your shit, stupid. We wouldn't be talking no more if you couldn't. You'd be in the brig somewhere.
Good thing I don't have to, because plenty of people did. It seems
Yeah,
like
good
we've
thing
seen
you don't
plenty of
gotta
pictures.
prove nothing. Just keep it a religion. We know. Tap on the good book of NASA. Somebody did it somewhere, somehow.
Then they wrote about it.
So I guess
Yeah,
I want to get back, while we're still on topic of the ISS, to what you said earlier of, like, how do you know it's going under your feet and back around? Because that's also something that's pretty easy to
Can you film it go down below 0 degrees? Quit talking
Of course not.
shit.
The Earth's in the way. Of course you can't. You got a giant
So you
ball of
can't
rock
get
in
to the
between
edge
you
of
and there.
Earth where they got to go around and down like they can. So a bird can go to Australia, but you can't find your way to find that spot.
So
What
what
the
I was
fuck are
just
you
gonna
talking
say,
about?
a good way to do
What
that
are you
without seeing
talking
it actually
about?
go under your feet is just to look
How
at the
can you walk
inclination
around
graph.
the globe? How are
So
you
if you
walking
see,
around it?
all right, this guy just keeps interrupting me. I don't know.
You said you can't walk around the ball. You said you can't hover in a hot air balloon and watch something
When
go
did I
down
say
below
that?
the
What
Earth.
are you talking about, bro?
Where's your evidence of it then?
I was just gonna tell you, but you keep interrupting me. Do you want to let me talk for like maybe a minute?
Yeah, sure. You're really gonna blow our minds with your proof. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make this point of like, you know, how you're wondering, hey, like, how do you know it's going under
Your
your
point
feet?
of we can't do nothing.
Dude,
What
stop.
a good
Stop
point.
interrupting me. Seriously. So one way you can tell it is actually going under your feet and around the earth and back around is by looking at, so if it goes directly over your head and you follow the graph of where it's supposed to go, it's not going to go right back
What?
over your head the next time around. It's actually going to
A comic
change.
book religion?
So, and that's
Or a
because they're in
cartoon?
about a 45-degree inclination for the orbit of the ISS. It's
So you
not
can't film it go
equatorial.
down below your feet. So you can't hover above the fucking dirt in a helicopter.
Dude.
Helicopters don't work anymore now, I guess, because this guy's too dumb.
What are you
Hot
talking
air
about?
balloons don't work anymore now, I guess. No science for those. Nothing works anymore. Pack it up, boys. We're on a globe. Because he can't prove it. Well, we must be. Because you need a cartoon. We must be on a real
What do
globe.
airplanes have to do with anything I just said?
They hover in the air over any spot you pick to hover them, dumbass. So if you say
They
the
don't
Earth
hover.
is right there, you go
Hot air
fucking.
balloons.
You
Hot
send
air
the
balloons
hot air
drift in the
balloon
wind. I don't know
out in
what
front
you're
of you.
talking about. They don't hover.
You send them out in front of you. Helicopters do, and so do drones. Sure, we
What
can
does this
find
have to
something to
do with
hover.
the
Let's just be
inclination of the
retarded.
ISS? And
Retardo.
how you can tell that it goes
You're
under
gonna
your
watch
feet?
it go down. You're gonna watch it go down, stupid fuck. If you live on the edge of the Earth ball, it's just a big turd ball you live on. You're on the edge, living on the edge, right, Glober? That song was made for you. So now, hover your fucking hovercraft up in the air at 3959 away from your buddy. That's the edge of the fucking ball. If you haven't heard, do the math. And
Edge
then,
of a ball. I don't think there is anything that I don't think you can have an edge of a ball. Do you know how balls work?
yeah, it's
The
nothing but an
entire
egg.
surface of the sphere is
So
the
On
edge.
surface of an orange for me.
That has to be
Stupid.
the gayest question I've ever heard.
So anyway,
this guy
on
really
the
just said the
edge,
edge of a ball.
3959 is the math. If you put a flag on the ground where you are and your buddy is 3959 away from you, tell him to hover right
39.59.
there.
What are you talking about?
That's the
Hold
curve.
What
on,
is
hold on,
39.59?
Democ, I want to help you out.
Good.
Okay, and I quote: "The edge, the boundary of an object, the furthest point from the center. Therefore, every instance of the surface of a ball is the edge." I rest my case.
Okay, that's sure.
Yes,
I can
sir.
see that. All right.
What I just told you. So now all you got to do is find that magic spot NASA drops down below, that dirt spot where their rocket just falls straight down past the dirt and water and goes down without hitting it. If it can do that by doing an arc, you should be able to hover there while it's going down below you. What do you mean?
So
No,
wait,
no, no, no.
hold on. You're saying
The
the
dirt and
arc of a
water
rocket
didn't
is
exist.
because it's going back down? Do you know how orbit works? So the
Where
reason
is
it
it
arcs,
going down at? That's what we're trying to figure out here.
so when you lose sight
Satellite
of the
boy.
rocket behind the horizon, is that what you're talking about? It's because
The
it's going
rocket
into
and the
orbit.
satellite are going to go down at the same spot, satellite boy. Rocket
So
boy.
it has to arc in order to
Where
go into
are they
orbit.
going down? No, down. We were looking for them below 0
It's
degrees.
not going down. It's not
Little
going down.
Bobby,
It's
we're not
it's
looking
actually
for
going
stuff above
sideways.
flat Earth. We don't want nothing above flat Earth to prove flat Earth, stupid. We want down. We want something. You got a star, the moon, the sun. Film it going down.
So I just want to clarify this here. When you watch a rocket launch and you see it doing an arc, in your mind that rocket's going down.
I didn't
Is that
see
what
it
you're
do
saying?
shit. I didn't see anything do anything that you didn't film.
You were saying that the rocket had to arc, right? Why is that? Is
No,
it,
I
you
didn't
said,
say
is it
any, I
because you said
didn't
it's
say
going
nothing.
down?
Listen, nothing has to do anything. Listen, on flat Earth, all you can do is be above the dirt and water and fly. You're never dropping down below 0 degrees. You're never dropping below the dirt and water on flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth, stupid. Can you
hit the
find
ground.
where
What are you
it's
talking
not
about?
flat Earth?
What?
Can you find where the flat Earth ends, where your curve starts? Find where it's not flat Earth, where you can drop below it, dummy.
The whole Earth is a sphere. It's a ball.
Yeah, cool story. Yeah, that's a cool story.
So like,
You're
you know,
trying to
wherever
drop
you're
down
standing,
below
like, you know, the people on the other side of the planet right now, their feet are pointed towards your feet, right? Like they're technically upside down from your perspective.
Supposedly,
That's how
look down
gravity
and see
works.
him. Look down and see
A
him,
ball.
gravity boy. Look down at him.
Yeah,
Gravity
they're tech down there from your perspective. Oh yeah, for sure.
So helicopters don't work. Can't have a
What does that
fucking.
mean? Helicopters don't work. What?
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying
No,
you
it's
can't
not.
hover anywhere and see nothing fly down below you, retard.
What are you talking about? And for the
A
last time,
helicopter
stop calling me a
hovering
retard.
and
It's
not
just
going
not
forward and
necessary.
hovering at the edge of Earth while your fucking rocket goes down in front of it, stupid, and it films it right in front of it, inches.
Hold on, friend. We don't allow abuse here, so please stop abusing Democ for his disability. Thank you.
Really good from the mods here to
I have
condone just
Tourette's.
blatant ad hominem attacks, calling me a retard.
I'm sorry.
Great
I have
job, Mr.
Tourette's.
Moderator.
He's got to ask.
You are doing your
Ad
job.
hominem. Hey, that's not an ad hominem. At best, it's an insult, but it's actually the mode of articulation that Mr. Democ is cognitively limited to. So by you requesting that he refrain from that, you're actually abusing him. We don't allow such abuse here, so please stop.
Yikes.
I just want to get to the brass tacks. I won't be mean anymore at all. I'll be nice. Can we see this edge of the Earth, or can we stand on that said such spot and then watch anything go below us ever to prove we live on a ball?
Well, so I feel like you're misunderstanding. Like the Earth's in the way. Like, of course, you can't see something go beyond the horizon because you're now blocked.
So nobody can walk in front of you? You can't move?
What?
That's weird. You're saying you can't move forward or move anywhere or do anything
That's
now.
not what I'm saying. I don't know where you're getting
So
that from.
why can't you get to the curve of Earth? Why can't nobody get
As
there?
you walk along the surface of the Earth, you're going around the ball. So everywhere to you seems
No,
like
you're not going down around the ball because you can't
gravity's
find
pulling
no
us
spot.
in toward the center of the Earth, right?
You can't film nobody to walk down below you. You can't even film them walking down below you around the curve. What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're looking
I
for
think
the
Democ, you're missing his point. His point is, if I can't see it, it must be beyond the curve. Therefore, it's curved.
That's not my point either.
I'm trying to
Great
get
way to
close
put words in my mouth. That was not my point.
These guys don't want to touch the horizon. They want to stay 30 miles away, right? New perspective. I want the Glober to actually get close to the horizon. Like when you want to watch a movie, right?
That's how horizons work. It's always going away from you.
Let me finish. I'll let you finish. Drive your car close to the movie screen and say, I'm at this location. I'm the fucking car the closest to this movie screen. Closer than any other human here. They're all back parked where you're supposed to be. I drove my car ahead over the extra hills. I'm in front of everybody. I'm at the edge. Where the movie screen marks the edge. That's where now we're going to see rockets, the sun, the moon, stars, satellites, everything drop down.
So you must just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how the horizon works. It's always going away from you. You can't walk up to the horizon, right? Like that's not something.
Yeah, you can. Put cameras anywhere you want on a ball. That's
what?
exactly
You think
what
you can walk up to the horizon?
Yes.
Go look at it.
Walk to the horizon.
Well, then I'm done with this. I don't know what to tell you, brother.
No, brother. Democ has a point. So if it's the case that the horizon is a geometric location, so imagine you're standing and you have a tangent line from your observation point to the intersection of the circle of the Earth, that would be a specific physical location. So you should be able to send JoJo, your friend, or Schmo, your friend.
Sure. Right? Like you might have an ice wall, right?
Oh my god, dude. Let me finish. So that intersection point is a specific geometric location. It should be the case that your friend Schmo should be able to stand exactly at that point. Yes or no?
On a sphere?
Yeah, on a sphere, dude.
No. No, you can't.
Well, then,
walk up to
okay,
a
okay, so
horizon.
you're stupid.
He
Yep, so
can't
you're
move, but he
stupid.
can
We
walk
get it.
around now.
All right,
Maybe I
well, let me parse
misunderstood
this
your
out one more
question. Yeah,
time.
do it again.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so if you're standing at a particular location and the Earth has a particular curve, let's imagine that curve is a circle. Now let's imagine an intersection point from your eye, let's say 6 feet, to the circle. That would be called a tangent line. That intersection point is a specific physical location, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so then somebody should, in principle, be able to stand right frickin' there, yes or no?
Yes, but the horizon would move further, right? If you're looking out to the edge of that sphere and you're trying to what the horizon would be if you're
It's a
standing
yes
on
or
that
no
sphere.
closed question.
Yes, so that would be a physical
So yes,
point.
that's all he needs.
Like you could have that physical point, those coordinates on that sphere.
Okay, awesome. Now, what if your friend is standing there, but from your vantage point, the horizon is 10 times greater than where he's standing?
So from his perspective, the ball is bigger than
No,
his
from
the other person?
your perspective. Listen, in this
I'm asking
example,
about the
all
other person.
observations, it's irrelevant. From this example, all the points are from your perspective. So your friend is standing at the intersection point, the tangent line to the curve.
This
but
is just somewhere on the
you see
ground,
the
right? This isn't the horizon.
But this is
I
the
want to
horizon.
clarify.
He's
So he's standing
okay,
on.
but one more time, dude. I know this is hard. So let's start from the beginning. He is standing on the exact geometric intersection point between your eye line and the curve. That is called a tangent intersection between a line and a circle, correct? That point is a specific physical point in space. His feet are standing directly on it.
Got it.
Now,
Okay.
you're looking out, you see him, yet the horizon is 10 times greater than where he is.
What do you mean by that? The horizon is 10 times greater. What do you mean by that?
Yes, you see him, but he is where he is, but you, from where you're standing, see the horizon 10 times greater than where he's standing.
Okay, where is this going?
Okay, so in your
if
vantage
you're
point,
on the beach,
go ahead.
if you're on the beach and you're laying in the sand and you look out with the sphere of the Earth being 3,959 miles, when your buddy travels out to the horizon where that geometric curve should be, right? Where the sphere is going to start blocking things, he stands out at that 1.2 mile point where the horizon ought to be at 1 foot observation height. But the horizon itself is actually farther than your buddy by 10 times distance than should be seen. What does that tell you?
I've never heard this before, and now I'm just kind of confused. So you're saying is there photos of this that you're pointing to of like, do you think the horizon looks 10 times larger than it should? Is that what you're saying? That like photographic evidence?
Basically, yes, they're saying that the Earth is going to be 10, 50, 100 times bigger than what you can expect or think. So you're going to see way more. Now, what does that mean?
Right.
For your value. You've been given a value.
Fair.
So
correct. However,
we're getting hold
on,
like
dude. Hold
ship,
on. Shut up. Thanks.
The ship on the shoreline, like analogy, right?
Yeah,
That's what
dude.
Into?
Dude, you said, is there photographic evidence of such a thing? Yes, there is.
So I know a lot of you like to just completely ignore atmospheric distortion when we're talking about photographs of the horizon.
No, but the first point is we asking you if you see that, what is that telling you?
That tells me that you can't rely on photographic evidence to make determinations.
It's not photographic evidence. No, this is the actual. No, this is actual evidence. It's not photographic.
Everybody stop. Hold on. Everybody stop and recognize what he said. You cannot rely on photographic evidence concerning the curvature of the Earth. Thank you.
Correct.
We know that
atmospheric distortion. There's some days you can see a lot further across the ocean than you can on other days. Just based on the temperature of the air, right? So
photographic evidence isn't sufficient to tell you that the Earth is curved in front of you, then why do so many people say, I can't see something in this photo, therefore the Earth's a ball?
Well, okay, or I guess it can go both ways, right? Like you can have.
Oh, now it can go both ways, guys.
You
Now we're good.
can, right? Like I'm saying that for photos, like long distance photos of something very far away, you can't
we
use
get it
that
now.
photo as a verification of the
So
measurement.
you admitting? So basically, you admitting, since you see the horizon 10 times greater than where the horizon should be, physically it does debunk the radio value of the globe. But
No.
you can't trust the but because it does that, therefore you cannot trust the photos, right?
Yeah, because
you
he can't trust his eyes
those
now.
photos because of the distortion
No,
and
you
how
can't
sometimes
trust your eyes.
you can see farther than you
No,
would
you
on a
can
different
see-
day with different
No,
conditions.
you can see farther. Yeah.
And that's an effect of atmospheric
Oh,
distortion.
sorry.
Heavily
Hold
documented.
on. So then the
Anyways, I gotta go,
transverse
guys.
is
It was
the
a ton of fun talking to you guys, but I gotta go.
Yeah, cool
Have a great
story.
day.
Cool
I'll be back
story. So why?
another time.
Yeah, cool.
Anyways.
So the transverse is the transverse true that if a photo matches, quote unquote, your assumption of what the Earth should look like, that it proves the Earth's a globe.
Right. That's what that's what he wanted to say.
Exactly. Everything
Yes,
works.
every image that shows the Earth is not a globe can't be trusted, and every image that confirms your bias can be trusted. I see how it works now.
Yeah, exactly. And they can never reach that point. They think they're dropping down below dirt and water, but this dummy can't even never fucking touch the point to where they're going below. That you can't never say, hey, they're going below this point with a selfie stick because I can stick my selfie stick past it. No human can do that. And you can't even hover above a spot of dirt and say this is the curve of Earth because I can see in front of me and I see no dirt and water in front of me. My vision in front of me, no dirt and water. I'm not going there. I'm not rocketing in there. I'm not magically fighting your magical non-existent fucking gravity. I'm hovering like helicopters do. And I got a camera on it too, facing forward and down at 33 degrees or 45 degrees.
Yeah, brother.
And I'm looking for no Earth in front of me. Fucking radius values.
Right. So this image
hillbilly.
This image that shows the Earth curve cannot be trusted to demonstrate that the Earth is curved. I get his point now.
Correct. I'm with you. Who's a hillbilly?
I think once he realized the ramifications of what he said and the logical outplaying, that he had to bail before his brain exploded.
Yeah, they all do. Especially when they get a ball. When they get a ball and prove what I'm saying with a real camera, then they're really awestruck when they can see the wall in their room and not the fucking ball. Isn't that weird? For the horizon.
Indeed.
So anybody else want to?
That's like one of the first Globers I heard. That's one of the first Globers I heard said that you can't trust the pictures when he was trying to use the pictures to prove it.
Oh, dude, he said we couldn't walk. He said the helicopters don't work now. Man, every time I talk to these dudes, nothing works. When you bring actual logic into it, when they have a measurement of a physical ball like an apple or a regulation-sized basketball, you'll have a drone at one side of the basketball, go the regulation amount and have the drone sitting there. They're both going to fucking be hovering on the curve of that regulation-sized basketball. Guaranteed. And with a little camera on them, you'll see no basketball in front of you or below you. You'll see the floor and the fucking wall. Reality kicks in.
Yeah. Yep. So let me mention something to the other guy who said that's the first Globe he heard. Could see that. Interestingly enough, you may or may not know a couple famous Globers, but at least one of them named Ruhif. Ruhif's been in the game since the beginning. And him and another guy, they came up with this idea. In light of this, throughout the argument over the past decade, people are saying, oh, this image shows a curved horizon, therefore the Earth's a curve. Then the flat earther might say, oh, well, that's a distortion of the lens. But here's how these guys evolved the argument. Keep in mind, Ruhif is a diehard Glober, been arguing, been in debates, etc. Their evolved claim is this. Well, if the Earth was flat, you would have a limit, a circle of vision, that would present itself as a curved arc in your field of view. So therefore, a curved horizon isn't proof the Earth is a globe. because if the Earth was flat, the horizon would still be curved. So a curved horizon works on both.
I thought the dome was a square.
Sounds like Kalam would like to say something. Go ahead, Kalam Sagan. Did he leave? He was posting something.
Dude,
He was gonna post. He was gonna post a picture of a curved horizon until he heard what I just said.
Okay, so wasn't the guy earlier saying that, well, I can trust photos from strangers because they see the ISS from the ground? But then whenever we say picture of the horizon, he says I can't trust it.
Yep, pretty much. They want to make it to where all the evidence that involves the actual Earth can't be trusted, and things that involve things that aren't the Earth can be trusted.
So what is rooted logic behind that? That you're supposed to look, even if you look at a curved surface. Even a flat Earth is supposed to be looking at you said curved surface.
Yeah. So in an image, you have three axes. Well, sorry, in reality, you have three axes, right? X, Y, Z, height, width, depth. But in an image, you only have two axes, which means necessarily the third axis must be compounded on one of the existing axes. So the depth axes and the width axes in which the curve would exist are actually the same visual axes in that final image. So if you're looking at a curve or you're looking at a straight line that appears straight but is subtly curved, it's hard to determine which axes that curve actually exists on. So if it's the case that you have a range of distance, for example, let's say you use your angular resolution or something and you say the horizon is equidistant from my point of view, but everywhere I go it's equally equidistant, you end up with a radius, right? That represents your available vision. Now, if you chart that radius onto a compounded axis, it could be the case, based on what they're arguing, that it would appear curved even if it was a straight line. Because technically, it's not a straight line, right?
On the computer, though, it's yeah. That's because they think they live in a fucking computer. They think they are like robots.
Fair enough. Now, I want to explain this as well. This is an evolution of the argument between flat earthers and globers, in the fact that globers will often come in and say, of course the Earth is a ball. I seen a curved horizon when I was in a plane. And a flat earther might say, oh, no, you're not high enough. And then they might say, well, how high do you have to be to see the curve? And you say, well, okay, well, what's the math? And then you have people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who says, the Red Bull jump, there's no way you saw a curve because you're too close. And then you have people like Paul Larson, who, by the way, is a planetarium director, much like Mr. Tyson, who said you wouldn't even see curve from the, the ISS. For the same reason that you wouldn't see curve from the height of the Red Bull jump, and that is that the horizon is at the same distance and the same angle. So all the information is coming in with the same value. So how can you have curvature information? So in an attempt to basically dismiss the argument between a curved or non-curved horizon, it's just to say that the horizon, if it looks flat, it's because it's subtly curved. And if the horizon is curved, that works on a globe or a flat Earth. So in a sense, they're just agreeing to not agreeing to disagree, but just making it
The Earth is
making
green.
it like
The Earth is green.
Yeah, cool. Parts of the Earth are green. That's true.
Oh, he got you there. Holy smokes. Let's see the sun.
Some of it's brown.
Oh.
Rest is green.
Well, depends what he refers as Earth, because for a lot of people, Earth is a cartoon that they draw in the solar system, right? When they draw cartoons next to the other planets, so they draw a green or blue or a combination of colors. So it depends if you're
Yeah.
talking about a cartoon or the actual world that we can go to and check. That there's a lot of colors in there, not just green. There's all of the colors in reality. In the cartoon, there's a limitation of crayons that you can utilize to make the cartoon. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've seen an evolution in the argument where before it was if I can show you a picture of a curved horizon or an image of a curved horizon, that necessarily means the Earth is curved. To where today it's, oh, it doesn't matter what the horizon looked like. It doesn't tell you the shape of the Earth at all. And then we had this guy basically say, oh, you can't even you can't even trust photographs at all.
He's doing that on purpose.
That's wild though. Throwing photographs under the bus is pretty hardcore. It's a bold move.
Tasty.
Yeah, I'm glad you explained that to me because I think I heard Ruhit explain that exact same thing to I don't know who he was talking to. I think he was talking to that Shane guy or Allen, one of those guys. And I think he explained that same thing about the pictures. You can prove it either way.
You know, Alan is a piece of shit, but Shane, he's God Almighty. Love the guy.
I guess that's good to know now that I know where that actually came from. I kind of figured it came from him though. People like that. But I think that's what that guy was trying to say too. Like, oh, well, they don't agree with my worldview, therefore it's not true. And these pictures that do agree with my worldview, therefore it is true. That's just bias, pretty much.
His logic was irrefutable.
You know what his logic basically summed up? Is that images of the horizon are not images of the edge of an earth ball. That's what he basically said. Images of the horizon are not images of the edge of the earth ball. One more time for the slow kids in the back. I even licked a crayon to make it even easier to understand. The horizon is not the edge of an earth ball. Thank you.
Wait, can you say it one more time, please?
The horizon is the beginning.
No, I think he said the horizon is not the edge of the earth ball.
Sorry, your mic is cutting out. One more time.
Oh, you didn't hear it the first 3 times?
The second time was a bit confusing.
Yeah, I thought I understood it the first time, and then the second time came around and it confused me. And then the third time, your mic cut out.
So the statement was repeated 3 times. I don't know if you could hear me now. I'm only reiterating.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So the statement was repeated 3 times. So if you understood it the first time,
But
I
can
don't-
we go over it again one
I
more
want
time?
you to understand it oh, maybe that's why you're not understanding it. You're cutting the person off that's trying to repeat what was said.
I got you. How was that party that at your house? Did that go all right?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty loud back there. Everyone all right?
Yeah.
No injuries or anything?
It's my kid's birthday.
Oh, okay. Your kid's birthday party was going on and you're sitting on Discord? What the hell?
Nobody got raped?
I don't see what's the problem with that.
Oh my goodness, dude.
You should be enjoying time with your kid.
Hey,
Whoa,
maybe he hates his
whoa.
Yeah, I enjoy time with my kid every day.
All right, there you go.
It's Monday here anyway. They had the whole weekend.
Yeah, Monday. Who needs to spend time with the kid on the Monday?
Yeah, what you should do, friend, let me tell you what you should do as a father. While your kid's friends are around, you should isolate the child to spend time only with you, and you should spend that time 100% with him having attention to you and you having attention to him to the exclusion of his friends so that you can't do any other activities whatsoever. That's
Not
what you should
allowed.
do, right?
Yeah,
There we go.
It's logic, I guess.
Makes sense.
Hey, yo, homeboy critiquing the kid. You got kids?
I got 37 of them.
Yeah. So if you have 37 kids, then it's not possible that you're a dad to all of them. So how about you keep your dirtbag opinion to yourself?
Actually, if you have 37 kids, that means you have a farm with goats.
That explains. Hey, bro, that explains the weird animal moaning in the background.
Well, he got you there.
Yeah. But I definitely wouldn't be taking parenting advice on Discord. I definitely won't be doing that. I think that's more detrimental than interrupting my children's birthday parties and things of that nature, especially when they were with friends.
Don't let that guy get to you. Don't worry about
How
it.
old did the kid get?
Exactly, they teenagers, so they don't want daddy messing with them.
Huh? Juicy.
Are they flat earthers too?
Really? Yeah, actually.
Yeah. Nice. What about their friends? Did you ask them?
I don't know about their friends. I know they are.
They're probably dirty globers.
Did you have to put a gun to their head to convince them, or did it go naturally?
I don't know. Actually, my son introduced me to the subject, actually, to be real with you.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
You were convinced by a teenager?
No, he was convinced by the argument, you dummy.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just asking questions here. What do you want me to tell you?
Well, I want to
No,
convince
Grandpa.
I said he introduced me to the topic. He didn't convince me.
I got you. That makes sense.
Did he also introduce you to Discord?
It's a valid question, I think.
No, that's something you gotta ask him.
Put him on the mic.
If he around, yeah.
So, Grandpa,
Yo,
hello.
what's up?
Are you from America?
I'm from the US of A.
You been in the army?
No, I haven't.
Do you got family?
I told you I got almost 40 kids.
But is
Well,
any
you
of them
said
in the army?
37.
I said almost 40. Pretty impressive, huh?
Right? Right?
Same woman?
Well, how is that impressive? In what category?
I don't know. Got good sperm or whatever.
How many wives?
One wife, many
So you're-
mistresses.
So you're a sperm donor, right?
Call it that.
Okay, so you have a multitude of children that you're not presently being a paternal archetype and raising
No,
them.
they all live
Is
in
that
my
what you're trying
house.
to
What are you
say?
talking about?
How
Oh,
many
that's a
of them
different
are
story then.
alive?
I said you could call me a sperm donor if you want. I got 40
You
little
got
rascals running
37.
around.
They're all
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah,
So,
How?
I don't know.
so
Good dad.
yeah, cool
Magic.
story. So, do you think that story is credible?
As credible as your stories.
Like what?
Ooh.
Shots
I don't know. Like the
Are you saying
entire
that? Are you
NASA
saying
organization is lying. Every other
are you
space
saying you
agency in the
don't
world
have
is
30?
lying. SpaceX is lying. Every space organization in the world is lying.
So you don't
You
have
think that's
37
credible?
kids. So you don't have 37 kids.
Oh, you're smart. You figured me out.
All right. So you don't have 37 kids.
You figured me out. Ah, man, you guys are too good.
Oh wow.
Grandpa's on
How
the
many?
edge.
Well, that's not fair. I was being perfectly honest with you. So what you thought
Yeah.
I was
How
being
many?
dishonest with you when I said my children had a birthday party?
What was the other question? I thought I heard an interesting question in there.
Hey, but this is your topic that you brought up. You the one that started talking
Yeah.
about kids.
Yeah.
Oh,
How
I was just
many?
making
How
small
many?
talk. What's the big deal? Why are you getting so
All
upset?
right. How many space agencies are there?
In the world?
Yeah.
A lot.
How
Five.
many?
Five.
Five. I think
Probably
it's more
about
than
100.
five.
No,
I thought you were
seven.
going to say
Seven.
37.
I'm gonna say about 100.
Okay, so 100 agencies, right?
Yeah. And every single person in each of those agencies is lying.
No, who said that?
You.
No, nobody ever said that, dumbass.
Oh yeah.
Are we
Except
gonna
idiots
get
like
the
you.
answers or what? Do I have to ask ChatGPT?
Okay, so here's how it's going to go, friend. You made the claim
Yeah.
that flat earthers say that
Okay.
everybody in these organizations is lying.
Okay.
So why don't you go ahead and provide an example of a flat earther saying such a thing? Go ahead.
Sure. So do you think that you can do science in space without knowing that the Earth is a globe? You
What?
realize that's like a foundational understanding, right? You can't do any science relating to space thinking that the Earth is flat. You realize that?
What does that have to do with anything? We're talking about whether they're lying or
Yeah.
not. Not
Yeah.
about what they think is true. Those are two different things.
No. They know it's true, right? They know that the Earth is a globe. But in your understanding, they are either ignorant, right? Or they're lying, right? But they cannot
Okay,
be
let's
ignorant.
reduce that. Yeah, fair enough. Let's reduce that to how many people actually have to put it into practice to where their material knowledge of the facts would actually matter. How many people?
That's what I'm saying. Every single person who works for a space agency.
You're wrong. It's not every single person.
It is. It is.
No, it isn't. You're wrong.
It's only the
What is it then?
Freemasons.
Yeah, right. What do you think? It's only the head of the agency needs to know that?
So, for example, let's say you're just a person that's a tech that works on the ground that helps assemble certain parts of a motor. Okay, so you work for the agency. It doesn't matter. You work for the. It doesn't matter. Okay, you designing a motor for a purpose doesn't necessarily mean that purpose is going to be executed in the manner in which you think it is.
Okay,
you're just going to build. You're just going to build it. You're just going to build it, and then you're going to give it to the next person.
Gotcha. Okay, so let me rephrase my point then. You caught me. You cornered me. You're a debating genius. Every single person who works for a space agency who does science in space needs to know that the Earth is a globe. That's foundational knowledge.
Okay, so who are they? Who are they?
Scientists?
How many? Yeah, how many of them are there?
Many hundreds. Thousands, probably.
Okay, well, less than 1,000.
But I don't think that's true. Less than 1,000 people working in space science in the whole entirety of
how many people? How many people have been to space? Greater or equal to low Earth orbit. We're not talking about people that go up, like that rich guy that went up and then just fell back down, and it was only just like high altitude. We're talking LEO, actual, real.
I have no idea, but it doesn't matter.
I think 2,000 people.
How many? It does matter.
No idea, but why does that matter at all?
It's less than that, homie. It matters.
Why does that matter? You have to go to space to understand that Earth is a globe?
This is your argument.
No, it's actually not my argument.
It's not about that.
I'm so
We're talking about people that are in a position. We're talking about people that are in a position where they would know the facts and be lying about it.
But
trying
at least give the answers. You don't even give the answer. You're asking this question, and you are earlier asking another question, but you don't give the answers.
Yes, we asking a question based upon his premise. Yes.
Yeah, but you're asking questions that don't relate to my premise
debates.
at all.
I just want knowledge. Fuck your debate.
Oh God.
All right. So okay. So here you go.
You're saying if I'm working in NASA and I'm at like the control center, right? I haven't been to space, but do you think I need to know that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. Yes. Let me give you a citation. Okay. Now I'm actually not going to cite it, but I'm going to tell you the information from it because I'm doing something where I can't look it up right now. But there is some simulation runs that they do with the command equipment. In other words, they essentially pretend that they're doing a launch, that they're doing a mission. They're going through all the checklists. They're looking at their monitors, at the readings, all this stuff. Now, they admit, the people involved, that the ability to distinguish the real mission from the simulation mission is impossible. So when they're flipping the switches at their little command center, they could be doing something that's real, or they could be doing something that's not real, because on their end, the output is all identical.
They're pretty smart, actually. But I don't know if that's true, but that's a good way to do it.
You are correct that is an effective training method. But if they had to put their life on whether or not this was actually really occurring in three-dimensional free space, the only way they would even be able to even tell you is if somebody else told them, oh, yes, this is a test, or oh, no, this is the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be true if they were locked in a box for their whole life, right? And they didn't have any access to the outside world. But you realize rocket launchers happen all the time. Satellites are launched into space all the time. Space missions happen pretty frequently.
That's what you're trying to prove.
Okay, but that is a common knowledge fact. That's like saying proving that friggin' water is wet, right? Do I really need to prove that to you? You need to prove that this common knowledge fact is not true.
It's not a common knowledge fact. It's a premise.
Of course it is. It's televised on TV. People work in these agencies. People work for SpaceX. People work for NASA.
Hold on, I got you. So I spin a ball in front of you and all those people. It's 3 different speeds. And then pour water on it and it doesn't stick. Now where the fuck is your common knowledge? Now
okay,
you're gonna
I mean, this guy I can't talk to. This guy just says random.
Oh, so reality. So listen, you just said common knowledge. So when we all
yeah, I'm not talking to you. If this guy's talking, I'm muting up and not talking. So
Okay, well, goodbye then.
Okay,
Shut the
goodbye.
fuck up and be calm, bitch.
And things of that nature.
Hey, show water curving, bud.
Hey, D-Mark, how's your day?
All right.
Hell yeah.
I'm doing good. I just wanted to demonstrate, in reality what we can
You
see.
just want to flat smack the motherfuckers, ain't you?
Yeah.
Right, boy? Hell.
I'm just saying, like, that's a demonstration. Now he's all out of demonstration. Now he don't want that. See, every time I start talking to them, they don't want to do what they want to do, right? They want to do, now they don't want to do it. Now demonstration's no good. Now you got to believe something out there somewhere, right?
Something.
Yeah. So now that we've proven that not everybody involved in the endeavor needs to be lying, what point does he have about whether people are lying or not?
No.
Right. Yeah, that's a mute point. That's not us. That's not up to us to, tell him the motivations of others. Right.
Correct.
All we have to do is just falsify that it's people flying space rockets in the space vacuum. It's not happening. You saying, "Oh, well, we're looking at it on TV," and say we know this as an absolute fact. It shouldn't be hard for you to prove this absolute fact.
No, just believe the government. Yeah. And since when did any of these people owe any of you or me the truth about anything anyway? Since when was their job to say we're going to tell the public the truth? When was that memo sent to every government and private official that ever did anything in space?
Right. We absolutely have to tell the masses the truth. Yeah.
Right. That's never happened. That's exactly what doesn't happen. So where's all this truth at?
All governments are trustworthy, according
It's
to
within
him.
you, Demok.
Yeah.
Are the police required to tell you the truth?
Oh man. Oh yes. Just like NASA. So every time, believe everything they say when they pull you over.
Wait, you don't think cops should be able to lie to someone during an interrogation?
Well, I mean, as far as I know, it's been ruled that they're allowed to.
Yeah, I'm saying that's perfectly fine. I don't care.
So it's perfectly fine for NASA and the government and private industries and you.
I don't think that follows.
And anybody who wants to lie, who sits there, can lie, right?
No, it doesn't follow. A cop being authorized in lying about the amount of evidence they have to incarcerate someone and get a
the police. So if the police who is dealing directly with your freedom, right? If they
my
can
actions,
lie to you,
yeah.
what makes you think? Right. So if they can basically lie to you, what makes you think that the government that is not necessarily dealing with you personally, why would they just tell you the truth?
Well, there's a reason for the cop to lie to me, right?
No.
Okay. The reason for the NASA to lie to you too.
Well, what does NASA get from faking space and the moon landings?
Holy crap, dude.
You don't. Okay, a government-funded program. You don't think there's no reason for them to lie to you?
No, I'm asking, what do they get out of it? You said there was a reason. What's the reason?
Hey, he gave you a legitimate reason, which has been known to mankind to be a legitimate reason for every single crime and vice that has ever existed. That reason was money. That is a sufficient reason in and of itself.
Is every business lying?
You think that's a reason?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Some people.
To you, I think you would think so.
Dude, the point is, if it's the case that somebody's lying, and if it's the case that they're being paid, then it's reasonable to assume that perhaps being paid is a motivational factor. That's not unreasonable. Keep in mind, friend, that you're asking for a particular that comes to motive and gain.
No,
and not every person, hold on, not every person is motivated by the same types of gains. So your ability to understand why they do the things that they do doesn't really matter, actually.
No, but the question here, like, they can lie to us about anything to make that money, right? Like, it doesn't have to be space or like Antarctica or anything specifically. That's why I'm asking why they would lie about that. I give a fuck because I'm asking.
You're thinking. Yes, but you're thinking about it wrong. For example, why do some people choose to be doctors versus lawyers? Why do some people choose to do this versus that? It's because the circumstances that are at play in their particular situation when it occurs. For goodness sakes.
What, you basically just took that much time to say it do be like it is?
Yeah, people choose different ventures based on whatever reasons they have at the time. So, for example,
you don't think that like socioeconomic status would
yeah, check this out. When was NASA formed?
The 40s, late 40s.
And why was it formed?
Because we got this really fancy guy named Werner who knew what he was doing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we got them Nazis, is what you're trying to say?
Oh, Nazi. As far as I know,
well,
it was only
maybe. Well, you know,
the
maybe
only
you
one I
didn't
know
read.
About.
Yeah, so maybe you should read up on Operation Paperclip then.
Yeah, which is inclusive of Werner von Braun, right?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as I know, they weren't brought over here to run summer camps, so I think we're okay.
Right. And when NASA was, what was their motivation?
All around this time, especially when it comes to the moon missions and what was going on in Antarctica with homeboy, what's that guy, Admiral Byrd, and all of these things, they kind of coalesced together around the structure of all this and the Antarctic Treaty and different things that the government did. And they shut down certain things around that time. And it all had to do with the moon mission. So it's very well, dude. These all happened at the time.
Yeah, correlation is not causation.
Right, but if you think to yourself and you say, okay, why would these people be lying? Let's say, for example, that they went up high and they found out something, and that they went out far and they found out something, and they decided that whatever that something is, they needed to secure. And so they created this entire official government structure to secure it.
Well, I mean, you just seem to be going down like the other end of the question. I'm asking, why is it the case in this particular instance that they would lie? Not why could there possibly be a reason that they could want to lie about it. I'm asking about what the fuck's going on here.
You asking us for the motivations of men that we do not know.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't just go around saying they're lying all the time, huh?
But we're saying they obviously lying based on this evidence.
But you don't know their intentions. You said you can't know their intentions. You can't know that they're lying.
Okay. Check this out. If you personally tell me a lie and I can prove that it's a lie, do I actually have to know your intentions or why you lying?
Yeah, because in order to call it a lie, I would have to be knowingly misrepresenting it. If I'm convinced of it being the case, am I lying?
Lying is a statement or act of you're doing something that is not true. If you're saying something
that's called being wrong.
If you're saying
that's not what a lie is. That's not what a lie is, dude.
Well, listen, if you're lying.
Oh, listen. Let's be clear here. A lie is a moral action. An error is just a statement of fact or logistical, thing. They're two different things, for goodness sakes.
Right.
You could be giving out false information and not be lying.
Great. Well, let me reword it because I thought this was basically understood. Lying is number one. Is basically you making a statement or a claim that is not true, which actually can be wrong, with you knowing that it to be not true, which is basically what I was trying to present to you earlier when you were saying that not everyone in NASA is necessarily lying because they're just basically wrong because they do not know that it's not true. Now, as far as some people that is making claims that they have went to space knowing that they have not, or maybe they went in high altitude and knowing that they didn't, they are purposely lying to you because they are making
the Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Hold up. Still my turn to talk. So they are not. Okay.
Some troll.
Jesus Christ. They are lying to you, making a claim that they have done something that they know they have not done, right? Now, as far as motivations, wait a minute, this is your argument because this is where I'm getting to. As far as motivations concerned, if we're concerned in motivations, we don't have to basically explain motivation. We only basically have to explain the fact that they're saying something that is not true, and they know it's not true, but they haven't done it.
So you know for a fact that going to space is impossible.
We know for a fact that they have not went to space. Impossible.
No, but for you to say that they can't be telling the truth because it's impossible means that you have to then verify that it is impossible. Otherwise, by your own logic, you are lying.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you'd be making a statement by which you don't know to be the case that you can't get to space.
Maybe you don't know what lying is. Maybe I need to tell you what it is.
I just tried to use your own definition of lying, bro.
Okay, here we go again. Lying.
No, you know what? I'm not going to hear we
right? Okay, yeah, I know. Lying is you knowingly, right? You know something that is not true. That you decide to tell the fib anyway, right? So your argument has absolutely really nothing to do with lying. Your argument is, well, how do you know that they're lying? What is their motivations? You cannot say that they're lying if you don't know what their motivations is. That's your argument. My argument is that I don't have to basically explain their motivations. I only have to point out the lie. That's it.
Maybe Rich is saying perhaps they're just suppressing the truth in their unrighteousness. Perhaps. Maybe.
What Redford is saying is that I don't have to point out the motivation of the lie. I only have to point out the lie.
Yeah, I couldn't say that they're all lying about space. Like they might just believe it's true. But then, going to Mars, that's a lie. I mean, that's a lie. You ain't go to fucking Mars. The guy floating around who's not moving, who's convinced himself by not moving that he's moving 17,500 miles an hour. He might just believe it. I don't know. He might not be lying, but they tell him he's going, 22,000. He's going Mach 20 or whatever, and then he's just, well, I don't feel it. They told me I shouldn't feel it. Maybe he's not lying. I don't know, but he's still wrong. Going there and landing on Mars and walking around and then doing jump golf. Rich is gone, or else I wouldn't be talking. But jumping around, playing golf and shit. They're fucking lying.
It's like if I started a cult or a program or organization telling everyone that I went to the moon with this airplane and I got these videos here and I'm doing jumping jacks. Here I am doing jumping jacks on the moon. Here I am in my Doom buggy with Doom fighting aliens. I just seen Danos and all that kind of stuff. And then I come back. Everybody in the cult that believe me and believe the people that's with me telling this lie that we all went to the moon doing these things. Everybody that's in the cult under us that believe me and they go around telling people the same thing, they're not necessarily lying. They're just pretty much wrong. The people that is responsible for the lie is me and everybody else that knowingly know that I have not done this. Now, you basically saying what is the motivations of the lie, therefore he must be telling the truth because you can't tell me what the motivations is. No, you don't have to basically point out really the motivation. You only have to point out the lie. Hey, it's impossible for him to do that in the airplane.
I mean, isn't the motivation pertinent to determining if it is a lie or not?
What do you mean?
Well, somebody's just misunderstood on a topic, right? And they're like we said, they're saying something that they believe to be true. Like AI was saying, if they present a simulator that is basically the exact same, they can't tell the difference when they're on a real mission.
Right.
And they think they went on a real mission, right? Just because they're telling you they think they went to space and they didn't really. Does that mean they're lying?
Right. Those people is not necessarily lying because they believe someone that told them the fib. Now, the person that actually gave them the simulation and told them that they went somewhere that they have not went to, those people are directly responsible. Not the people that actually went through the simulation and they're going around telling everybody that they went to a place that they have not went to. They're just saying something that is untrue, but they're not necessarily lying to you. They're not trying to be deceitful because they actually believe it themselves. But the people that is actually being deceitful is the people that actually control the program.
Right, and to be fair, I think Rich kind of turned it around like they do a lot. Wasn't it his question, like why would they lie? And then he suggests that flat earthers are telling everybody that they're lying.
Yeah, that was his thing. That his thing was
Not really. His was more broad than that. His idea was basically his incredulity based on a canard of a flat earther's position being that every single individual involved with every single space agency is lying. So it's basically hyperbole for intended emotional effect to trick somebody into thinking he actually made a point.
Right. Right, which brings us back to the point of, everyone that works at the space station is not necessarily, trying to be disingenuous or try to trick you, or that's not what flat earthers are saying. That's not that's not our position. I know that's a position that they're trying to force on us, but that's not our position.
Yeah, for example, let me give you a good example. Do you know the movie recently called Hidden Figures? It's about some chicks that did some math that was helpful to quote unquote get the guys to the moon.
Heard of the trailer?
So those chicks,
Heard of.
yeah, so those chicks showed up to work, and keep in mind this was back in the day before we had all this computer technology, so a lot of things had to be done by hand, paper copies, all this stuff. So really hard work. They did all that work, man. They showed up to work. They made the papers. They stacked them. They crunched the numbers. They did all that. If you ask them, they'll say, yeah, we did that. Now, if Neil Armstrong never actually set foot on the moon, but it's said that he did, and he came back and said, yeah, I went to the moon, he's lying straight through his teeth, right? But the other chick, she has no idea whether he really set foot on the moon or not. She just knows that she did all that math, and she was told, hey, we're going to use this math to get men to the moon.
And she may even believe that he went to the moon. Do that mean that she necessarily lying? She trying to be dishonest or trying to trick someone? Everyone is not in on a little secret.
I think those guys would ultimately have to be though, right? Because I mean, it's one thing to set up a simulator when you're inside and you don't ever go outside the spacecraft per se, but exit.
I think part of very strong evidence that they're full of shit is the fact that they have conflicting stories about what they saw, and that they all look like somebody shot their mother right in front of them in the press conference when they allegedly returned home from the moon. Okay. Not to mention that the alleged evidence from the mission is very suspect. The photos are jacked full of crap. The idea of the lander leaving the moon and being filmed, it looks like somebody made a model and pulled it with a fishing line and ignited a firecracker for special effects, and all other kinds of discrepancies. Yeah, so I don't trust them at all that they went to the moon. I think it was a gray op. Necessarily so, because remember, Kennedy promised, we're going to the moon, bitches. America. Right? So do you think that America is going to let that down to the world when it was at the space race and who's the superpower? No. If you were a government like that, what you would do is you would make a contingency plan. You would have the real plan. Hey, let's put all this information and science and money into actually going to the moon. And then over here, let's put information and money into faking it. And whichever one we have to use based on the logistical result, we're going with it. So if we can really make it to the moon, we're doing it. If we can't, we're faking it. So the entire time, The astronauts believe, dude, we're going to the moon, Holmes. We're going to be the greatest heroes in the history of humanity, right? Yada, yada, yada. And then the day comes, and they're like, bros, turns out these rocket Nazis can't even freaking figure it out, and we can't actually make it to the moon with this bullshit technology we got, so we got to fake it, bros. And they're all like, dang it, we wanted to go. It would have been a cool adventure. Like, oh, well, got to serve our country.
Anybody see that movie yet? I'm supposed to be faking the moon landing in a movie theater or something like that.
Yeah, or we can go, and they just simulate it at this point because there's not as much risk to that. And they don't actually send people into space. They just got drones, satellites, unmanned shit.
I don't know. The way they was looking when they came back, they did look like something wasn't right.
Yeah, so we know that Gus Grissom was famous for being outspoken that the technology didn't exist to make it to the moon. We know that he was an astronaut that was originally slated to be in part of the Apollo program. And we know that he died in an explosion in a test thing. And we know that his wife had a document which explained a bunch of changes to the systems of the test capsule. And Mr. Bart Sabrell published it in one of his documentaries. So he died under mysterious circumstances, such things that they altered the hatch to exit the vehicle to make it more complicated to leave so that you couldn't get out fast enough before you burned to death, and allegations that there were incendiary rags left inside. So basically it was a death trap. So it's very convenient that the one guy who was an outspoken astronaut that this shit was a bologna sandwich ended up dying. Also, if I'm not mistaken, one of the other astronauts' mothers got killed under mysterious circumstances. Almost like, hey, if you didn't get the hint when we killed Gus Grissom, we're going to shoot this bro's mother, bro. So shut up and take orders, Sammy. Oh, if none of you have ever watched any of Bart Sabrell's documentary, he has one, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, where he has footage of the astronauts doing what appears to be faking the famous quote-unquote cislunar space photo of the Earth. That's supposed to be a legitimate photo of the Earth from space as a globe, quote-unquote. It's a freaking fake nonsense.
Yeah, maybe somebody thinks that like murder can be justified. Like it's not really wrong if it's for a greater good.
Well, winning the space race, and defeating the commies, of course that's a greater good, right? Sacrifice a few mothers and daughters and kids for that, sure.
American standard. Yeah, I mean that's what sets the standard. That's the absolute standard.
I heard that when they said, listen guys, we're faking the moon mission. Some people's mothers are going to have to be shot. We're going to have to shut up a few people. One guy in the back raised his hand and he said, oh man, can I give some more black guys syphilis too?
Do you think we tried to go?
Oh, I think practicably the way it would work is that you have a tandem operation where one team is designed to try their best to mechanically get it to happen, and the other team is to ensure that if the mechanical attempt fails, we have a presentational attempt to the public to solidify that we actually accomplished this feat and not to fail as America, the superpower.
So what do you think that tandem operation accomplished? Like, what's the maximum, or, what would you say?
Oh, you mean the rocket mission?
Like, yeah, where did we find...
Yeah, they got, like maybe, I think they accomplished about a 1/8 of a Viagra. So they only got the rocket up,
the Viagra,
a little bit. Yeah. They only got it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Less than 300 miles? I'm talking about the ISS. Something.
Oh, dude, the ISS is a joke. It's not even far away from the Earth.
So you're saying you don't think we even made it past 300 miles? Okay.
Maybe. Who knows?
I don't know.
What do you guys think? Like maybe so like you see the sun that's 93 million miles away. You see well, forget that one because you can't see. So you see Polaris, that's however billion, quadrillion miles away, and you see another star over here, right? That's however far away. The space between those two stars, how far away? How wide? How wide are you seeing? Like what's your field of view here? Is there a number? Can we even like quantify it? Is there even a number of how wide we can see?
Oh, yeah. Interestingly enough, the Van Allen belt started about 300 miles. So yeah, maybe somewhere in the 300s might be the range.
To infinity and beyond.
It's almost like they were like trying to go into deep space, and they said, "Yeah, this is about as far as we could go. Okay, let's put the ISS right here."
Well, what happened was as they got away from the surface, people's souls began to be ripped from their bodies, and they were seen ethereally screaming in pain as they were torn from their mortal coil as they left the range of the energy which allows you to synergize with your body from the spiritual realm. And they said, "Holy fuck, dude. We can't go any further than this, dude. That is freaking bad news."
Yo, did you see the movie Gravity when George Clooney was appearing as like a hallucination to the lake?
What? I never heard of that before.
They had a whole scene like an out of body experience for George Clooney.
Yes, but was he naked?
No.
Very interesting how a lot of these out of body experiences, somehow your clothes are out of body as well. Anyway, that last thing I was mentioning was there was thoughts in the past that the Earth actually has a resonant energy frequency or whatever the hell that we need to live, and if we go beyond the range of it, we die. So the idea of going out into space as if we can just go anywhere we want in the universe and we get to live as we are, it was suspect according to that theory.
You know that have you seen people with frequencies, they make like water or sand to kind of do shapes, right, with vibrations, so different vibrations, right? But from the heavens above, there is a spectrum that is being inputted into the system that we're in, that it embarks like a bunch of different things. It's not one frequency or one side of the spectrum of light. It's like all of it is coming into the system, and it affects the system that we're in. So what you're saying, yeah, it's like we require a certain specific medium and state and this frequency that just for the environment to be in place for us to be able to just live and breathe and do what we do.
Yep.
So you're saying they did get to the Van Allen radiation belts, or they just concluded that there must be? You think they actually got to this place? Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of side with that stupid blonde that's doing the public announcement video about how they're testing all of these systems to be able to pass through the Van Allen belts without incinerating the passengers with radiation. Remember that one from NASA?
I do.
Then remember when the astronauts were asked? Remember when the astronauts who allegedly had passed through the Van Allen belts in the past were asked, "Hey, bro, how about them Van Allen belts? They were dangerous," and they were like, "Oh, we didn't know about them, so it didn't matter."
Yeah, mind over matter. These guys are the best of the best of the best. So, what do you expect?
Well, hey, you know what? Hey, guys, I think we're onto something here. You guys ready for this truth drop? I don't think you are. So I'm going to need your consent before I open it up. So do you enthusiastically and affirmatively consent to the truth touching you? All right, silence is acquiescence. I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so if we set out the premise that if you leave the Earth home, your soul will be ripped from your body and you will be destroyed as an agent, and it's alleged that certain people who happen to be high degree Masons went past this point, that must mean they don't have souls, right?
Yes, that is true. Well, I mean, if they're smart enough to calculate exactly where they need to pass back to, like, kind of like go through the suit of soul, and like get it right back into them, they can reconnect.
You know,
so
funny?
where your soul gets ripped out. Oh, go ahead.
No, I've thought of that exact same thing. That like, if you want to be an astronaut that gets launched into space, you're going through some real rigmarole first, where it's not just space training. You're also like compromised.
Yeah, you have to have your sessions with the psychologist who's actually a demon who vets you about your real allegiances.
Right. And then they find
And
out, oh, wait, really going to space? And they're like, you're still my bitch.
Yep. I can't remember whose mother died, whether it was Armstrong or Aldrin. She supposedly, if I remember correctly, she supposedly committed suicide. And I think, I hope I'm right with this memory, but I could have sworn like her suicide note or whatever was something about the pressure of having a famous astronaut son. I just can't handle it, so I'm going to blast myself in the face. Translation: Zorgon, the interrogator, found out that astronaut boy was having second thoughts and he axed his mom.
And then they were like, no, 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 I'm your mommy now.
Yeah.
Well, I could see it being either one of them. I mean, just by the little bit that personality that they show, either one of those guys look like they would flip. Good old boy Armstrong, always kind of like stuttering, a little bit stuttering, like good old boy. You know.
Hello there.
Yeah, it's weird. It's getting weird to think that the Earth is a globe these days. Like it's running into just anybody who's like, I'm sure that the Earth's a globe. That's getting only the
Sure,
old
dude.
people take it for granted now. What?
I mean, I believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I mean, are you 100% sure? You know?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to
Just
find
believe
somebody
it.
who's like, I know it. You know?
No, the thing is, you can't be 100% sure of everything. I mean, I don't know the shape of the Earth. Technically, it doesn't, like, it's not, if you say it's round, I would maybe be more of, like, sure, but it's not a circle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what we're told. But I mean, do you know that? Do you know it? It looks like a. I mean, I've seen
again,
I've seen the videos and stuff.
knowing things,
It looks like a
knowing,
perfect sphere.
yeah, I know, but knowing things and believing in things are two different things, right? So I believe in it, but I'm not 100% sure it is.
Yeah,
Nor
yeah,
do I
that's what I'm saying.
actually care. I mean, the Earth being round or flat just doesn't bother me. Hell, if
Yeah.
there is a big conspiracy of like government hiding it, for example, again, still doesn't bother me. Is it going to pay my taxes? Is it going to excuse me, but feed me? Is it going to pay my
Whoa,
mortgage?
watch your language there, bud.
No, I'm being serious. It's such a so basically, I mean, why would the government, for example, lie about something like this?
Well, I don't know. Like the questions you ask, is it going to feed me? Am I going to be able to make money on it? Like, so if, all right, like, I mean, this is just like a big if or I wonder thing, right? Like, so if somebody is lying to you about the creation, right? This created world and how the created world, or whether it came about naturally or supernaturally, whatever way, the way that it works, right? Like, because if it's a sphere, it works one way, but if not, maybe it works another way, right? So, yeah. So by how by hiding how it works, how it produces food, and how we can find value in it, yeah, that would all be affected by if we had the identity of it wrong, yeah, and how it came and how it works. Yeah,
Well, the thing is, right? But imagine this. Government, right? I'm not even talking about like scientific facts or the horizon, etc. I just don't care about those stuff because, again, it doesn't critically make sense for the government or whatever entity there is to lie, like behind the government, to lie about the Earth's like being a sphere or flat or whatever shape it is, a hollow Earth or whatever, because again, hiding something that big is almost impossible. So, I mean, just imagine this, right?
How do those two things follow, though? You said if
No,
they're hiding it. Okay.
Most impossible. Let me say that. Not impossible, but most impossible. Because just imagine this. Like, if the moon landing was faked, for example, right? It has to be fake for, flat Earth to be true. If the moon landing was faked, there would have been thousands of people, like on NASA, on other countries, etc., to be in on this, to lie about it. And you think like thousands of people, right, aren't going to squeal at all?
Well, what percent do you think? Like, what's the population? 8 billion. So less than 0.1%. Like, what's the percent of? What's 1,000?
No. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about
Well,
where.
what percent of people would have to be in on it?
No,
It has to be more than 1,000, right? Because that's not. That's not even a market.
The amount of people is actually materially irrelevant, though.
Yeah, that's true. But again,
right, your idea itself, by just claiming that they would have to be in on it or would have to be lying, is irrelevant. Who cares? Let's say they all are lying. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, but why would they?
Okay, so let me ask you this question: Do you limit? Just let me ask this question, because you're asking why would they, right? So I have to ask a parsing question.
You answer my question.
Do you limit your possible motives to natural, or do you include supernatural?
I limit the natural mostly.
Okay. So then I could give. So your opinion, by itself, is limited from what you're willing to believe are people's motives. So you can't be reasoned with about the possibility of the scope of motives that may or may not cause them to do this. Okay, so your arguing with you is irrelevant.
Right. So your point? I'm not.
Let me explain it. Let me explain it to you. I'll explain it to you. There are people out there, whether true or not, believe in supernatural agency in the world, that these agents have power, that they have abilities to grant things, etc., and they are motivated by this. So you may not be motivated by that because you think it's nonsense, but to them it's very real, and they act on it. So much so that we have figureheads within heliocentrism and within technology, even of late, that have said this on record, that they believe in supernatural agents and that their goals are in the supernatural realm.
Right, but I don't. So
okay, who cares? Who cares, dude? So you're saying why would all these people lie about the nature of reality when it comes to metaphysical questions, the nature of reality includes the supernatural?
I don't understand one thing. Firstly, stop raising your voice. Secondly, I wasn't arguing with anybody about the Earth being flat or not.
There you go, bro. When you apologize for trying to order me to stop raising my voice, you can speak again in this room. Okay? You ask if somebody's being too loud for you. You don't demand that they lower their voice. Okay? Keep in mind that some people raise their voice because they're getting feedback in their mic, and when you do an auditory loop feedback, you always raise your voice to match your feedback, for goodness sakes. All right, so I'm going to unmute you. We'll call it a mulligan. All right, go ahead.
I would that is a reasonable excuse. I just asked you to be civil about it because you seemed like you were raising your voice. That was it. But again, I'm not arguing with him, or exactly you right now, about whether the Earth is round or flat. I just asked the question about if... I mean, why would they, was my question.
Yeah, let me give you an answer. Let me give you an answer. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. But you have to understand that my answer is going to have a certain metaphysical connotation, right? That includes the supernatural and the influence of the supernatural. So, for example, there's an agent in classical metaphysics of many, many religions who is an agent of evil, an agent of chaos, against the agent of good, whose intention is to deceive humanity against the agent of good. Therefore, if these people believe in such paradigms, it's entirely rational that they are willful participants in the deception of humanity in exchange for spiritual power. Now, we know for a fact that this has been in the past and continues to be in the present a large motivational factor for the majority of humans on the planet.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Mirza, real quick, like just whether it's true or not true, something like so. If the Earth is a globe, right? Then what created it would be one part of it, right? Now let's just imagine like the Earth is not a globe; it's just stationary and it's flat. Now, what naturalistic mechanism brought about a flat and stationary Earth? Is it a natural creation, or would it require some other explanation?
The thing is, again, I'm not arguing for a flat or round Earth, so why would I make a point about that?
Well, me either.
If you think
I'm
about,
asking about the implications of it. What are the implications? Like, so you're saying, what's the motive? Like, so what's the implications, right? So what are the implications of a stationary Earth that is not a sphere? So it's just sitting there, right? And it's not a sphere, so it's flat and motionless. So what are the implications? So we have an explanation of how the Earth came about in a naturalistic, from a naturalistic viewpoint. How would it possibly come about from a naturalistic viewpoint if it's not? What would be the implications?
well, if you think about,
Okay,
Can
do
I
you want me to
respond, or-
explain how the Earth, the round one, in theory, the round one came into existence, or the flat one? Because I have no idea about the flat Earth, at least in theory, about how it came into existence. I can explain you about how gravity works and how the central forces makes the Earth round. But
Right. Yeah.
again, I'm not looking for like around the Earth for me to, talk about that. Again, it was mostly the question of if the Earth is flat or round, right? Why and
Right.
how would they be able to hide it? Was my question.
Oh,
Right?
I didn't know it was why and
If
how. I thought I didn't know it was a how. I'm asking you again. Like, what are the honest
Yep.
implications if it's a stationary, flat Earth? Can you imagine a way that it would come about naturalistically?
It suggests intelligent design the same way that the human consciousness and complexity of our brains and cellular complexity and even the complexity of the cosmos, it all implies intelligent design. So if you can find anything anywhere in reality that implies intelligent design, then you can extrapolate that to everything, including the Earth. So, there is a good reason, but it's a reason that we possibly don't understand currently.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is, you can classify anything as a, inherently unnatural design, like somebody making it. Basically, you can call biological processes, for example, evolution can be classified as something being man-made on certain.
Evolution? What's that?
But no, hold on. I had to speak for a second. The thing is, that's not the entire point, though. We're not arguing about spirituality in this case. I mean, the forces of evil and good, the point that he made, if true, would affect the outcome, as in his theory. I'm talking about AIs or Overlord. I can say Overlord. But again, not my point. My point is, how would they be able to hide it? Because again, nobody.
It's not hidden. It's not hidden. It's right in front of your face. You just people just deny it. That's the issue.
Okay, so if I take a boat,
there's nothing hidden about it. Yeah, for sure, 100%. The only thing that's well, you asked the what, you asked the how. You did. You asked how.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you how. Right. It's not hidden. Oh.
I need to clarify something. I need to ask you guys what you think the shape of the Earth is. Do you have a picture or anything that's
it's Earth shape?
Yes.
What?
Yes, flat's not a shape claim, right? So, Earth shape. What's the shape of the United States? What's the shape of what's the shape of Africa? It's Africa's shape, right? But so how would you do it, right? It's it wouldn't be that complicated, right? You would just you can't hide it. You can see usually the excuse is, wow, it just looks like it's flat because it's so big, right? Or whatever. It just seems like everything's moving around us because of relativity. So it's not hidden in that respect, right? But there is something, right? So you would say, well, I can just go around in the circle, east and west around the North Pole, and that should prove it. But that's just circles around the North Pole. That's not around the globe. You say, okay, well then let me go.
If I go,
you want to change the question? I'm sorry. Do you want to change the question, or
I think AI wanted to jump in to reply to him. So AI, are you there? Yes, no.
Okay,
He was opening his mic.
No. Can I just say something real quick?
Well, I mean, is it going to be real quick? Because I just want to wrap up my answer.
It is real quick. So what you said, I need you to clarify. Did you just said that if you go from one point of the Earth to the other around, right? Saying around in the sense that you would go straight forward, you wouldn't end up in the same space.
Right,
Where is the end of the world is what I'm saying. If it's flat, as you said, wouldn't that mean there would be an edge or something?
Yeah, the edge of reality is somewhere, I guess, right? I don't know it, but yeah. So the pieces that were given. Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm still trying to process.
Am I ever going to be able to get back to the how do they do it thing, or is that just we'll just forget about it?
You are going to be able to. That's the thing, though. I need to have a clear picture of what you guys think.
The standard of first-hand evidence for any person is being able to be outside the Earth and look at it. And if you're given anything that implies that somebody who was there has given that to you, it's still second-hand evidence. So it's not empirically trustworthy, right? So you have to be ontologically reliant on something you can observe being on the Earth, the same way that you can observe the moon is observably round, and that's about the only conclusion we can make. It could be some type of spheroid, but we don't really know much about more than what we can see, essentially.
Yeah,
So
you're
they're not
asking.
hiding
You're
anything
asking for.
because the standard of proof is beyond the scope of human perception.
Yes, we lack the outside perspective or the frame of reference to say to look at the whole of existence and say this is the this is how it looks, this is how big it is, this is the shape of it, because we lack God's eye view, if you want to say it like that, right? And
Right.
to attribute a shape to the whole of existence that we're in, right? The whole construct, we will need an outside perspective. So if you describe and talk about the way we do things in the realist level, then we can talk about that. But if you asking for a photo of the whole of the world, you're not gonna get that from anyone.
I didn't ask.
and beyond the world.
What I asked for is, in theory, what you guys think the
Listen,
Earth
I
was.
can show you an infrared scan that is one of the biggest ones I've seen. It's over 1,000 kilometers. Do you want to see that?
Sure. I mean, if that's what you have, you can send it.
Yeah, I don't.
Again,
Yeah, I don't want
just
to go. I don't want to go on forever, right? But you're asking where's the edge? People asked that question a long time ago, right? And, I mean, and they came up with an answer, right? Like they used to say, listen, if that sailor, if he just keeps on going out there, that's the edge of the world, right? He's going to keep on going, and that's, he's gonna fall off, right? So, but then he kept going like a sailor. He kept going, and he didn't fall off. He just saw more horizon in front of him. So the answer they came up with is that the horizon is the edge of the Earth, right? And what I mean by that is they say, well, the horizon is the edge because the Earth's a sphere, and the end of the sphere is the horizon, right? So that comes with a formula, right, of where that edge is. So that's the edge that we're given on the sphere, right? So that's the edge of the Earth. Is what they'll tell is what they'll tell you. Yeah. So that's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you go to observe this edge and you see past the edge. Yeah.
You're going to pull up that
No, I mean
one
that's
image.
yeah.
Oil pump. Oil pumps.
That's something
No,
else, because you asked about a photograph, but he's talking to you about the claim on the table that the Earth is curving, and he's trying to tell you about that.
Okay, good. Because that oil rig picture, I was here before again, and the last conversation actually turned a bit too loud, which was then I had to silently leave because it was again getting too much. But this time I just actually genuinely want to ask what you guys think about the Earth, like what it might look like in theory, what you perceive it to look like. Again, when I asked for a picture, I didn't.
Yeah, you're asking for. I know. Yeah, you're asking for what reality looks like. That's what you're like. What does all of reality look like? Like back up away from it. Where's the end of the Earth, right? Where's the end of reality? Where's the end of all of it? Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. Flat is not a shape.
Never been
right?
there.
Yeah, flat's not a shape, right? All it is that level, right? The shortest distance between 2 points, something that's in the level orientation, is synonymous with horizontal. And we can measure that water at rest is level. We can measure the distance between one point on water and another point on water, and we can find out that it's in the horizontal orientation. And where's the end? Where's the end of horizontal orientation? I don't know. Where do two horizontal parallel lines intersect to be an end? Never. I don't know. Right. But so where's the end of that? Don't know.
We have to look for where the curve is. How you find a curve elevation, not a horizontal. That's what we'd be looking for to prove a globe. The globe elevation. How do you even do globe elevation?
Right. The thing is, I might agree with you on that, but the Earth isn't infinite. We already know that.
So how does globe elevation done? How do you stand up next to our horizontal line and show that your globe is drops below that and stays the same height?
Listen, he
Wait a
said
minute.
that the Earth. Oh, go ahead, AI. You've been wanting to jump in. Go ahead, AI.
How do you know the Earth isn't infinite?
Pretty sure I could just take a plane ride, which I did before, and then travel across places.
Okay, so your claim would be that you took a plane ride before. Therefore, you've been everywhere on the Earth to determine whether it's infinite or not.
I've been through a plane ride literally goes across.
Across from where to where, homie? Yeah, but from where to where?
I went from America to what was it? I'm trying to remember the country's name. I've traveled to a lot of places. It was somewhere on the Caribbean, but we went to a detour in England. So I literally went across.
Okay, so yeah, awesome. So not sufficient to survey the entirety of the Earth, correct?
Yes, but I don't think you
Right.
understand.
So from your plane ride is irrelevant to whether you do or do not know the Earth is infinite or not. So how do you know? One more time, friend. This is a very simple question. Please answer it directly. How do you know the Earth is not infinite?
Because of what I observed. Same with what you observed about the Earth.
Wow.
Not.
You already conceded that you didn't travel to all the entirety of the Earth, so it's impossible for you to tell me the size of it, dude.
And the same goes for you. Do you know where where the perceivable Earth ends? Did you travel to a whole world?
Hey, guess what, friend? It's not the same because I'm not making a claim about it.
You are saying, do you know why the Earth isn't infinite? Which,
No. Yes, I'm asking you, how do you know the Earth is not infinite?
And I'm asking you, how do you know if the Earth is infinite
I
or
know
not?
the Earth is not infinite. I can prove it.
Sure.
All right. Go ahead.
I mean, we already did.
Wow.
We've measured the circumference of the Earth.
All right. Boom, that was it. We already did.
We
Done deal,
know
already did.
like we know the shape and everything. Like if it was an infinite thing, then we wouldn't be able to.
Let's say
make
that
a
was
model out
done.
of it.
Let's say that was done. Perfect. Let's say that was done. So would you
I'm in
accept
the flat
somebody
Earth.
making the claim?
Fuck! I clicked here just to get unmuted from something. I
All
didn't
right,
realize I was in the flat
see you
Earth
later, dude. All right, check
channel.
you
My
later.
bad.
All right, bye-bye. See you, man. See you later.
Anyways.
All right. So he would not accept. I've been to 3 places on the Earth, therefore I can tell you that the Earth is a limited size, or that the Earth is a fixed size, or that it's not an indefinite size, or that it's not infinite. That wouldn't apply. So one more time, how do you know the Earth is not infinite?
Okay, dude, the thing is, okay, I want you
The
to make an
correct answer is you don't. The correct answer is you don't. Is that the correct answer? Yes or no?
Fine. I don't. Yes. So can you tell me
There you go.
actually what you think the Earth is? Because you're literally standing on non-points and then making arguments for other people. You don't actually make a claim yourself. You just try to disprove other people's claims, which I
Hey,
think
guess
is
what? Guess what, friend? Yes, guess what? Guess what, dude? We're about to learn something together as humans. I don't know is an acceptable answer.
Oh, but the thing is, I don't know. You saying I don't know while arguing against what other people think is not an acceptable answer. If you don't know,
Yeah, it is.
you should you should either make
No,
a theory.
dude. No, that's not. Hey, wrong. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. That's not how propositions work, dude.
You said the fabric of
Hold
reality.
on.
No,
Hold on, dude.
okay.
Hold on.
This isn't something
Hold on.
small as if. No, hold on. I need
Oh
to
my
explain
goodness,
something.
dude. I'm not
This
holding
isn't
on. No, you're not
small.
explaining nothing, dude. Okay? If you're making a claim, the other person doesn't need to have a counterclaim to be able to have permission to parse your claim. Okay? If you don't understand that, you're going to have a very hard time in debates and arguments, dude. Okay? So I'm going to unmute you. Hopefully you got that through your thick head.
So yes, basically, also using the mute as like a way to silence people who are talking against you is really not like debate appropriate.
Hey, dude, shut your beta cuck ass up. You understand me?
Shut up. Look.
Oh, there we go. All right, watch. So it's clearly evident that I muted you because I needed to explain something to you without being talked over, and then I unmuted you to allow you to speak. That's a completely fair way to use the mute. We're not going to discuss how we use mutes anymore. That's not the topic. So when I unmute you, say something about what we're arguing about, not about the fact you were muted, for goodness sakes. All right, I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
I don't really have any arguments. I don't
Maybe I can
really.
say something actually productive then. It's an interesting metaphor that occurred to me when this guy was making his claim about his plane trips. So if you picture like, and this might get a little bit hypothetical, but if you picture a small insect that's above like a basketball, and it travels around the basketball and it can see a field of vision down below on the basketball, is it ever going to be able to tell you the shape of the thing that it's on? Like if it never travels all the way around it, it's probably never going to be able to tell if it's a basketball or just like a basketball that's embedded halfway in the ground. Do you see what I mean? But like the frame of reference that it's gaining from traveling over the surface, it just looks like an unending surface.
Fracture, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And that puts us all who have never been to the entirety of the earth in the same position, that we don't know the entirety of the earth. There we go. Is that fair?
Right. The thing is,
Right, so even, hold on, because there's a little bit more, because even if you gave these like insects like technology, so now you've got this insect that can still only travel a certain height above the basketball surface, but it can now peer out with like a magnification lens. Still, if it hasn't traveled all the way to the edge of the basketball and found that it's actually embedded in something, and then it can continue to travel out on a flat plane, it doesn't have all the data even from expanding the scope of its vision.
Okay, but you guys do realize. So wait, I have a question. I still have a question. You told me, right, when you muted me, that you don't have to have the proposition if you want to debunk other people's proposition. That might be true for opinions, right? But we're talking about fabric of the universe, right? Basically, everything that we perceive. And you can't just say that I'm going to disprove everyone while not having a single theory about or thinking about what the Earth actually looks like.
Holy crap, dude. Okay, what rule of logic or morality imposes that limitation on a person's ability to critique your position?
I don't need you to accept any of my position or, well, have a position in general. But if you're going to argue...
Yeah, but...
Hold on.
Dude,
if you're going to argue...
You're telling us that we're not allowed to criticize your position about the cosmos unless we have an alternative cosmos position.
That's not what I said, firstly. Secondly, what I said to you, again, was you can't, in good faith, argue against somebody while you have no actual position to argue for.
Well, that's what you said.
Yes.
Who says
in good faith? No, I'm not saying you can't argue with
Yes, you can, dude. You can.
It's not in good faith. What am I
It doesn't matter, dude. This isn't a fair fight where I have to let you stab me when I stab you, dude.
Well, what do you mean?
This isn't like a chess game where you have the black pieces and I have the white pieces. You're making a claim about the nature of reality, and I am parsing your claim. I do not need a counterclaim to do that, period.
Do you have no idea about what the Earth looks like, or any theories, or anything?
I know exactly what the I know exactly what the Earth looks like, dude.
And I'm asking you, what does it look like?
Yeah, so let me tell you what it looks like. Yep, I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to give you the answer. It looks like the Earth.
See, I get it. I mean, you don't have to put on a. I'm going to.
He wants a shape. He wants a shape of the Earth. He wants like when he learned like the Earth is when he looked at the book. Listen, hello. Is this working? Is this working? Because it looks like you're speaking in the middle of my sentence. So you want a geometry shape to replace the one that you saw in the book the first time you saw the shape of the Earth, right? Like in the book coloring or in the TV or the globe on the table, in the flat, round, horizontal table, not moving, right? You want something to replace that. That's what you're asking for.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you what you replaced it for.
Okay, fair. Notice how you're getting a recurring answer with everyone. That we are not making claims to know, and we are reserving judgment based on our non-knowledge. So, for example, let me explain an example that might drive this home. So, trees. You could see a tree, right? Outside, but you
Right.
can't see under the ground to see its entire root structure. So you could draw a picture of the tree, but you wouldn't know what its roots look like. So someone might come along and say, well, what do you think the roots look like? And they might reply, I don't know. And then the person says, you must know. You must have an answer. You must draw a picture. Give it to me now.
I have a question. Why do you guys call it the Flat Earth channel? And why don't you call it the Unknown Earth or the
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, friend. Let's do a test, and this will elucidate the answer to you. Are you ready?
Right.
Okay. It's a multiple choice test. It's officially on the Mensa entry program test. That's the elite high intelligence test. So here we go. Multiple choice. Select the shape from the following options: A, kumquat; B, circle; D, flat; E, purple. Which one is the shape?
Did you say purple? I didn't
Yes.
hear the last one.
The last option is purple. So we have kumquat, circle, flat, purple. Which one is the shape?
Of the Earth.
No, which one is a shape?
A shape? Well, circle, I would assume.
Correct. So flat is not a shape.
So? Your point, no. Okay, then why do you put flat
So when we
on,
say the Earth is flat, when we say the Earth, hold on, dude. You didn't seem to grasp it. When we say flat
Yeah,
Earth,
no, I
we're
understand
not
what
making
you
a
mean.
claim to the overall shape, for goodness sakes.
Then why are you saying flat?
Because we're talking about the surface property.
Dude, I'm sorry, but you call it the flat Earth while you don't even have an idea about what the Earth is. You don't even have an idea if it's infinite or not. You're not even like aware if it's like a different shape. It could be like triangle for all we know. From your
You're criticizing a lack of assumption. Point in that.
No, I'm not criticizing his lack of assumption. I'm criticizing the name of the channel because he's an admin. He should be able to change
primary
it. Why don't you call it?
Your primary assumption that your entire belief hinges upon is that you're not being lied to. So you're asking why it's fair of us not to make assumptions, whereas your entire reality hinges upon
I'm not
assumption.
saying the Earth is round. When am I saying the Earth is a
Well,
circle?
if you wanna be counter critiqued for the critique you're throwing at us, then I'm going to do it, like whether or not you want me to do it.
Right. But the thing is, I don't have a channel named the Flat Earth.
Yeah, so for example, let me parse it out. Let me parse it out and help you. Let me parse it out and help you.
He got the channel that's named Flat Earth. He just told you didn't accept it.
Yeah, very simple. So I have in my hand, hold on, I have in my hand an object. This object is round. Now, what shape is it?
I would say sphere.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Yeah, let me explain it to you. It's actually a flat circle.
That's a circle. So circle Earth, then.
Right. So, well, let me just ask you this question: can circles be round?
Yes, they have to be round.
Okay, so this thing that I have, which is circular in shape, is both round and flat simultaneously, correct?
So yes, it's a circle Earth.
Yes or no? Yes. Okay, perfect. So hold on a second. Hold on a second, dude. You're getting ahead of yourself. I now have in my hand, and hold on, this object, which we already identified as circle and flat, possesses the quality flat, correct?
Right.
Okay, now I have another object in my hand that possesses the quality flat. It's a different object. What shape is it?
I don't know. I mean, it's just flat, and it could be a circle. It could be a triangle. What do you mean? You have.
Well, now you finally get it, dude.
That's not the point, though. You said the flat.
It is the point. It is the point.
You have to have an assumption.
An object wrong. An object can possess the quality flat. An object can possess the quality of flat while having an infinite permutation of shape.
Dude,
Okay.
you are
Hold on a second.
literally not answering my question, are you? You can mute me if you want, but that's not going to change the answer.
Dude, what's your stupid question? Hey, what's your stupid question, dude? Your stupid question is, if something's flat, what shape must it be?
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, why would you put Earth, right? Why would you call it the flat Earth if you're not actually making the claim that it's
Oh
flat?
God, he just explained it to you 2 times and you agreed to it. Then you're gonna ask the exact same question again. Classic example of rinse and repeat.
All right.
You said you have no
All right,
idea
I've
what
had
the
enough,
Earth is like.
Perza, I've had enough. I've had enough.
You had no.
We're gonna mute you.
Right.
We're gonna mute you. We're gonna ask you a question. Okay? We want an honest answer. We already parsed out, as Homeboy said, that an object can possess the quality flat while being a circle. The object can possess a quality flat while being a square. An object surface can be flat while the substructure is triangular, cylindrical, octagohedral. In fact, it's an infinite permutation of overall shape that can still possess the quality surface of flat. Okay? So describing something as flat is not informing you of the overall shape of the object. Now, do you understand this or not? We're going to unmute you so you can answer whether you understand that principle. Go ahead.
No, exactly. I mean, I understand the principle that you're trying to explain, but again, that would still have to. You still have to make the claim that the Earth is flat. Earth is flat. You say that
the Earth is flat, dude. The Earth is flat, dude.
See, that's the point. You just made a point. Good. See, but you can't observe it. Do you know the whole of Earth is flat? Maybe it's a curved at the edges. Do you know it? No. Then why do you argue for it? See? When you make an actual claim, it gets easier to disprove, which is the main problem with you.
Hey, bro, did you know that the Earth has dirt, and dirt is sometimes higher in some places than the other? Did you know that?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Good straw man, though. The thing is, what I said, again, you are seeing it as if I'm arguing for a round Earth. I'm not. What I'm arguing for is that you personally, no, listen to me for just a second, okay? You are saying that you don't make any claims. Well,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, dude. I didn't say that.
Gave you the claim.
No, you literally. I'm going to quote.
Perez. Are you listening to what AI is saying to you, or are you just going off your own assumption? You're saying to AI, okay, listen. No, you're not, because you're talking over me. Listen, he just gave you a claim. He just told you what his claim was. He just explained it to you. You're mad at him because he didn't give you a finite shape of it. He just said he gave you the claim that the Earth is flat and gave you plenty of examples that you agreed to. So instead of you basically trying to refute the claim that he's actually making, you're trying to put him in a straw man, right? You're trying to put him in a straw man to make a claim that you want to refute, which would be a straw man argument.
I'm going to explain this in the most basic manner that I can.
No, it's
We're not
to explain. It's just you have to refute his actual claim that he is actually making. Not try to say what. Let me explain what you should be claiming. You should be claiming you should be claiming this. You should be claiming this shape, and you should be claiming this motto. You should be claiming that. No, AI basically told you directly what is he claiming. He even gave you many examples of what he's claiming. He even told you why he prescribed to a certain title that you asked him about. Those are claims that AI basically made to you, claims that you and AI agreed to, and now you're saying, I don't like the claim you're making, because pretty much it seems like you don't have an argument for it. I want you to make this claim instead. And let me explain it to you, because let me explain how you should be making this claim so I could come with an argument for it. No, that would be a straw man argument, not AI putting you in a straw man argument. That is you trying to put him in a straw man argument, trying to get him to defend a point that you want him to defend.
Exactly.
Are you okay? You didn't listen to a single thing I said. That is so fucking funny.
Oh God! Here you go.
Never. Oh, shush for a second. Thank you.
I think
Firstly,
everybody
again,
didn't expect you to say that.
why are you guys cutting me off when I'm speaking? You muted me. You waited for me to actually listen to you. I did, which again, I am going to answer to what you said, and then you keep talking over me. That's not a
Well,
normal
you
civil
appealed to the
conversation.
group. You appealed to the
No.
group just now with a statement, and not a single person backed you up, whereas I'd back everything he just
Okay.
said to you for like 3
So
minutes.
I am going
So
to
did you
just
listen?
look. I'm going to respond to Reg, and then I'm going to ask AI something else.
Your response to
Firstly, I
me
want
should be, I have a rebuttal for AI's claim that he put to me. Do you have a rebuttal for
No.
AI's claim that he put to you?
No, that I'm not going to answer that question. Firstly, you
So
said I
no
said a certain
rebuttal to
thing,
his
which
claim
is
then.
can you do you know how to shut up? Thank you. Like I am
Okay,
speaking
color
to you, right? You
commentary.
asked the question. No, I was muted. I wasn't able to defend myself. You stopped questioning me, then you guys unmuted me, which now I will answer. So just mute yourself, listen, and then you can rebuke me all you want. Like, talk about what I said. Firstly, I didn't ask him to make any kinds of claims, anything. He said he doesn't make any claims. He doesn't know the shape of the Earth. He doesn't know what shape and what kind of thing the Earth has, which then I asked him, because he's the mod of the room, why like voice chat name was the flat Earth. So I asked him why he was making the claim that the Earth was flat if he had no idea what the Earth shape was. And then I said, wouldn't that mean, like, if you don't know about what the shape of the Earth was, it can be curved around the edges, it can be, a triangle, anything. Which then he said he doesn't make any claims. Again, what I'm asking you
I
is
said
then
all
why
that.
is it called? Again,
I
if you don't
already
make any
explained
claims,
all that. I already explained all that, and AI explained it as well. Right? AI said
he
he's not
didn't.
making any claims. He's not making any claims of the shape of the Earth. He said he's not doing
Yeah,
that. He's not making that
you
claim.
literally,
So therefore,
All
you
you
right,
have to
answered.
put them in
all
that
right. I'm
argument.
gonna
Okay, I'm
try.
going to ask you guys something. Do you
Hang on.
guys believe anything that's like flat, right, can't have a shape?
Okay, you
But,
changing the
but you
subject
No.
answered
because
your
now
own
you know your point.
question.
I'm asking.
You
No,
keep
I'm
No,
asking you
he
answering.
something.
said, dude,
You keep
Right.
answering your own question that like it's subjective what shape it is beyond having this one
Right,
face
it
that's
is.
flat.
I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
it
how
could
do you
be
guys know it's
triangle, it
flat?
could be square. You said that yourself, but there's no
Yeah,
reason for
No,
us
no,
to
no,
just
no, no.
hazard a guess.
That's the thing. I don't make that claim though. The flat
Yeah, we're
Earth, the
not
voice
going
and
to
chat.
neither
hazard
is
a
AI.
guess
And
beyond the
neither is
nature of the
AI.
plane that we can examine. There's one plane that we can
Okay.
examine, so we can make a claim about the plane we're examining. We don't know even
Sorry,
what the
no,
edges
that's
of
not.
this
That's not
plane
the thing.
are,
We
other than this part of the
we.
surface appears to be flat. That's
The
it.
thing is, we argued about the Earth being infinite. Which, if the Earth was infinite, you guys said you
no,
didn't know the
we're
Earth
not.
was infinite.
No one's talking.
Technically,
Dude, no one is talking about the Earth being infinite. You've been given a description of the surface
we
properties
did.
of the Earth. We are
No,
on a
AJ, that's the
topographical.
thing. We
We
literally,
are on
before you
a
joined the
topographical.
conversation, we did. I have been
We are
having a
on a
dialogue.
topographical plane,
AJ, shut up.
dude. No, I won't shut up. You need to shut up. Yeah, very simple. It's a surface property description. We are on a topographical plane. The overall shape, as in whether it's circular or square, is irrelevant to what the surface properties are. Water is level. 70% of the Earth is water. Of course, we are going to require shorelines and have mountains and valleys and places that are higher than the other. Overall, we are telling you the surface description measures flat. Very simple.
Right, and that's why we prescribe to that title, which you already agreed with. So I don't understand why you keep
I
trying to
only
make an argument
agree
about the
with
shape.
one thing, is that you guys don't have an actual point to rebut against. You guys don't actually make any
Okay,
claims. Shut
what's
up
the
now. Shut
point?
up for a second. Shut up
Really,
for a
really, dude.
goddamn
Okay,
second.
hold on, dude.
You guys
Wrong.
don't have.
No, shut the fuck up, kid. I'm gonna make it very clear to you. Homeboy told you there's a claim on the table. So for you to keep saying there's no claim to talk about either shows you weren't listening, you're dumb, or there's something else going on. So I'm going to give you a chance to redeem yourself by accurately stating what the claim on the table is. that was given from our side. Okay? So, you're going to unmute you. You need to tell us what our claim was. Right, go ahead.
Again, I don't have to, firstly. Secondly, if you mute them, if you mute me again, I'm going to stop this conversation. You can't just keep
All right,
muting
well,
me
like
over and
I
over.
care, dude.
No, I'm going to
Dude.
I'm going to answer what you said, firstly.
What's the claim?
Okay?
What's the claim we made? What's the claim we made?
I've been trying to talk to him.
Okay, you're not going to be allowed to tell us we didn't make any claim when we made a claim.
No.
So what's the
You
claim
made
that
the
we
claim
made?
that the Earth. Right, I told you before. I'm the point. You said it yourself. You said the having like a opposition to a idea, right? The Earth being round or have a certain shape, doesn't mean you have to have a certain idea. Correct? That is literally what you
Right.
said to me. Like
True.
10 minutes
That's
ago,
true.
correct?
That's true.
No,
That's
no, no.
irrelevant.
Hold on. No. Listen to me for a second. I
Oh man,
understand
dude.
what you said. Right? Do I understand what you
Hey,
said? Yes, no.
hey, that
That is
you
what
were
you
asked a
said.
question. You were asked a
Yes,
question
yes.
because you accused
I
us of
am going
making
to
no
answer.
claim.
If you can,
So
if you
what's
can
the claim
answer
on the table? What's the claim on the
from
table,
you
dude?
guys, nothing. From you guys, nothing. From my
All
side,
right.
nothing.
Okay. You're an idiot.
It-
You're an idiot. Okay. You've lost your permission to speak. If you want to speak in this room again, you can type in the text. What's the claim that we made? Because we did make a claim. You were told that claim numerous times. Okay? So by you keep saying we're not making a claim, is either you're being an asshole, you're trying to gaslight us, which is being a super asshole, or you're just dumb, or you're mistaken, or you're not paying attention. Now,
It
we'll
might
give
be
you a
language
mulligan.
barrier.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's a language barrier that he says we made no claim, but Homeboy literally said his claim was blank.
That's what I'm saying. It might be a language barrier because he doesn't comprehend the words that are coming out of anybody's mouth. So, yeah.
Yeah, but he don't comprehend the words that's coming out of his own mouth.
That
He's
too.
in the chat. He's in the chat asking what the claim was. Like, good grief, dude! Do you even bother paying attention when anybody was speaking to you? It's like, why should we engage with you when you can't even be bothered to pay attention to the crux of the whole issue? It's like it's the main point. It's like literally, like you said, the title of the channel, for fuck's sake. I mean, how slow do you have to be to not understand that the claim on the table is the Earth is flat? For goodness sake! Holy shit, dude! You're gonna make me run out of my swear limit for the day. What do you not comprehend? That the Earth is flat is the claim, and flat isn't a shape. How
No,
hard is that?
He even asked you before and after you did the multiple choice thing with
Okay,
him.
thank
Why
you
are
for
you
muting me
claiming
for a
the Earth is flat then? Like, okay, that's the claim. Rebut it. No, I don't want to basically come with a rebuttal or present an argument to you to refute the Earth is flat claim.
I think he's confused when I said if you have a claim, somebody can critique your claim without having a counterclaim as being not having a counterclaim when I told him the Earth was flat. When you told him the claim on the table is the Earth is flat.